Li Hao, a programmer subjected to the grueling 996-work schedule, unexpectedly traverses into the realm of Qin Huairu, where he acquires a disassembly system. He assumes the role of Qin Huairu's husband and begins his journey as the factory director. Engaging in menial labor is utterly out of the question. I am a man endowed with a system destined to avoid such trivialities, unless I were to become a factory director or a shareholder. Witness how Li Hao elevates the Hongqing steel plant to the pinnacle of national industry, ultimately achieving global supremacy, breaking free from Blue Star and entering the realm of interstellar civilization. Chapter 1. The beginning as Qin Huairu's husband. Huaxing Group. On his way home from work, Li Hao languidly strolls while engrossed in his mobile phone, which is streaming the popular television series Qin Huairu. Suddenly, a milky white orb of light descends from the sky, striking him on the head, causing him to crouch down in pain and gradually collapse into a flower bed. Ding. Detection of a genuine new nationalist. Initiating binding. Ding. Binding complete. Timeline is incorrect. Reinitiating traversal. Li Hao, dazed from the impact, attempts to rise, bewildered. What binding? Traversal? Before he can fully comprehend the situation, a surge of spatial energy sweeps over him, and he vanishes from sight. Li Hao experiences a disorienting sensation, as if plummeting from a great height, jolting upon landing on an unknown, soft surface. Curiosity piqued, he reaches out to touch. Ding. Human entity detected. Shall it be disassembled? Who are you? Who is speaking? Disassemble. Just as Li Hao utters the word disassemble, he opens his eyes, eager to rise. Who would be so malicious as to throw something from above? I hope I never discover from which building it fell. Ding. Disassembly successful. This operation consumed 1 point of dark energy. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired a memory and 5 grams of life energy. The disassembled entity is human, and you have also obtained a variant of human skin. The mechanical voice resonates once more. Feeling his body jostling and shaking, he opens his eyes to find himself aboard an antiquated truck. 10 minutes later, Li Hao, seated in the truck, is overwhelmed with joy. This is the temporal realm of Qin Huairu, and he has also obtained a disassembly system. The disassembly system requires a certain amount of dark energy for each item disassembled. Currently, he has 23 points of dark energy. The system space measures 50 cubic meters, and there is a plus sign indicating potential for upgrades. The disassembly system lacks detailed instructions, exhibits no intelligence, and cannot engage in dialogue. Li Hao remains unaware of its capabilities and must explore them gradually. Upon assessing his physical condition, he realizes he has not undergone soul traversal, but rather a physical crossing. His clothing remains unchanged, and his phone is still in hand. A wave of relief washes over him. If it were soul traversal, it would be akin to death. Genuine traversal requires one's true self to cross over, as that is the essence of true translocation. With a thought, he invokes the memory acquired from the disassembled human. Jia Sudong, husband of Qin Huairu. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I truly wish to express my exhilaration through poetry. Alas, lacking in education, I can only grin foolishly. Observing this human exterior, it resembles a radiant orb, akin to a game skin. Once donned, it grants him the appearance and voice of this individual. With a mere thought, Li Hao adorns himself with Jia Sudong's skin. A flash of brilliance envelopes him, transforming him into a scruffy 26-year-old youth. With this guise, Qin Huairu, I am coming for you. Qin Huairu, a paragon of beauty and intellect, if not for the burdens of life and the untimely demise of her husband, would not have resorted to desperate measures. In her struggle for survival, she has relinquished the dignity and grace expected of a woman, repeatedly sacrificing her pride to secure sustenance for her children. Among all the inhabitants of the courtyard, Li Hao feels an undeniable connection to Qin Huairu. Her unique beauty captivates him, igniting a desire to conquer her through strength. He is determined to render her incapable of rising from bed for days on end, instilling a sense of fear within her should she entertain flirtations with other men. Li Hao begins to delve into Jia Sudong's memories, first examining the circumstances surrounding his demise. Deputy Factory Director Li, while learning to drive, accidentally struck him while reversing, subsequently running him over. Jia Sudong sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. On the way to the hospital, he was directly disassembled by the newly traversed Li Hao. Reflecting on Jia Sudong's life, he notes that he had long since joined the new party. A graduate of Peking University, he entered the Hongqing steel plant. After 5 years of hard work, he progressed from a novice to a 5th-level blacksmith, earning a monthly salary of 68 yuan. His mother, Jia Zhangshi, is indolent and carefree, never assisting with household chores. Jia Sudong holds little authority in his own home, compelled to hand over 5 yuan each month to Jia Zhangshi. His wife, Qin Huairu, is 7 months pregnant and unable to contribute to household duties. Consequently, the responsibilities fall entirely upon Jia Sudong, who works 10-hour shifts at the factory and must tend his family upon returning home, leaving him no respite. Cooking, laundry, and childcare are all his sole responsibilities. Each evening, before retiring, he washes Qin Huairu's feet and also tends to Jia Zhangshi's, toiling late into the night. With Qin Huairu pregnant, with little Huaihua, it is unnecessary to mention her condition. Jia Zhangshi, who comes to assist with childcare, has instead become an additional burden on Jia Sudong. His sleep is limited to a mere 5 or 6 hours daily, leaving him utterly fatigued during work hours, stumbling through his tasks in a daze. It can be asserted that Jia Sudong's death is directly attributable to Deputy Factory Director Li and indirectly linked to Jia Zhangshi. In such a perilous occupation, any minor misstep can be fatal. Each workday is fraught with anxiety. One can only imagine the dangers faced by a sleep-deprived individual engaged in high-risk tasks. Reading this accounts for a sense of sorrow. Li Hao feels profound pity for Jia Sudong, trapped in such a household. Now that I have traversed into this world, I shall care for your wife, drive away your malevolent mother, Jia Zhangshi, and deal with the thorns. What is this green substance in my hand? Li Hao discovers a mass of green liquid, enveloped in a transparent membrane. Investigating the system reveals it to be life liquid, capable of replenishing essential life elements, healing ailments and injuries, and optimizing genetic composition for enhanced vitality. Holding the life liquid, the system imparts the formula for its creation into Li Hao's mind, revealing that this green life liquid is derived from the essence of Jia Sudong's physical form. Ugh, how revolting! Extracted from a human body, how could one dare to consume it? Discard it. After all, I have the recipe. Whenever I desire a drink, I can simply concoct it anew. With a swift motion, he cast the vial of life essence out of the truck. The precious liquid struck a poplar tree, which stood bare and leafless in the winter chill. With a resounding plop, the life essence nourished the ancient poplar tree. Almost immediately, triangular, ovate leaves began to sprout, bestowing a touch of verdancy upon the wintry landscape, soon attracting a throng of curious onlookers. This was unbeknownst to Li Hao, who remained seated in the truck. After quite some time, the large truck came to an abrupt halt, and 2 security personnel hurried from the front of the vehicle, eager to assist Jia Sudong into the hospital. Creak! To their astonishment, the seemingly lifeless Jia Sudong sat up, causing the 2 men to instinctively recoil in fear. Chapter 2. The deconstruction of trees and the acquisition of life essence. You're still alive. How is that possible? No, wait. Are you human or ghost? Jia Sudong, feeling faint from the swaying of the vehicle, finally exhaled a long sigh when the car came to a halt. He stood up, meandered a couple of circles around the vehicle, and with a deft motion, gracefully descended from it. Brother, your thoughts are quite perilous. Do you realize that? Jia Sudong clapped his hands and remarked, in this new era, superstitions are frowned upon. I am perfectly fine, yet you remain suspicious. The 2 security officers approached him, checking his temperature and pulse, confirming he was unharmed. Everything seems fine, but this is impossible. What about your wounds? They stepped back, astonished, gazing at Jia Sudong. Hey, I am perfectly fine. I merely have a small cut on my head that bled a little. He pointed at the bloodstains on the stretcher. Look, I even wiped the blood away. My apologies, my apologies. It was my mistake. It was our fault. The 2 security personnel hurriedly admitted their error. Do you think it's merely a trivial matter of a little blood? Because of your injury, the situation has escalated significantly. Vice Director Li emerged from the driver's cabin, casting a cold glare at Jia Sudong. Your incident has caused the entire steel mill to halt operations. Do you comprehend the monumental losses incurred from a day's shutdown? He moved to seize Jia Sudong by the collar. Seeing Vice Director Li's menacing demeanor, the old Jia Sudong would have undoubtedly ingratiated himself like a sycophant. To maintain this obsequious persona, Li Hao found himself unable to comply. Thus he resolved to transform him. With a swift motion, he brushed aside Li's hand, coldly stating, Vice Director Li, it was you who ran me over with your vehicle. I have yet to settle the score with you. You dare to shift all the blame onto me. Jia Sudong spoke with a calm demeanor, then with a chilling gaze, added, Vice Director Li, although I am merely an ordinary worker without any backing, you, as the Vice Director, may indiscriminately label me with crimes, yet I cannot retaliate against you. However, have you ever heard that a corner dog will leap over the wall? Li Hao gritted his teeth, articulating each word with precision. The statement startled Vice Director Li, who retreated a few steps, caught off guard by Jia Sudong's transformation in demeanor, making him feel somewhat discomfited. This is nothing but a ruckus. Await the consequences from the factory. Vice Director Li pointed at Jia Sudong with a cold snort. After issuing a veiled threat, he departed with the two security officers. In the television series, Vice Director Li is portrayed as a nefarious character, entangled in dubious relationships within the factory, and even after Jia Sudong's death. He harbors intentions towards Qin Huairu. Just wait and see how I will bring about your downfall. For now, I shall return home to see my nominal wife. When watching the drama The Courtyard Full of Love, Qin Huairu's incessant chatter was utterly endearing, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. In Jia Sudong's memories, he had only encountered Qin Huairu a handful of times, as his demanding work schedule left little room for intimacy. Now, it seems fortune smiles upon me. Having glimpsed such delightful visions, he quickened his pace. As he passed a roadside, he noticed a crowd gathered around an old poplar tree, engaged in discussion. It was November, wintertime, when the leaves should have all fallen, yet this old poplar had miraculously blossomed anew, adorned with vibrant green, triangular ovate leaves, radiating a second spring. Isn't this? Jia Sudong was utterly astonished. Wasn't this the very spot where he had discarded the life essence? Had the old poplar absorbed it? In winter, when it should have shed all its leaves, it now bore green foliage. He replayed the description of the life essence in his mind. The life essence. It replenishes life elements, heals bodily ailments and injuries, optimizes genes. It fortifies the body. The description concluded with a rather impotent, for effects, please see results. What the hell does see results mean? It's practically resurrecting a tree. No, I must devise a method to procure some life essence. I wonder what would transpire if I deconstructed a large tree. Jia Sudong's eyes sparkled at the sight of the trees lining the roadside. Poplars, crepe myrtles, willows, elms. At that moment, a reporter on a bicycle rushed over, snapping photos beneath the poplar, likely to feature it in tomorrow's news. Jia Sudong paid them no mind, hastening forward. Noticing that the path ahead was clear, he approached a cluster of large elms. He touched the elm tree, its trunk as thick as a water barrel, towering 6 to 7 meters high. After confirming no one was around, he commanded the system. System, deconstruct this tree. Ding, deducting 1 point of dark energy. Elm tree deconstruction successful. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired 5 grams of life essence, 55 kilograms of charcoal, and several wood chips, now stored in the system warehouse. Dark energy. Li Hao glanced at the system panel, noting only 22 points of dark energy remained. He pondered how to replenish it. System, how can dark energy be obtained? Repeated inquiries yielded no response. It appeared that this system could only deconstruct but lacked intelligence, Li Hao mused, until he discovered a method to acquire dark energy. He would need to conserve the 22 points judiciously. Sneaking away, he ventured a considerable distance before producing the verdant life essence, swallowing it without hesitation. Upon ingestion, the life essence transformed into a refreshing liquid that flowed into his stomach. He felt nothing particularly special, akin to drinking iced tea, and they call it life essence. Li Hao Skufa. After walking for some time, nearing the courtyard, he felt his stomach gurgling incessantly. Oh no! Looking around, he realized there were no restrooms in sight. Approaching the courtyard, he quickened his pace. On the way, he spotted Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi hurrying towards the hospital. Qin Huairu, heavily pregnant, moved slowly. Although her attire was somewhat outdated, her delicate features were breathtakingly beautiful. A fleeting glance sent Jia Sudong's heart racing. Xiaoru, I'm fine now. You both head home first. I have an urgent matter. Jia Sudong exclaimed, dashing away. What is happening? Didn't the security officers say Xiao Dong was injured? But seeing Jia Sudong unharmed brought relief to both women. Honestly, they're all fathers now. How can they still be so reckless? Qin Huairu thought, overwhelmed with joy. Having finally expelled the impurities from his body, Li Hao felt invigorated, every part of him radiating a newfound refreshment. Clenching his fists, he sensed a surge of strength. Chapter 3, Bodily Enhancement. Jia Sudong, are you done yet? Hurry out. I have more questions for you. Qin Huairu's voice called from outside the restroom. Standing at the restroom door, Qin Huairu wore a concerned expression. Dressed in a blue plaid shirt, though somewhat plain, it did not diminish her beauty. Li Hao's heart fluttered. This woman would henceforth be my nominal wife. After 30 years of solitude, I have finally acquired a spouse. Fortune has truly smiled upon me, granting me not only a chance to traverse realms, but also bestowing a delicate and lovely wife. Qin Huairu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding a mature beauty that left Li Hao entranced. The more intelligent the woman, the more adept she becomes at tugging at a man's heartstrings. Taking her cold little hand in his grasp, Li Hao felt a jolt in his heart. It was the first time in 30 years he had held a woman's hand, and an air of nervousness enveloped him. Let's go. We shall discuss this at home. It is far too chilly for you to be out here. Your hands are like ice. He clasped Qin Huairu's delicate hand, noting how cool and feeble it felt. Hurry, without any shame, someone approaches. He caught sight of Su Damao pedaling his bicycle back. Oh, Jia Sudong, taking your wife to the restroom, are we? Su Damao Chuka meet Stievo. Su Damao. We will conduct ourselves as we please, and your opinion is of no consequence. Jia Sudong retorted, Come, dear wife, let us return and warm the bed. Su Damao's face flushed. Being unmarried at that time, he dared not offend Jia Sudong. Jia Sudong was known as a tough character in the courtyard, infamous for being a devoted husband at home, submissive to his wife and mother-in-law, who managed every aspect of his life with meticulous care. Yet, when it came to dealing with outsiders, he could be just as fierce as the likes of Shaju. Thus, Li Hao needed to embody Jia Sudong's persona seamlessly to avoid revealing any flaw. Sprouted wings, have we? Heard you caused quite a stir at the factory today. Care to share? Su Damao Plets. No time for idle chatter. If you wish to know, inquire at the factory. Now be on your way. Li Hao dismantling Su Damao. Uninterested in engaging with such a self-serving, calculating individual. His sole desire was to escort Qin Huairu, this petite widow, back to their room for a meaningful discussion about life's aspirations, leaving no time to entertain the prattle of passerby, Su Damao. However, Su Damao was relentless, positioning his bicycle squarely in front of Jia Sudong. Brother Dong, how about we sit down for a chat? Not likely. My family hasn't had meat in days. How about you give me one of your chickens? Li Hao replied coldly, unwilling to indulge Su Damao despite having no personal grudge against him. Fine. I happen to have one right here. You can pluck it, and I'll come by later. Su Damao exclaimed, pulling out a burlap sack from behind his bicycle, revealing a hen. At that time, Su Damao had yet to marry Lu Xiao and was incapable of cooking. So any chickens he acquired had to be handed over to his father, Su Dafu. Though he had a history with Shaju, he had not yet descended into animosity with others. Li Hao regarded Su Damao for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll take the chicken for now. You can join us for dinner later. This was fortuitous, as they had no ingredients for dinner, and this chicken would provide Qin Huairu with much-needed nourishment. Excellent. Just wait for me. With that, Su Damao ambled off, humming. Upon returning to the room, Jia Zhangshi was seated on the Kong, and Xiao Dang had already fallen asleep. At 2.5 years old, Xiao Dang could run off to play independently. Bang Geng, 7 years old, was nowhere to be found. Upon seeing Jia Sudong return, Jia Zhangshi was about to scold him. Su Damao will come over for dinner shortly. This chicken is from him. If you want to eat, kill it. If not, I'll return it to him later. Jia Sudong tossed the chicken aside and coldly addressed Jia Zhangshi. She felt a chill run through her, swallowing her intended words. The Jia family was still under Jia Sudong's support, and their meals were manageable. Yet who wouldn't desire some chicken? Noticing a slight change in Jia Sudong's tone today, Jia Zhangshi dared not act imperiously and approached with a smile. Of course I want to eat. What a silly question. With that, she snatched the chicken from Li Hao's hands. Li Hao led Qin Huairu back to the room, casually locking the door behind them. They lay on the bed, gently embracing one another. Qin Huairu sweetly rested her head on his arm, and Li Hao instinctively pulled her close. Having been single for 30 years, this was his first intimate embrace with a woman, causing his heart to race. You naughty boy, so eager. Tell me, what happened at the factory today? Qin Huairu gazed up at him, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Hao. Li Hao's appearance and voice were indistinguishable from Jia Sudong's, save for some habitual differences. Qin Huairu discerned no discrepancies and harbored no suspicions about the man before her. I simply missed you too much. Today, a coworker mentioned that if I just took it easy, everything would be fine. I was thinking of you tonight, and didn't he notice when Deputy Director Li was backing up and knocked him over, causing a minor injury and leaving him unconscious? Qin Huairu pushed Li Hao's hand away, admonishing, How could you be so careless? I was waiting for you at home. What would we do if something happened to you? As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes, and Li Hao felt a pang in his heart, his pulse quickening. This woman was utterly enchanting, intuitively understanding a man's heart, a feat difficult for most men to grasp. My love, I was wrong. I promise it won't happen again. He embraced her once more. Where's the injury? Your hair has become so dark. Qin Huairu inquired, tenderly brushing Li Hao's hair, inadvertently removing his outer garment. Li Hao's heart raced. This was his first intimate encounter, and it was impossible not to feel nervous. Injury? I'm not certain. Oh, just there. Don't touch. It still hurts a bit. How could there be an injury? Even if I had sustained one, the life essence would have healed it by now. After all, he was currently donning the guise of Jia Sudong. To others, Li Hao appeared to be Jia Sudong. He examined his body. All his parts were his own. He could only find an excuse to deflect the inquiry. Qin Huairu's eyes held a tender gaze, and time seemed to come to a standstill as their hearts melted together. Li Hao's card-playing skills far surpassed Jia Sudong's. An hour later, Qin Huairu opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Li Hao with curiosity. "Brother Dong, why are you so vigorous today?" she asked, perplexed. Li Hao felt invigorated and craved a cigarette, so he spoke without thinking. "Huairu, perhaps I've simply longed for you too much. Additionally, I've been taking some herbal medicine from an old Chinese doctor, which has endowed me with such strength." After a period of persuasion, Qin Huairu gradually began to believe his words. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Li Hao with sultry eyes. Seeing her pitiable expression, he couldn't help but smile, playfully pinching her little nose. "Haha, are you hungry? Let us get up and see if Jia Zhangshi has prepared the chicken." With that, he rolled out of bed. "Old Jia, I'm exhausted." Qin Huairu feigned a delicate demeanor, making herself appear endearing. "All right, I'll step out for a moment and come back to call you." When he entered the main room, Jia Zhangshi had already set the chicken soup on the table, and Su Damao was chatting with her. Bang Geng and Xiao Dang had already started ladling the soup. Upon seeing Li Hao emerge, their eyes exchanged peculiar glances, though they hesitated to voice their thoughts. What was wrong with a couple engaging in a bit of exercise? They dare not comment, save for Su Damao, whose eyes sparkled with envy. Li Hao's vigor astonished him. Su Damao frequently went to the countryside to show films, mingling with young girls and brides, and his stamina had been dwindling. They all lived in the same courtyard. Who didn't he know who? Previously, Jia Sudong could manage affairs in mere minutes. Yet today, his vigor was remarkable. "Hey, Brother Dong, hurry and call your wife out to eat." Jia Zhangshi clapped the table. Such shamelessness. Engaging in such antics in broad daylight, without fear of being overheard. Jia Zhangshi felt displeased, her tone laced with sarcasm. Just moments ago, Jia Sudong spoke to her in a commanding tone, and the more she reflected, the more she felt something was amiss, her frustration mounting, leading her to mount a counterattack. Li Hao disregarded them entirely, turning to enter the room, where he gently lifted Qin Huairu and placed her upon a chair. His strength had significantly increased, making it effortless to carry a pregnant woman. Is there still someone here? Jia Sudong, do you consider us invisible? You truly bring shame upon the Jia family. Jia Zhangshi's dissatisfaction grew. Even during a meal, they had to flaunt their affection. "Oh, if you're concerned about losing face, you can always return to your hometown, where you still have your eldest and second siblings." Li Hao raturta sharply. "Oh, so you've grown ambitious, have you? You no longer even regard your mother." Jia Zhangshi gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger. "Xiaoru, here, it's a bowl of chicken soup for you," Li Hao said, placing a bowl of soup before Qin Huairu. Shouting looked up. "Daddy, were you bullying Mommy earlier?" "I heard her crying." The adults exchanged glances, and Qin Huairu's face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, shouting. "Mommy wasn't bullied by Daddy. She was simply so happy that she cried." Li Hao quickly deflected, unaware of the painful pinch Qin Huairu delivered to his side. "Oh, if Mommy is happy, then Xiao Dang is happy too," Xiao Dang said, swiftly digging into the chicken soup. "Yes, Xiao Dang is the best." He then turned to Bang Geng. "Bang Geng, after you finish eating, help Xiao Dang wash her feet, then come back to me." At 8 years old, Bang Geng was already in second grade and capable of assisting around the house. A boy should not be spoiled. After a while, reluctant and dragging his feet, Bang Geng took Xiao Dang away. Jia Zhangshi, now with a stern demeanor, coldly addressed Jia Sudong. "What is going on at the factory?" "The security department came by, saying you're in serious trouble, and urged us to visit you at the hospital." "Speak honestly to me." Li Hao chose to ignore her, focusing instead on serving Qin Huairu. Jia Zhangshi was devoid of morals and boundaries. Arguing with her was merely an act of self-inflicted frustration. Her level of annoyance rivaled that of the character Yao Mama from the television drama Qing Man, Sihe Yuan. Each time Jia Zhangshi appeared on screen, it provoked an urge to smash my phone in anger. "Bang, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me speaking to you?" Jia Zhangshi slammed her chopsticks onto the table, her face a mask of disapproval. "I just heard Su Damao say that Deputy Factory Director Li is going to use your situation as leverage. You cannot lose your job. Our family of 4 depends on your meager salary to survive. If you lose your job, we will starve to death." Upon hearing this, Li Hao's anger flared. He refused to indulge her tyranny in this household. "What else could happen? I go to work and come home, only to serve you by washing your feet at night. Xiaoru is pregnant, and it is my duty to care for her. But you do nothing around the house and expect me to wash your feet every night until the early hours. Do I have any time to rest? If I don't sleep well at night, how can I go to work with a clear mind during the day? Li Hao slammed his hand on the table. As if it were a mere gesture, anyone could do that. Don't think that just because you possess a modicum of cleverness, you can point fingers at us. In the past, I was foolish enough not to expose you. I tell you now, I will no longer assist you with your trivial matters. You claim to be helping me care for the children, but when have you ever done so? It is Xiaoru who has raised Bangung and Xiaoding. Besides directing us, have you ever lifted a finger? After I finish work, I still have to care for you. If you cannot manage your life and cannot take care of your own affairs, then go back and find your eldest and second siblings. I will no longer serve you. Li Hao, who had taken Jia Sudong's place, was supposed to show filial piety, but such unrestrained neglect for his son's well-being made him scoff. Jia Zhangshi stood frozen in shock, stunned by Li Hao's outburst, unable to comprehend the situation until, after a lengthy pause, she let out a wail that echoed through the courtyard. Someone, come quickly. Jia Sudong no longer wants me as his mother. He is unfilial. Woe is me. She frantically ran to the center of the courtyard, shouting at the top of her lungs. Dong Yi, Yi. I have something at home to tend to, so I'll be leaving now. I'll come find you tomorrow, Su Damao said, rising to leave. Faced with Jia Sudong's imposing presence, he dared not interject. Soon, neighbors emerged, standing at a distance, gossiping quietly. The three elderly gentlemen in the courtyard also stepped forward. Chapter 5. Subduing Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi's cries were filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. In this era, where a strong sense of community prevailed, even the trivial matters of others were treated as one's own affairs. The voice of the second elder, a bureaucrat, rang out, someone, get in here and bring Jia Sudong out. Li Hao was pushed to the center of the courtyard by Sang. Jia Sudong, I ask you, what is going on with Jia Zhangshi? She is your mother. How can you utter such unfilial words? You shame us all, the third elder lamented, expressing his disappointment in Li Hao. And what of your injury at the factory today? It caused the entire factory to halt. You must explain this clearly. We cannot allow our courtyard's reputation to be tarnished, the second elder chimed in. Li Hao remained silent, quietly observing the crowd. Their faces bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the characters in Qin Man, Sihe Yuan. Was this a time warp, or had he stepped into a film? Qin Huairu, Bangung, Sha Zhu, the deaf old lady, Su Damao, and the first elder, all familiar faces appeared, leaving Li Hao in astonishment. The night breeze brushed gently, bringing a chill. Li Hao cleared his throat a couple of times and slowly sat down on a high stool. Engaging in rational discourse with these individuals would not earn him their sympathy, nor did he need their pity. If he were to bicker with them, he would not know when it would end. Wouldn't it be better to return home and embrace his wife for a peaceful night of sleep? Thus, he resolved to wield grand principles to defeat them and subdue them, so that he might secure a peaceful life ahead. I have always loved reading. This is well known, is it not? Our new nation's premier once stated that we should study for the rise of our new nation. And I have endeavored to adhere to this motto throughout my life. We must learn more knowledge as we live, create greater value for our new nation, and shed blood on this blessed land for our nation's resurgence. Li Hao's fervor grew as he spoke, having heard such motivational speeches daily at Huashan Group. He could recite them by heart. Now, delivering a speech felt effortless. I, Jia Sudong, will never forget those revolutionary predecessors who forged this peaceful and stable land for us. I will never forget those who guard our safety at the borders. There is no such thing as a tranquil existence. It is merely that some bear the burden for you. Although I am but a humble steel mill worker, I possess a fervent heart dedicated to my country. As soon as Li Hao concluded, the entire courtyard erupted in applause, with a few educated individuals voicing their approval. Only the third elder, Yan Shuzhai, wore a face of envy. Why could he not articulate such profound words? Why could Jia Sudong, this rustic fellow, express such eloquence? When the applause subsided, Yan Shuzhai interjected. Ahem, get to the point. Do you understand the importance of focusing on the essentials? Stop speaking of trivial matters to obscure your misdeeds. Li Hao stood abruptly, confronting the third elder angrily. Is striving for the rise of our new nation not important? Is my patriotic heart not significant? Is it not crucial to remember our revolutionary predecessors? What do you consider to be the point? Is it that you, under the guise of helping Sha Zhu find a girlfriend, took advantage of him with some mountain goods, which you find gratifying? Is that your idea of importance? In your perception, are only those trivial matters of petty concern deemed significant? Instantly silenced, Master Yan Shuzhai flushed crimson, unable to utter a single word. In this fiery orange era, he dared not refute such statements. You, You engage in sophistry, twisting words and meanings utterly unrelated to this matter at hand. Cornered by Li Hao's reproach, Yin Shuzhai found himself retreating, yearning to escape, for he had indeed led the simple-minded Zhu into a predicament. He noticed Zhu's furious gaze fixed upon him. You're merely a master, perpetually scheming and plotting. Where is your dignity as a teacher? Yet, you revel in your own self-importance. To me, you're nothing but a consummate hypocrite. Li Hao unleashed a barrage of rebuke towards the retreating Yin Shuzhai. You, Jia Sudong, I shall not rest until you and I are at odds, humph. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Li Hao resumed his seat. As the ancients proclaimed, time is as precious as gold. I refuse to squander my hours on such inconsequential trifles. I aspire to devote the remainder of my life to the people and to the nation. Yet fate seems to conspire against my wishes. Come forth and judge this matter. I have toiled for 10 hours in the factory by day, returning home to care for the expectant Qin Huairu and our 2 children. I yearn to acquire more knowledge to contribute to my country. But what of Jia Zhangshi? At home, she does nothing, merely awaiting my return to prepare her meals. And in the evening, she demands I wash her feet, often until 10 or 11 o'clock. Do you consider this exploitative form of filial piety neglectful of her children's feelings? To be just, Li Hao stood to question the assembly, and upon seeing no one brave enough to respond, he relaxed his expression and continued. Jia Zhangshi, merely in her 50s and still youthful, is quite capable of managing her own affairs, yet her laziness prevents her from doing so. Thus, I must send her back to her hometown. Therefore, I believe her presence in my home is a blatant squandering of my prime years. Li Hao sought to establish Jia Sudong as a diligent and studious individual. Such truths must be voiced. As these words echoed, a hum of realization swept through the courtyard, igniting a flurry of gossip. You, Jia Sudong, unfilial child, how dare you speak thus? I do not. You have no time for sleep, you. You could ask Qin Huairu to wash for me. Why do you always insist on doing it yourself? Jia Zhangshi emerged, her face contorted in indignation, grasping at straws. Jia Zhangshi, how can you utter such words? Qin Huairu is your daughter-in-law. With her belly so prominent, do you still wish for her to kneel and wash your feet? Are you incapable of moving, or have you suffered a stroke? You are still young. Cannot you manage your own affairs? Were you of an age resembling that of a deaf old woman, I would, despite not working, honor you like a revered ancestor. But you are not. Now, the entire courtyard comprehends that Jia Zhangshi indeed does nothing. At times, when the children cry, she merely calls for Qin Huairu and never offers to assist. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, discussing Jia Zhangshi. Indeed, they had only ever witnessed Qin Huairu laboring at home, never Jia Zhangshi lending a hand. Yes. On one occasion, I saw Xiao Dang crying. I approached Jia Zhangshi, and she simply called for Qin Huairu. I had no idea Jia Zhangshi was of such a disposition until now. Exactly, Jia Zhangshi resembles a leech, draining the lifeblood of Jia Sudong's family. Elder Yi Zhonghai rose to his feet, addressing Xiao Dong. We now comprehend your plight. It is indeed Jia Zhangshi's fault. Her arrival has undoubtedly burdened your household. Thus, I have resolved. Chapter 6, The Method of Acquiring Dark Energy. Upon hearing these words, Jia Zhangshi sensed the ultimatum directed at her and immediately refused to comply. No, I will not leave. You all must judge this matter. Jia Sudong seeks to expel his mother from their home. Have pity on this old woman. Jia Zhangshi had no desire to return to her rural hometown to endure the hardships of life with her older sons. Here, she merely needed to oversee the children, commanding Jia Sudong to cater to her desires, comfortably basking in her son's filial piety while living like an empress. She was unwilling to relinquish such a life. Jia Zhangshi threw herself to the ground, wailing and rolling about in despair. At just over 50, yet she acts like a decrepit old woman. The residents of the courtyard could no longer tolerate her antics, and several women stepped forward to pull Jia Zhangshi away. Elder 2 stood up, stating, Jia Sudong, your mother's affairs are settled, yet you have yet to account for your matters at the factory. Li Hao scoffed, his voice laced with venom. Elder 2, you maintain a close relationship with Vice Factory Director Li, do you not? Let me inform you. This time Vice Factory Director Li was idling at the factory, recklessly driving and colliding with me, resulting in a day's halt in operations. That is the crux of the matter. Vice Factory Director Li has connections. You, a mere commoner, were struck, and that is the end of it. What more do you expect? Elder 2 chuckled maliciously, reveling in the misfortune of Jia Sudong. Both Jia Sudong and Zhu were the thorns in the side of the courtyard, often disregarding their leaders. Now, Witnessing Jia Sudong's offense against factory director Li, Elder 2 felt a sense of glee. Huh, what do you expect? You cannot resolve this. You are but an insignificant figure. Do not overestimate your own importance. Li Hao coldly. You, Jia Sudong, relish in your triumph, but tomorrow the factory will impose penalties, and I wonder if you will still be able to smile. Elder 2 coldly huffed and departed, as the crowd gradually dispersed. Zhu burst into laughter. Haha, Jiago, your eloquence is commendable. I once thought you were as illiterate as I, unable to recognize even a single character, yet now your words surpass even that miser Yin Shuzhai. I admire cultured individuals like you. Come, let us indulge in a drink at my home. Of course. Do you not know I often read the newspaper? Zhu, my friend, make it a habit to peruse the newspaper. It will not do you any harm. Li Hao patted his shoulder. I shall refrain from drinking. My wife is pregnant and cannot endure the scent of alcohol. Perhaps another time. Li Hao waved his hand in refusal. Jia Sudong cannot consume alcohol, for even a little causes his face to flush, and more leads to inebriation. Having imbibed the elixir of life, his body has been fortified. It is unwise to expose this fact, lest it arouse suspicion. Very well, we shall drink another time. Your wife's health is paramount. Ha! Zhu waved goodbye and departed. Li Hao gazed in the direction Zhu had gone. Zhu is not without his flaws either. During a television drama, he directly caressed Qin Huairu's face upon returning home in the first episode. At that time, it left Li Hao astounded. Even now, few would dare to touch a neighbor's widow in public, let alone in that era, where such behavior would undoubtedly constitute an offense. Now that Qin Huairu is my wife, let us see how I shall deal with these brutes. Upon returning home, Jia Zhangshi lay sobbing on the bed. Upon seeing Li Hao return with Qin Huairu, she clutched the corner of the blanket tightly, feigning a vulnerable and innocent demeanor. Mama, did Daddy bully Grandma? Look, Grandma is crying. Little Dang genuinely approached, tugging at Qin Huairu's hand. Little Dang is such a good child. Grandma is not crying. She is crying tears of joy. From now on, Grandma will bathe you and prepare meals. Papa must go to work, and Mama is unable to move. She will also care for Mama. These are tears of happiness. Li Hao gently patted her little head, speaking softly yet resolutely within. Since I have taken your place, Jia Sudong, I shall assume responsibility for your wife and educate your children well. The most crucial aspect is the educational foundation, and now that we are in the 3rd grade, if one does not excel at this moment, they may transform into a white-eyed wolf, a thief. Are you crying tears of joy? Xiao Dang is very obedient and adorable. Please do not cry anymore. Bang Gung, come here, he commanded, pulling out his Chinese language textbook from the desk and pointing to Lu Sun's 3-flavor study house. You have studied this piece, haven't you? You recognize the characters, right? Memorize this article. It is your assignment. Tomorrow, I will assess you. And if you cannot recite it, prepare to face hunger. Dad, the teacher hasn't required us to memorize this article. I won't do it, Bang Gung stubbornly retorted, turning his head away. Oh, if you're not afraid of a beating, then so be it, Li Hao calmly remarked, realizing that this was merely a test of his determination. A mischievous child like Bang Gung should not be indulged. Idleness must be avoided, and his life should be filled with the joy of learning. The moment he is allowed to relax, he might resort to mischief. Suddenly, Li Hao had a thought and retrieved a book on Marxism from the bookshelf, entering the room. System decomposed for me. Ding. Consumed 1 point of dark energy. Decomposition successful. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired all the knowledge contained within the book, along with 3 grams of paper ash. Filled with elation, he chose to utilize this newfound knowledge. His mind trembled as an avalanche of information surged into his consciousness, forming letters that arranged themselves into a book. With a mere thought, the book manifested in his mind, remaining quietly in his consciousness, occupying no mental space. Wow, this operation can be executed in such a manner. If I decompose more books, I shall become an academic prodigy. However, with only 20 points of dark energy remaining, I must first focus on discovering methods to increase it. Looking around, he pondered what else had yet to be decomposed, determined to find a way to collect dark energy. Entering the kitchen, he found it in utter disarray, with chicken entrails and feathers strewn everywhere. Jia Zhang was utterly neglectful of hygiene. He had no choice but to tidy up the mess. Picking up a knife that lay haphazardly on the floor, the knife was covered in rust, clearly having been in use for quite some time. The system had not yet decomposed iron. He wondered what it would yield. System decompose. Ding. Decomposition successful. Acquired a stainless steel kitchen knife. simultaneously obtained the forging method for stainless steel and 3 points of dark energy. Dark energy. Finally, a method to acquire was discovered. Decomposing iron would yield dark energy. Li Hao was overjoyed. Indeed, there's always a glimmer of hope. If one kitchen knife yields 3 points of dark energy, what would happen if he decomposed iron 3 times the size of knife? He could obtain over a point of dark energy. If he were to decompose iron dozens of times larger than the knife, consuming just a single point of dark energy could result in dozens or even hundreds of points of dark energy. System decompose. Li Hao wanted to see the results of decomposing the knife twice. Chapter 7. Super Steel. Ding. Consumed 12 points of dark energy. Decomposition successful. Acquired super steel with a yield strength of 3,200 megapascals, along with an entire set of preparation techniques. The second decomposition of a knife consumed 12 points of dark energy, and the energy required for decomposition had increased. Now, with only 7 points of dark energy left in the system, Li Hao broke out in a cold sweat. Should the dark energy be depleted, he would be unable to decompose any objects. Even if he knew how to obtain dark energy, what would it matter? It is akin to running a business. Without initial capital, no matter how brilliant your ideas, you cannot bring them to fruition without financial support. Calm down, calm down. No more risks can be taken. How did this knowledge come to be? Was it already residing within the system, only triggered upon meeting certain conditions? Stainless steel? Super steel? Stainless steel is categorized into martensitic, ferritic, and austenitic, with austenitic 304 stainless steel being the most widely used in later generations. Now, Li Hao had acquired an entire set of methods for manufacturing all types of stainless steel. The 304 stainless steel, along with 316 and 316L stainless steel, only emerged in the United States during the late 1960s. This implies that several types of stainless steel had not yet appeared in the United States. Super steel. Steel with a yield strength of over 1,200 megapascals is suitable for use in aircraft carriers. Hence, it is also referred to as carrier-grade steel. Now that he possessed a complete set of preparation techniques for steel with a yield strength of 3,200 megapascals, he had surpassed Western nations by centuries. He grasped the kitchen knife, its edge remarkably sharp. A single strike against a red brick resulted in the brick shattering, while the knife remained unscathed. The higher the yield strength, the less likely the steel is to deform and the more resistant it is to wear, making it an ideal material for kitchen knives. How can I maximize the benefits of utilizing the technologies of super steel and stainless steel? The super corrosion-resistant and high-temperature-resistant stainless steel is the best material for manufacturing centrifuges. In the 1960s, the new nation was collaborating with the Arctic Bear to purify uranium. I wonder if I could directly use the decomposition method to purify uranium elements. Would I obtain an entire set of techniques, allowing our research to be completed ahead of schedule? As Li Hao pondered, he caught sight of a large rat that had scurried in, weighing approximately a pound, feasting on the chicken entrails with delight. The rat was a meter away from him. He wondered if the system could decompose it from a distance. System, decompose the rat. Ding. The rat does not belong to humanoid animals and meets the criteria for living decomposition. Consumed 1 point of dark energy. Decomposition successful. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 1 gram of life essence and 200 grams of rat meat. The rat vanished instantaneously, leaving behind 2 new items in the warehouse. He tasted a drop of life essence. It had a red tea flavor and was unchanged in taste. When Qin Huairu returned, she washed her feet independently. Understanding Li Hao's earlier words, she too wished to grant Jia Sudong more time to rest and study. Li Hao poured a cup of warm water and added a drop of life essence. As for Bangung and Xiaodang, I am, in name, their father, and I cannot neglect them. Of course, his wife, Qin Huairu, was not to be overlooked. He prepared a cup for her as well, watching them drink it. The life essence diluted in water. He wondered if it would have any effect. Lying on the bed, he reminisced about the past. In the morning, he worked a washing group, and by nightfall, he had a family, a wife, 2 children, and another child on the way. It felt so unreal. The phenomenon of traversing through time, something that exists solely in novels, had unexpectedly happened to him. This joy was one he could not share with anyone. Embracing Qin Huairu, he gently caressed her belly, a sense of responsibility blossoming within him. After 2 hours of bustling about, he was indeed exhausted and dozed off in a daze. The next day, upon arriving at the Hongqing steel rolling plant, Li Hao was summoned to the conference hall by Deputy Director Li. There, he found a gathering of a dozen leaders and shareholders, along with several hundred group leaders and directors. Li Hao also noticed a high-ranking official seated in a corner. discreet and unassuming. Presiding over the meeting was Director Yang Weimin, a true heavyweight in the industry. He was invaluable aid to the high-ranking official, the soul of the entire Hongqing steel plant, incomparable to Deputy Director Li, who had merely entered through connections. Director Yang, like the high-ranking official, was a personable individual. Upon seeing Li Hao, he approached with warmth, inquiring about his injuries. Sudong, I shall call you Xiaodong. Your actions yesterday nearly plunged our Red Star steel mill into an irretrievable abyss. Fortunately, you emerged unscathed. Otherwise, I would bear considerable responsibility. Li Hao remained silent, finding a chair to sit on, crossing his legs with an air of calmness and confidence. I am curious to see how you intend to accuse me. Deputy Factory Director Li rose and declared, Director Yang, I believe we should dismiss someone like Jia Sudong, who shows blatant disregard for the collective and the safety of lives. He should be handed over to the police and incarcerated for several years to instill a sense of accountability. RDE, Deputy Li's sycophant, also stood up, eager to make a mark in this high-stakes tribunal. Although merely a team leader, he aspired to catch the attention of higher-ups. Jia Sudong, he continued, as far as I know, due to your mother's situation, you stay up late every night, arriving at work lethargic and unfocused. I assert that this incident is entirely your fault. Upon receiving a nod of approval from Deputy Li, RDE felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, Deputy Li was a significant figure with connections. It was crucial to maintain his favor. Li emphasized, knowing full well that Deputy Li was reversing. You made no effort to avoid him. It seems you intended to extort money from the factory. He pressed further, Jia Sudong. You ought to confess at the police station and acknowledge your wrongdoing. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for leniency. The more he spoke, the more he cornered Li Hao. Seated quietly, Li Hao waited for them to finish their tirade, and no one contested the validity of Deputy Li's words. Internally, he scoffed, then stood up. Director, esteemed leaders, I, Jia Sudong, have been diligent and dedicated since my arrival at the factory, working with trepidation to avoid any mistakes that might cause losses. Chapter 8. Will you allow me to become factory director? Deputy Li, you oversee logistics and safety, correct? I must ask, how did you manage to operate a vehicle without a driver's license, careening into my workspace and colliding with me without prior notice? If not for my fortuitous survival, I would be deceased. Such blatant disregard for the safety of the populace and national interests, not to mention the property of the people. Does he even deserve to hold the position of deputy director? Surveying the crowd, he continued, shouldn't it be you, Deputy Li, who is penalized for this? Distorting right and wrong, lacking organization and discipline, shifting the blame onto others. Do you still believe in the law? He boldly stated, I propose that Deputy Li be removed from his position, and I, with my qualifications from Peking University and expertise in this field, am fully capable of fulfilling the role of deputy director. If appointed, I assure you I will swiftly turn the factory's fortunes around. Silence enveloped the room as hundreds gazed at this audacious worker who dared to speak such truths. While others harbored similar ambitions, few had the courage to voice them. Jia Sudong's willingness to confront leadership and demand a position was unfathomable to many. Li Hao unreservedly declared, I have set my sights on your position, and I intend for you to step aside. In light of your suggestion for me to confess, I reciprocate by requesting you relinquish your position. My audacity is unmatched. A worker with no management experience aspiring to become deputy director seemed utterly preposterous to the assembly. Yet Jia Sudong had voiced it nonetheless. Jia Sudong, you deliberately positioned yourself in the path of my reversing vehicle while others stepped aside. I suspect you intended to provoke an accident for monetary gain. Do you comprehend the losses incurred by halting production for an entire day? You now seek to cast blame on me while aspiring to the deputy director's seat? You are truly deluded, Deputy Li retorted, initially believing that someone like Jia Sudong was easily crushable, only to find him unexpectedly resilient. Realizing the matter had escalated, Deputy Li felt a tinge of regret for targeting Jia Sudong. He recognized that the stakes had risen, and it was now a matter of survival for them both. Individuals like Jia Sudong, who are solely focused on climbing the ranks, should not remain at Red Star Steel Mill. He deserves immediate termination, Deputy Li proclaimed with righteous indignation, eager to impose additional charges to ensure Jia Sudong's downfall. To aspire to the director's position, you must be out of your mind, Jia Sudong retorted. Everyone here knows I am a loyal and honest individual. I merely asserted my capability to occupy the deputy director's role, and whether I can attain it is not for you to dictate. Why the urgency? Li Hao's cold laughter filled the air, unwavering. Understanding that the true authority rested with Director Yang, Li Hao sought to escalate the situation, hoping to draw attention from higher-ups. He had no intention of remaining a mere worker. He aspired to leadership or dismissal. Why toil away when I possess a superior skill set? It would be foolish to labor in the trenches when I could lead. Now, Jia Sudong, hold on a moment while I speak. This incident is indeed the fault of Deputy Li, who should never have reversed in a work area. Yet, you two share culpability when a truck bore down upon you. You failed to evade. I question whether this was deliberate on your part. And now you wish to be deputy director? Director Yang scoffed. Your qualifications appear insufficient. It would be wise to relinquish such fantasies. What? Jia Sudong gasped, incredulous. Director Yang? Are you truly suggesting that I am at fault for being struck by Deputy Li within my designated workspace? Am I to bear the full weight of responsibility for a vehicle rolling over me multiple times? Even in death, would I still owe the factory compensation for losses incurred? His fervent rebuttal resonated for a full half hour, rendering Director Yang speechless, and the assembly fell into a hushed silence. Gazing around, Li Hao noted Deputy Li trembling, acutely aware that the situation had spiraled beyond control. Regret washed over him for provoking Jia Sudong, a mere underling. Director Yang, too, recognized his misjudgment and attempted to speak. But Li Hao's voice rang out once more. And you, Director Yang, are you aware of how perilous your mindset is? You have committed the crime of complicity. Your perverse arguments, which redefine a guilty individual as innocent, exemplify an unabashed favoritism that is utterly appalling. I must inquire how you ascended to the position of factory director. Perhaps it would be better for you to relinquish your role and allow me to take over. The words of Jia Sudong instantaneously ignited the entire conference room. Vice Director Li and Director Yang were rendered speechless by Jia's remarks. After all, it was merely an incident of oversight, yet it had escalated to the realm of criminality. It was conceivable that both Vice Director Li and Director Yang could face dismissal, or perhaps even incarceration. The higher-ups, seated at the back, could no longer contain themselves. Director Yang was one of their most competent subordinates, now embroiled in such ideological blunders. As he stood, the room fell silent, all eyes upon him, awaiting his decisive pronouncement. Let's conclude this matter here. Jia Sudong, you may leave. Li Hao had anticipated this moment, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Success or failure hinged upon this critical juncture. You must be the higher-up, Jia Sudong interjected, inciting a buzz throughout the assembly. Was Jia Sudong truly daring to confront the higher authority? Chapter 9. Little Dong, we will strive to accommodate your requests. Jia Sudong, you are being outrageous. Leave at once. A dozen individuals rose, vociferously rebuking him. Ignoring their outbursts, Li Hao fixed his gaze on the higher-up. All the groundwork had led to this moment, and the outcome depended solely on the higher-up's decision. Should the verdict be unfavorable, he would have no choice but to flee to Hong Kong with his family. Esteemed leader, I trust you are a fair-minded individual. Please grant me a minute of your time. If, after listening, you wish to dismiss me, I shall resign voluntarily. The higher-up, maintaining his composure, suppressed his growing ire and coldly replied, Speak your mind. You have 1 minute. Li Hao cleared his throat and began, I have recently invented a specialized steel, whose performance far surpasses that of all steel produced by the United States. He expounded upon his innovation, noting that it was an exceptional material for constructing aircraft carriers and submarines, finishing just as his minute elapsed. As Jia Sudong ceased his discourse, the higher-up icily asked, Are you finished? If so, you may depart. Li Hao rose, brushing himself off as he made his way towards the exit, tossing his work ID behind him with flair. The yield strength reaches 2,200 megapascals, a century stronger than the most formidable foreign steel at 800 megapascals. He exclaimed, pushing open the door and stepping into the sunlight. Suddenly, the higher-up recalled something vital. Yield strength? Megapascals? He tapped his head, struggling to remember where he had encountered such terms. He stood there, momentarily dazed, until a red document flashed through his mind, and he exclaimed, Oh no! Quickly, bring Jia Sudong back. With that, he dashed out the door. As Li Hao exited the factory premises, he glanced back at the words Red Star emblazoned above the entrance. I am not a mere worker. I refuse to be a laborer for life, unless I am the factory director or chairman. Shaking his head to dispel impractical thoughts, he turned to leave. Jia Sudong, halt! The higher-up gasped for breath as he commanded, Get someone to stop him. A dozen guards and security personnel surged forward, attempting to subdue Jia Sudong. However, with remarkable strength, Li Hao seized one person's hand, propelling him backward, causing several others to tumble. The guards, now brandishing firearms, shouted, Don't move. Hands on your head. Li Hao's heart raced as he raised his hands. I have made my intentions clear. I resign voluntarily and forfeit my salary. What more do you want from me? Do you wish to pin the blame on me? His eyes reddened as he recalled that just yesterday, He had been a programmer at Huashan Group, suddenly thrust into the 1960s, now facing a gun. Trembling, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. Calm down. The higher-up signaled to the guards to lower their weapons. Jiasu Dong, or rather, Little Dong, was what you said true? Is it really 2,200 megapascals? The higher-up's face lit up with excitement as his gaze fixed intently on Li Hao. No, that's not true. I never said anything. You were imagining things. May I leave now? The constant threat of firearms made Li Hao yearn for escape. Tonight, I shall depart for Hong Kong, leaving behind Jia Zhang to guard the tower. No, Little Dong, I heard you mention 2,200 megapascals, super steel. Today, you must clarify this for me. The higher-up grasped Li Hao's shoulders firmly, preventing his departure. The truth is, Jiasu Dong just mentioned super steel and 2,200 megapascals. Vice Director Li interjected, rushing to seize this opportunity to curry favor with the higher-up. Yes, yes, echoed Director Yang and others who had followed behind. Esteemed leader, in my view, Jiasu Dong, a mere commoner, dares to raise his voice before you. Such insolence deserves punishment. Vice Director Li, akin to a lapdog, incessantly urged the higher-up. Li, I curse your ancestors. Are you afraid I might reveal your sordid entanglements in the factory? You have coerced Lulan multiple times. Li Hao erupted, enraged at Vice Director Li's audacity. Jiasu Dong, cease your nonsense. Security, deal with him. Vice Director Li, panicking at the mention of Lulan, was desperate to save face in front of the higher-ups. With a resounding slap, the higher-up released Li Hao and struck Vice Director Li across the face. You scoundrel! Guards! Apprehend Vice Director Li and detain him to account for his transgressions over the years. The assembly was left in stunned silence. The usually genteel higher-up had resorted to violence. Moreover, investigate anyone complicit with Vice Director Li. They too shall be apprehended. The higher-up seethed with anger, incensed that anyone dared to act on his behalf. Most significantly, Jiasu Dong had denied his earlier statements. The higher-up turned to Li Hao once more. Little Dong, would you find my handling of this situation acceptable? If you wish to be the factory director, I shall appoint you immediately. How does that sound? Li Hao felt a surge of conviction. The higher-up was appealing to him. It seemed he had grasped the significance of his deal. It is not satisfactory. I still do not trust you. Appointing me as factory director is merely a matter of your say-so. Yet tomorrow, if you are displeased, you could easily dismiss me, leaving me with nothing. The higher-up exhaled, relieved that Li Hao had demands. He dreaded the prospect of him walking away without them. Very well, Little Dong, what are your requests? We shall endeavor to fulfill them. I have no specific demands. Had you agreed to my appointment as factory director earlier, I would have shared the technology. However, your demeanor makes me feel uneasy. I sense danger here, with firearms always pointed at me. I believe it best to withdraw from collaboration. The higher-up bowed his head. Comrade Little Dong, I acknowledge my mistake. I allowed personal emotions to cloud my judgment. However, I implore you not to reject cooperation due to my shortcomings. Our new nation requires this steel. If you're willing to share the technology, I would gladly hand over the entire Hongqing steel plant to you. I beseech you. Everyone was taken aback. The higher-up, a figure of authority, had admitted fault before a mere worker. How could the leader of such stature deign to apologize to someone of inferior status? Esteemed leader, esteemed leader. Behind him, a few individuals attempted to intercede, only to be silenced by the authoritative figure. Huh. Do you truly believe you can dictate terms to the Hongqing steel plant? Do not jest. I have heard that there are numerous shareholders involved, and the state holds a stake as well. What can you possibly offer me? Li Hao was equally forthright. The earlier intimidation from the guards had genuinely irked him, and without tangible evidence of wealth, he was not inclined to relent. Chapter 10, 48% of the shares. Indeed, I do not possess such a large share. I hold merely 48%, while the state retains 40%, and Mr. Liu commands 12%. Should you acquire my shares, you would become the principal shareholder, wielding absolute authority over the entirety of the Hongqing steel plant. What say you? Li Hao spirit lifta. He had initially assumed he would only possess a mere 10% of the shares and merely serve as a manager. The prospect of having 48% was a game changer. Very well, let us draft a contract. Until the equity transfer is confirmed, I shall not disclose the technology to you. Xiao Dong, what you mentioned earlier, was it indeed true? Are there samples available? Su Jian was once again invigorated. Of course. Follow me. I shall show you the samples. They proceeded a little further, where he rummaged through a flower bed and produced a kitchen knife. Here is the sample. I crafted this knife from super steel. A guard took it, and together they proceeded for verification. Li Hao approached, placing a hand on Su Jian's shoulder. Old Su, do you know? Since my youth, I harbored a dream of seeing our nation thrive, liberated from the oppression of foreign powers. I adopted studying for the rise of the nation as my motto. Thus, in my spare time, I peruse various books and newspapers. From this, I discern that Western powers have long coveted our downfall, their desire to see the demise of our great nation unabated. Su Jian was a man of rigid principles, deeply loyal to his country, intolerant of disparaging remarks about it. If one spoke to his heart and shared his sentiments, he would overlook minor breaches of etiquette, finding the interaction endearing instead. Ah, Comrade Xiaodong, you're truly a paragon of our age, a model citizen of the new nation. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall certainly report your merits. Shujian's alukansa dalikta Li Hao. Ha, old Su, I must thank you in advance. Personally, accolades and titles are of little consequence to me. I merely wish to pursue my research undisturbed, contributing to my country without hindrance. The crowd regarded Li Hao with bemusement, questioning his sense of propriety. Ahem. Upon learning that the state acquired 2 submarines from the Arctic Bear, I pondered the immense price paid for such a purchase. Yet, our great nation is incapable of constructing submarines. I mused whether I could offer assistance. Su Jian, moved by Jia Sudong's fervent declarations, found himself unable to quell the tumult of his emotions. Moments ago, he regretted his impulsiveness in relinquishing all his shares. Now, however, he felt no remorse. If the super steel was genuine, he had indeed struck gold. Moreover, this humble worker demonstrated commendable awareness and lofty aspirations, an exceptional talent worthy of cultivation. His diligence, eagerness to learn, and penchant for research marked him as a rare find. If the super steel indeed possessed a strength of 2,200 megapascals, it would place our nation generations ahead of Miley. In the realm of steel, it would elevate the new nation's voice significantly on the international stage. For years, we have proclaimed the ambition to surpass England and America. If this steel is authentic, the achievement would be monumental. Su Jian's excitement grew as he contemplated the possibilities. They arrived at the workshop, where workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. Noticing Li Hao conversing amiably with a stranger, curiosity piqued among them. The second elder, a mid-level leader, approached with a fierce gaze, causing the workers to lower their heads and resume their duties, too intimidated to stare. Li Hao procured a solid iron rod and grasped the kitchen knife. The harder the steel, the sharper the blade, the greater the yield strength, the less prone it is to deformation or breakage. With a swift motion, the knife sliced cleanly through the 2-centimeter diameter iron rod. Clang, clang, clang. A few more strikes, and the iron rod was severed into several pieces. The onlookers were left in awe, expressing a collective desire for such a knife. This was but one demonstration of the capabilities of super steel, alongside its resilience to hammering. Li Hao lifted a hammer and struck the blade with considerable force several times, leaving no trace on its surface. Ha! I seem to possess quite a bit of strength. Perhaps one of you security personnel would like to give it a try? Su Jian recognized the security team leader, his former guard. He stepped forward, took the knife, and struck the iron rod. Clang! The rod was cleaved halfway. The knife lodged within it. At this moment, everyone was convinced. Xiaodong, we must take this knife for laboratory testing. Why not join us? Su Jian eagerly grasped Li Hao's hand. It would be even better to have testing equipment. Go fetch someone to conduct the analysis. They proceeded to the testing room, equipped with all necessary apparatus. The results emerged swiftly, and upon the announcement of a pressure reading of 2,200 megapascals, Su Jian embraced several workers, overflowing with joy. He excitedly dialed a number, as if reporting the momentous events that had transpired. After a while, Su Jian, his face alight with excitement, approached Li Hao. Xiaodong, truly, I cannot thank you enough. You have rendered a tremendous service to the state. Su Jian clutched Li Hao's shoulders, his expression radiant with enthusiasm. Our country is in dire need of such steel, if we can achieve mass production. Li Hao's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he replied, Old Su, let's not indulge in flattery. I am willing to trade my technology, which I am confident I possess. Producing a new batch is certainly within my capabilities. However, shall we not first formalize a contract? Li Hao was not being miserly. He understood that once they had observed the process, they might easily replicate it, jeopardizing the transaction. Having previously studied this domain, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. The contract was swiftly drafted. The state notary office would not resume operations until the 1980s, and thus no formal verification would be undertaken. Li Hao skimmed the contract, noting no apparent issues, and signed Jia Sudong's name. He then provided them with a formula and fabrication method, and, on-site, he produced a piece of super steel from ordinary materials, thereby activating the contract. At this juncture, Li Hao realized that Su Jian, This shareholder possessed a background in military industry. Simply delivering this technology would be a significant contribution. Given that the Hongqing steel plant had been operating at a loss for years, the 48% stake was indeed of little value. Moreover, factory director Yang Weimin was a representative sent by the state, meaning he could not be replaced. Once the contract was effective, Jia Sudong would ascend to the role of factory director, while Yang would step back to serve as deputy director. Mr. Liu, the third shareholder, was Liu Xiao's father, who had retreated from the forefront and remained uninvolved in affairs. They arrived at the rolling mill. Dozens of young technicians accompanied Li Hao, who, in just over an hour, successfully recreated a rolling mold. They then proceeded to the casting workshop, where the heated castings would be transferred to the pressing platform. Chapter 11. Su Damao's Loyalty. The skilled workers were busy installing the rolling molds. Li Hao wandered through the workshop, captivated by the novelty of everything he encountered. At that moment, the nearby blast furnace was busy clearing out the furnace slag, with a truckload of the fiery material glowing like molten lava. As the wind swept through the crowd, it carried with it an intense wave of heat. Li Hao recalled the decomposition system within him. If he were to decompose steel, a substantial piece of ordinary steel would undergo a transformation so profound that it would be difficult to conceal any anomalies. This was precisely why Li Hao hesitated to take action. Now, confronted with this truckload of furnace slag, why not decompose it? Surely, upon decomposing, it would still be furnace slag. The slag would eventually be dumped into the nearby slag pit, where it would cool and be repurposed. No one was stationed to guard this area, so Li Hao casually claimed he needed to relieve himself and stepped into the slag pit. Workers often favored this spot for their needs, thus no one would suspect Jia Sudong. System. Commence decomposition. Leave the residue in place. Approaching the freshly dumped lava-like slag, he mentally commanded the system. Ding. Decomposition successful. This process consumed 5 points of dark energy. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired 168 points of dark energy, 315 kilograms of iron, and various other elements. The consumption of 5 points of dark energy indicated that the larger the object decomposed, the more dark energy was required. To receive 168 points of dark energy was quite a boon. Since the residue did not enter the system space, the pile of slag merely shimmered, appearing unchanged. However, the previously sweltering slag had significantly cooled on the surface. Nearby, 3 additional mounds of cooled slag awaited. Decompose. Ding. Decomposition successful. This process consumed 5 points of dark energy. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired 58 points of dark energy. The dark energy had diminished by more than half, suggesting that the hotter the slag, the greater the yield of dark energy upon decomposition. The previous kitchen knife had been forged at high temperatures, harboring a trace of dark energy, which had dissipated upon secondary decomposition. Similarly, the furnace slag, forged at high temperatures, contained dark energy. Thus, any item subjected to intense heat would inherently possess dark energy. Never mind, there's no rush. I will decompose the other 2 piles of cooled slag as well. This time, he garnered 332 points of dark energy, bringing his total to 333 points when combined with the remaining amount. Slowly, he made his way back to the hot rolling workshop, where he reintroduced the method of pressing and rolling to the gathered crowd. The super steel pressing technique involved elevating the pressure to over 5 times the usual amount. Soon, a formidable blade forged from super steel emerged before them. The high-ranking officials and several elder craftsmen approached, their hands trembling as they caressed the blade, murmuring in reverence. It was as if they were reminiscing about glorious days gone by while gazing towards the future. When the testing results were released, they revealed an astonishing 2,200 megapascals. The technicians erupted in cheers, embracing one another, and hoisted Li Hao into the air, exuberantly celebrating to release their surplus youthful energy. The leader, elated like a child, promptly made a call, returning with an unbroken smile. A jeep arrived, transporting everyone to the relevant department to transfer shares into Jia Sudong's name. With swift decisiveness, the leader, witnessing the results, could hardly contain his eagerness for the formula and technology. After a busy morning, Li Hao signed his name on various documents under the watchful eyes of the authorities. The 48 share of the Red Star Steel Mill was officially transferred to Jia Sudong. Jia Sudong also handed over the technical formula he had prepared the previous night, which included solutions to the significant challenge of altering the shape of steel once it reached 2,200 megapascals. However, the system's comprehensive suite of technologies contained several methods to address this issue, posing no challenge for Jia Sudong. In the afternoon, Li Hao was returned to the factory, accompanied by a dozen technicians. From this moment on, Jia Sudong became the largest shareholder and the factory director of the Red Star Steel Mill. The subsequent phase involved the handover of responsibilities, which needed to be completed within a month. During this period, Jia Sudong was required to impart the entire suite of technologies without reservation to the military factory's technicians, while the leader had to settle all accounts with clients before transferring them to Jia Sudong, ensuring he became well acquainted with the operations of the steel mill. As time passed and the sun began to set, signaling the end of the workday, Li Hao clapped his hands and declared, "All right, that's enough for today. We'll continue our discussions tomorrow. Now it's time to clock out." On the way home, the workers were animatedly chatting and laughing. Those without money walked on foot, while those with wealth rode bicycles, evoking envy and resentment among the pedestrians. Li Hao felt elated, reminiscent of his previous days at Huashan Group. Now, with over 10,000 workers in the factory, he was the principal shareholder and the factory director. He longed to announce, "Hey, I'm a director now. Come and shower me with praise," but thought better of it. As a newly minted major shareholder without any funds, he would likely have to wait a month for his salary as director. Dividends were distributed quarterly, and given the factory's current losses, any dividends were merely a fantasy. As a factory director, one would require at least a bicycle, he mused. How could he present himself in such a pitiable state while claiming to be the director? Spotting a small grove of trees on the opposite hillside, he contemplated whether the number of trees within was sufficient to go unnoticed if he were to discreetly decompose a few. Just then, Sudamao, riding his bicycle with a live hen dangling from the handlebars, caught up to him. "East brother, wait up. What is it?" Li Hao thought, considering the idea of sneaking off to decompose a few trees, leaving no time to entertain Sudamao. Sudamao said, "East brother, I heard from second uncle that you clashed with Deputy Director Li today. Enough. Are you here to mock me? I can't take any more of this ridicule. Spare me your words." Li Hao was exasperated with Sudamao's incessant curiosity. Why couldn't they each live their own lives without meddling in one another's affairs? "Forgive me, East brother, I was just..." "Enough. Let's not continue this conversation. It's not what you want to say. Rather, I want you to leave me be." Li Hao spoke rapidly, ensuring his words were clear. Upon hearing this, Sudamao panicked, dropping his bicycle and rushing over. "East brother, please help me." "Help you?" Li Hao suddenly noticed a data bar hovering above Sudamao's head. Character: Sudamao. Health: 68. Loyalty: 45 points. What is this? Leo, Ubundarat. Sudamao had pledged loyalty to him? When did this happen? Did this mean he was to take Sudamao as a subordinate? A spark of realization struck him. Having a loyal subordinate could be advantageous, especially if Sudamao could flatter him. As the head of the factory, one certainly needed a few sycophants by their side. Chapter 12. The Market of the 49 Cities. A man equipped with a system need not fear betrayal. With a mere glance at loyalty, he could discern whether someone had turned against him. However, Sudamao's loyalty was significantly low. Without reaching 100 points, he could not be considered steadfastly loyal. For now, he would let him be, waiting until his loyalty increased. Li Hao adopted a serious demeanor and coughed. "Calm down. How can I assist you?" Sudamao sidled up to Li Hao, leading him to a secluded area before whispering, "East brother, I'm having issues in that regard." "What? In what regard?" "Please continue." "Well, I went to the countryside today." Li Hao nearly burst into laughter as Sudamao ventured into the countryside to flirt with a few young maidens from the village. At a crucial moment, however, he found himself incapable, and now he sought my assistance to remedy his third leg. Perhaps after witnessing my extraordinary prowess last night, he believed I possessed some method to aid him. In truth, I do have a remedy. If I were to employ the elixir of life, I could guarantee a cure. Yet, why should I extend my services to him? Such laborious and thankless endeavors are decidedly not in my nature. Unlike Yichun, who feels compelled to treat every ailing individual he encounters, I bear no obligation to do so, nor do I harbor resentment toward those who choose not to assist. Do not speak so recklessly. My abilities in that regard are innate. There is no remedy, none whatsoever. With that, I made to leave. Sudamao was taken aback. This was inconceivable. He had heard firsthand about my fervent exploits the previous night, and surely I must possess a solution. Dongye, I implore you, consider that this pertains to the future and fate of the Su family. You must assist me. I fixed him with a stern gaze. I truly possess nothing. How do you expect me to aid you? If I had such a prescription, would I still be working here? I would have long since transitioned to a career as a doctor. I waved my hand dismissively and began to walk away. Hey, Dongye. Sudamao stood rooted to the spot, wishing to say more, but ultimately falling silent, despondently pulling his bicycle along. I moved ahead, ensuring the surroundings were clear before stealthily slipping into the woods. My gaze lit up at the sight of the densely packed trees. This was a small grove of cedar trees covering the entire hillside. After confirming I was alone, I commanded the system, decompose. Ding. Decomposition successful. Consuming a bit of dark energy. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 5 grams of life energy and 52 kilograms of charcoal. The entire tree vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of roots behind. The decomposition system is exceedingly powerful. I wonder what else it can disassemble. Decompose. Decompose. I continued this process, dismantling over 30 trees, significantly reducing the number of trees on the hillside. This round of decomposition yielded 134 grams of life energy and 340 kilograms of charcoal. Not every tree grants 5 grams of life energy. Those under 2 meters tall yield only 2 grams, while trees exceeding 5 meters provide the full amount. The decomposition system still harbors many undeveloped functions. Spotting a slab of exposed granite the size of a room, I reached out to touch it. System decompose. Ding. Decomposition successful. Consuming 11 points of dark energy. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 3 tons of silica along with a small quantity of crystal, agate, jade, and chalcedony. The primary component of granite is silica. Upon decomposition, I obtained crystals, agate, and jade among others. I pondered the current value of agate and jade in this era. I took a handful of life energy and tossed it into my mouth, savoring a refreshing taste reminiscent of iced red tea. My strength began to incrementally increase, as if a fire was slowly igniting within me, warming the chill of November's winter. This sensation, having been experienced before, was a normal occurrence, and I remained unperturbed. With little food at home and no money on hand, how could I procure some funds? I had yet to glimpse the currency of this era. I had forgotten to search the body of Jia Sudong. If any money remained, it would likely have been decomposed along with him. What do I have left that could be exchanged for money? Crystals, agate, and jade? These were all irregular in size, and I was uncertain of their current worth. I retrieved a fist-sized piece of purple jade, suitable for crafting into a bracelet. After wrapping it in clothing, I set off towards a market in the 49 city. The market was approximately a kilometer from my courtyard, a walk of merely 10 minutes. It was the hour when factories had just released their workers, and the streets were bustling with people. I soon spotted a shop prominently displaying a sign that advertised charcoal for sale at 40 cents per pound. In this era, with the government prohibiting tree felling, anyone selling charcoal must be quite resourceful. The owner of this charcoal shop, situated in the heart of the market, was clearly not an ordinary individual. "Hey, brother, do you buy charcoal?" I inquired. "Of course, at 20 cents a pound." The man, bearing a scar across his face, spoke with a tremor in his voice, evidently reluctant to engage further. I remained unfazed, purchasing 2 snakeskin bags before retreating to a secluded corner. With a mere thought, 2 bags filled with charcoal materialized in my hands. The 2 bags weighed over 200 kilograms. When I placed them on the scale, the owner merely smiled without saying much and handed me 51 yuan. As I left, another person exited the shop behind me. I began to peruse the market, purchasing several hens, some fish, and a variety of fruits, as Qin Huairu was nearing her time to give birth, and I needed to ensure her nourishment. I even entered a bookstore, acquiring dozens of volumes on electronics and traditional Chinese medicine. Future applications of the elixir of life would certainly require medical knowledge. Lacking such expertise would leave me without a valid justification. Cultivating a persona as someone skilled in medicine could only serve me well. The books on electronics were intended for the mobile phone that had inexplicably run out of battery. I aimed to construct my own charger. I had been aware of the person trailing me since the beginning. Spotting the streets devoid of people, the items in my hands gradually vanished, absorbed into the system as space, and I swiftly slipped into the adjacent farmland. Here, the beans and cucumbers were propped up by fences, making it difficult for passers-by to see inside. A middle-aged man dressed in military green, who would follow me into the fields, moved silently, without a sound, indicating he was well prepared. I concealed myself behind the fence, holding my breath as I watched him approach, slowly raising a brick in his hand. The man halted, straightened his posture, and suddenly pivoted, executing a swift kick that sent the brick flying back. Smack! It struck my forehead, shattering upon impact, and I staggered back a few steps. Chapter 13. The Qing Tang Society. The middle-aged man charged at me with haste, a direct punch aimed at my abdomen. I sidestepped, attempting to hook his punch, but grasping only thin air. Clearly, he was a seasoned fighter, reacting with remarkable speed as another punch came hurtling toward me, quick and fierce. He targeted my vital points, evidently intent on ending my life. In a moment of panic, I retaliated with a punch of my own. Our fists collided silently. I remained steadfast, while the middle-aged man staggered back a few steps. Humph, you think you can rob me with such feeble strength? Truly unaware of your own mortality. The man scoffed, charging at me once more. This time, he eschewed direct confrontation, opting instead for nimble footwork. He struck left and right, landing several punches on me in quick succession, despite having consumed the elixir of life, which had significantly enhanced my defensive capabilities and reaction speed, more than doubling them. I could not even graze the hem of his clothing. His strikes landed on my shoulders and legs. Igniting my frustration, the middle-aged man dared not clash directly with me again. Our previous exchange had nearly incapacitated his hand. Knowing that Li Hao possessed immense strength, capable of inflicting lethal harm upon a direct confrontation, he opted for a strategy of evasion, with left and right hooks thrown in a wild and unfettered manner. Devoid of any discernible technique, he drove the middle-aged man into a retreat. The man, however, remained remarkably composed, unexpectedly delivering a swift kick to Li Hao's abdomen. In an attempt to grasp the man's foot, Li Hao found himself missing as the man deftly sidestepped his flank. Frustration surged within Li Hao as he unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which met only empty air. Though his opponent remained standing, the surrounding crops suffered greatly. Decompose. The system chimed, warning. The living humanoid entity cannot be decomposed. This warning does not consume dark energy. What to do? Li Hao bundarat. Feeling the sting of being unable to retaliate despite not fearing the man's assaults, he managed to deflect a surprise punch from the middle-aged man and mused. If only I had a sword. The system promptly provided him with a decomposed iron block, merging it into a sword, as he recalled having 30 pounds of iron in his backpack. Decomposition successful. Consumed 50 points of dark energy. Congratulations, master. You have acquired a fine steel sword. Li Hao swung his fist in a wide arc, but the middle-aged man sidestepped again, calculating the maximum reach of Li Hao's arm. With a cold smirk, he retreated slightly, waiting for the opportune moment to strike as Li Hao's fist passed by. This monkey-like combat filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glint of a sword in Li Hao's hand. It was too late to evade. With a swift motion, the blade sliced across his throat. The middle-aged man's mouth uttered disbelief. Impossible, even as his head soared into the air. Decompose. The system chimed again. Decomposition successful. Consumed 1 point of dark energy. Congratulations, master. You have obtained 5 grams of life liquid and a piece of human skin, along with a memory. The blood on the ground, mingled with mud, was decomposed, obliterating any trace of the body and rendering the crops unrecognizable. Li Hao then delved into the memories of the middle-aged man. The Qin Tang Society gathering intelligence? The man, known as Luo Yongji in the new nation, was actually a Japanese warrior who had long been lurking. He was an accomplice of the charcoal shop owner, Luo Tong, and together they were members of the Qin Tang Society, infiltrating Sea Geocity to gather information. Both assassins were addicts, leading extravagant lives that compelled them to resort to robbery. The Japanese must perish, and this charcoal shop owner cannot be left alive. He has seen me and knows Luo Yongji is with me. We must eliminate the root of the problem. Such killers are desperate and cannot be allowed to suspect me. Assuming Luo Yongji's skin, he strolled back to the charcoal shop. Upon seeing Luo Tong, he nodded, and they both simultaneously closed the shop, entering the innermost basement. Well, did you succeed? Luo Tong inquired eagerly. Of course, Li Hao replied, extending his hand to reveal 3 large banknotes. Just as Luo Tong reached out to take them, a sword tip pierced through him from behind. You. Luo Tong stuttered, unable to finish his sentence. Li Hao shed the skin, reverting to his original form, and smiled mischievously at him. Just a Japanese warrior, easily dispatched. Their infiltration in Sea Geocity could only lead to mischief, and now I've dealt with them. Searching the entire shop, he discovered 220 yuan, 10 pounds of meat tickets, and 100 pounds of grain tickets. Decompose. The system chimed again, using Luo Tong's memories. His life flashed before Li Hao's eyes. Luo Tong, originally named Fujiwara Luo Tong, was a spy who had separated from the 731 unit after Japan's defeat. Through Luo Tong's memories, Li Hao vicariously experienced the dark era of the new nation, his teeth clenched in anger. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face, Deputy Factory Director Li. This deputy director was connected to the Qin Tang Society and was the superior of the 2 warriors. Deputy Director Li, you are truly damned. From Cabinet. Li Hao retrieved a letter detailing the recent communications between the two warriors and Deputy Director Li. After glancing at its contents, he noted that a powerful figure was mentioned above Deputy Director Li. A mere letter wouldn't suffice to bring him down. At most, it would merely alert him. Currently detained at the police station, without concrete evidence, Li Hao could do nothing against him. After once again assuming Luo Tong's skin, he exited to a secluded area to revert to Jiasudong. He carried several chickens and dozens of pounds of rice. Upon arriving home at the courtyard, night had already fallen. Bang Gung bore bruises on his face, while Xiao Dang comforted him, with Jia Zhangshi chattering nearby. The rice was yet to be served, leaving an air of mild anticipation. Xiao Dang, go check if your father has returned. Qin Huairu's voice called from the kitchen. Daddy, you're back. Xiao Zhang et Golim. Rushing into Jia Sudong's embrace. Spotting the fruits in the bag, he eagerly pulled out 3, one for his brother and one for his grandmother, before darting into the kitchen. The pot simmered with a tantalizing aroma as Qin Huairu removed excess water from the rice with a spoon, steam gently lifting her hair, framing her delicate face. Mom, we have fish for dinner. Xiao Dang shouted as he entered, clutching an apple. Mom, eat an apple. Qin Huairu turned to see Jia Sudong standing at the doorway, gazing at her in a daze, and smiled radiantly. Hey dear, we're having fish for dinner, and I'll cook it. Can you cook? Jia Sudong, known for his lack of culinary skills, was met with laughter. Don't underestimate me. I just learned a red braised fish recipe at the bookstore. Let me show you. Qin Huairu stepped aside, taking the apple from Xiao Dang's hand, washing it while eating and watching Jia Sudong busy himself, observing his skilled knife work. He swiftly cleaned a fish weighing over 7 pounds. Bang Gung, what happened? You look bruised? Crunch. Qin Huairu bit into her apple before saying, just ignore him. He'll come around eventually. By the way, did you go to the market? Do you still have money? Chapter 14, Loyalty in Lui. Reflecting on Jia Sudong's memories, he recalled that all his money was handed over to Qin Huairu. However, this posed no challenge to him. I borrowed my money from the factory. How could a man be without money? Only spouting nonsense. Not having money makes you less of a man. How much did you borrow? He reached into his pockets. Don't move around so much, it tickles. Daddy, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Xiao Dang exclaimed, rushing in. Dad, the fish you made smells amazing. Cough. Let us eat first. The kids are starving. At the dining table, Bang Gung remained silent, while Xiao Dang animatedly praised his father's cooking. After finishing, Bang Gung eagerly took Xiao Dang to bathe, displaying an admirable initiative. Boys should be like this. No need to coddle them. They just need a little guidance. Hey, Bang Gung's nature isn't bad. He just lacks proper direction. Don't forget, if he cries later, you'll need to comfort him, Qin Huairu teased. Her charm captivating, and you'd better honestly confess how much you borrowed from the factory. Upon hearing the mention of money, Jia Zhangshi's eyes brightened. Money? What money? Jia Sudong, why didn't you share some with me? You dare to bring up money with me? Next month, our household will be devoid of funds. What has happened to the 5 yuan I provide you every month? Where has it gone? Jia Sudong cast a cold glance at her, believing that someone like Jia Zhang should not be indulged. Jia Zhang was momentarily silenced by the imposing aura of Jia Sudong, unable to utter another word. Such individuals, the more kindness you show them, the more they will treat you as a pushover, often taking advantage of you. When a person's presence is overwhelmingly strong, it can render them speechless. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the door. Director Jia, are you home? I'm coming in. Uncle Lu Haizhong entered, bearing a plate of chicken and wearing a cheerful expression. Oh, you've already eaten. Gome. I've just slaughtered a chicken at home. Let me bring some over for you to taste. Hee. Uncle, you shouldn't have. Jia Zhang exclaimed, feeling emboldened by the presence of Uncle Lu. Now that Uncle Lu is here, Jia Sudong, do you dare scold me? However, Uncle Lu did not dare sit down, bending slightly as he spoke. Director Jia, you are magnanimous and should forgive me for my previous ignorance. I truly regret it. You have a great heart. So please speak a kind word on my behalf to the police, so they want to investigate me. Director Jia, Qin Huairu and Jia Zhang were taken aback. Jia Sudong has become the director? What a preposterous notion. Old Jia Sudong waved his hand. We will discuss my matters later. Uncle Lu, please take a seat. We are neighbors, after all, and should support each other as one family in times of difficulty. Everyone encounters misfortune at times. It's unrealistic to claim one will never seek help from others. Jia Sudong took a sip of fish head soup. But what about you? Are you trying to drive me to my demise? Look at Xiao Ru, look at my several children, and then there's that old man who does nothing. Puffed. Upon hearing Jia Sudong call her an old hag, Jia Zhang's expression twisted with anger. Jia Sudong, You become quite audacious, haven't you? How dare you insult me? Silence. Jia Sudong shot an angry glare at Jia Zhang. Though she was displeased, she obediently sat down. Uncle Lu, it's not that I don't wish to forgive you, but if I were to encounter any trouble outside, how would my family survive? It seems you want to drive my entire family of 5 to their deaths. You want me to forgive you? If apologies were effective, we wouldn't need the police. Would we? You wish for my family's demise and still expect my forgiveness? Do you think I've lost my mind? Suddenly, Uncle Lu knelt before Jia Sudong, tears streaming down his face. Director Jia, please, grant me a chance to live, Uncle Lu sobbed, confessing his misdeeds. At that moment, Jia Sudong noticed a set of data appear above Uncle Lu's head. Name, Li Hao. Health, 53. Loyalty, 80. Wow, loyalty at 80? Why is he so loyal to me? Could it be that he wishes to align himself with me because of my status? But why is the loyalty only at 80 points? What would happen if I agreed to his request? Just as Jia Sudong was about to speak, Bang Gung rushed out from the inner room, indignant. Dad, please don't forgive him. Lu Guangfu said that you were hit by a car to scam money from the factory. I confronted him, and he hit me. Bang Gung's voice quivered with a hint of tears, mistakenly believing that Jia Sudong was standing up for him against Uncle Lu. Come here. What kind of man cries like a child? Have you memorized San Wei Shu Wu? Go read it again and recite it for me later. Jia Sudong pulled Bang Gung close, wiping away his tears. Bang Gung's eyes were red, resembling a child who had suffered a great injustice, but now received parental approval. Dad, Bang Gung broke down, tears streaming down his face. All right, stop crying. Jia Sudong gently patted his head. Children should focus on childlike matters. You must pursue knowledge and culture, not engage in fights. Fighting is the most foolish way to resolve conflicts, understand? In the future, when you encounter such situations, inform your teacher or tell your father. Children who enjoy fighting are the least likable. You must learn to use others to assist you. Do you understand? I too have erred. It was my lack of ability in the past that caused you to suffer. Bang Gung wailed and threw himself into Jia Sudong's embrace, sobbing. Uncle Lu stood frozen, astonished that his own son had struck Bang Gung. Now, Jia Sudong was being revered like a deity, while his son had the audacity to hit Bang Gung. Director Jia, I will bring Lu Guangfu here to make things right for Bang Gung. Assuming Jia Sudong's silence was acquiescence, Uncle Lu rose angrily and stormed out. Moments later, shouts from Uncle Lu and Lu Guangfu's cries echoed from outside. Soon, a crowd gathered to witness the scene, including the deaf old lady. Crack! Uncle Lu shoved Lu Guangfu into the house, his arms crossed, revealing several fresh whip marks. Kneel. You do nothing all day but fight. Upon entering, Uncle Lu saw Lu Guangfu still standing and raised the whip in his hand, striking Lu Guangfu's back. He then pressed down on Lu Guangfu's shoulder, forcing him to kneel before Bang Gung. Chapter Mui Lam, Edukan Bang Geng. Lu Guangfu was his second son, whom he didn't particularly favor. What did it matter if his younger son became someone else's lackey, as long as he could benefit from Jia Sudong? Hey, little Bang Gung, I brought this brat here for you to vent your anger. Saying this, he handed the whip to Bang Gung. Bang Gung, holding the whip, glanced at Lu Guangfu and then at Jia Sudong, unsure what to do. Son, do you see? To be a man, you must be strong. Just a few words, and others will do your bidding. That is the strength of a man. Fighting is the act of the weak, and it merely brings your intelligence down to their level, competing with them through brute force. A strong person must possess the mindset of a strong person. Do you know what a strong person is? Bang Gung looked at Lu Guangfu, then at Jia Sudong, shaking his head in confusion. Jia Sudong patted his head. Go, help him up. That is the mark of a strong person. A strong person can accommodate all, turning enemies into friends, and eventually bringing them under their wing, earning their gratitude. Look at any leader. They are always surrounded by followers. That is strength. A strong person should possess compassion towards the weak and courage to confront the strong, embodying the spirit of overcoming all challenges. Qin Huairu watched with wide eyes, captivated as if she were seeing Jia Sudong for the first time, drawn in by his charisma. Bang Gung stood in a daze for a while, Jia Sudong ignoring him. It seemed he had come to a realization. Bang Gung finally moved, approaching Lu Guangfu and extending his hand. Lu Guangfu, do you wish to be my little brother? Uft. Jia Sudong nearly spat out the fish head soup he had just taken a sip of. Lu Guangfu looked bewildered, glancing around in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Not comprehending Jia Sudong's words at all. Crack! Uncle Lu's whip fell again, striking Lu Guangfu's back fiercely. You fool! Didn't you see Bang Gung asking you to be his little brother? Hurry up and agree. From now on, Bang Gung is your big brother, and you must obey him in all matters. Do you understand? Seeing Lu Guangfu remain unresponsive, Uncle Lu struck him again with the whip. Lu Guangfu trembled in his response, fully aware that refusal would result in the whip being brought down upon him. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be my subordinate. Come, let us step aside. I have matters to discuss with you. With alacrity, Bang Gung assumed the role of the elder brother, pulling Lu Guangfu towards the exit. At that moment, the second uncle, witnessing his son's departure, found himself at a loss as to how to confront Jia Sudong. Earlier that day, he had been confrontational, but now he approached in a subservient manner, leaving him feeling so awkward that he could have unearthed an entire underground city with his toes. Second uncle, considering our long-standing neighborly relationship, I shall let this one slide. However, your future conduct will determine your fate. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I advise you to tread carefully, Jia Sudong remarked nonchalantly, lifting his gaze to down the last remnants of the fish head soup. The second uncle momentarily froze, only to be engulfed by elation. Thank you, Director Jia. Thank you, thank you. Name, Lu Haizhong. Health, 52. Loyalty, 82. Suddenly, a cacophony of disordered thoughts flooded Jia Sudong's mind. Astonished, he glanced at the second uncle, realizing that a mere 2-point increase in loyalty allowed him to eavesdrop on his thoughts. Phew! At last, this hurdle was overcome. Fortunately, having been neighbors with Jia Sudong for several years, he resolved to cling tightly to this advantageous alliance. Securing a directorial position in the future seemed entirely plausible. The second uncle reveled in his musings, unaware that all his thoughts were being secretly overheard by Jia Sudong. These musings were indeed the second uncle's innermost reflections. With loyalty reaching 82, was it truly possible to eavesdrop on the thoughts of subordinates? Enough of your thanks. You may return now. However, do take greater care of the children. They must be treated equally, and do not favor Lu Guangtian alone. A harmonious family ensures peace of mind and work. Do you understand? Oh, and do keep my affairs discreet, Jia Sudong admonished, recalling the tragic fate of the second uncle in the latter part of the story, prompting him to offer a few additional words of advice. Yes, understood. I shall take my leave, Director Jia. The second uncle bowed slightly as he departed, leaving behind the chicken he had brought. At that moment, Qin Huairu gazed dreamily, her eyes shimmering with allure. Jia Zhongshi's eyes sparkled with mischief, darting around as if concocting some scheme. Son, how much do you earn as a factory director in a month? Remember, you have 2 elder brothers back home. Stop right there. Do not overthink things. I haven't even begun my role as director. He interjected. The higher-ups have merely nominated me. Do not spread rumors. If it falls through, you'll be the one in trouble. Come wash the dishes and place the chicken in the cage. When Bang Gung returns, you shall have him recite his lines. If he cannot finish, he will not sleep. Oh. Jia Zhongshi was ecstatic, for when one has hope, the burdens of work seem trivial. Dear, let us retreat to our room. I wish to hold the child, he said. Go on, how shameless. Qin Huairu rolled her eyes, but obediently followed him into the room. Of course, no misdeeds were intended. He merely wished to embrace her and converse, enhancing her sense of happiness. Close your eyes and open your mouth. What for? Qin Huairu pouted. Just do as I say. I have something delightful for you. How mysterious. Very well. Qin Huairu complied, closing her eyes demurely. A small quantity of life essence entered her mouth. Now swallow it. It will benefit both you and the child. With a decisive bite, Qin Huairu's brows arched into crescent moons as her tongue curled at the edge of her lips. Sweet, with a hint of tea, what is this? So delicious. Thank you, my husband. I suggest you hold off on your thanks for now. Rise and guard the restroom. I shall boil some water for you to bathe later. Did you give me a laxative? Qin Huairu shot a furious glance at Jia Sudong. Do you recall how I rushed back to the restroom yesterday? Hurry now. As a realization struck her, her face flushed, and she hastily got up. Old Jia, what exactly did you give me? My stomach is reacting. If anything happens, you will be the one to face the consequences. Who will face whom remains to be seen. What bluster. She dashed away. Bang Gung had returned, having neglected his lines, and in a fit of rage. Jia Sudong made him recite them 30 times. When Qin Huairu returned from her bath, she was indeed intent on settling the score with Jia Sudong. Li Hao, wearing Jia Sudong's skin, yet possessing the vigor of a 21-year-old, thrived on the demands of the night. After a brief encounter, Qin Huairu succumbed, and in the end, it was Li Hao who turned the tables on her. Night fell, akin to a swallow in flight. In the realm of Jianghu, a cup of wine allowed one to roam freely. Shaju, being in the prime of youth, had just exerted himself in an exhilarating game. Something felt amiss, as if a crucial element was lacking. As he passed by Jia Sudong's window, he heard low, heavy breaths emanating from within, igniting the hope in his heart that had remained dormant for 27 years. This is the sound, this is the tune. He cautiously edged closer to the window, eager to hear more clearly, his mind swirling with fantasies. Finally, he drew near enough to discern the conversation inside, and his heart, at last, succumbed to temptation, yearning to plunge into the depths of earthly desires. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, he pressed his ear against the window. Su Damao, having sought an old physician for some herbal concoctions, returned to find Shaju with his ear pressed against Jia Sudong's window. Curious, he stealthily approached from behind. Upon hearing the peculiar sounds within, he instantly comprehended the situation. Observing Shaju partially undressed, as if relieving himself, he thought, what a splendid opportunity. This is the true nature of the seemingly upright Shaju, who enjoys making my life difficult. Today, I shall exact my revenge. He quietly retrieved a copper plate and a stick from home. Approaching Shaju, who was deeply engrossed in his activity, he raised the copper plate high and brought it down with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding noise echoed sharply through the still night. Shaju was taken aback, caught in a precarious situation, leaving him distressed. Yet he knew the importance of swiftly eliminating the evidence. But Su Damao would not allow it. Clang, clang, clang. Help! Shaju was being lewd, eavesdropping on Jia Sudong. Shaju attempted to pull away, but Su Damao clung on fiercely, preventing his escape. When one resolves to strive for success, there will always be those who attempt to hinder progress. Su Damao, let go. Stop pulling me. Release me. Shaju pleaded, desperately striking at Su Damao's head and face. But Su Damao was undeterred. His vengeful fervor rendered him fearless, feeling like a hero determined to uphold justice and eradicate evil from the world. Su Damao fought with all his strength. Before long, a dozen onlookers had gathered at the scene, and soon the entire courtyard was bustling with activity. Quickly, Shaju is attempting to destroy the evidence. Help me restrain him. Jia Sudong had already noticed Shaju's presence outside the window. With his enhanced senses from the life essence, he could detect even the slightest disturbance within a few meters. The commotion outside between Su Damao and Shaju filled him with exhilaration, relishing the satisfaction of being acknowledged as a strong figure among others. Gradually, he began to organize the scene, then turned to Qin Huairu and said, "Please take a rest. I need to step outside and handle something." At the door, Jia Chong was the focus of more than 50 pairs of eyes in the courtyard. Feeling as embarrassed as a blushing maiden, utterly ashamed to face anyone. Alas, it was her son's doing, and now it had been overheard by others. With the entire courtyard now aware, what could she, a woman, possibly do? She could only feign ignorance. Jia Sudong emerged to find the whole courtyard encircling Su Damao and Shaju. Ahem, what are you all looking at? Let me have a look too. Jia Sudong innocently remarked from the outskirts of the crowd. What is so interesting? Children, go back to sleep. Be careful not to get eye infections. A disgruntled elder at the front snapped, as others behind him urged him to step aside. Turning around, he gasped. Words failed him. The main character of the evening, Jia Sudong, had arrived. Moments ago, his voice echoed from within, and now he stood behind them. Ah, Chaodong, come forward. Lu Guangtian, with an awkward expression, said as everyone in the courtyard was eavesdropping behind his house, feeling quite embarrassed. The crowd parted, revealing a passage. What are you all doing? This is quite peculiar. Jia Sudong exclaimed, TSK, TSK. Shaju needs to put in more effort when he has the time. Shaju was on the verge of breaking Su Damao, and upon hearing Jia Sudong, he nearly spat blood in frustration. Su Damao, now that Jia Sudong is here, can you let go? I'm done with you. Indeed, Su Damao could no longer endure the beatings. His face was swelling like a pig's head. Someone come quickly. Shaju, if you look at Su Damao any longer, he might not last. Su Damao, frequently tormented by Shaju, was now fighting back with all his might. Is this person Su Damao? Ha ha ha. Xiao Mao, what happened to you? Jia Sudong nearly burst into laughter. Su Damao appeared battered and bruised, his clothes tattered, with lumps on his head, resembling a beggar. Or perhaps even worse than one. Jia Sudong, quickly order Su Damao to release Shaju and let everyone return home to sleep. Elder Yi Zhonghai spoke up, wishing for Shaju to continue supporting him in his old age, not wanting him to falter over such trivial matters. Yi Zhonghai, that is not right. Shaju eavesdropped on others and was preparing to strike. This matter has serious repercussions and should be reported to the police. Elda, eager to curry favor with Jia Sudong, sought to defend him. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. Had Elder Heir not always supported him? Why had he switched sides today? Jia Sudong, what do you think should be done about this? We can't let Su Damao keep holding on to Sha Zhu's pants, can we? Elder Yi directly bypassed Elder Heir to address the most crucial person, hoping that if Jia Sudong chose not to pursue the matter, it could be resolved quietly. Jia Sudong solemnly replied, Elder Yi, do you still consider yourself an elder? Sha Zhu eavesdropped on my private affairs, causing me psychological harm. And he thinks he is in the right? He has committed a fundamental error. Do you understand? Being a rogue can have serious consequences. Do you still dare to shield him? Be cautious not to bring trouble upon yourself. Jia Sudong warned. On the surface, Elder Yi appeared to be a kind-hearted old man. Yet he harbored his own schemes, for it could be said that no one in the courtyard was truly virtuous. To achieve his own ends, he felt compelled to speak out. Is Su Damao in the wrong? Shouldn't we commend a lone hero like him who bravely stands against evil? Everyone, let us weigh the matter. Am I right or wrong? Jia Sudong, with righteous fervor, nearly shouted his final line. The crowd turned their gazes towards Su Damao, acknowledging his courage, though it was uncertain whether it stemmed from self-interest or desire for revenge. How much selfishness lay within his bravery. Chapter 17. Resolutely sending Sha Zhu to the police station. The people in the courtyard were well aware of the animosity between Su Damao and Sha Zhu. Su Damao could exploit this matter to his advantage, but with all the evidence at hand, there was only one conclusion. Sha Zhu truly had misbehaved. At that moment, Jia Sudong took the lead in applauding, and the sparse clapping soon grew louder. Su Damao, you are commendable. You are the hero of our courtyard. We cannot let a hero suffer both blood and tears. Come, someone, hold down Sha Zhu. Confiscate his pants as evidence. Upon hearing this, no one dared to step forward. Sha Zhu was not an easy opponent. Despite his name, when he became enraged, no one could withstand his fury. Elder Heir, accompanied by his two sons, charged forward and quickly subdued Sha Zhu to the ground. He raised his head, pointing at those hesitant to approach. A few young men, seemingly receiving a signal, stepped forward to assist. They swiftly separated Sha Zhu and Su Damao, who clung tightly to Sha Zhu's pants, looking utterly bewildered. Good job, Su Damao. You have done a great service for our courtyard. I will certainly report your heroic deeds to the factory leadership, so they may reward you, Jia Sudong sincerely said, patting Su Damao's shoulder. Elder Heir brightened at the mention of reporting to the leaders. Promotion, recognition? It seemed he needed to exert more effort. I propose we remove Yi Zhonghai from his position and appoint Jia Sudong as our new elder. Jia Sudong is highly conscientious, responsible, and has the charisma we need. He is not only handsome, but also possesses a strong sense of justice, daring to stand against the likes of Sha Zhu. He is precisely the leader we require. A model for us all. Elder Heir extolled Jia Sudong. The young ladies felt their cheeks flush. The older women felt a sense of shame. I support this. Jia Zhangshi was the first to stand up, having realized that aligning with Jia Sudong would yield her advantages, while opposing him would only distance her from others. Very well. Jia Zhangshi, you have made a wise choice. I cast my vote for Jia Sudong as well. Su Damao, nursing his injuries, was already displeased with Elder Yi for consistently siding with Sha Zhu, especially after being bullied by him. Soon, dozens rallied to support Jia Sudong as the new elder. As the decision neared confirmation, Li Hao could no longer remain silent. Hold on, have you consulted my opinion? I have no desire to be an elder. Whoever wants to be one can go ahead. Just count me out. Jia Sudong, with righteous indignation, declared, being an elder means dealing with trivial matters daily, which is enough to drive one mad. Wouldn't it be better to pursue romantic interests, like the unmarried Lu Shaoyi? I appreciate your support, truly, but I simply lack the time to manage your trifling affairs. Jia Sudong glared at Elder Heir. It was indeed a case of inefficiency, as Elder Heir, well aware of Jia Sudong's new position as factory director, still attempted to burden him with mundane matters. One's energy is finite, and increasing my workload would surely wear me down. Elder Heir, sensing he had overstepped, was at a loss for what to do. I support Jia Sudong as the elder. The deaf old lady suddenly stood up, raising both hands high. Oh my, you deaf old lady, why aren't you asleep? Do you think you're still an 18-year-old girl? Jia Sudong stepped forward to assist the old lady home, intent on keeping her steady. She seemed to be intent on opposing him, seeking to irritate him with her antics. If he truly became the elder, she would surely become a constant source of annoyance. I will not leave. I demand that you treat me with the utmost respect. If you oppose Jia Sudong's authority, I shall take action against anyone who dares to defy me. The deaf old woman was resolute, exhibiting an unyielding spirit that no one dared to challenge. Jia Sudong, step aside. Can you not see that the deaf old woman does not wish for your assistance? Should anything happen to her, can you bear the consequences? At the recent election for the esteemed position of Big Elder, Yi Zhonghai had appeared to vanish momentarily, only to re-emerge beside the deaf old woman, likely summoned by him to instigate discord. Indeed, did I grant you permission to touch me? You have no respect. I insist upon your acknowledgement of my authority. In the courtyard, the deaf old woman held the highest rank. In ancient China, filial piety was paramount, and any transgression against the elderly could jeopardize one's employment, as all the residents were factory workers. Hence, they were compelled to care for the deaf old woman, ensuring her elevated status within the courtyard. So you wish for me to assume the role of Big Elder? If I do take on that position, my first decree shall be to expel Yi Zhonghai from the courtyard by any means necessary. Do you truly believe I cannot prevail over you? Consider it carefully. The Big Elder was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. Do not speak of I. You summoned the deaf old woman to thwart my intentions, did you not? I declare that I shall ensure Shaju is taken to the police station today, and no one can intervene. When one commits a wrongdoing, mere words of forgiveness are insufficient. One must fully comprehend their errors to avoid a path of no return. This is for his own good. Second Elder, go to the factory and summon a few security personnel to escort him to the police station overnight. Upon hearing Jia Sudong assign him a task, the second elder was instantly revitalized. Yes, I shall not disappoint the leadership, he declared before departing without a backward glance. Stop right there, Lu Haizhong. The deaf old woman, filled with indignation, brandished her stick, ready to strike. Jia Yudong intervenit, Pashink Yihai's honk aside. Look at the multitude of wrongs you have committed over the years, all in the name of the deaf old woman. Even she is angered by your actions. Jia Sudong guided the deaf old woman aside, explaining the principles of propriety and virtue, detailing how Yi Haizhong had misused her name in recent years. He meticulously analyzed the events from various angles, illuminating their causes and consequences. These incidents have been relayed to Li Hao through Jia Sudong's memories, interpreted from the perspective of a time traveler. The deaf old woman was a pivotal figure. If he wished to remain in the courtyard, he must earn her favor. The deaf old woman's gaze towards Yi Haizhong was laden with disapproval. Yi Haizhong, what Jia Sudong says is indeed true. Yi Haizhong felt a surge of remorse, realizing he had favored Shaju over the years, a fact he could no longer deny. Chapter 18, Securing the Deaf Old Woman's Favor. Previously, he had been oblivious to the ramifications of his actions, akin to a legal novice. Now, after Jia Sudong's revelations, many previously confusing aspects had become clear. He recognized his errors, with the entire courtyard watching him, and he could no longer evade responsibility. Deaf old woman, do not call me deaf old woman. I cannot bear it. I shall live alone from now on, so do not seek me out again. With that, the deaf old woman rose and began to shuffle away. Her posture increasingly stooped. Witnessing her despondency, Li Hao was reminded of his grandmother, whom he had promised to visit during the new year while working a Huashan group. Now, having traversed time, he may never see her again, and his heart ached. Deaf old woman, even without Yi Haizhong, I have my family. As long as you do not reject me, I shall be your son, and Bangang shall be your grandson. The deaf old woman turned to gaze intently at Jia Sudong. In old age, one becomes confused. Jia Sudong supported her as they walked towards her home. Deaf old woman, how can you be old? Your spirit remains as vibrant as that of an 18-year-old, always aspiring for greater heights. Flatterer, I am an old woman, unkempt and foul, often speaking nonsense. I am a burden. How could you possibly be more odorous than the feet of Jia Zhangshi? Look at Bangang. He has been led astray by his grandmother, idling away his time. I hope you can impart some wisdom to him, to guide him in becoming a good person. Keep an eye on him. If he does not learn while young, he will not be able to learn when he is older. Henceforth, I shall require him to recite his lessons before you daily. If he fails to do so, inform me, and I shall discipline him. Jia Sudong declared with determination. Furthermore, Jia Zhangshi will be tasked with your care. If she neglects you, I shall ensure she goes hungry. Let her dare defy my orders. While the reasoning was sound, Jia Sudong still felt a pang of discomfort, sensing a lack of human warmth. The deaf old woman was astute and not easily deceived. Even if she were to recognize him as family, she maintained her own principles. Now, tell me about Shaju. I have watched him grow. Though he may be a bit mischievous, he is not of ill intent. The deaf old woman fixed her piercing gaze upon Jia Sudong, as if awaiting a verdict. I understand that you care for him, but the way you teach children is not the right way. It must be a balance of reward and punishment. He must learn that there are things he cannot do and develop a respect for society, rather than being indulged without consequence. The deaf old woman's eyes brightened. Oh, please, continue. I know Shaju's character. Fundamentally, he harbors no malice, yet he enjoys engaging in petty mischief. Take for instance how he often bullies Su Damao. If Su Damao were to report each incident to the authorities, after a while, they would no longer respond. Eventually, should Su Damao reach his breaking point and retaliate against Shaju, what do you suppose would occur? Would the police dare to punish Su Damao? The deaf old woman's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, we have consistently advised him, yet he remains obstinate. He requires proper guidance. In the distance, Su Damao's eyes gleamed with interest, his gaze fixated on Shaju as if contemplating where to strike. Meanwhile, Shaju, pinned to the ground by several individuals, felt a chill course through him, struggling to breathe as he could only stammer, The deaf old woman seemed to grasp something, pulling Jia Sudong away. Xiaodong, I realize your intentions towards Shaju are good. I seldom ask for favors, but while I agree he should be disciplined, it must not be excessively harsh. A few days of confinement to instill fear will suffice. This child, though a bit rowdy, possesses a charming demeanor that endears him to others. I have little time left, and I cherish hearing Shaju's voice and having him by my side. I truly care for Shaju, but I merely wish for him to be confined for 10 days. Now that the deaf old woman is pleading with me, perhaps I should grant her this favor. Your request is not a plea. If you have a matter to discuss, state it directly. I shall do what I can. I have some connections with the factory's leadership. Let's confine him for 9 days, allowing him to fully reflect on his mistakes and emerge anew. How does that sound? The deaf old woman's face radiated joy. Excellent. Excellent. 9 days is just right. Not too many nor too few. It seems I shall have to endure a few more days. With that, she leaned on her cane and began to walk away, step by step. Suddenly, it dawned on Jia Sudong that the deaf old woman had relied on Yi Zhonghai and Shaju for support. Now, without anyone to care for her, he worried about the potential for unforeseen mishaps. Hey, come here. Spotting Jia Zhangshi lurking suspiciously, he beckoned her over. You are tasked with attending to the elderly deaf woman for a period of 10 days, accompanied by a little terrier, allowing the dog to learn from her during this time. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhang's hair stood on end. She could hardly manage her own affairs, let alone care for another. It was out of question. Absolutely not. Jia Sudong, with a tone of defiance, dared her to strike him. Jia Zhang, unable to throw a tantrum in front of him, could only look skyward in frustration, adopting an attitude that conveyed, "What can you do to me? 100 yuan for 10 days. Take good care of the deaf woman and the terrier. Have the dog recite Chinese literature 10 times. Here, 30 yuan to start for 2 days. If you can endure, come back for more," Jia Sudong declared. How audacious of you. I am your mother, and you dare to pay me to care for someone else? Are you even human? She lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. Oh, you don't want it? Then I shall find someone else. Jia Sudong nonchalantly turned to leave. Jia Zhang rushed forward, seizing the money. Fine, I shall take care of her, but remember, this is only for 2 days. If I don't get paid afterwards, I'll 1T continue. You have never treated your own mother so well. Yet you're willing to spend 100 yuan on a stranger. Truly, you have too much money to waste. She grumbled, filled with resentment. Soon, the police arrived to gather evidence, finally allowing the foolish Zhu to put his trousers back on. In the biting cold of winter, he shivered without them, casting a fierce glare at Su Damao. However, recalling Jia Sudong's earlier words, he quickly subdued his anger. Jia Sudong took some notes and then had no further business with him. Su Damao and Zhu were taken away. No one dared to intervene during this time, and gradually, the crowd dispersed. Upon recalling something, he went to check on the elderly deaf woman and found Jia Zhang conversing with her. After a brief inquiry, he turned and left, unwilling to sit down for a heartfelt discussion. Returning home, he thought, let them do as they please. Isn't it far more delightful to go home and sleep with his wife? Chapter 19. Today, I announce that I will be the factory director. The following day, upon returning to the factory, he was greeted at the entrance by the higher-ups awaiting him. Haha, Xiaodong, you have accomplished a great feat for the nation this time. Come, I have something splendid to present to you. The leader approached, throwing an arm around Jia Sudong's shoulder. Your technology has produced results at the military factory. Experts claim this steel is a century ahead of its time, and the higher-ups have highly commended your diligent research. Rewards are forthcoming, and you have 2 choices. The leader withheld the outcome, clearly trying to whet Jia Sudong's appetite. Haha, you wish to test me, don't you? I'm already quite content with the 48% stake in the factory that this technology has secured for me. I do not demand more, Jia Sudong waved dismissively, feigning disinterest in monetary gain. Is that so? You all gathered here just for this? Come, let us go inside. I have more to discuss. Don't you want to know what the reward is? The leader, not yet ready to give up, pressed on, fearing he might spoil the surprise. As you know, the 48% stake is hardly worth anything. The factory has already reported losses amounting to tens of thousands. If we sell the entire factory to pay off the loans, we'd be left with barely a few hundred. This reward is merely compensation from above. You ought to consider it carefully. The leader detailed the financial situation with precision. Old Su, the leader Su Jian called out. What do you take Jia Sudong for? The nation is currently in dire straits and desperately needs development. I'm already satisfied with my 48% stake in Hongxing. Being able to contribute to the country's progress is a fortune in itself. Other matters are of no concern to me. Jia Sudong spoke with righteous fervor, his eloquence leaving the leader momentarily speechless. Finally, he added, now what is the reward from above? Oh, I thought you didn't want it. The leader finally reacted, instinctively blurting out. You old sly fox, Su. You think that if you assumed I didn't want it, you could claim my credit? No, you must tell me both. Well, it's a car and a small villa, the leader replied, glancing at Lu Baichuan beside him, before casually inquiring, which one do you prefer? Choosing between them is childish play. I want both. I see you, Su, are quite cunning. These two are both reward from above for me, right? Jia Sudong smirked at the leader's astonished expression, his suspicions intensifying. All right then, I do have a Jeep that I seldom use, if you want it. You may take it, the leader replied with mock seriousness. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, their rapport felt akin to that of old friends. He patted the leader's shoulder, choosing not to expose him. Well, this is settled. By the way, you all were waiting for me this early just for this? Jia Sudong turned to Lu Baichuan, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared rather refined, being in his 50s. Lu Baichuan was the father of Lu Shaoi, and he still had his daughter on his mind. Of course, good things are in store. Come, let me take you over. It should be about time. The leader pulled Jia Sudong along. The group quickly arrived at the basketball court of the Hongxing Steel Mill, a venue where leaders frequently address the workers. They found it packed with people. The entire mill, over 10,000 strong, was present. Deputy Factory Director Yang took the stage first, delivering a grandiloquent speech that nearly lulled the workers to sleep. When the leader took the stage, he announced Jia Sudong as the new factory director. The news electrified the workers. Jia Sudong, the factory director? What a joke. How could the reticent and taciturn Jia Sudong possibly become their leader? The workers whispered among themselves, their astonishment palpable. Surprised, are you? Stunned, perhaps? Isn't this quite sudden? The leader launched into a rapid-fire series of questions, reveling in his own sense of pride. During his tenure, Hongxing Steel Mill had managed to produce an advanced technology, a significant achievement, a notable addition to his resume. Although such credentials might not appear valuable now, they would prove immensely beneficial in critical moments. Observing the murmurs of disbelief among the crowd, the leader smiled, satisfied by their astonished expressions. Indeed, I was equally shocked at first. Why? Because Jia Sudong has created a technology that allows our nation to stand tall, no longer beholden to the whims of Western nations. The leader spoke with fervor, his passion igniting the audience. 10 years of silent toil have gone unnoticed, yet with one breakthrough, the world trembles. Our nation needs individuals like Jia Sudong, those unheralded researchers whose contributions may not always be visible, but are indeed invaluable. His stirring address inspired the workers, igniting a newfound sense of contribution to the nation through technological innovation. They were eager to return to their posts, seeking inspiration to invent groundbreaking technologies and perhaps even secure minor promotions. There was no denying that Jia Sudong, typically an unassuming figure, now stood as their leader, fueling their motivation. Now, let us welcome Jia Sudong, your new factory director, to the stage to share his thoughts on his invention. The leader concluded, inviting Jia Sudong to speak. Jia Sudong listened intently from the sidelines, relishing the praise heaped upon him. Why did it feel so gratifying to hear others extolling his virtues? I will take the stage, he declared. As the entire factory turned to look at him, he had no choice but to step forward, albeit with trepidation. Without a prepared speech, he found himself at a loss for words. Ahem, greetings to all. Most of you here are acquainted with me, so I shall forego a self-introduction. I often hear the workers jestingly remark, if you succeed, even your farts will smell sweet. If you fail, you'll be blamed even for not farting. Upon uttering these words, the workers erupted into a chorus of laughter. Well, I have little else to say. Those who understand, understand. The heavens reward diligence. The divine never forsakes those who strive earnestly. Here, I hope everyone can work diligently, earn abundantly, seek a matchmaker, find a partner, marry this year, and welcome a child next year. Once again, the workers' laughter filled the air. What a peculiar factory director. His words are simply too amusing. Ahem. For once a man has children, one truly realizes the significance of hard work. In the face of wealth, all lamentations are mere illusions. Only diligent labor and contributions to the nation hold true value. Brothers and sisters, roll up your sleeves and let us get to work. Just do it without overthinking. Only through heartfelt effort can inspiration be born. I have concluded my remarks. Does anyone else wish to speak? Jia Sudong glanced around, wondering where everyone had gone. What the esteemed leaders? Was I to be left in silence? Ahem. The esteemed leader gracefully ascended the platform. Now comes the award ceremony, where Jia Sudong is recognized for his outstanding contributions to the nation and is duly rewarded. Receiving the car keys and a grand photograph of a lovely villa from the esteemed leader, he thought to himself, these will soon belong to me. It felt somewhat surreal. Having just traversed through time, I have transformed into a man with a car, a house, and a wife. Chapter 20. Aspirations before taking office. Noon. The esteemed leader, Liu Baichuan, Jia Sudong, Deputy Factory Director Yang, and several technicians from the military factory casually dined in the cafeteria. With over 10,000 people, the cafeteria could not rely solely on Shaju as the cook. It was merely that Shaju excelled in preparing side dishes and had the experience to cook for the esteemed leader. The cafeteria ran normally even in his absence. The atmosphere at the table was lively, filled with clinking glasses. Come, Mr. Liu, allow me to propose a toast to you. We shall be colleagues from now on. So I hope you will look after me in the days to come. Oh, let us drink. With this toast, we are now business partners. Looking after each other will be the task of you young folks, while I, the old man, have little say in matters now. Liu Baichuan's spirit seemed somewhat subdued. A look of concern etched on his face. Mr. Liu, that is not right. You're only in your 50s, yet you carry yourself like a retiree of 70 or 80. Jia Sudong fell silent. Some truths were better left unspoken. Let us not dwell on that. Let us drink. Liu Baichuan was likely aware of the impending storm as he hastily married off his daughter, Liu Xiao, to Su Demao during this tumultuous time. Still preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter, Jia Sudong gently tapped Liu Baichuan's shoulder. Hey, Mr. Liu, let us have a chat sometime. Perhaps I can lift your spirits. Liu Baichuan looked at Jia Sudong with a hint of skepticism, but ultimately nodded. All right, once this is over, we'll have that chat. Now let us toast. Haha, Baichuan. I've always said, as long as your thoughts remain clear, no one can touch you. The esteemed leader leaned in closer. So, let us all have a discussion together when the time comes. Liu Baichuan later fled to Hong Kong. The esteemed leader could not escape the storm. He was apprehended. Oh, am I included too? I shall be eager to hear what you all discuss. It's settled then, cheers. Hearing that the esteemed leader would also join in, Liu Baichuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the afternoon, the focus shifted to the transfer of materials. Jia Sudong was tasked with handling the substantial customer information, operational circumstances, and personnel movements of the large factory, all without any capable subordinates or secretaries to assist him. Secretary? Yes, Liu Baichuan's daughter, Liu Xiao, has recently graduated. Perhaps I should invite her to be my secretary. After all, those who dwell close to the water enjoy the first light of dawn. Yet, how to broach the subject with Liu Baichuan without raising suspicion? As a married man, asking another daughter to be my secretary could easily provoke doubts. In this era, the notion of having a secretary for no reason was unheard of. However, Liu Baichuan was no fool. I must find a plausible reason that would put him at ease about entrusting his daughter to me. Observing Liu Baichuan and the esteemed leader leisurely sipping tea and chatting, Jia Sudong remarked, "You two are certainly comfortable." He approached, lifting their teacups and taking a hearty swig. "This is quite unbecoming. Indeed, a breach of decorum." I revel in this breach. It feels invigorating and delightful. You two should hasten to discard your complacency. Those like you are most susceptible to mishaps before the storm hits. Seeing the two men taken aback, Jia Sudong decided not to frighten them further. "Mr. Liu, how about you join me as my secretary? I am currently focused on a groundbreaking new type of steel." The esteemed leader sprang up, Xiao Dong. "Have you made progress again?" Liu Baichuan, too, appeared unsettled. Jia Sudong's technical submission seemed to have loosened things up a bit, allowing him to breathe easier. Should another invention arise, perhaps it could alter the perception of those above regarding him. While the results were not yet complete, there were signs of hope. The esteemed leader was equally elated, curious about which direction it might take. It was not a grand invention, merely a notion inspired by recent articles claiming that stainless steel tableware was trending in the West. However, research indicated that their 201 stainless steel was not heat-resistant or corrosion-resistant, leading to many products being recalled due to excessive manganese content, which could harm a nervous system if absorbed in large quantities. Are you suggesting the esteemed leader stared at Jia Sudong in astonishment? Indeed, I aim to invent a new type of stainless steel to replace theirs and seize their market share. We must sell our products abroad. I know they're striving for new types of stainless steel, so I must race against time. Mr. Liu, I need someone like you for support, at the very least. We must establish sales channels to ensure our products grace the shelves abroad. Esteemed leader, I require your assistance as well. You must take our product for testing at the scientific department to obtain food-grade certification. We need to establish our presence both domestically and internationally. Jia Sudong's ambitious vision left Liu Baichuan and the esteemed leader in shock. The current domestic situation was one of starting from scratch, with all efforts beginning anew. Technology was stifled by Western embargoes, materials were tightly controlled, and the nation was entirely reliant on self-sufficiency. It was the mid-stage of the Great Leap Forward, where iron was no longer in short supply, yet life remained frugal. Jia Sudong's notion of exporting products abroad felt like a fantasy. Observing their astonished expressions, Jia Sudong calmly stated, "Of course, this is merely a preliminary thought. However, with our competitive prices, we could sustain our factory even by selling domestically. Regarding more confidential matters, I shall refrain from disclosing them. So what do you both say? Will you join me? I truly need people now. Let me think it over. I'm not sure if my old bones can endure," Liu Baichuan responded, his mind heavy with concern. "I also need to contemplate this matter carefully," the esteemed leader added, echoing his sentiment. "All right, I will wait for you for half a month. There is no rush at present. Once I have sorted out matters at the factory, I will reach out to you again. By the way, Mr. Liu, I heard you have a daughter who just graduated from university and is idling at home. Would it be possible for her to assist me with some minor tasks?" Initially, I sought his assistance, placing him in a quandary, and then, in an effort to foster a closer relationship, Jia Sudong invited his daughter to lend a hand. Liu Baichuan found it challenging to refuse, as once one declines a request, it becomes increasingly difficult to refuse a second time. He could only nod in agreement. "I have consented, but it ultimately depends on her willingness to join, which is beyond my control." "Haha, Mr. Liu, what are you saying? Would I truly compel someone to labor against their will?" "Very well. I shall discuss this with the girl tonight, and whether it materializes or not will depend on her decision." Liu Baichuan beamed with satisfaction. His family possessed considerable wealth, sufficient for them to live comfortably for generations without any toil. However, one must consider the era. Individuals like him are the true capitalists. Who else could withstand the tempests of life? Chapter 21. Two Women of Limited Acumen. In this age, stainless steel standards have yet to be established abroad, and Jia Sudong aims to seize the authority to set these standards for stainless steel. The recent foreign incident has demonstrated that industries lacking standards find it challenging to emerge as leaders. In future times, 304 and 316 stainless steel will see widespread use, indispensable in both the food and industrial sectors, highlighting the benefits of established industry standards. In later years, consumers will inquire about the stainless steel products, typically insisting on 304 or 316, rejecting all others. Even for constructing doors or buildings, 304 steel is paramount. The 304 stainless steel has been imbued with faith, almost deified. Jia Sudong's production of stainless steel is not merely about selling the material. He aspires to penetrate the daily necessities market, encompassing cookware and food utensils, an immense market indeed. Currently, Oldly from Xiangjiang has established the Changjiang Plastic Factory in Shaoquan, also beginning with daily necessities. Although daily goods may not hold great value, they facilitate market entry and quick capital recovery. If one can become an industry leader, making a profit becomes almost inevitable. Jia Sudong intends to leverage daily necessities to gain market visibility. Progress must be gradual. Quality products are the foundation for consumer recognition of one's brand, enabling genuine industrial development. After a bustling afternoon, the handover of responsibilities has nearly concluded, and Jia Sudong is set to officially assume the role of factory director tomorrow. During a brief respite, he strolled through the workshop, greeted warmly by workers upon sighting him. "Ah, I relish this respect from everyone, the sensation of being acknowledged. The profound sense of existence is truly delightful. If only I had a few more underlings and a beautiful secretary, life would be idyllic." After circling the slag pit and relieving himself, he collected 560 points of dark energy, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Life indeed unfolds splendidly. Before clocking out, A fairly new Jeep was driven to the factory entrance by the security detail of a high-ranking official. Could this vehicle truly belong to the esteemed leader? It appeared to have been in use for quite some time, freshly washed. Nevertheless, in these times, possessing a second-hand vehicle is commendable. Perhaps it can be replaced in the future under better circumstances. Guided by the security, he arrived at a small courtyard, where the guard produced a key to unlock the gate. Director Jia, here is your key. This place now belongs to you. Jia Sudong stepped forward to shake his hand. Oh, thank you, Comrade Xiaoji. Can you tell me if this car belongs to the esteemed leader? Ahem, I'm unsure. It probably doesn't. The guard's face flushed. This was what the leader instructed him to say. If questioned, respond. If not, remain silent. He was ill-suited for such deception. How amusing to see him shy away. Watching the guard hastily retreat brought a smile to Jia Sudong's face. That cunning leader, using my rewards as favors. He shall see what's in store for him. What is referred to as a small villa is, in fact, akin to a quaint two-story residence embodying the new national style, covering an area of 300 square meters, complemented by a small garden and gazebo, totaling approximately 500 square meters. Upon entering the villa, a staircase to the right leads to a living room on the left, a kitchen, and 3 bedrooms. The second floor boasts an additional 8 bedrooms, arranged in an exquisite layout. Comfortable and grand, the furnishings are fully equipped, allowing for immediate occupancy. Let's go home. I shall bring my wife and child to view the house. But who should I bring? Jia Zhangshi is certainly out of the question. Qin Huairu. She must come along, for without her, who will prepare the meals? Let us see how things unfold. Li Hao had a vehicle while at Huaxing Group, and Jia Sudong possesses a driver's license. Climbing into the old Jeep, life finally feels somewhat normal. Otherwise, it felt as though he had traversed back to a primitive era. The old Jeep halted at the courtyard entrance, where a group of children approached with curiosity. Jia Sudong strode proudly towards his home, reminiscent of returning to the countryside. Qin Huairu was engaged in teaching Bang Gung calligraphy, while Xiao Dang was busy drawing butterflies nearby. Why are you home so early, Director? Qin Huairu, with her lustrous black hair styled into 2 long braids, asked. Her fair, oval face framed by slender eyebrows highlighted a pair of bright, sparkling eyes exuding intelligence. My wife is indeed clever. Come, call me Director again, so I can hear it. Jia Sudong gently caressed her belly, secretly wishing for their child to arrive soon, imagining a future where she would bear him dozens more. Stop it. Behave yourself. The child is here. Oh, He Shui came looking for you earlier. It might be regarding her brother. Let her come. There's little I can do. Even the deaf old lady has acquiesced. What more can I say? Jia Sudong shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Just as he finished speaking, a loud roar echoed from outside, revealing He Shui storming in alongside Yu Haitang. Jia Sudong, what have you done to my brother? Why are you making things difficult for him? Release him immediately, He Shui demanded, her hand striking Jia Sudong's shoulder, nearly throwing herself into his embrace. Get away, you little girl. You've yet to mature, yet you recklessly charge into a man's space. I cannot abide such forwardness. Jia Sudong hurriedly pushed her away. Jia Sudong, when I respect you, I call you Director. When I don't, you're nothing but a mere speck. Release silly Zhu, or I will report you for abusing your power. Yu Haitang angrily interjected, stepping forward to support He Shui, directing her ire at Jia Sudong. Jia Sudong's imposing demeanor surged forth. Were you 2 little girls? How dare you raise your voices at me? Do you believe I 1T charge you with public disorder? I could send you both to jail with your silly Zhu. You, don't try to intimidate me. I'm not the one causing disorder. Yu Haitang's heart raced, instinctively retreating behind He Shui. I have developed advanced technology for the nation. If I claim you're disrupting my research focus, which do you think the police would believe? Me or you? Jia Sudong's cold gaze scrutinized the 2 women of limited intellect, feeling repulsed by the notion of engaging them further. Depart. He Shui, if you continue to meddle in your brother's affairs, I shall report him to the police, ensuring he serves several years in prison. I still retain the right to file charges. I have shown leniency due to our neighborly relationship. Jia Sudong, having finished speaking, took a seat and slammed his hand onto the table, causing the writing implement in Bang Gung's hand to bend, marring the entire sheet of paper. Those peering curiously at the scene from the doorway recoiled, no longer daring to steal glances. Hurry up and leave. Delay a minute, and your brother won't be coming out at all. Jia Sudong exuded an air of dominance, shedding his previously weak demeanor in front of women. Chapter 22. Breaking away from the Jia and Zhang families. Yu Haitang and He Shui were the kind of women intoxicated by romantic novels, fearless in love and hate. They were the sort who would abandon all worldly ties for the sake of love. While watching the Sihiyuan, one could not help but feel infuriated at Yu Haitang's willingness to marry Su Demao solely based on a few flowery words. Such a woman, who disregarded her dignity entirely, evoked both pity for her misfortune and anger at her lack of resolve. She seemed like a wretched creature, unworthy of love, though her body remained untouched. Her spirit was thoroughly corrupted. Jia Sudong looked down upon her, harboring a deep-seated dislike. As for He Yushui, after becoming involved with a police officer, she had forsaken her family, resembling Yu Haitang in her folly. Jia Sudong wished to utter no more than a few words to them, eager for them to vanish, out of sight, out of mind. Jia Sudong, you will regret this. He Yushui felt wronged, her heart aching at the sight of the extreme disdain in Jia Sudong's eyes, a contempt that seemed to emanate from his very core. This gaze deeply pierced her tender heart. I am so beautiful, and yet everyone else seeks to curry favor with me. Why do you despise me? She incessantly questioned herself, dismissing thoughts of older brothers or close friends as inconsequential. She yearned to pluck out Jia Sudong's eyes and trample them into the ground. Yu Haitang recognized that she had encountered a formidable opponent and dared not provoke Jia Sudong further. Should he truly send her away, her life would be irrevocably altered. It was all He Yushui's fault for painting her brother's situation in such a tragic light, making her empathize and clash with a new factory director. Having heard that a new official often brought fiery changes, she could not help but worry whether those flames would consume her as well. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she longed to weep, lamenting the potential loss of her hard-won security. I never want to play with He Yushui again. Once the two bothersome women departed, Qin Huairu approached and lightly linked her arm with Jia Sudong's. What has come over you? You seem increasingly domineering, entirely at odds with your usual disposition. It's as though you were a different person. Oh, is that so? Then let us discuss precisely how I have deviated, he replied. On a serious note, your glare earlier frightened those two young ladies. Can't you show a bit of leniency as a man? Qin Huairu chided playfully. I cannot. Their personalities unsettle me. You, however, are delightful, just the way I like you. Come, let us re-enter and revisit our previous discussion. You are so unrefined, Jia Sudong. I feel you've completely transformed, Qin Huairu remarked, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The delicate upturn of her nose piqued Jia Sudong's appetite. At that moment, a voice rang from outside. Jia Sudong, what has transpired in our home? I just saw He Yushui and Yu Haitang sobbing outside. What on earth happened? Jia Zhangshe returned, finding Jia Sudong and Qin Huairu in a familiar display of affection. What else could it be but your brother's affairs? Jia Sudong replied blandly, pulling Qin Huairu down to sit. Your return is fortuitous. We are convening a family meeting to decide our future. Unaware of the situation, Jia Zhangshe complied and seated herself obediently. Let us start with you, Zhangshe. How are you faring in this house? Why would you ask such a question if everything is well? Of course, I like it here. Jia Zhangshe's heart skipped a beat. Her son was growing increasingly assertive, dictating matters with an iron fist. He wouldn't dare send me back to the countryside, would he? I would never agree to that. The mere thought of returning to the countryside, where a day without labor meant no rations, sent shivers down her spine. Very well, I shall offer you two options. 1. Stay here and guard the house, receiving 5 yuan monthly. You may rent out my room, becoming a landlady. Or 2. Return to the countryside. No, I refuse to go back. I would rather die. Jia Zhangshe clutched the edge of the bed, determined to resist any attempts to send her away. All right, it is settled then. You shall guard the house, and your future is your own concern. You will also look after the deaf old woman until Shaju returns. Jia Sudong smiled faintly, reassured by Jia Zhangshe's fear of returning to the countryside, as delegating her to house-sitting effectively distanced her from him. But wait, where will you all sleep? Are you planning to move out and abandon me, your old mother? Jia Sudong, how cruel you are. I raise you with such care, and this is how you repay me? I shall not live any longer. The more Jia Zhangshe spoke, the clearer her thoughts became, and she escalated her lament into a full-blown tantrum, wailing uncontrollably. Jia Sudong maintained his composure, as did Qin Huairu, Bang Geng, and Xiao Dang, who merely observed the spectacle. You ungrateful son, had I known, I would never have brought you into this world. Qin Huairu felt a pang of sympathy. Look, the children are watching. Indeed, some children, lacking understanding, mimic the behavior they observe. How I treat Jia Zhangshe now, they will one day replicate. But I am not Jia Sudong. Do I truly need to rely on these two little brats? I am a man of substance, not requiring the care of children. If I were to fail in educating Bang Geng, resulting in a situation akin to a traitor in a story, I would simply let him fend for himself, There is no reasoning with such a case. Ahem, Jia Zhangshi, perhaps you should return to the countryside. The city is not suited for you. Oh, you accursed Jia Sudong. Have you even ceased to call me mother? I should never have given birth to you. I've raised a wretched ingrate. Jia Zhangshi, do not overreach. When I was born, you were the youngest. You feared I would consume your family's rice and wished to crush me. Had it not been for the warning from the production team's secretary, I would not be here today, Jia Sudong retorted coldly. He had no desire to engage further, counting down. 1. Stop. I will stay. I will guard the room. Do not send me away. I refuse to return to the countryside. Jia Zhangshi dared not continue her protest. But I demand 10 yuan a month. Let me break it down for you, Jia Zhangshi. 1 yuan buys 80 jin of rice. That should suffice for a month. A chicken costs 3 dimes. And pork is also 3 dimes per jin. 5 yuan a month is ample for you to enjoy meat daily. Do you truly require such a sum? The figures reflect a blog's account of prices in the 1960s. Please be gentle with any inaccuracies. Jia Zhangshi was left speechless, stammering in silence. Chapter 23. A new official takes office. From Jia Sudong's memories, it was clear that he often endured hunger as a child, having been abandoned by his mother. The secretary of the production team, unable to bear the sight, took him in and raised him as his own. After the secretary's wife passed away early on, he had no other heirs, nurturing Jia Sudong as if he were his own son. All expenses for his education were borne solely by the secretary until Jia Sudong graduated from university. Otherwise, how could a family as impoverished as Jia Zhangshi's possibly produce a university graduate? Yet, upon graduating, Jia Sudong had never once thought to visit the secretary, revealing a lack of gratitude on his part. However, excluding Li Hao, such cold-heartedness is beyond him. Since I have inherited all that you possess, allow me to repay this kindness on your behalf. During the New Year holiday, I intend to return and visit the secretary, primarily to see if the trees planted by Jia Sudong in his childhood have flourished. Additionally, I wish to check on the trees on the Grand Mountain in the countryside. As my consumption of a life essence increases, so does my strength. I am now capable of lifting nearly 300 kilograms. If I were to compete in a weightlifting contest, victory would be assured. I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. Noticing that Jia Zhangshi remained silent, I reiterated my point. The reasoning is abundantly clear, yet the warmth of human sentiment has waned. Here are 70 yuan. This is for your care of the elderly deaf woman. In 9 days, you shall hand her over to Shaju. There is no need for your further involvement. Once our discussion concluded, Jia Zhangshi remained mute, and Jia Sudong ceased to pay her any mind. He instructed Qin Huairu to gather some belongings, and together they exited the house. As they were about to leave, Jia Zhangshi's lips curled into a smile, revealing an expression of anticipation. There must be something she is concealing, yet Jia Sudong cannot be bothered to expose her. Father, why are we putting clothes in a car? Xiao Dang, aware of the move, dutifully helped carry a small bag of clothing. Qin Huairu and Bongging looked on with curiosity. As Jia Sudong opened the car door, they subtly anticipated something. This is our vehicle. From now on, we shall have a car to take us on outings. The family joyfully climbed into the vehicle and made their way to the market in Sijiacheng, where they purchased some food. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Dang and Bongging excitedly roamed through the house, exploring each room. Qin Huairu gently caressed the new bedding, her excitement akin to that of a child. That evening, Qin Huairu tenderly bestowed a quiche. After their intimate moments, she brushed her hair aside. You are here alone with 2 children. It must be inconvenient. Perhaps you should invite your sister, Qin Jingru, to assist you. Qin Huairu's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Jia Sudong. You do not intend to make advances on my sister, do you? Of course not. I swear, I harbor no such intentions. In truth, I find your sister, Qin Jingru, equally unappealing. Although she does not possess the self-sacrificing love of Yu Haidang, she is cunning and enjoys scheming, always seeking petty gains. Little does she realize that her greatest loss will be herself. One day, she will come to regret it. While you make some valid points, you shall not speak ill of my sister, Qin Huairu warned. Nonetheless, we must hire a housekeeper. With such a vast estate, it will become chaotic in mere days without someone to manage it. It will be a waste of youth for a young girl to toil in the countryside. Let her come out to experience the world and enjoy our little villa. Is that really the solution? I recalled Qin Jingru's impressive figure, her beauty rivaling that of Qin Huairu. Though she might be somewhat naive in her ways, with a bit more experience, she could certainly become a formidable woman. The following day, I returned to the factory and formally entered the factory director's office. Inside was merely a desk, several folders, some promotional literature, a telephone, and an abacus. Jia Sudong picked up a pen and began illustrating the production steps for stainless steel. While the production of stainless steel had commenced in the country long ago, it was primarily used for manufacturing weapons such as gun barrels. Thus, the conditions were ripe for producing superior stainless steel. It merely required some modifications to the process. By the time I completed the drawings, it was already 10 o'clock and no one had entered the office. It felt eerily deserted. It was understandable, as the workers had yet to adjust, and if there were any issues, they would first consult Director Yang. Jia Sudong harbored no fears that Director Yang would undermine his authority, for in this era, few dared to do so. Having finished the drawings, I pondered whom to appoint for this project. Yet upon lifting my gaze, I found the office still void of life. The absence of a beautiful secretary was sorely felt. Otherwise, I would not need to handle the trivial task of convening a meeting myself. Just as I intended to step outside, Director Yang entered. Director Jia, it is fortuitous that you are here. The blast furnace has begun leaking heat again, and we must halt operations for repairs. This batch of steel is urgently required by Changchun. Come, let us inspect it. Upon arrival at the blast furnace, waves of heat assaulted us. The workers stood several meters away, too fearful to approach. In the frigid November air, even a slight proximity would leave one drenched in sweat. Jia Sudong, possessing an extraordinary constitution, slowly approached within a meter of the furnace, where temperatures soared above 50 degrees, a place most would hesitate to linger. Internally, I communicated with the system, requesting it to decompose the molten iron and gather dark energy. To my surprise, the process was successful. Ding! Consumed 200 points of dark energy. Decomposition successful. This operation yielded 1,600 points of dark energy. As the process merely involved gathering dark energy, no significant alterations occurred. Yet the temperature dropped by several degrees. The heat has diminished. What could be the cause? In circumstances like this, it is improbable for the temperature to drop so significantly within a few days. The workers clustered around, eager to discern what Jia Sudong was doing. Director Yang, if I recall correctly, we have 3 blast furnaces. Let us empty 2 to fulfill the steel order from Changchun. We shall temporarily cease accepting orders from other clients. The damaged furnace need not be repaired for now. I also require modifications to another furnace. Please arrange this. Oh, one more thing. Summon the workers from the casting department. I wish for everyone to convene in the assembly hall in 1 hour for a significant announcement. Director Yang stared at Jia Sudong, bewildered. Director, does that mean we will not be processing our own orders? Director Yang, do our own orders generate profit? We have been operating at a loss for consecutive years. The factory is even subsidizing expenses. I intend to halt this project and initiate a new one. Please prepare accordingly. Realizing Director Yang was reluctant to comply, Jia Sudong quickly discerned his underlying message. Director Yang represented the state, often considering the broader picture and the welfare of the workers. Even if their own orders did not yield profit, they could sustain the workforce, and by securing external orders, he aimed to revitalize the factory. However, this approach led to perpetual losses. Observing the workers' improved living conditions, he deemed this correct. Director Yang, from now on, we shall not accept external orders. We need to change our model. We will focus on our own products. Chapter 24, Subduing Li Hao. Director Yang was taken aback. Products? The Red Star Steel plant previously produced items for the supply and marketing cooperative, such as hoes and shovels, which we refer to as our own orders. Producing enough could allow for storage, and even if sales were slow, we could gradually sell them without fear of unsold stock. It was precisely this model that hindered the factory's financial flow, resulting in years of losses. Jia Sudong affirmed, indeed, we shall produce new and trendy products. Go ahead. Reluctantly, Director Yang set off to make the necessary arrangements. An hour later at the factory assembly hall, Jia Sudong delivered an impassioned speech. Although it was labeled a meeting, it served as an opportunity for him to connect with the workers. It was only at the conclusion that he revealed his decision, knowing that as long as there were no layoffs, the workers would likely have no objections. The reason we are halting our orders is that the market for tools, such as hoes and shovels, has become saturated, leaving little room for profit, which has led to consecutive years of losses. Jia Sudong articulated his reasoning. The workers murmured among themselves, their opinions divided, and the assembly hall buzzed with chatter until it eventually quieted down. Noticing Director Yang at the front, silent and unmoving, no one dared to voice their dissent. Jia Sudong proclaimed once more, very well, since there are no objections, I hereby announce the establishment of a new department, named the Stainless Steel Brigade. No one voiced dissent, nor did anyone applaud. A palpable silence enveloped the room. The workers were acutely aware that the orders they fulfilled were their means of sustenance. And with the new factory director's announcement of a halt to operations, their discontent was palpable. The adage, "A new official takes office with 3 fires," rings true. Impulsive decisions are often made in such circumstances, but eventually, the director will come to terms with reality. Only Li Hao, like a fool, stood up and clapped, having already resolved to cling to Jia Sudong's powerful leg. All right, since there are no objections, let Li Hao assume the role of team leader for now, with him shouldering all responsibilities. The technical challenges have been surmounted, and it is anticipated that stainless steel products will be visible within a week. Following this, Li Hao took the stage to boast, presenting himself with a flair that suggested he was well-versed in the art of persuasion, a characteristic often found in those with aspirations of authority. At this moment, Jia Sudong took note of Li Hao's loyalty. Name, Li Hao. Vitality, 53. Loyalty, 95. Note, once loyalty exceeds 95, it reaches a state of unwavering devotion and will not diminish. This annotation only appears after loyalty reaches 95, a detail not previously recorded. A vitality of 53 indicates that Li Hao is in a suboptimal state of health. Despite this, his capabilities and technical skills are commendable. His obsession with power is evident. By assigning him a significant responsibility, I have elevated his loyalty to 95 points. As long as I remain in power, his loyalty will not wane, making him a valuable asset. Then there is Su Demao, whose loyalty I can also gauge. I wonder what his current loyalty level is. After the meeting, Jia Sudong retained Li Hao along with 12 technical experts to deliberate on issues concerning the stainless steel project. The blueprints are ready, and the principles have been elucidated. They merely need to follow the plans systematically. The primary challenge lies in modifying the electric furnace, which demands an exorbitant amount of electricity, necessitating an application to the Power Bureau. Here, the internal personnel, Director Yang, could prove invaluable. The 12 technical experts will each be responsible for a specific component, with Li Hao assigned the most challenging task of the electromagnetic isolator. This component requires skilled craftsmanship that exceeds the capabilities of ordinary workers. Currently, multi-axis automatic machine tools are non-existent, and CNC equipment is a mere fantasy. The factory is equipped solely with the oldest and most rudimentary machinery, requiring each part to be painstakingly crafted by hand. Director, may I request an additional member to join our team? Li Hao ultimately approached Jia Sudong. This 13-member team was humorously dubbed the 13 Protectors by Jia Sudong, and Li Hao firmly believed that the team could accommodate no more than 13. Of course, that was merely a jest. In the future, your team will require more members. Jia Sudong replied, emphasizing collaboration. One person's shortcoming can be compensated by many. We are individuals of grand ambitions, so let us not be overly concerned with details. He patted Li Hao on the shoulder, providing him with a dose of toxic inspiration, which resulted in a slight increase in loyalty to 96 points. Once the work assignments were delegated, Jia Sudong had little else to do. He strolled through the factory and reached the communication room, where he encountered Yu Haiteng. Director Jia, I apologize for my actions yesterday. Forget it. I cannot bear it, he retorted, turning on his heel and departing. Where might I find a beautiful announcer? Jia Sudong mused aloud, startling Yu Haiteng. After meandering through the factory, he had accumulated 4,500 points of dark energy, bringing his total to 6,700 points. The sudden drop in temperature, while decomposing a batch of steel, nearly resulted in its spoilage. But thankfully the temperature control technician acted swiftly. This incident served as a reminder to Jia Sudong that it is best to extract dark energy only after the steel has cooled or stabilized. After work, Jia Sudong happily drove his second-hand Jeep to the market. The charcoal shop was still closed, although 2 wooden planks had been pried open. He purchased a large chicken coop along with a dozen hens, reasoning that it would be a shame not to utilize the spacious yard at home. Upon returning home and setting the chickens down, he exchanged a few words with Qin Huairu. He left the car behind and, after altering his appearance, reappeared at the charcoal shop. Now disguised in Luo Tong's skin, he bore a striking resemblance to Luo Tong. Entering the shop with a key, he discovered a disarray of items, none of which appeared presentable. Noticing 3 marks on the wall, he recognized them as the insignia of the Qing Tang society. A touch confirmed their meaning. With Luo Tong's memories, deciphering their coded language was a simple task. Tenley Slope, come if you dare. Your family's lives hang in the balance. The wall indicated a meeting time of 8 o'clock tomorrow evening at the Haoyan restaurant on Tenley Slope. This signaled the urgency of those in power, threatening him with his family's safety. They remained oblivious to the fact that the real Luo Tong had already departed for the underworld. Jia Sudong's family was of no concern to him. He was curious to discover the identity of this superior, known only as the gentleman in Luo Tong's recollections. His surname was a mystery, and his full name was unknown. This gentleman was a formidable figure, adept not only in social maneuvering, but also in martial arts. Even 10 of him could not match a single gentleman. In Jia Sudong's estimation, the martial prowess of Luo Tong and Luo Yongji was already impressive. By accessing the system, he had acquired their memories, along with their martial techniques and strategies for confronting adversaries. Chapter 25. The Arrival of Lu Shaoyi. Understanding how to provoke an enemy into making mistakes and revealing vulnerabilities is a form of combat awareness. Much like in a game, when 5 enemies appear on the upper lane, one can push the tower in the lower lane. Martial techniques merely instruct on how to exert force, enhancing the power of one's strikes by stripping away superfluities to target the essence, thereby increasing lethality. True confrontations, however, rely on combat awareness and the agile application of techniques. Learning martial techniques does not guarantee victory against an opponent if one merely performs the techniques from start to finish. Therefore, acquiring the memories of these two individuals endowed Jia Sudong with a combat awareness akin to theirs. Combat awareness is categorized into entry-level, proficient, master, and grandmaster. The combat awareness of these two was merely at the proficient level. I must enhance my combat awareness, Jia Sudong contemplated, thinking of literature. Decomposing books would yield their knowledge, and he wondered what insights could be gleaned from several martial arts texts. Exiting the charcoal shop, he made his way to a bookstore. Though modest in size, the shop was well-stocked. He purchased an array of books on Tai Chi, martial techniques, and the like, over a dozen in total, including titles such as 8-Section Brocade, Dragon Walk, and Wing Chun. While books serve primarily as theoretical knowledge, they nonetheless broaden one's perspective. As he walked home, he assimilated the wisdom contained within these texts. With thoughts in mind, his physical form began to reflect this newfound understanding. Each step he took exuded a certain poise and fluidity, embodying the habits of seasoned martial artists. His movements radiated an aura that deterred others from approaching. While combat awareness is crucial, one must not neglect martial skills. From the memories of Luo Tong and Luo Yongji, he learned that martial prowess is divided into 3 stages: cultivating strength, cultivating energy, and cultivating momentum. Cultivating strength refers to the ability of an average person to lift 50 kilograms. Anything beyond that signifies the strength cultivation stage, continuing until one can lift 100 kilograms. In the realm of Qi cultivation, once the human body surpasses a strength threshold of 100 kilograms, it reaches its physical limits. Without the application of Qi, it becomes exceedingly arduous to lift such weights, a practice known as Qi training. When executed correctly, Qi training can enable an individual to lift weights in the realm of 200 kilograms. As one refines their Qi within the body, they experience an extraordinary enhancement, culminating in the formation of a force, for sure. This force is the manifestation of Qi, vividly expressed as an imposing presence. A fierce, invigorating aura compelle l'attention. Reminiscent of ancient generals whose valor eclipsed that of entire armies, instilling fear wherever they tread. With a mere charge, they would scatter foes, leaving them trembling in dread. Calculating from the perspective of Jia Sudong's martial prowess, he has indeed attained a significant level of Qi training, nearing the edge of understanding this force. Yet, the stark reality remains that he has yet to truly undergo the internalization of Qi, thus he cannot project this essence nor transcend into the realm of force. Transforming his form, he returns to the villa. Upon entering the living room, he finds his uncle Lu Haizhong and his family gathered, busy preparing a meal. Huairu, during your 3 months of pregnancy, it's essential to engage in more physical activity. Don't remain seated for prolonged periods, as it is detrimental to your health, admonishes Yin Ho, Lu Haizhong's wife, as she converses with Qin Huairu. Lu Haizhong busies himself in the kitchen, with several children assisting him. Ah, the factory director has returned, Qin Huairu exclaims, glancing up at Jia Sudong with a hint of reproach. You vanished right after selling a few chickens, and who knows what mischief you got into all night. A hush falls over the living room as everyone turns their attention to Jia Sudong. Excellent. Your insight and prospects are commendable, he replies with a smile, hanging his coat on the wall. Sister Hohat, I see you've arrived. Alas, I have nothing prepared for you. Oh, did you bring all this meat, Sister Hohat? Jia Sudong inquires. Xiaodong, we came to check on Huairu. A woman with a burgeoning belly cannot be left unattended, Yin Hohat says, rising with modesty. Then I must thank you, Sister Hohat. Please feel free to visit often, and spend time chatting with Huairu, Li Hao interjects, emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand, his face lighting up upon seeing Jia Sudong. Director, you're back. I prepared the meal, and look, I've even brought a bottle of ergua too. Let's enjoy a drink tonight. Wonderful. You truly are a blessing. Jia Sudong responds gratefully. Not at all. It's our pleasure to assist you. Director, Li Hao whispers as he leans closer. Xiaodong, I brought someone along to apologize to you. Oh, where is he? Jia Sudong scans the room, only seeing Li Hao's family of 4, with no other individuals in sight. Li Hao retreats into the kitchen, emerging with the fidgeting Yi Zhonghai. Ah, Unli, please, take a seat, Jia Sudong urges. Yi Zhonghai, have come to express my regrets. He stammers, finally articulating his intent. That night, during the altercation with Shaju, Yi Zhonghai indeed uttered some unkind words, which have weighed heavily on his conscience. I thought it was something significant. Such trivial matters have long since slipped my mind. You see, I am capable of being a forgiving factory director, Jia Sudong reassures him. Once the ice is broken, Yi Zhonghai relaxes, consuming a couple of cups of liquor, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Suddenly, Jia Sudong perceives a new voice in his mind, astonished as he glances at Yi Zhonghai. Above him appears a gauge of loyalty. Name, Yi Zhonghai. Health, 66. Loyalty, 81. Yi Zhonghai's inner thoughts seem to reflect that Shaju, having offended Jia Sudong, would undoubtedly struggle in the days to come. Supporting him would only complicate matters. It would be wiser to curry favor with Jia Sudong. If Qin Huairu were to bear son, treating the child, well, might ensure a comfortable future. Jia Sudong finds amusement in Yi Zhonghai's calculated maneuvering. With Yi Zhonghai's loyalty at 81 points, he becomes a valuable asset, a skilled 8th-level machinist, a rarity in any factory. That evening, merriment ensues. Yi Zhonghai, inebriated, is assisted out by Li Hao, still exclaiming, I can't drink more. Bring me another glass. The following day, upon returning to the factory, Jia Sudong merely inspects their progress, as his responsibilities are minimal. After a brief tour of the blast furnace area, he accumulates several thousand points of hidden energy. Upon entering his office, he discovers a woman seated within. With hair reminiscent of Hulan, delicate brows, phoenix-like eyes, and cherry lips, she is a striking beauty. Lu Xiao, Jia Sudong feigns ignorance and strides in, settling comfortably into his chair. He picks up a pen and begins drafting the purpose of a broadcasting system, which entails more than mere announcements. It must also serve a communication function. Each workshop will require a direct line, allowing for immediate notification of personnel to come to the office, thus eliminating the time and human resources wasted in gathering everyone for meetings. Director Jia, my name is Lu Xiao. I am here to report for duty, she says, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush and a hint of shyness. Wait, pour me a glass of water, please, Jia Sudong requests without looking up. He assigns her a task, aiming to help her relax and ease into her new role, for everyone experiences some trepidation when confronted with unfamiliar responsibilities. After receiving the water, he calmly states, this is your work badge, and please fill out your employment form. From this moment on, you are a member of Hongxing. Welcome. In their initial meeting, it would be inappropriate to fawn over such beauty. The first impression is crucial, determining whether one becomes a sycophant or a figure of authority in her life. Lu Xiao, still the cherished daughter of the Lu family and fresh from university, embodies youthful exuberance. Her father's circumstances are not for her to know. At this juncture, she remains a naive and unworldly young woman. However, she is also a woman of intellect and principles, steadfast in her convictions. To win over someone of her caliber, Jia Sudong has yet to devise a strategy. For now, he opts to allow her to engage in work. As Lu Xiao completes her paperwork, Jia Sudong collects the documents. Lu Xiao, a splendid name, like a moth to a flame. Only the foolish engage in such perilous pursuits, which indicates irrationality and composure. Lu Xiao's cheeks flush crimson. The presence of Jia Sudong, a stable and mature man, elicits a sense of care within her. Thank you for the compliment, Director. I shall strive to avoid any reckless endeavors, she replies. Will you not sacrifice yourself for me? Jia Sudong suppresses a laugh. I don't know. Lu Xiao stammers, stealing a glance at him. Just a jest. Now, regarding your duties, your father has already discussed this with me. Consider this place your home. You will be my secretary, solely accountable to me. Here is a proposal. Please review it and suggest any necessary amendments. He hands her the draft of a document. Initially taken aback, she soon beams with delight, surprised by how smoothly her first day is progressing. After reviewing the proposal, she exclaims, Director, there's a typo here. Indeed, revise the proposal. and then seek out the personnel to implement it. There are far too many errand runners at the factory, over 100, constantly scurrying about the communication room, which is quite vexing. Upon entering the broadcasting room, he observes dozens of individuals wandering aimlessly, seemingly unaware of their purpose. Upon reviewing the roster, I discovered that the factory boasts over 100 individuals dedicated to the art of message delivery and errands. To Jia Sudong, a man from the future, this notion is utterly unfathomable. Wait a moment, he said. Take a look at the current announcer. If she is not suitable, we shall let her go. Liu Xiaowei, still somewhat bewildered, found herself faced with tasks on her first day, unsure of where to begin. Holding the blueprints, she felt a sense of disorientation. Observing her in a daze, Jia Sudong took a sip of hot water before advising. Each day presents us with various challenges. When confronted with a challenge, one must first analyze the problem at hand. For this plan regarding the broadcasting, proceed to the broadcasting room to familiarize yourself with the entire process. Identify the necessary personnel for each step, and you will find it easier to coordinate and strategize. Liu Xiaowei gazed at him in astonishment. In just a few succinct words, he elucidated all the issues surrounding the task. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured a thank you and hurried away. What is this? An old radio? Whose is this? The radio, about the size of a cardboard box, was covered in dust, its wires gnawed upon by rodents. It was a waste of space to leave it here. Where shall I dispose of it? Should I dismantle it? System, decompose it for me. Ding. Decomposition successful. This process consumed 1 point of dim energy. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the cellular communication module, alongside cellular communication technology, transistor manufacturing techniques, and a small amount of charcoal. He had unexpectedly obtained the cellular communication technology of the future. Would this mean salvation for my mobile phone? Jia Sudong couldn't help but retrieve his cherished washing phone from his backpack, which had remained in use for several days. The battery was fully charged, yet there was no signal whatsoever. Utilizing the cellular communication technology, a myriad of theories and formulas began to swirl in his mind. Though complex, he comprehended the essence of each formula, from GSM to 800 MHz CDMA, from 2G to 3G technology, and including LTE, FDD, and TDD, the hallmarks of 4G technology. How might these technologies be realized? In this era, the United States was still enamored with beepers, while true brick-sized mobile phones would not emerge until the 1970s. Possessing communication technology without a phone was futile. Thus, he meticulously transcribed the GSM voice communication technology, pondering whether the nation had conducted any research in this area. However, it was not yet the appropriate time to present such technology. At the very least, I must first enhance the factory's prospects. Casually, he consumed 5 grams of life essence, the optimal daily amount. Regularly ingesting the life essence had been augmenting his strength incrementally. By now, he was unaware of his true power, lifting weights of 400 kilograms with ease, far surpassing the world weightlifting champion. With his supply of life essence dwindling, he needed to procure more soon. In the afternoon, just before quitting time, Liu Xiaowei returned, having changed into a crisp new work outfit that radiated vigor and charm, capturing Jia Sudong's attention. Additionally, she had brought along several electricians who promptly cleared out the adjoining tea room, transforming it into a broadcasting studio. Xiaowei, what is this? Liu Xiaowei smiled at Jia Sudong. Director Jia, I felt the broadcasting room was too distant, almost a lawless zone, frequented by unsavory characters, particularly that man with the bandaged head. The man with the bandaged head? Wasn't Su Damao beaten to a pulp by Shaju the night before last? Could be Su Damao? Ah, splendid. You possess conviction. What is your assessment of the announcer? Should she stay or go? Liu Xiaowei lowered her gaze, her cheeks reddening. Director, I am unsure. I feel it may not be fair to dismiss her. She is part of the working class. Jia Sudong encouraged her. Fear not. Speak freely. While this is a public-private partnership factory, we cannot harbor parasites that threaten the integrity of our family. Be bold in your assertions. I am assessing your decision-making abilities, which will inform the tasks I assign you in the future. Liu Xiaowei, still averting her eyes, stammered, well, I think that you Haitang is rather too casual. Any man can easily engage her in conversation. Her loose tongue could potentially divulge anything. Furthermore, the broadcasting room is a department requiring confidentiality. If she were to learn of any sensitive documents, it would not bode well for us if that information escaped her lips. But if we simply let her go, would that not be somewhat unjust? She is yet to err, and what would a girl do once she leaves? Liu Xiaowei raised her head, gazing courageously at Jia Sudong, as if awaiting judgment. Liu, you have indeed presented me with a treasure. Excellent. You possess a compassionate heart and a broad perspective. though you may be somewhat inexperienced in handling matters. Very well, you shall oversee her work. With that, he patted her shoulder and declared, now, let us return to the office. I have further instructions for you. Lu Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed, her heart racing at his affectionate gesture. Back in the office, Jia Sudong handed her a document. This details the current work performance of the employees who, during work hours, wander around the factory, slacking off and taking liberties with their attendance. Your task is to draft a code of conduct for the workers, outlining what is expected during work hours and what is not. This is your assignment for the week. When time permits, visit the workshops, get a feel for the situation, and then proceed to organize accordingly. Lu Xiaoyi accepted the document. Creating factory regulations seemed rather straightforward to her. With nothing else to do, she idled away the remainder of the day until quitting time. I'm driving you home. Though your house isn't far, it's not safe for a girl to return alone, Jia Sudong said as he took her hand and led her outside. Director, I quickly get in the car. Once inside the vehicle, Jia Sudong spoke earnestly. Xiaoyi, you're someone I borrowed from your father. You are new to society and unaware of its treachery. You require the protection of someone seasoned like me. Girls like you Haitang deserve sympathy, but you must not grow too close. I noticed how easily you converse with her. As you embark on your journey into society, you are akin to an innocent little rabbit. Knowing her character is flawed, you ought to limit your interactions to avoid being influenced by her ways. Puffed. I am not an innocent little rabbit. Lu Xiaoyi giggled, covering her mouth. She was suddenly jolted back to reality, recalling her earlier lively conversation with Yu Haitang, who had invited her to join in an outing, which she had surprisingly accepted. She recollected her father's frequent admonitions. The company one keeps reflects their future achievements. Grateful. She cast a thankful glance at Jia Sudong. Upon arriving at Lu's residence, she stepped out of the car and said, I won't come inside. Please convey my regards to your father, and thank him for allowing his beautiful daughter to assist me. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, she shyly smiled before dashing back home. Dealing with women requires patience. One cannot rush. The family banner must not falter, even as the colorful flags flutter outside. Returning home, he found Qin Huairu's sister, Qin Jingru, had arrived. She wore a pink checkered shirt and had her hair tied in a ponytail, exuding a fiery allure that was quite striking. Upon sight, one's appetite is instantly whetted, and I longed to beckon her to dance before me, her twin ponytails swaying exuberantly. Ah, brother-in-law, you're back, she exclaimed, rushing to embrace Jia Sudong, her chest pressing against him, instantly imparting a sensation of her softness. You mischievous girl, you've blossomed into a fine young lady after just a few months. Come, let me assess your growth. Qin Jingru proudly puffed her chest, declaring, of course, just look how much I've grown. Puffed. Jia Sudong nearly suffered a nosebleed at the sight. Women from a countryside are indeed innocent, utterly oblivious to the harsh realities of society. Qin Huairu shot a stern glare at her sister. How uncouth. You arrive and immediately cling to brother-in-law. Yet you haven't even checked if the dishes are ready. My dear wife, you must be hungry. Jia Sudong seated himself beside Qin Huairu, placing his hand on her belly. It felt so natural, akin to an elderly couple who had shared decades of life together. You, always with your flirtatious words. I shouldn't have invited my sister here. Oh dear, are you feeling jealous? Your sister is just as much my sister. I've always regarded her as such. Who believes that? Who knows what you're truly scheming? Qin Huairu turned her head away, clearly sulking. What sister? Are you speaking of me, brother-in-law? Qin Jingru emerged with dishes, her curiosity piqued. Of course it's you. Who else could it be but my little sister? I can't see your face blushing, but your eyes are brimming with tears. Puffed. Qin Huairu burst into laughter. A man must be able to banter before a woman, lest the atmosphere grow stale. The more one engages, the easier it is to foster closeness. Wow, brother-in-law. Was that a song for me? What a sweet tune, she exclaimed, bouncing over to sit beside Jia Sudong, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Go on, go on. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome lad before? Your sister is hungry. Hurry and prepare the meal. Jia Sudong playfully shoved Qin Jingru away. In his memories, Qin Jingru always teased him during her visits, clearly wishing to linger and avoid returning to the countryside. Fine, go then, you scoundrel brother-in-law. She approached Qin Huairu only after seeing her expression soften. After dinner, he observed the two sisters engrossed in lively conversation. Jia Sudong found himself unable to interject, his thoughts drifting to the gentleman from the Qing Tongue Club, eager to meet him and discern his true nature. Wife, I'll step out for a moment and return shortly. Without waiting for Qin Huairu's consent, he slipped out the door. The Good Fortune restaurant, located 2 kilometers from the bustling city center, was soon reached thanks to Jia Sudong's swift pace. Positioned at a crossroads, The restaurant thrived with a steady stream of patrons. Disguised as Luo Tong, he entered the establishment, where a waiter approached him inquiring, "Are you Mr. Luo?" Li Hao presented a small brass token, a secret code for identification. Any discrepancies would warrant a feigned mistake. "This way, Mr. Luo, my employer has been expecting you." He was led to a spacious room, where a tall figure stood by the window, a cigar in hand as white smoke lingered in the air. "Sir, I brought the individual." However, the man indulging in his smoke remained silent. The servant bowed and exited, leaving Li Hao alone in the room. A heavy silence filled the space. The enigmatic gentleman seemed deep in thought, awaiting Jia Sudong's initiation of conversation. Jia Sudong took a seat, opting to remain silent and allow the tension to build. True masters often exude an air of sophistication. On a nearby table lay a book entirely in Japanese. After a cursory glance, he was unable to decipher it, and without a second thought, he began to dismantle it. While Jia Sudong had no knowledge of Japanese, the system had imbued him with understanding. To his surprise, it contained a telegram requesting his cooperation in instigating a new national upheaval alongside certain high-ranking officials. Hundreds of names were listed, including that of the former deputy factory director, Li. Since he was deemed useless, Jia Sudong decided to eliminate him to prevent any potential complications. Could it be that the impending storm in a few years was orchestrated by foreign forces? A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Chapter 28. The Female Agent. Unexpectedly stumbling into this organization filled him with a thrill. After all, having a side role akin to a 007-style agent would be rather delightful. This coffee table is quite lovely. System. Initiate disassembly. Jia Sudong had grown addicted to the process. Anything that caught his eye was subject to his curiosity for disassembly. After several successful dismantles, he acquired an array of peculiar items, even gaining skills in wood carving. "Oh, this genuine leather sofa is splendid. Let us disassemble it too." Noticing a telegraph machine by the table, he wasted no time before commencing its disassembly. Ding! Disassembly successful. 1 point of dark energy consumed. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired microchip technology, communication port technology, and voice call technology. My goodness, this is truly remarkable. Jia Sudong carried out these actions without a sound, while the man, still smoking, maintained his aloof demeanor. As he observed the room becoming increasingly bare, a sense of danger crept in. Perhaps it was time to make his exit. Ahead lay a square machine of uncertain purpose. Disassembly mode activated. Let us break it down. Ding! Disassembly successful. 1 point of dark energy consumed. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a signal receiver and related signal detection technology. Excellent. Another significant acquisition. Time to leave before. Just as he approached the door, a whistling sound sliced through the air, a flying knife embedding itself into the door, penetrating deeply. "One more step, and you shall perish," an aged voice warned from behind. How could that be? I thought you were mute. I urgently need to relieve myself. May I be excused just this once? Jia Sudong replied with a cheeky grin. Not permitted. The figure turned, adorned with sunglasses and clutching a cigar, his face displaying an excessive age, exuding the aura of a mature and successful individual. Where are my belongings? What happened to them? The voice became shrill, tinged with a hint of effeminacy. Quickly, tell me where my furniture has gone. And what are my machines? The tea machine. The man lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Jia Sudong, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. How did you make my possessions vanish? Have you acquired the legendary sorcery of the new nation? You're overthinking it. You must trust in science. How could I wield sorcery? It was your compatriot who came in and took them away. He claimed he no longer wanted them and intended to sell them for candy. As the man leaned in closer, Jia Sudong caught a faint, alluring scent, feeling the pressure of two soft forms against his chest. Instinctively, he glanced at the man's throat, which was disturbingly smooth and flat. Could this be a transgender individual? This seemed implausible, as one would expect at least some semblance of a throat. Unconsciously, he reached out to pinch the extra skin, which felt plump and elastic. No way. It can't be surely. Smack. A sharp sting erupted on his face. Rogue. As another slap threatened to land, Jia Sudong was determined not to be a passive recipient of blows. He raised his hand to block, countered with a kick, and escaped her grasp in a seamless motion. Yet this woman was swifter, soaring into the air as if gravity held no sway over her. Her knee thrusting forward towards Jia Sudong before he could regain his footing to evade. Her knee struck fiercely against Jia Sudong's chest. He was propelled backward, collapsing to the ground, his body curling like a shrimp. It felt as if his ribcage had shattered, rendering him numb to the pain that coursed through his nerves. The woman discarded the human skin mask from her face, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, and her neck cascaded like a waterfall, an exquisite embodiment of earthly perfection. Even in the face of death, she wore such a lecherous expression. The woman slowly withdrew a dagger from between her thighs, positioning herself atop Jia Sudong, nearly suffocating him. Confess how you made the object vanish. Otherwise, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. With that, the dagger lightly traced across Jia Sudong's face, a line of crimson seeping forth. The earlier impact had left his entire body numb, but the sensations were gradually returning. How could he escape this deadlock? He had but one opportunity to strike. If the woman discovered his extraordinary strength, his fate would be sealed. Regret flooded him. Knowing full well her formidable prowess, he had still dared to test her. Now, he found himself in a perilous predicament, his stomach churning with remorse. The notion that martial artists must frequently face danger to achieve significant progress was utter nonsense. He couldn't even touch the hem of her garment, let alone fight back. As her dagger descended once more, his body, though able to move, lacked the strength to retaliate fully. The blade sliced across his face again, blood trickling down and seeping into his ears. How stubborn. Where shall I strike next? Here, or here? She mused wickedly. I wonder if I sever the tip of your nose, will it grow back? The dagger slowly descended, scraping against his skin until blood welled from his nose and dripped into his mouth. The pain was excruciating, a torment that penetrated to the marrow. Jia Sudong was on the verge of collapse. Alas, my dagger is rather dull. It isn't cutting cleanly. Bear with me. Gradually, she held a small piece of skin from his nose in her hand. I've finally managed to sever it. What a tiring endeavor, she exclaimed, giving her chest a light pat, causing ripples to cascade. Am I beautiful, dear? Would you like to savor my charms? Just reveal your secret, and I shall grant you that pleasure. I am quite accommodating. She licked her lips provocatively, exuding extreme temptation and alluring charm. Under normal circumstances, Li Hao would have succumbed to such allure, but the agony coursing through him left no room for such thoughts. Yet his body, ever honest, began to retaliate. Sensing something, the woman smiled. Oh, not bad. With that, her gentle hand reached back. Startled, Jia Sudong sprang up like a fish, landing a punch squarely against her chest. The impact was akin to a thunderclap, shaking the air like a tempest. That area was a man's most cherished possession. How could he allow it to be harmed? He had to fight back. Though he couldn't muster all his strength, he still delivered a blow with considerable force, weighing at least 200 kilograms upon her chest. The woman was sent flying, crashing against the wall before slowly sliding down. Jia Sudong swiftly rolled to his feet and dashed towards her heart. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a flurry of flying daggers erupted from the woman, sealing off all of Jia Sudong's paths forward. Chapter 29. Jing Chuan Xiuyu. Let us see how many daggers you possess. He dodged, pinching one of the flying daggers between his fingers, and with a flick, he sent it spiraling toward her. Why did others' daggers fly straight while mine rolled? As he pondered this, he inadvertently took a flying dagger to the thigh. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he charged forward. This discomfort paled in comparison to the earlier numbness, yet it still made him cry out. He hurled a spinning blade, startling the woman into a roll, and in that moment, Jia Sudong reached her side. He leaped high, arm raised, ready to deliver an elbow strike. But the woman produced a stool leg, placing it gently beneath his descending arm, awaiting the impact. It was over. He should have known better than to jump. As his arm descended toward the stool leg, he forcibly twisted in midair. His body tumbled into the woman's embrace, knocking the dagger aside and once again slamming her against the wall. The wall could not withstand such a violent blow and crumbled beneath them. Blood trickled from the woman's mouth, yet she managed to roll away, breaking free from Jia Sudong's grasp. If you wish to live, then behave. The woman drew a gun from within her clothing, attempting to threaten him, but Jia Sudong's dagger had already been released. With a sharp crack, it knocked the gun from her hand, the blade twisting to pierce her palm. She clutched her hands tightly, unable to remove the dagger. Lacas faberme. It cannot be thwarted. Jia Sudong picked up another dagger from the ground, grinning at the woman. Luo Tong, you shall pay dearly for your transgressions against me. I will ensure your demise is slow and torturous. As for my own fate, I know not, but I do know yours is nearing its end. He approached with a smile, shaking his head in mock sorrow. What a waste of such a stunning beauty. It would be a pity for you to perish. Just then, she kicked off the ground, sending a brick flying towards him. She flipped over and reached the window, half her body already outside. They were on the second floor. A fall wouldn't be fatal. But would Jia Sudong allow her to escape? Of course not. He weathered the incoming brick and seized her ankle. The woman dangled from the window, the glass slicing into her beautiful leg, blood oozing uncontrollably. Jia Sudong slowly pulled her back up. Her strength had been exhausted, and the pain coupled with the fear of the unknown rendered her powerless. Blood continued to flow, and any attempt to struggle only elicited gasps of pain. Kill me. She resigned herself. Haha, how could I possibly do that? Jia Sudong replied with a grin, iron wires appearing in his hands seemingly from nowhere. He tossed her onto the bed, binding her in a star shape. Let me go. If I sustain even the slightest injury, your family will vanish. Oof. Still defiant in the face of death. He lightly patted her cheek. How naive. You think you can return. Look at you now, like a little lamb, ready for slaughter. Release me. The woman struggled fiercely, but the more she fought, the faster her blood flowed. Ignoring her pleas, Jia Sudong consumed 30 grams of the life elixir in one gulp. He pulled out the dagger embedded in his thigh, pressing down on the wound. The elixir took effect, and he felt a tingling sensation as his wounds began to heal. Within minutes, the wounds had scabbed over, and the skin on his face and the tip of his nose had returned to its pristine state. His strength began to surge, the after effects of the elixir taking hold. This was precisely why he needed to keep the woman alive. When Qin Huairu had consumed even a small amount, she could not resist. Jia Sudong was even less inclined to hold back. His power surged rapidly, nearing the point of overwhelming him. This was the first time he had ingested such a substantial amount of the life elixir. He felt his entire body brimming with strength, his blood boiling with vitality. Taking a deep breath, his face flushed with exertion before he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The fist sliced through the air, accompanied by a resounding sonic boom. A testament to his breakthrough into the Qi refinement stage. His strength had surged by at least 100 kilograms, now reaching an impressive 500. The woman, having also attained the pinnacle of her practice, possessed merely over 300 kilograms of strength. The disparity between them was staggering. He had just now transcended into the Qi refinement stage, a phenomenon that seemed almost grotesque. Despair washed over the woman, yet her most profound despair was only just beginning. Jia Sudong was a man incapable of restraining himself, particularly in the presence of beauty. What followed was the interrogation phase, with Jia Sudong posing questions and the woman responding. After enduring endless torment, she revealed all she could offer. Even her last lingering secret evaporated, leaving no stone unturned. By the end of this exchange, the woman was utterly exhausted, resembling a shadow of her former self. Jia Sudong lit a cigarette, taking a languid drag and exhaling the smoke into her face. Her hair fell loosely around her, and her eyes brimmed with a profound sorrow as they met his. Her figure was nothing short of perfect, eclipsing even Qin Huairu and Qin Jingru in beauty. The former's pregnancy and the latter's slightly stocky waist were of no consequence. The woman before him seemed like a divine masterpiece, so exquisitely crafted that he felt a pang of reluctance to unleash his full wrath upon her. Suddenly, Jia Sudong noticed a loyalty score hovering above her head. Name, Jingchuan Qiuyu. Health, 92. Loyalty, 100. Note, a loyalty score of 100 guarantees eternal allegiance. What was the story behind this Japanese female assassin? How had she pledged such unwavering loyalty in just a day? What significance did a loyalty score of 100 hold? Jia Sudong, of course, could not inquire directly about her feelings for him and instead sought an indirect approach. What mission has brought you to the new nation? What are your superiors asking of you? I came to threaten and control specific individuals through certain means, she confessed, unsure of the mission's particulars. Upon hearing this, Jia Sudong appeared to recall something. Indeed, while his suspicions had been confirmed, he could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Why are you willing to divulge this? Aren't agents known for their tight-lipped nature? Jia Sudong struggled to frame his question, opting for subtlety instead. I belong to the Jingchuan family, and our women can only have one man in their lifetime. If you abandon me, I will die, she declared fervently. From now on, I am yours. What does this minor secret matter? Even if you were to command me to die this instant, I would comply. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her wounds still bleeding. Why are you crying? Do you not wish to follow me? He pressed. I do not know. It is the pain from my injuries, she replied, her voice quivering. Chapter 30. The notable scene of the Jiazhong family. Though Jingchuan Qiuyu did not voice it, Jia Sudong could sense her heart's turmoil. She had a childhood friend with whom she practiced martial arts and grew up alongside, destined to marry him. Yet, she had now surrendered everything to Jia Sudong, desperately trying to forget that childhood companion and entrust her entire being to him. with a decisive stroke. She severed the ties of her past, pledging her heart and soul to Jia Sudong, vowing never to betray him again. Consider yourself fortunate, Jia Sudong exclaimed, producing 2 grams of life elixir and administering it to Jingchuan Xiuyu. This is poison. Should you betray me, you shall perish. Darling, do you still distrust me? Xiuyu's eyes glistened with tears. You are Japanese, and I am from the new nation. How can you expect me to trust you? Not killing you is already the greatest act of mercy. He retorted. Woo-woo, sniffle, I shall swallow it. Is that not enough? Xiuyu sobbed, rolling her throat as she ingested the life elixir. Soon, her wounds ceased to bleed, the gashes began to scab, and the scars fell away, revealing her smooth, delicate skin. What is this, darling? What miraculous medicine is this? Is it a healing potion? Indeed. Do you have any objections? Jia Sudong replied nonchalantly, feigning indifference while inwardly reveling in joy. A woman like her, especially one so obedient, was not easily discarded. Moreover, she was a formidable assassin and a powerful ally. Should her strength grow even further, Jia Sudong would find it challenging to assert dominance over her. Goose, goose, goose. Hooray for darling, she exclaimed before leaning in to plant a sweet kiss on his lips. I can reward you further, she added, initiating the question and answer segment, which Jia Sudong relished. It was past 10 o'clock by the time Jia Sudong exited the Fortune restaurant. In this era, the streets were devoid of pedestrians at night, eerily silent. Generally, people would not stir from their slumber unless necessary. Having broken through to the Qi refinement stage, he sensed an altered perception of the world around him. The air felt like both resistance and a source of power. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend why a left foot could propel a right foot into the air. Now, he understood that such phenomena occurred at the pinnacle of speed. In this state, one could navigate the air as effortlessly as a fish swims through water. Jia Sudong sprinted down the quiet street, his foot suddenly finding empty space beneath him. With a minor sonic boom, his body began to ascend uncontrollably. Each step was as light as a feather, akin to a celestial being soaring through the heavens. With a gentle touch on the rooftop, he floated down like a willow leaf, only to spring back up again in an elegant leap. If one were to reach the heights of martial prowess, would it not resemble the tales of flying swords and carefree wanderings through the realms? As he leaped from the ground, he found himself covering great distances without realizing it. Passing by a courtyard, he recognized it as his own residence. Huh, Jia Zhang, he wondered, spotting her sneaking about in the dead of night. Light as a feather, he landed on the rooftop, observing Jia Zhang stealthily entering another room, his former abode. The light was still on inside, and upon pushing the door open, he was met with the sight of a man. This man looked strikingly familiar. Was it not the antagonist from Wolf Warrior 2? Indeed, it was He Da-Qing. Jia Sudong recalled the original plot where He Da-Qing, upon his return, sought to seduce Jia Zhang. He was astonished at how swiftly matters had progressed, as though children were making friends. He had often pondered what charm He Da-Qing possessed that allowed him to win Jia Zhang over so easily. Now enlightened, Jia Sudong realized the truth. There had been an affair brewing all along. Was it possible that the money he had given Jia Zhang was used to support this man? With this thought, a wave of discontent washed over him. How could he be funding her affair with a man? Jia Zhang, how could you use my money to sustain a lover? Such degradation, such dishonor. To deceive the money meant for your son to support a man. This was truly infuriating. Watch how I shall take my revenge on you. Within the house, sounds of rhythmic murmurs and shouts began to emanate. Jia Sudong leapt from the rooftop to find Day, his loyal tool, with a loyalty score of 96. He whispered instructions to him, and soon Day mobilized his entire family, with their eldest son Lu Guangtian rushing to the police station to report the incident. Upon hearing that there was a case of infidelity, the officers immediately perked up, and within moments, a dozen of them arrived at the courtyard. Uncle Air commanded his family to search diligently, going from door to door, rousing each household. As the officers from the police station arrived at the Jia Zhang family residence, they were met with a throng of several hundred onlookers. Inside, rhythmic sounds reverberated, inciting a blush and flush of embarrassment among those who listened. The officers forcefully pushed open the grand door, and a surge of people poured in. Upon entering, the officers were rendered speechless, confronted with an astonishing spectacle. When they turned to stop the inquisitive crowd, it was too late. This was a sensational scandal of epic proportions. Jia Zhang had long been tyrannical in her courtyard, exploiting anyone she could, and many had harbored grievances against her. The new arrivals were met with jeers and hisses, revealing the two elderly individuals at the heart of the commotion. He Yushui struggled to press her way in, and upon glimpsing the two familiar visages on the bed, she was taken aback. The murmurs and derisive laughter of the crowd threatened to overwhelm her. In a frenzy, she seized the clothing strewn on the floor and hurled it at them, desperately shoving against the crowd. "Quick, you all must leave. Don't look. Staring too long will give you eyes." Qin Huairu cried out, her voice raw with anguish, but who would heed her in such a monumental moment? A scandal of this magnitude warranted a glance, lest they suffer sleepless nights, returning to the factory the next day, embarrassed to admit they were from the courtyard. She rushed to stand in front of the two individuals, blocking the crowd's view of her father, but her efforts only incited their ire. With the assistance of several well-meaning elderly women, she was soon jostled out of the room. Defeated, Qin Huairu sank to the ground, weeping softly, feeling utterly drained. Her brother had yet to emerge, and now her father was to be taken as well. It felt as though her world was crumbling. Suddenly, she recalled a person she had met that morning who claimed to work at the police station, a potential beacon of hope. In a frenzy, she dashed outside. The courtyard descended into chaos, and the two principal characters of the evening were swiftly escorted out and pushed into a police vehicle. Jia Sudong stood atop the wall, grinning with unrestrained delight, feeling an immense sense of relief. Previously, he had been anxious about his reputation. As a factory director, maintaining a proper image was crucial in this era. Now, however, they had brought ruin upon themselves. Who could he blame for that? Tomorrow, I shall eagerly await the unfolding drama. Chapter 31. The Computer Prodigy. In truth, the charges against the two were not particularly severe. Both were single individuals, each having lost a partner. Their mutual attraction ignited sparks of passion, which was hardly scandalous. The police station would not impose harsh penalties. At most, they would be detained for a couple of days before being released. Once Jia Zhang emerged, she would surely not wish to remain in the courtyard. She would have to flee back to the countryside. No longer would he need to endure her sour face or finance her indulgences. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he felt a surge of joy. Whistling a merry tune, he leapt back home. The villa was silent, everyone having retired for the night. He gathered a few garments and entered the lavish bathroom, equipped with all amenities. Humming a tune, he disposed of the blood-stained clothes, reducing them to ashes. After cleansing himself thoroughly, he emerged, only to find a woman colliding into him. "Hush, it's me, Qin Huairu." With that collision, he was thrust back into the bathroom. "Do not speak. I have something to discuss with you." Often, men are passive recipients of circumstances, and it is crucial for them to protect themselves outside. The following day, Jia Sudong returned to the factory feeling refreshed. A cup of tea, still steaming, sat on his desk, and all documents were meticulously organized. Having a secretary was indeed beneficial. She had prepared everything flawlessly, thoughtful, attentive, and beautiful. Yet he wondered where she had disappeared to. Why did she often venture into the workshop? The thought of the lovely Li Hao and mingling with other men unsettled him. He needed to correct that line of thinking. Leaning over his desk, he began to jot down a series of names he had acquired for the previous evening at Jingchuanshuyu. He pondered whether to submit this information and how to do so without raising suspicions regarding his involvement. It is not yet the right time. I must proceed with caution. Hasty steps may lead to misfortune. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled to the adjacent communication room, where Li Hao was instructing an electrician on the installation and adjustment of a sound amplifier. "Ahem, little E, are you busy?" "Director Jia, you're here. I actually need your advice on something." Li Hao greeted him with evident delight. "Oh, what is it? Please tell me." Jia Sudong leaned closer, peering at the documents in her hands, inhaling her subtle, refreshing fragrance, which was utterly invigorating. This particular mechanism, the electrician has been struggling to grasp the underlying principles. How can it allow for multiple switches to control it? Jia Sudong leaned a little too close, his mature demeanor causing Li Hao's heart to flutter. This multi-way controller, double control, is certainly within their grasp. Have them come over, and I shall elucidate the matter. Soon, the electricians gathered at a blackboard. Multi-way control is merely a wiring method. Once understood, it becomes quite straightforward. If one considers on as 1 and off as 0, substituting these values makes comprehension rather easy. Jia Sudong continuously wrote and explained at the blackboard, providing them with a clear visualization of the 0 and 1 algorithms. As he elucidated, the electricians gradually grasped the concepts. This working principle is remarkably similar to that of a computer. Your explanation has clarified everything for me. A young man with a buzz cut stood up, his realization dawning. "Oh, you've studied this field?" Jia Sudong inquired, surprised. "I frequently delve into computer-related papers and understood the relationship between 0 and 1. Yet I had always struggled with the foundational principles. Previously, I relied on numerical calculations, comprehending the reasoning without grasping the underlying principles. Your explanation has illuminated the logical connections for me. May I have your name? Would you introduce yourself? Director Jia. I am Zhu Yuantao, a graduate from the Computer Science Department of Qin Huairu University. I was fortunate enough to acquire a mechanical computer, hence my interest in numerical expression for calculations. As Zhu Yuantao shared his insights, he began to formulate ideas about using numbers for storage. Jia Sudong felt a surge of excitement. Here was a talent, a true gem hidden within a small factory. What this era needed most was talent. Now, please elaborate on how you use numbers for calculations. Come up here. Jia Sudong stepped aside, inviting Zhu Yuantao to the blackboard. Zhu Yuantao approached, his face slightly flushed and a touch anxious. Director, I only possess a rudimentary understanding and have not delved deeply into the subject. I hope you can guide me. Yet, he was not daunted and quickly began to articulate his ideas on how to use 0 and 1 for calculations and derive results. Zhu Yuantao scribbled fervently, and Jia Sudong watched in astonishment. This is essentially the fundamental principle of electronic Turing computers. Until he had penned all his thoughts, only Jia Sudong could comprehend them. The others seemed as if they were listening to an incomprehensible treatise. Zhu Yuantao, you possess remarkable ideas. Come with me. I have a task for you. Unintentionally, he had discovered a genius from the computer science department, and Jia Sudong certainly intended to utilize him well. Together with Liu Shaoyi, they returned to the office. Once they were seated, he began drafting a contract at the desk. I am preparing to establish a digital electronics research facility, and Zhu Yuantao, you will be the inaugural researcher of this institute. Please sign this confidentiality agreement. Subsequently, your salary will increase from 46 to 70. Director Jia, may I? Zhu Yuantao asked, his confidence wavering. Haha, you underestimate your own ideas. The future will require computers in abundance. Jia Sudong chuckled, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and retrieved a document from the desk. This is the microprocessor chip technology, the technology derived from the telegraph during my visit to Jingchuan. You have a fortnight to master this technology, which bears a striking resemblance to your numerical calculations. It is also your area of expertise. Should you succeed, you will become a national hero. The microprocessor chip technology is, without doubt, the cornerstone of mobile phone production. If this technology is developed by our new nation, coupled with GSM communication technology, it could position us at least a decade ahead of the United States. Zhu Yuantao picked up the document, intending to skim it briefly, planning to return to it later, but once he began reading, he could not set it aside, his excitement growing with each line. Chapter 32. Winning over Zhu Yuantao. Director, this technology is Zhu Yuantao exclaimed, his exhilaration palpable. He frequently read newspapers and followed current events. The advancement of this technology was such that even the United States had yet to achieve it. Indeed, I designed this technology based on their concepts. It is cutting edge, and you must maintain confidentiality. It is also a state secret. Yes, I assure you, this secret will not escape from me, Zhu Yuantao declared with unwavering conviction, casting a grateful glance at Jia Sudong before immersing himself in the document once more. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jia Sudong's mind as he observed Zhu Yuantao, noticing a loyalty metric hovering above his head. Name, Zhu Yuantao. Health, 75. Loyalty, 85. Zhu Yuantao's heart brimmed with gratitude towards Jia Sudong. He resumed sketching at the desk, drafting a set of molds. Turning to Liu Shaoyi, he instructed, please summon Director Yang. Shortly thereafter, Deputy Director Yang burst into the room. Having been preoccupied with the stainless steel electric furnace project, working tirelessly to meet deadlines. Upon entering the office, he plopped down beside the coffee table and guzzled from a large teacup. Jia, what is it? Deputy Director Yang's tone was less than cheerful. The new director had halted his orders, leaving him quite displeased. Everything felt amiss. Ha! Wayman, you have truly worked hard these past few days, Jia Sudong remarked, pouring him another generous cup of tea. I appreciate it, but this little hardship is nothing, Yang Wayman replied, taking another hearty sip. Coughing, he winced at the scalding tea. Wayman, one must remain pragmatic. Look how hot the tea is. Forcing it down could cause burns. The factory is nearly out of funds. We have only 10 days' worth of inventory left. Once it's sold out, we will have nothing left to sell, and that would spell disaster. Yang Wayman felt as though he was speaking to a brick wall, unable to find common ground with Jia Sudong. Yet, as the head of the factory, he couldn't overstep his authority. Jia Sudong remained unfazed, calmly responding, even if the factory survives, what does that matter? How long can we endure? Is mere survival sufficient? Perhaps what you have always believed is fundamentally flawed. It is better to endure than to perish. If you can ensure the factory survival, I will comply with whatever you ask. Yang Weimin insisted earnestly. Haha, you said it yourself. Can your words be trusted? Lu's daughter is here, and all those who matter in this factory are present. Jia Sudong sensed Yang Weimin's continual opposition and felt as though he had to appease him. I am a director. Why must I heed your opinions? If you succeed, I will call you grandfather, father, or even great-grandfather. But what if you fail? I do not wish to gamble with you. The factory's closure means the workers will be left without jobs. How many families does that affect? Yang Weimin admonished sincerely. I am still the largest shareholder in this factory. Do you think I am unafraid of failure? Jia Sudong asserted resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. He continued, here are the blueprints for a mold. You must complete it by the day the steel is ready. I intend for this factory to thrive and grow stronger, and then I will have you calling me grandfather every day. Jia Sudong said with a fierce determination. Yang Weimin took the mold blueprints and saw only plates and utensils resembling spoons and forks. Stainless steel plates? They will rust upon contact with salt. Who would use your plates? Oof. Do you believe such items can be sold? You wish to hear me call you grandfather? Dream on. The two parted ways on a sour note, yet Yang Weimin took the blueprints with him. Although he was furious, he knew it was not the time for petty grievances. The project was set. Whether it succeeded or failed, a sample had to be produced, or the factory would truly face collapse. Xiaowei, do you think I am right or wrong? Jia Sudong fumed, eager for the beautiful woman to share her thoughts. I don't know. My father says Yang Weimin is conservative, prioritizing the greater good, while you prefer innovation. Jia Sudong tapped the table, and Lu Xiaoyi placed a cup of tea before him. Your father is not mistaken. I should not engage in disputes with him. Allowing anger to cloud my judgment diminishes my character. After speaking, Jia Sudong reached for his teacup, inadvertently grasping Lu Xiaoyi's delicate hand. Smooth, cool, and dainty. Hey Xiaoyi, your hand is so smooth, he remarked, playfully caressing it again. Lu Xiaoyi's face flushed a deep crimson, unsure of where to direct her gaze. So smooth, utterly delightful, he exclaimed, releasing her hand. Lu Xiaoyi's cheeks bloomed like a flower as she hurriedly exited. The little girl is simply shy. The memory of the bold Qin Huairu from the previous night ignited warmth in his heart. Just as Lu Xiaoyi dashed out, she returned, this time accompanied by a child. Bang Geng, has the news of the Jiazhang incident finally reached them? Bang Geng, what brings you here? Is everything all right at home? Jia Sudong pulled the child to the coffee table, noticing his breathlessness. Father, grandmother, she. She has been taken away by the police. The child stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, Jia Sudong noticed Lu Xiaoyi's complex gaze fixed intently on the father-son duo, aware of her unspoken thoughts. He gently patted Bang Geng's back, encouraging him to regain his composure. Bang Geng, how many times have I told you? In times of trouble, one must remain calm and collected. Your anxious demeanor is unbecoming. Father, my grandmother has had an accident. She was taken away by the police. Jia Sudong feigned surprise. His mouth slightly agape, a facial expression that should suffice. What on earth happened? How could she be in such a predicament? Please, take your time to explain. Jia Sudong commanded sternly. Grandma, she was caught cheating. Bang Geng uttered these words as if expending all his energy, taking a deep breath before finally regaining his composure. What? Your grandmother was unfaithful? How could this happen? This is unfathomable. Jia Sudong pretended to be shocked as he stood up, his expression convincingly accurate. She was even taken to the police station? Yes, Dad. She was taken away by the police last night and is still locked up there. You must hurry and rescue her. Rescue? Of course, we will rescue her. But let us not act too hastily. Let her stay there for a while before we intervene. At least let her remain for a couple of days. If they don't release her, we can discuss further actions then. Chapter 33. I want to return to the countryside. All right, Dad understands. Please sit for a moment. I will arrange my work and then take you to visit Grandma. To stay here for a while. Jia Sudong rose, guiding the bewildered Lu Xiaoyi out of the office. Upon reaching the adjacent room, currently under construction as a broadcasting studio, they entered an empty space typically utilized for leisure. Have this room renovated into a research lab. Move in a few desks and let Zhu Yuantao start working here. Ensure he does not take any materials from this place. Zhu Yuantao was still in the broadcasting room, fervently calculating on paper, utterly absorbed in his work. And make sure he doesn't take any materials out of here. Go to the security department and find a trustworthy veteran to keep watch. Jia Sudong patted Lu Xiaoyi on the shoulder, prompting her to bravely meet his gaze. Upon seeing that reassuring look in her eyes, Lu Xiaoyi's heart raced. Jia Sudong smiled at her expression. Indeed, you are truly beautiful, he chuckled, gently brushing his fingers across her cheek, causing her face to flush once more. Jia Sudong drove Bang Geng to the police station, stated his purpose, and the guard promptly permitted entry. Upon seeing Jia Zhangshi, she was confined within a steel cage, her hair disheveled and her appearance far from dignified. Though her body bore no visible harm, the emotional toll rendered her incapable of lifting her head. "Grandma, it's me, Bang Geng. I'll come to rescue you." Bang Geng maintained a close relationship with his grandmother. "No, I'm not. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your grandmother. No, no. Don't come near me. Grandma, it's me. Em Ben Gin. Speak to me. I am really Bang Geng." Bang Geng nearly wept, overwhelmed by the fact that his grandmother did not recognize him. "No, you must leave. Don't come to see me. Forget that I am your grandmother. I am not your grandmother." Jia Zhangshi curled up, burying her head between her knees, unable to face anyone. "No, you are definitely my grandmother. I know your clothes. They are unmistakably yours. Your voice is also unmistakable." Bang Geng, unable to comprehend why his grandmother would reject him, cried out in desperation. "Dad, please save my grandmother. Bring her back." Bang Geng looked at Jia Sudong with helpless eyes. Gently ruffling his hair, Jia Sudong reassured him, "Do not worry. Grandma is fine. I will ensure her release." With a sigh, he addressed Jia Zhangshi, "I know you can hear me. I present you with two options. The first is to remain here for 2 days, and once this turmoil subsides, I will arrange for your return to your hometown. The second is that in 2 days, I will seek connections to facilitate your release back to the courtyard." Jia Zhangshi's mouth quivered. "Mother wants to return home. In 2 days, Mother wishes to go back." Oh, Jia Zhangshi was overwhelmed with emotion. In this critical moment, her son proved reliable, understanding her plight, offering her a chance to return to her hometown where her past actions would remain unknown, allowing her to start anew. "Stop crying. The hardest part is over. Once the storm passes, who will remember what you've done?" He added earnestly, "You know, I have long suspected something was amiss with you, but I never imagined you would be so audacious, renting the house to He Da-Ching and causing such chaos in the courtyard. You have offended too many people. Who doesn't he know your actions? I warned you to refrain from arrogance. At critical times, no one will stand by your side. Yet there are plenty eager to take advantage of your downfall. I am at a loss for how to assist you. You can no longer stay in the courtyard. And forget about He Da-Ching. Oh, son, you won't blame your mother for her indiscretions, will you?" Jia Sudong feigned a bitter smile. "Blame? How could I not? But you are my kin. No matter what happens, you will always be my family. Should I mock you like a stranger? Oh, son, it was my fault. I shouldn't have treated you that way when you were young." Jia Zhangshi sobbed. "Sigh. It's futile to dwell on the past. Had I known, I would have acted differently. Take care of yourself. I will return in a couple of days to bring you out." "Grandma, don't worry. Dad will rescue you." He took Bang Geng out of the cell and approached the police chief. Indeed, as expected, their relationship was consensual, both being single, and thus, in principle, there was no wrongdoing. However, due to the negative societal implications, they had to remain detained for 2 days. He returned Bang Geng home. Upon seeing Jia Sudong at the entrance, Qin Huairu hurried over, wrapping her arms around his, nearly pressing her entire body against him. Jia Sudong playfully pinched her nose and whispered in her ear, "Finish your meal and wait for me in the bathroom." Struggling to her feet, Qin Huairu glanced at Jia Sudong with reproach. "What were you two whispering about? What happened to your mother?" "Ha! I was asking Jingru how well she has been taken care of." "Sister, yes. Brother-in-law is very concerned about you." After saying this, she skipped into the kitchen to serve the dishes. After dinner, Qin Huairu went to bed. Qin Jingru nudged Jia Sudong, twirling her tongue at the corner of her mouth. Sneaking into the bathroom. "What a little minx." Jia Sudong mused. Youth is indeed splendid, with such fervent desires. Qin Jingru's wish was simple. She did not want to return to the countryside, but wished to remain in the city forever. This desire was not unreasonable. In the future, he could arrange a secretarial position for her. As long as the family flag remains unfurled, while colorful butterflies flutter outside, that is the life a man desires. The next day, he returned to the factory. Zhu Yuantao had been waiting in the office since early morning, while Lu Xiaoyi was busy tidying her desk. "Director, I still don't quite understand this area." Upon seeing Jia Sudong, Zhu Yuantao appeared as though he had spotted a savior. Upon arriving at the factory, I couldn't even take a sip of water before Zhu Yuantao pulled me aside, presenting a sheet of paper before my eyes. As he glanced at the paper, memories surged in his mind, swiftly leading him to the root of the issue. Oh, this pertains to the encoding problem. When a system processes external data, it must be converted into an algorithm recognizable by the system for computation. Much like adding or subtracting fractions, you must align the denominators to the same number before performing calculations. Zhu Yuantao slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Instead of incessantly calculating, Why not consider creating a chip simulator? Jia Sudong suggested. Theories need practical application to uncover truths. This, director, can I really do it? Of course. Here's the plan. Gather a few like-minded individuals to collaborate on this. I will provide their salaries. How does that sound? In this era, the concept of team formation was still nascent. He could only encourage Zhu Yuantao to find a few kindred spirits to engage in this research together. Designing and constructing a microprocessor chip requires a considerable amount of funding and a dedicated team to accomplish such an ambitious endeavor. Currently, the undertaking is modest, necessitating only a limited number of personnel. We shall reassess the requirements as we progress into the later stages. If cultivating talent proves too challenging, we may simply utilize existing results. Chapter 34. Strolling through the factory with the secretary. Director, I have 3 senior brothers, and my teacher is also researching this computational method. Excellent, bring them along. Let me assess their character. If that checks out, we can discuss their remuneration based on your recommendation. Jia Sudong felt a thrill of joy. It seemed he could indeed gather a team. Researching chips is not a solitary endeavor. Unless one has several like-minded friends to collaborate and discuss with, it becomes nearly impossible. A shared passion fosters an academic atmosphere conducive to productive research. Thank you, Director. I will certainly share this delightful news with them. Zhu Yuantao's face lit up with joy as an idea struck him. After sending Zhu Yuantao on his way, Lu Shaoyi approached with excitement. Director Jia, the renovation of the communication room has been completed, so we no longer need to run errands. Is that so? Have you selected someone to oversee this communication room? Jia Sudong sipped his hot tea, as if this matter were of utmost importance, surpassing even the significance of tea itself. This is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. I have a classmate who is currently unemployed and has sought my assistance several times. Her personality is similar to mine. She is quite reserved, yet possesses quick wit. I believe she would be capable of handling this role. That sounds promising. Have her come over for an assessment, and if all goes well, she can start working. By the way, where did you assign Yu Haitang? Oh, she enjoys the arts room, so I placed her there. Unexpectedly, that young lady spends all her time with someone named Su Damao, indulging in sweet nothings without a hint of shyness. It's rather vexing to witness. Lu Shaoyi pouted adorably, her expression eliciting a desire to pinch her cheeks. How enchanting you look when you pout. Have you undergone training for such cuteness? Jia Sudong couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Shaoyi's cheeks flushed. Oh, Director Jia, you are being inappropriate again. Upon my word, I speak only the truth. How can that be deemed inappropriate? Gulme, let me have a look at that lovely face of yours. It's round and delightful. I shall not. Jia Sudong chuckled heartily. Gulme, I shall take you on a tour of the factory. While one may have heard of shopping excursions, a factory tour is quite a rarity. Indeed, it is uncommon. When time permits, one should visit the factory to gain insights into its operations and maintain a clear understanding. Upon reaching the foundry workshop, Liu Haizhong and Yi Zhonghai were busy conducting precision processing on a steel plate. Jia Sudong, though technically proficient, lacked hands-on experience. Upon spotting Jia Sudong, Liu Haizhong abandoned his task and rushed over. Welcome, Director Jia. Your guidance is much appreciated. Do not flatter me. Return to your work. The longest task at hand is yours. The sooner it is completed, the better. Yes, leader. I assure you the task will be completed. He responded with a grin. Is there anything I can assist you with while you are here in the workshop? Jia Sudong playfully kicked him on the backside, exclaiming, Get to work. Your only assistance is to expedite the completion of the project. No clever tricks. Liu Haizhong covered his rear and scurried off. Lu Xiao's fled aloud. Director Jia, your approach to employees is rather lenient, don't you think? Ah, Xiaoyi, treating employees should be akin to managing one's finances. One must always consider their welfare and extend care whenever possible. We cannot become distant. Just like you, calling me Director Jia all the time creates a sense of formality. Henceforth, you shall call me Brother Jia or Donga, understood? Certainly, I agree. After all, Brother Jia is only a few years my senior. Seeing Yi Zhonghai reminded him of the deaf old lady. With Xia Zhu having gone in, and Jia Zhangshi also being occupied, who would look after her? If something were to happen due to lack of care, the guilt would be immense. He beckoned Yi Zhonghai over. Oldie, I previously asked Jia Zhangshi to care for the deaf old lady, but now that she is in the police station, who will tend to her? Director Jia. I forgot. No one has visited her since last night. She may have encountered a mishap. I must take leave to check on her. Yi Zhonghai looked towards Jia Sudong with hope. Then hurry. Let us hope she is well. Jia Sudong urged. Yi Zhonghai set aside his work and hastily departed. Having nothing further to accomplish there, Jia Sudong surveyed the construction progress in the workshop. It appeared to align closely with expectations. He felt no urgency to press for faster completion. He took Liu Shaoyi and continued their factory tour. As the newly appointed director, this marked Jia Sudong's inaugural visit to another workshop. The subsequent journey proved less smooth. The workshop was led by Vice Director Yang and specialized in supply and marketing tasks. This exemplary workshop consistently outperformed others in monthly production, a source of pride for Vice Director Yang. Wherever Jia Sudong went, the workers pointed and whispered among themselves. That's the one who halted state-run contracts, nearly bringing the entire factory to its knees. It is often said that a new official brings change. But who would have thought this inexperienced director would turn the flame against his workers? I heard he was merely an 8th-level smith, mingling with us daily. What skills does he possess to lead as a director? Indeed, I believe I could do a better job as director. I doubt he will last a month without making a mistake. Do you believe it? Listening to their idle gossip, Jia Sudong maintained a calm demeanor. He had anticipated facing such challenges when he decided to implement significant reforms in the factory and was prepared for the backlash. Liu Shaoyi, following closely behind, seethed with anger and was about to confront them when Jia Sudong restrained her. They can say whatever they wish. We need only focus on our own responsibilities. With a frown, Jia Sudong departed the workshop, opting to ignore the negativity. Engaging in petty disputes with employees would be unbecoming. Brother Jia, why do you tolerate their disrespect? She inquired. Such trivial matters are inconsequential. After all, I have yet to achieve any notable results since assuming office. Once outside the 8th workshop, both Jia Sudong and Liu Shaoyi exhaled in relief. They continued onward, relieved that there were no further distressing encounters. The employees merely nodded in acknowledgement without excessive enthusiasm. Jia Sudong's intention in touring the factory was to familiarize himself with the workers and the layout, preferring not to draw attention to himself. He simply wished to complete his rounds without hindrance. He strolled around the blast furnace, collecting thousands of points of dark energy, which brought him great satisfaction. Chapter 35. Assembly Line Production. The accumulation of dark energy was on the rise, nearing 20,000 points. Jia Sudong sensed that dark energy must possess other potent capabilities. Yet he lacked the means to further develop the system's functionalities. To facilitate a second decomposition of the life liquid, one would require 10,000 points of dark energy, while the steel's third decomposition necessitated 100,000 points. Currently, the 20,000 points within the system were far from sufficient. Compounded by the sluggish pace of dark energy collection, Jia Sudong vowed that once he expanded and strengthened the factory, he would construct additional blast furnaces to gather hundreds of thousands of points of dark energy daily. Upon returning to the office, Liu Shaoyi was utterly exhausted, her feet weary from the sheer vastness of the factory. Jia Sudong, possessing a robust constitution, felt little fatigue and comfortably reclined on his chair. He commenced the second decomposition of the life essence, directing the decomposition system within the spatial confines of the system to break down 5 grams of life fluid. Ding! Decomposition successful. This process consumed 10,000 points of dark energy. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired 1 gram of level 1 genetic potion, along with the methodology and theoretical framework for its production. What a delight! It was indeed a level 1 genetic potion, though only 1 gram was obtained. It represented significant progress. What might occur upon the ingestion of 1 gram? With merely a drop remaining, Jia Sudong hesitated. An adult requires 100 grams for optimal efficacy. Would dividing the dosage yield adverse effects? He brought it to his lips, only to retract it. It would be prudent to wait until he amassed 100 grams to consume in one go. Life is singular, and thus, risks should be avoided. Brother Jia, what shall we do next? Liu Shaoyi inquired, still visibly disheartened. The clamor of the workers had unsettled her, leaving her in a state of disarray. What to be done? Patience was necessary. They must await the completion of the stainless steel project, as there was little they could accomplish at present. I see that the state orders have halted, leaving Workshop 8 without tasks. We should disperse them. We cannot allow them to form a clique, or else managing them will become exceedingly difficult. Jia Sudong maintained a calm demeanor, impervious to the sway of others' words. Shaoyi, have you completed the employee planning document I entrusted to you? Let me see it. Oh. Jia Sudong took the proposal and, with a mere glance, discerned the nature of Liu Shaoyi's plan. It was a system of employee task assignment, detailing the quantity a worker must complete each day to be credited with work hours. The finer details remained unaddressed, likely due to her lack of on-site investigation. Overall, this work scheme was a significant improvement over the current status quo, where workers merely squander time. It is quite commendable, but this proposal requires adjustments to better suit our needs. He returned the document, suggesting it be set aside for potential future use. Brother Jia, I devoted 2 days of overtime to create this document. Even my father praised it. Lu Shaoyi pouted in dissatisfaction at Jia Sudong's remarks. Xiaoyi, you are aware of our current predicament. We are at a critical juncture. If we can endure this month, the future will belong to us. We will reclaim Workshop 8 in due time, contingent upon our personnel adjustments. Oh, Lu Shaoyi reluctantly took a seat. This time, we will implement a contracting responsibility system and establish a workflow. Each production line will designate a team leader, enforcing a subcontracting system. The more proficient individuals will ascend, while those lagging will be replaced. The strong shall rise, and the weak shall fall. Jia Sudong aimed to instill the wolfish culture of Huashan Group into this era, forging an elite team akin to wolves, striving to surpass the competition. The Mealy Nation had emerged during this period, securing its position as the world's foremost power in high technology. With my presence in this era, does Mealy Nation aspire to claim the global throne? They ought to inquire whether I consent to such ambitions. Such audacity. After a day of deliberation, Jia Sudong and Lu Shaoyi meticulously outlined all details. As the workday drew to a close, Deputy Director Yang arrived, bustling and exuding the air of a busy individual. Director Jia, I managed to finalize the matters you assigned just before the end of the day. He placed a sheet of paper on Jia Sudong's desk. Uncertain whether these iron trays and bowls would find buyers. If profit were to be made, others would have already seized the opportunity. Upon reviewing the list, Jia Sudong noted that it aligned closely with his expectations. Though the machinery was somewhat antiquated, it remained functional. Deputy Director Yang, this matter need not concern you. Your sole responsibility is to execute the tasks I delegate. The outcome is not for you to fret over. Jia Sudong spoke with a calm assurance. Yang Weiman possessed commendable capabilities, but struggled to restrain his tongue. Upon entering the workshop, he lamented the inadequacies of the new director, inciting animosity among the workers of Workshop 8 towards Jia Sudong. One could not discern if this was a deliberate attempt to undermine him, seeking to oust the major stakeholder. However, the events of the day had undeniably diminished Jia Sudong's regard for Yang Weiman. Oh, if this succeeds, you shall refer to me as grandfather. Let us first see you succeed. Should you fail and the factory go bankrupt, brace yourself for the workers' ire. I wonder if you will still have the audacity to occupy the director's seat then. Yang Weiman's countenance was equally unpleased. Most of the personnel in Workshop 8 were his comrades, battle-hardened veterans from the war. They were brave, yet fearful of losing their livelihoods. These are matters for the future. Now that you have some free time, attend to my requests. Jia Sudong, uninterested in quarrels with Yang Weiman, finding such disputes trivial, handed him a document. Currently, the workers from Workshops 1 to 5 are unoccupied. Go and reorganize them according to this process. Additionally, identify individuals with fortitude among the 5 workshops to assume the role of team leader. Once the stainless steel production lines are operational, we shall launch 30 products simultaneously. Jia Sudong aspired to swiftly seize both domestic and even international markets upon the release of the products, ensuring that foreign stainless steel corporations remained on the back foot. Otherwise, their output would surge, rapidly gaining global popularity. We have previously attempted this alternating workflow, and it did not enhance production speed. Jia Sudong questioned. Director Jia, are you certain about this reorganization? Oh, you have attempted it before? Please elaborate on your methods. Yang Weiman began to recount their past experiences. Their assembly line involved a dozen individuals passing goods, leading to exhaustion without any increase in speed. Consequently, this method was abandoned. Proceed as I instructed. There is no need for further contemplation. Jia Sudong merely smiled, refraining from commentary. Methods untested in practice are mere theoretical exercises, devoid of value. To assume that reading a few articles bestows wisdom is utterly misguided. Yang Weiman's resentment grew palpable, and his words became increasingly blunt. Yang Weiman, I once regarded you as an exemplary director, yet now I feel I have misjudged you. Your narrow-mindedness and lack of vision render you akin to the long-tongued woman described by Mr. Lu Sun. You have truly disappointed me. Jia Sudong stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, Director Jia, your genuine concern for Deputy Director Yang is admirable, yet you remain oblivious to the disparaging remarks he makes behind your back. Lu Shaoyi interjected with a hint of sarcasm. You, Lu Shaoyi, refrain from such reckless assertions. I am absolutely not that sort of person. Yang Weiman protested. Though Jia Sudong's remark about a long-tongued woman may have been a reference to his verbosity, Lu Shaoyi's statement carried weight. Dare to act, but not to face the consequences? Workshop 8 consists of your subordinates, does it not? Today, as Liu Shaoyi spoke, Yang Weiman's expression shifted dramatically. It is inconceivable that those I have nurtured could ever engage in slandering others behind their backs. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his complexion turned pale. His dear brother had, on several occasions, urged him to ostracize the new factory director, but he had consistently refused. Last night, while sharing a drink, he had voiced some grievances regarding the new director. I simply refused to believe it. Yang Weiman snorted coldly, his mind troubled as he departed. Liu Xiao appeared victorious, exuding joy until the end of the workday. After escorting Liu Xiao home, Jia Sudong proceeded directly to the Sijiacheng market. Jingchuan Shuyu had commenced a clothing business at the former charcoal shop, and within just 2 days of its opening, it was flourishing. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also possessed a remarkable talent for selecting garments that delighted her customers. Jia Sudong parked his car at a distance, meandered through several alleys, and soon vanished into the bustling crowd. Luo Tong swiftly appeared at the entrance of Qiuyu fashion store. Upon seeing Luo Tong approach, Jingchuan Qiuyu, employing some unknown method, soon cleared the entire shop of patrons. The door was closed. Then, the two embraced tightly. "Darling, where have you been these past few days? I missed you terribly," she lamented. Naturally, I was occupied with significant matters. Do you expect me to spend every day languishing with you?" With that, he lifted her into the inner room. "By the way, I have something to tell you. I have mastered the art of disguise. Henceforth, this will be my true visage, and I shall reveal my authentic self to you." As he shed all layers of skin, the original face of Li Hao emerged, youthful, handsome, with defined features. Armed with genetic medication, a transformative boon, he planned to unveil his original appearance when the gene therapy was made public. "Ah, darling, you're simply too handsome," Jingchuan Qiuyu exclaimed, showering him with affectionate kisses. "Do you like it?" "I adore it." An hour later, Li Hao lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as the smoke curled into the air. "I need you to assist me with a task," he stated, flicking ash from his cigarette, feeling invigorated. "What do you need, husband?" "Qiuyu is willing to do anything for you," she replied, exhausted to the point of not wanting to lift a finger, yet forcing herself to speak. "It is nothing perilous. I want you to leak information about the outstanding stainless steel developed by Hongqing Steel Factory to foreign media, inciting a frenzy of sensationalist reporting." Li Hao was aware that certain Western conglomerates were fervently researching food-grade stainless steel, and he aimed to capture their attention, causing them to falter in their pursuits. The predatory nature of Western nations thrived on seizing existing innovations. Should the new nation introduce food-grade stainless steel, they would deem further research a waste of resources, leading them to abandon their endeavors in favor of seeking purchases. That would be the moment Hongqing Steel Factory truly gained recognition. In this era, the more renowned one became internationally, the less daring others would be to challenge you domestically, garnering ever-increasing trust from the populace. Most crucially, it would attract the attention of local merchants, prompting a rush to engage. "All right, husband, this is a trivial matter. What aspect does the stainless steel produced by Hongqing Steel Factory pertain to? Is it for military use? Anything goes. Embellish it as grandly as possible, claiming it exceeds even world records. You must emphasize internationally that Jia Sudong is a great inventor. If Japan inquires about the purpose of this, simply respond that it is to eliminate Jia Sudong. Thank you, husband, for even anticipating my concerns. You are truly wonderful to me." Was I not good to you just now? Do you want me to be? How insufferable. As Li Hao's physical capabilities and reflexes improved, he found himself evenly matched with Jingchuan Qiuyu in combat training. During their practice sessions, he even managed to glean some of her combat techniques. Departing from Qiuyu fashion store at 8 o'clock, he underwent a transformation back into Jia Sudong. He drove home to find the lights still aglow. Qin Huairu stood on a stool, wielding a whip, while attempting to discipline a student. "No distractions. Write faster. If you can't produce anything, I'll strike you again," she admonished, raising the whip threateningly. "Auntie, please don't hit my brother anymore. Look, his backside is all red," Xiao Deng implored, clutching Qin Huairu's leg pitifully. "No, this is how it must be every day. Why delay until tomorrow what can be accomplished today? If you don't finish writing today, you can't go to sleep." Qin Huairu's heart was steeled, having matured somewhat after Jia Sudong's guidance. With a sharp crack, the whip struck the stool, creating a resounding noise that startled the student, who hunched over the desk, scribbling fervently. "Auntie, please don't hit the stool. It makes me anxious." The student whimpered. "What are you afraid of? I'm merely testing your courage. Your father says a man must never harbor fear. You must be able to face challenges without flinching." "Was it called again?" Qin Huairu scratched her head, momentarily at a loss. It's to face the mountain collapsing before you without flinching, the student interjected. Oh yes, that's it. But it seems something is amiss. It can't be that way. Little student, are you trying to deceive your aunt? Qin Huairu raised her whip high, poised to strike. Chapter 37. The Student's Intelligence. No, absolutely not. The textbook states it clearly, and my teacher, Ran Xia, teaches it this way too. The student protested, retracting their head, fearfully eyeing the whip overhead. Oomph. Consider yourself fortunate. If I discover you're deceiving me, I shall not let you off easily. Qin Huairu was quite pleased with herself. Jia Sudong had instructed her to oversee the student's education, and she found it quite entertaining. Wow, brother-in-law, you're back, Qin Huairu exclaimed, tossing aside the whip and joyfully bouncing over to Jia Sudong, pulling his hand into her embrace. Brother-in-law, look, under my wise tutelage. The little student has become so obedient. Qin Huairu beamed, seeking Jia Sudong's praise. Well done, Huairu. You are indeed formidable. Children require strictness. As the saying goes, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. He affectionately ruffled her hair, recalling the moments when her hair flowed gracefully, warming his heart. Daddy. Auntie is bullying my brother. She's so mean. Xiao Dang cried, her small face tear-streaked. Seeing Jia Sudong was like spotting a savior. She believed he would surely help her brother. Xiao Dang, you are so thoughtful. Just watch. Daddy will teach your aunt a lesson. With a resounding smack, his palm landed heavily on Qin Huairu's backside. She rolled her eyes dramatically, casting a fierce glare at Jia Sudong, exuding an alluring charm. Look, Daddy has helped you discipline your aunt. Are you happy now? Suddenly, he noticed Qin Huairu emerging from a room, her palms still lingering on Qin Huairu's backside. Time seemed to freeze. Gosh, Daddy, you're amazing. Daddy, I want to give you a kiss. Xiao Dang exclaimed joyfully, clambering onto Jia Sudong's lap. He knelt down to lift her up, relishing the kisses she planted on his face, even leaving a bit of drool. Ahem. Little Ru, you're still awake? How's your health? Are you feeling unwell? Jia Sudong approached, wrapping his arms around her and checking her pulse. Having acquired knowledge from dozens of medical books, he had become quite knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine, albeit lacking practical experience. Otherwise, he would be a master in the field. Why did you strike Huairu earlier? That was quite inappropriate. She is a young lady, and it reflects poorly if word gets out. Dear wife, I was merely correcting her. I assure you it won't happen again. Jia Sudong grasped her other hand once more, yet failed to discern any issues. Oomph. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your little schemes. You have been quite flamboyant in your speech these past few days, and your demeanor is not what it once was. Undoubtedly, something has transpired with you. Furthermore, regarding your abilities, you had better confess. As Qin Huairu spoke, her delicate face flushed, and she twisted Jia Sudong's ear, her small tiger teeth gnashing together in a fit of irritation. My dear wife, release me. It hurts. It truly hurts. Oomph. I shall let you off this time. But should I discover any mischief you have been up to, just wait and see how I shall deal with you, Qin Huairu warned, making a scissor gesture. A chill ran down Jia Sudong's spine. With righteous indignation, he exclaimed, My dear wife, do you truly believe I am that sort of person? I am merely a pure-hearted young man, devoted solely to you. Your suspicions wound me deeply. Woe is me. He buried his head in her embrace, seeking the warmth of her body and the rhythm of her heartbeat. Go on, Huairu, the children are watching. You're always so unruly, she admonished softly, giving his head a gentle poke. Aha, dear wife, wait for me a moment. Once I've bathed, I shall converse with you, he replied. Uft, who said I wanted your company? Just look at how well Bangung is doing. He was terrified by his aunt just now, Qin Huairu remarked as she gradually retreated to her room. Got it. I shall ensure that Bangung receives a proper education. Jia Sudong chuckled, striding towards the boy. Little Bangung, I've heard you've been rather lazy and reluctant to complete your homework. Is that true? Indeed. He must be coerced into doing his assignments. Perhaps with a whip, Qin Huairu interjected, handing Jia Sudong the whip. Only a firm strike will compel him to write. Upon hearing this, Bangung's lips twitched in alarm. Father, please don't strike me. I will write. I will. I enjoy writing. I promise to do it well. He whimpered, returning to his desk to diligently scribble away. Jia Sudong nodded in satisfaction, picking up a mathematics book. Instinctively, he began to decompose it. Alas, the book had vanished. I must amend this compulsion to dissect everything in sight. With the book gone, how shall I provide Bangung with another? His thoughts turned to the knowledge yet untapped, the wisdom acquired from the second-grade mathematics curriculum. I wonder if I can implant this knowledge into Bangung's mind? System. Is it possible to infuse this knowledge into Bangung's brain? The system, unable to communicate, could only comply with direct orders. What it could accomplish, it would. And what it could not, it would not, for the system had never lied. Ding. This operation requires 100 points of dark energy. Do you confirm? The system's synthesized voice filled Jia Sudong with glee. How marvelous. I can indeed implant knowledge into another's mind. With a thought, he commanded the system within his mind. Confirm. Ding. Successfully imparted knowledge of the second-grade mathematics book to Bang Gong, awakening the memory. Note, this memory will remain dormant until Bang Gong recalls the second-grade mathematics book. It worked. Glancing at Bang Gong, he playfully slapped the back of the boy's head. Smack. The sound echoed pleasantly, bringing joy to the ears. Bang Gong stared blankly, to which Jia Sudong chuckled. Bang Gong, can you recall what is written on the 10th page of your second-grade math book? Realizing his father had struck him, he could not muster anger. After all, it was natural for a father to chastise his son. With a bittersweet smile, he attempted to resume his writing. Upon hearing Jia Sudong's question, he instinctively pondered. As he did, an image of a book materialized in his mind, flipping open to the 10th page, all the knowledge therein flooding back to him. What is this? How come my brain feels so sharp? Bang Gong thought, elated, completely forgetting the slap his father had given him. He reveled in his newfound prowess, marveling at his extraordinary memory. To remember an entire book's contents after merely glancing at it. How remarkable. He turned to search for the book, curious to compare the actual second-grade mathematics book with the knowledge now residing in his mind. Father, did you take my math book? Oh, I did. It was quite peculiar. I struck you with the book, and it vanished into thin air. Jia Sudong feigned confusion, raising his hands in a gesture of bewilderment. Is your mind all right? Did the book enter your brain? He ruffled Bang Gong's hair, pretending to search for the book within his son's head. Chapter 38. A boat full of clear dreams pressing down the starry river. Dad, wait. I really feel like there's an extra book in my head. Just a moment. Let me check. After a considerable time, Bang Gong finally finished perusing the book in his mind. Father, I truly have a book in my head, he exclaimed in astonishment. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want others to discover your secret? This is solely your secret and must remain undisclosed. Do you understand? Jia Sudong hissed, covering the boy's mouth. If others learn of your secret, they will dissect your mind to study it. Tell me, are you afraid? Bang Gong proudly lifted his chin. Father, I am strong. I will defeat the bad guys, so I am not afraid. Smack. Jia Sudong delivered another firm slap to the back of his head. You foolish child. You may not fear death, but I do. If you wish to perish, do so on your own. Do not drag me into it. Jia Sudong was exasperated, reflecting on Bang Gong's life. His intellect was comparable to that of a simpleton. His actions were utterly thoughtless. He had been caught stealing a chicken, an act so foolish it was embarrassing. Father, I don't know what to do. Smack. Another slap echoed. You dimwit. Consider this a lesson for your theft. It must remain a secret. It is yours alone. Do you understand? But, Father, I didn't steal anything. Xiao Zhang, unable to bear it any longer, quietly interjected, Brother is truly foolish. What Father means is that if you reveal the secret about having a book in your head, someone will come with a knife to dissect your brain, and then you won't survive. Isn't that right, Father? Xiao Dang puffed out her chest with pride, awaiting praise from both her brother and father. Well done, Xiao Dang, you've hit the nail on the head. Your clarity and precision are commendable. It's evident to all. Although Xiao Dang did not grasp the full meaning, she felt quite impressive, her chin lifting even higher as she furtively glanced at Bang Gong. Bang Gong, terrified, nearly soiled himself. Father, I promise I won't tell anyone. I won't say a word, even if it kills me. He shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Excellent. Now, practice your writing. It is far more beneficial than anything else. If your grades are too exceptional, it will raise suspicion. You must learn to be discreet. Do you understand? Jia Sudong patted his shoulder, contemplating whether he could somehow implant the knowledge of the 4 books and 5 classics in a Bang Gong's mind, transforming him into a prodigy. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Bang Gong's character was not yet mature enough. Rapid knowledge accumulation would be detrimental, as he might not be able to handle it. Moreover, he was not truly my son, and I must remain wary of his potential ingratitude. With that thought, he left him be. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, he stealthily slipped into Qin Huairu's room. Embracing one's wife brings unparalleled joy. In this age devoid of entertainment programs and smartphones to indulge in games, there is nothing more comforting than the warmth of one's spouse at night. Upon returning to the factory the next day, a momentous piece of news awaited. The molds overseen by Liu Haizhong and Yi Zhonghai had been completed. This heralded the imminent assembly of the electric furnace essential for stainless steel production. This time, Jia Sudong took the reins on-site to personally oversee the installation. The electric furnace, also known as the electric arc furnace, employs the thermal effect of an electric arc to swiftly melt the charge. It encompasses processes such as slag removal, charging with metallic materials, energizing, melting, oxidation, reduction, refining, and steel tapping. The electric arc furnace technology had already matured in the land of Meili, yet in the new nation, steel production primarily relied on coal-fired methods, making it arduous to produce high-quality steel. A multitude of employees toiled through the afternoon, successfully erecting the framework. During work, distinctions between ranks faded, with Jia Sudong himself joining the fray, his formidable strength allowing him to outwork a dozen men. Objects weighing 100 or 200 kilograms were effortlessly lifted by him, though he refrained from unleashing his full power. Otherwise, he could lift over 600 kilograms, a feat that would surely draw attention and scrutiny. Jia, the factory director, possessed such strength that even objects deemed too heavy for 5 men were lifted with ease by him, a testament to his capabilities. Indeed, Jia Sudong was the kind of man who could run while carrying a car. Such is the extent of his prowess, yet those who merely witness it remain incredulous. With a swift motion, Jia Sudong tossed a 200-pound iron bar onto the rack as if it were but a few pounds of timber, displaying effortless grace and undeniable charm. In this era, a man endowed with such vigor need not fear hunger. Strong men often attract the admiration of women. Observing from the sidelines, Secretary Liu Shaoyi found herself captivated, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. Mature, exuding masculine allure, and possessing great strength, he was indeed a paragon of virtue. If she had the freedom to choose her partner, it would be Jia Dage without a doubt. No other man could ever measure up. Yet, her father seemed intent on marrying her off, as if evading something, leaving her perplexed about his intentions. This thought cast a shadow of melancholy over Liu Shaoyi. As the day's tasks neared completion, Jia Sudong surveyed the industrious workers and, with a grand gesture, declared, "Let us celebrate with a feast, my treat." A chorus of cheers erupted from the young workers, lifting Jia Sudong into the air. In the dining hall, cups clinked in camaraderie as workers poured drinks for Jia Sudong, who even managed to monopolize Liu Shaoyi's attention, despite her initially quiet demeanor. "Haha, Director Jia is generous. Come, let us toast 3 more times." Liu Haizhong, the most enthusiastic among them, drank the most, while Li Zhonghai, more reserved, could only manage a few toasts before feeling overwhelmed. As the festivities wound down, Jia Sudong succumbed to inebriation, swaying as Liu Shaoyi guided him toward the office. It is common knowledge that one should not drive under the influence. Within the office, there was a small lounge, where Liu Shaoyi finally laid Jia Sudong on the bed. "I'm not drunk. Come, let us have a toast," he chuckled. In his drunken stupor, he muttered, "After drinking, one knows not whether the sky is in the water, as dreams weigh down the Milky Way." Liu Shaoyi was taken aback by his poetic words, her heart stirred by the beauty of the line. She gazed at Jia Sudong's resolute visage, and the thought of her father's intentions for her to marry filled her with sorrow. Overwhelmed, she gently caressed his youthful, handsome face, unable to resist planting a soft kiss on his lips. Chapter 39, Liu Xiaoyi imperied. Even if this man does not belong to me, I still have the right to pursue the one I love. In a haze, Jia Sudong felt a cool, delicate mouth brush against his face and instinctively embraced her. Returning the kiss, he then rolled over, pinning the woman beneath him. If one cannot freely dictate their own life, then perhaps it is better to surrender oneself to the man one desires. Liu Shaoyi made no resistance, allowing the moment to unfold naturally. At 10 o'clock that night, Jia Sudong awakened to find himself alone in the office, his clothes torn. The remnants of crimson on the bed attested to the events of the previous night. "Liu Xiaoyi," he called, sensing her lingering warmth on the sheets, realizing she must have just departed. Where could she have gone? Hastily dressing, he drove his second-hand Jeep to the factory gates. An inquiry with the security personnel revealed she had left only minutes before. He pressed the accelerator, determined to catch up with her. In the 49 city, Longu was the local ruffian, often intimidating the nearby residents for petty gains. That evening, a group of young men gathered to share drinks, feeling a profound emptiness in their lives, a void left by the absence of women. In this era, women were disinclined to associate with men of dubious character, forcing them to seek fleeting encounters in dark corners. As they ambled through the dimly lit streets, the sight of the moon reminded them of the previous night's white snow, a taste that lingered in their memories. "Boss, what was that sensation like?" One of them asked. "You, a mere wastrel, have never even touched a woman. You are unworthy to know," came the retort. Suddenly, one of the younger men exclaimed, Hey, there's a woman up ahead. You must be seeing things. What woman would dare wander out at this hour? They scoffed. Yet, as they approached, they indeed beheld a woman, Li Hao, who had just exited the factory, exhausted and filled with a searing pain that made her movements awkward. Unaware of the encroaching danger, she found herself surrounded by the group of ruffians. What do you want? Stay back, she stammered, clutching her backpack defensively. Hey now, we mean you no harm. We merely wish for your company over some drinks. Surely, you wouldn't turn us away? Longa grinned as he stepped forward, reaching for her face. With a swift motion, she slapped his hand away, prompting an indifferent chuckle from him. He attempted to wrap his arms around her waist, but she raised her backpack as a barrier, retreating a few steps. Don't be ungrateful. We're offering you a chance to have some fun. Don't make it difficult for us. Leave me alone. I want to go home. Help! Jadage, where are you? Li Hao cried out in despair, feeling cornered by the ruffians from all sides. No one is coming to your rescue. You might as well comply with us, Longa taunted, his desire ignited by the alluring fragrance of her presence. Begone! Leave me alone, help! Li Hao exclaimed, raising her backpack and aimlessly swatting at the air in a futile attempt to disperse the ruffians surrounding her. Yet, she struck nothing but empty air. Hey, my dear girl, since you do not appreciate our company, we cannot be held accountable for what comes next. With that, one of the thugs swiftly seized Li Hao, lifting her off the ground and beckoning his companions to follow him into the shadows. Just as they vanished from sight, Jia Sudong drove by, the timing impeccable. Let me go. I want to go home. Help! Help! Li Hao cried out, her pleas echoing into the night, but they fell on deaf ears. Jia Sudong, engrossed in his thoughts, failed to hear her cries over the roar of his car's engine, never suspecting that anything might be amiss. He was solely focused on catching up with Li Hao, eager to catch another glimpse of her graceful figure. Dragon, along with his gang, carried Li Hao to a secluded ravine, enveloped by mountains, an unlikely spot for anyone to venture at such an hour. They placed her atop a large rock, and the eyes of the thugs gleamed with predatory hunger. Li Hao curled into a ball, hugging her legs, her senses still reeling from the chaotic run. Her mind in a fog. Scatter, you fools. Go and light a fire. We can't play without some ambience. How can we enjoy ourselves without seeing our prize? Dragon snapped at his underlings, slapping one on the back of the head in frustration. Soon, a small fire crackled to life, and Dragon licked his lips, preparing for a feast. You lot keep watch. I'll have first dibs. Everyone gets a share. Dragon, I don't know how to eat, one of the lackeys stammered, attempting to ingratiate himself. The eyes of the others sparkled with anticipation. Very well, witness the true might of Dragon, he declared, stripping off his shirt. Jia Sudong's car soon arrived at Li Hao's residence, a quaint neighborhood shared with high-ranking officials. The area was cloaked in darkness, with two guards standing rigidly at the entrance. As Jia Sudong approached, the guards blocked his path. Halt! No one is allowed entry after 9. The guard's icy tone sent a wave of disappointment through Jia Sudong. He reversed the car, contemplating leaving, when a thought struck him. He leapt from the vehicle and hurried to the guards. Brothers, have you seen Li Hao from the Liu family return home? I'm sorry, but that is private information. I cannot disclose it, the guard replied with a stoic expression, his gaze wary. Listen, Li Hao was with me earlier, and I lost sight of her after we parted ways. I'm genuinely concerned. Could you tell me if she has returned? The guards exchanged glances and nodded. Sir, she has not returned. Where did she last go missing? One guard blew a whistle, and soon a dozen more guards emerged. I was just about to ask you, are you certain she hasn't come back tonight? A sense of dread began to gnaw at Jia Sudong's heart. Could she have done something foolish? The longer he went without seeing her, the more his worry intensified. The small residential area was merely a kilometer from the factory. Where could she have gone? Chapter 40. Like the arrival of death. The road ahead forked into two paths, one leading to the bustling market of Sijiacheng, and the other winding toward the residential area. There was, however, a third path, a narrow lane that led into the fields. It was down that very path that Jia Sudong had confronted Luo Yongji last time. After careful consideration, he reasoned that if she had gone to the Sijiacheng market, where crowds thrived, she would likely be safe. But if she ventured into the fields, the chances of danger would be exponentially higher. He turned to the guards and ordered, "You all search the Sijiacheng market. I will take the other path. I fear she may be in peril. Move swiftly." Without a moment's hesitation, Jia Sudong abandoned his car, sprinting toward the forest beyond the fields, slipping from sight. As he dashed forward, the darkness enveloped him, rendering direction indistinguishable, and he had no path to guide him. Upon reaching the fields, he could only run aimlessly. Relying on luck, he darted in two directions, one leading toward a ravine on the opposite slope. The terrain was treacherous, even during the day. Traversing it at night was nearly impossible. No one would willingly venture there, unless Lu Xiaoyi had been abducted. Abducted, such a delicate woman, wandering alone at night, certainly posed a risk. In the ravine, Dragon slowly shed his clothing, revealing his chiseled abs. Hell, what a beauty! I've never encountered such a stunning woman. He leered, his grin grotesque in the night. No, don't come any closer. Get away. Help! Lu Xiaoyi's cries pierced the stillness of the night. Shout all you want. The louder you scream, the more we enjoy ourselves. We thrive on this thrill. Dragon chuckled as he approached, grasping her ankle with intent to tear away her clothing. Suddenly, a stone whizzed through the air, striking his hand. With a yelp, Dragon recoiled, blood staining his palm. Who dares? He bellowed, fury igniting within him as he clutched his injured hand and drew a small knife from his clothing. It's your worst nightmare. Jia Sudong leapt forward, snatching the knife and swiftly slicing through Dragon's wrist. The thug barely registered the pain before his severed hand fell to the ground, and he staggered back, howling in agony. Someone, help me, Dragon cried, collapsing in despair as he fumbled for his boot. Boss, what is happening? Who are you? Speak, or we'll settle this. Some of the more astute thugs threatened as they cautiously retreated. One picked up a stone, aiming to hurl it at Jia Sudong. With a flick of his wrist, Jia Sudong hurled his last stone with precision. The thug, who had attempted to throw his projectile, cried out in pain as blood streamed from his wrist, exposing bone. Lu Xiaoyi looked up, her eyes widening in surprise as Jia Sudong appeared like a hero, and she instinctively sought his protection. Jia Sudong, however, remained expressionless, sidestepping her embrace. This was not the moment for sentimentality. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon the remaining thugs. His martial prowess was formidable, capable of overpowering even the likes of Akiyama, let alone this band of ruffians. Within mere seconds, he had dispatched them all, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Only then did he turn his attention back to Lu Xiaoyi, relieved to see her unharmed and unviolated. Jia Sudong was not one to indulge in romantic notions. He understood that had he rushed to comfort Lu Xiaoyi upon arrival, ignoring the threats around them, it would have ended in tragedy. Instead, he embraced her tightly, drawing her close to him. Why are you so foolish, venturing out alone at such a late hour? If something were to happen to you, and I could never find you again, what would I do? How could I possibly continue to exist in this world? Tears glimmered in Jia Sudong's eyes as he felt a profound ache for this woman. He cherished her deeply, unwilling to lay any blame upon her, and resolute in his desire to shield her from even the slightest distress. Oh. Lu Xiaoyi was equally moved at this moment, tears streaming down her cheeks, feeling an unprecedented sense of safety. As she felt Jia Sudong embrace her tightly, her heart swelled with emotion, almost bringing her to tears. Enough. Do not speak further. From now on, I will be your protector. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from behind them, and Jia Sudong felt a searing pain as a bullet struck his back. With great difficulty, he turned his head and beheld Long Gu, who, despite having lost a hand, now wielded a revolver, smoke curling from its muzzle. Just moments ago, Jia Sudong had believed himself immune to such folly, yet here he was, the fool. Regret gnawed at him, a visceral sorrow for his own misjudgment. Releasing Lu Xiaoyi from his embrace, he darted forward. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, this time striking his shoulder. Yet he pressed on, closing the distance to confront Long Gu. In the silence that followed, the villain fell victim to his own verbosity. For it is the loquacious who meet their demise. With a swift motion, Long Ji's head was violently twisted, brain matter splattering in the aftermath. This was not Jia Sudong's first encounter with bloodshed. His mind was still sharp enough to ponder the trivialities amidst the chaos. There are still a dozen small-time thugs left to deal with. He turned, an embodiment of death incarnate. Not a single one was spared. Each met a swift end. Blood erupted from his mouth, saturating his garments in a crimson hue. He was ruthless, merciless towards his foes and himself alike. Lu Xiaoyi staggered back in fear, witnessing Jia Sudong single-handedly vanquishing all the evildoers. As she saw him wounded and spitting blood, panic surged within her, compelling her to rush forward in an attempt to staunch his bleeding, though she was utterly clueless on how to do so. Viewing Jia Sudong, drenched in his own blood, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. All she could do was cover her mouth and weep in desperation. Brother Jia, oh, how can I assist you? My mother is a doctor. Let me take you home. It's all right, just wait for me. Jia Sudong disregarded the pain, using a small knife to probe the bullet wound, deftly dislodging the bullet. Fortunately, it was a revolver, and the bullet had not penetrated deeply. He was cautious not to consume the life elixir. for doing so might lead to the bullet embedding itself within his muscle. Chapter 41. Emotion. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to extract, requiring surgical intervention. Should he enlist someone else's aid, explaining how his muscle regenerated so rapidly would risk revealing the elixir's existence. Now the bullet was out. He raised his head and consumed 10 grams of the life elixir. Lu Xiao, covering her mouth, gazed at Jia Sudong in astonishment. This man was ruthless with his enemies. Yet he was even harsher on himself. Only in her presence did he reveal tenderness. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Xiao felt utterly lost. Jia Sudong remained composed, unaffected by external circumstances. Glancing at her, he spoke softly, "Do not mention my injury to Auntie. I do not wish for her to worry." He removed his shirt and dressed his wound, noting the bleeding had ceased. He then scavenged among the deceased for a suitable garment to wear. Lu Xiao's face flushed crimson. Turning away in embarrassment, unable to meet Jia Sudong's gaze. "I won't say a word, Noticing her bashful demeanor, he pulled her into an embrace and kissed her. "Surely, there won't be any surviving foes to fire upon us again." Jia Sudong instinctively surveyed their surroundings. "Brother Jia." Lu Xiao blushed deeply, instinctively struggling against him. Despite the tumultuous events of the day, she remained a demure maiden, her womanly modesty causing her to squirm. "Xiao Yi, listen closely. You will be my woman from this day forth. Will you accompany me on adventures?" Was this a confession of love? Lu Xiao bravely lifted her gaze to meet Jia Sudong's, momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, "Brother Jia, I don't know." She was reluctant to reveal that her father intended to marry her off to another. "Very well, let us set that aside for now. I have matters to discuss with you. I have just taken lives, and I must escort you home. I will handle the aftermath of this." Killing? At that moment, Lu Xiao remembered that Jia Sudong had indeed taken lives, more than a dozen at once. Taking a life demanded retribution. This was a fundamental truth. She regretted her earlier hesitation. Jia Sudong had slain for her sake, and she had wavered in her resolve. She felt utterly inadequate, and now there was no more room for doubt. "Brother Jia, I wish to be your woman. From this day forth, I am yours. Wherever you go, I shall follow. In life and death, we shall not part." She rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Jia Sudong extinguished the fire nearby and took Lu Xiao's hand, guiding her away. "Xiao, if you truly wish to be my woman, grant me a kiss. Such a good girl. Climb onto my back. I will carry you out of this ravine." "No, Brother Jia, you are injured. How can I allow you to carry me?" "It's fine. I am a physician and know how to tend to my own wounds. I shall be well in a couple of days. Climb on, for the mountains harbor many snakes and venomous creatures at night." "Ah, there are snakes. Look over there." In her fright, Lu Xiao clung tightly to him. Upon emerging from the ravine and reaching the mountain's peak, they could see distant lights twinkling in the valley below. "Xiao Yi, I urgently need to relieve myself. Please wait for me atop that rock." "Brother Jia, Lu Xiao was still somewhat apprehensive. "Oh, perhaps you should accompany me?" "I think I'll stay here." Lu Xiao's face flushed with unease, her words faltering. Jia Sudong intended to return to the valley to deal with the deceased. He did not wish for anyone else to know of the decomposition system he possessed. "Very well. You remain here, gazing at the distant lights. That should ease your fears." With that, he vanished into the darkness without a backward glance. The night was shrouded in mist. Having enhanced his physique, even his vision was sharper, allowing him to discern objects clearly in the dim light. Jia Sudong quickly dealt with all the fallen, ensuring not a trace of blood remained. He also dismantled several large trees, as the supply of life elixir was dwindling and needed replenishing. In mere minutes, he returned to find Lu Xiao standing still, her eyes wide as she softly called out, "Brother Jia, Brother Jia." He approached from behind and embraced her, whispering, "I'm not your brother Jia. I am ex-wolf." Lu Xiao jumped 3 feet in fright, nearly losing her wits. "Ha ha ha!" Upon recognizing his familiar voice, she was overwhelmed with joy, her small fists playfully pounding his chest. Upon returning to the small villa area, Lu Baichuan and several guards had just emerged from the gate, evidently alerted to Lu Xiao's return. "It's a young lady. The young lady has returned." The maid rushed forward, embracing Lu Xiao and scrutinizing her for any injuries, sighing in relief upon finding her unharmed. "Lotus sister, I am fine. Father, I am well." Bishion. Jia Sudong stepped forward, lightly tapping him on the shoulder. "What on earth happened? Why did you return so late?" "Alas, today there has been a glimmer of progress at the factory, in a state of merriment. We indulged a bit too much and ended up spending more time there than intended. I had initially planned to escort your precious daughter home, but I was unfortunately delayed by other matters. As fate would have it, when I finally located her, she was lying by the roadside, having twisted her ankle and unable to walk due to the pain. Fortunately, my knowledge of medicine allowed me to realign her bones. Oomph. What kind of factory manager are you, permitting my daughter to drink? Is there anything in your life that holds greater significance than her well-being? Liu Baichuan felt a twinge of discontent, sensing that Jia Sudong was somewhat unreliable. Ah, but this is indeed a fortuitous event. Tomorrow, when I have the time, I shall come and share it with you, and I assure you, it will be an eye-opening experience. However, it is quite late now, and not the appropriate time for discussions. Given his connection as Liu Xiao's father, Jia Sudong was not inclined to take offense at his impudence. Oh, very well. If there is nothing pressing, you may return home. Liu Baichuan, being a rather unassuming individual, would not resort to unreasonable disputes, since his daughter was unharmed. Pursuing the matter further seemed futile. Upon arriving home, it was already midnight. As I stepped into the bathroom, I discovered a woman there, Qin Jingru. The light was off, and she appeared to be asleep. Qin Jingru lazily opened her eyes, exclaiming, "Oh, brother-in-law, you're back. Was there any doubt?" Jia Sudong chuckled as he stepped forward to embrace her. The following morning, Jia Sudong arrived at the Hongqing steel mill and headed directly to the security department. "Captain, I need you to find someone to assist me with a matter that requires utmost discretion." "Certainly. I shall dispatch someone who can keep their lips sealed." Jia Sudong lit a cigarette, then tossed the entire pack to the captain. "Take this. It's not overly confidential. Just someone to escort a woman named Jia Zhangshi to my hometown in Tianjin. However, this must remain a secret from anyone else." "Understood." The captain accepted the cigarettes, rolled one for himself, and tucked the small pack into his pocket. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a spirited young man, clearly trustworthy. Handing him 5 large bills, Jia Sudong instructed, "This is 50 yuan. Go to the police station and fetch a woman named Jia Zhangshi, bringing her to my hometown. Here is a letter that you must personally deliver to the old secretary of Jiajiakan." Chapter 42, The Stainless Steel Brigade. Upon concluding his instructions, Jia Sudong's demeanor turned serious. "This is a strategic shift for the Hongqing factory, and you must execute it flawlessly." "Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed." The young security officer saluted. "Xiaohua, do your utmost. Upon your return, I shall commend you for your significant contribution," the security chief encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. "Received. I vow to fulfill this mission." "Very well, be cautious on your journey." Jia Sudong merely wished for him to concentrate, not to fumble and misplace the letter, though he had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Whether Jia Zhangshi was well or not was of little concern to him. He merely wished to send a message to the village secretary that Jia Sudong intended to return home for the new year. Upon returning to the office, Liu Xiao immediately rose to gather her belongings, her petite face averted. "Ahem. Good morning, Xiao. Director Jia." Liu Xiao felt a twinge of awkwardness. Despite the harrowing experience they had shared the previous night, after a night of reflection, she found it difficult to believe it was real. Jia Sudong was a married man, and she was still an unmarried young woman. Did this mean she was to become his mistress? He approached, gently lifting her chin. "You're truly beautiful. You have been stamped by me, and from now on, you are mine. You cannot escape." Before she could process his words, he pressed a kiss upon her lips. "Oomph. I see your invitation for me to be your secretary is merely a ruse. Indeed, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, it was a plot." Jia Sudong chuckled. "Oomph." Liu Xiao stomped her foot in frustration. "Dear lady, having boarded this ship of mischief, do you now regret it? Smile for me." "Never. If I'm ugly, so be it. I shan't pay you any mind." Liu Xiao retorted, clutching her folder as she exited. Today, there remained but one final task, sealing the covers. Once this step was completed, the electric furnace would be finished. When Jia Sudong arrived, Liu Xiao had already distributed the blueprints. Upon seeing him approach, she shot him a disdainful glance. "Greetings, everyone. Today marks our final battle. Let us fervently wish for success." Success. Success. In this era, people thrived on the rallying cries. The louder they shouted, the more fervently they stirred each other's spirits. "All right, let us commence." The proceedings unfolded smoothly, and by 11 o'clock, they had completed the task. Liu Haizhong joyously dashed over to flip the power switch, and the ore within the container swiftly melted into molten iron. After undergoing a series of refinements, the molten iron began to take shape. A sheet of 304 stainless steel rolled through the mill, entering the cooling pool, emerging with a layer of antioxidation wax on its surface. The steel sheet was cut and sent to the laboratory, where the results soon confirmed it met and even exceeded food-grade material standards. Upon the announcement of the results, the workers embraced one another in jubilation. Several spirited young men rushed forward, lifting Jia Sudong and tossing him into the air once more. "We have succeeded. We have triumphed. We have surpassed the United States." In this era, the entire new nation was under blockade by Western countries, making it nearly impossible to import even the most basic items. Thus, people were determined to prove their worth. "You do not provide for us, so we shall surpass you." When a technological breakthrough occurred, one that outstripped all Western nations, it was a moment of exhilarating triumph. Liu Xiao was closely shielded by Jia Sudong as they exited the scene, for otherwise, this logistical beauty might have met the same fate as the others, being tossed into the air by jubilant workers. After a period of lively celebration, tranquility finally returned. The success of the 304 assures us that the 316 will surely follow suit. Jia Sudong paused. "Though we have succeeded, we must ensure that the entire nation is aware of our achievement, and we must deliver our products into the hands of the people. There remains a long road ahead. I cannot accompany you always. Therefore, I appoint Liu Haizhong as the captain of our stainless steel brigade." Liu Haizhong's capabilities had been evident throughout this project, earning the workers' respect and leaving no room for dissent. Yi Zhonghai shall serve as vice captain. The two complemented each other seamlessly. Let Liu Haizhong assign the other tasks. Your current mission is to produce with all your might, delivering our products to the nation, and, eventually, to the world. To the world. To the world. The workers erupted into cheers, their faces flushed with excitement, eager to return to their posts and labor fervently. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the products began to take shape. Under the force of the machine, a large stainless steel plate was formed, stamped with the Red Star emblem, polished and labeled. The assembly line began to reveal its efficiency. Within mere minutes, dozens of finished stainless steel plates emerged. As they beheld the polished, gleaming stainless steel plates, the workers gasped in admiration. "They are absolutely stunning. One cannot help but fall in love with them." The beauty of steel was truly captivating. Liu Haizhong picked up a stainless steel plate, examining it closely, reluctant to let it go, tapping it lightly. Clang, clang, clang. "Director Jia, how are we to sell this plate?" "For now, we shall keep in stock. Ensure that the workers do not take them for personal use." Liu Hai had initially contemplated using a moment after work to return home, but upon receiving a warning from Jia Sudong, he promptly sat straight and composed. "Indeed, I shall remain here, ensuring not a single dish is lost. As we embark on this endeavor, our ability to turn the tide hinges on this very moment. Let's strive diligently." Jia Sudong patted his shoulder, and upon glancing at his head, he noted the loyalty had risen to 97 points. Jia Sudong then escorted Liu Xiao back to the office. "Director Jia, we know. You have misnamed me. It should be husband," Jia Sudong corrected her. "You are utterly unrestrained," she retorted. "Pray tell, in what manner am I lacking in decorum?" "I am utterly serious. If you doubt it, I could disrobe to demonstrate." He jested. Since that fateful night, Jia Sudong had come to realize Liu Xiao harbored affections for him. Otherwise, such an incident would not have transpired. Enough of that. Let's speak of serious matters. How will you sell your dishes? If priced too dearly, no one will be able to afford them. Haha. You will follow this project closely. Do you not know its cost? Jia Sudong lifted her chin and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. "I have not calculated." Liu Xiao averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed. "Allow me to calculate the price, but you must not disclose it to others. For the large dishes and wash basins, the cost ranges between 1 to 2 dimes, and they can be sold for around 7 dimes to 1 yuan. As for the smaller plates, dinner plates, and bowls, they can be sold for 3 dimes to 1 yuan. We must market them in 2 tiers." As Jia Sudong elaborated, Liu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She gazed at him, then pecked his cheek quickly before darting away. "Ahem, you fickle minx, so unfeeling." Jia Sudong feigned wiping the saliva from his face, spitting in jest. Chapter 43. The Product Launch Conference. "You humph." Liu Xiao huffed, her adorableness undeniable. "In a few days, we shall host an exhibition and sales event to bolster our reputation. We will require a substantial inventory. If successful, we can recoup significant funds, and overcoming this hurdle will pave the way for smoother progress in the future. However, organizing the sales event will necessitate leveraging certain connections." After saying this, he scrutinized her. "Can you take me to meet your father today?" "Bah, who would take you to meet my father? How shameless." Those who possess shame cannot secure a wife. Only those devoid of it will have wives aplenty. Dare you?" Upon saying this, she made a scissor gesture, appearing more endearing than threatening. Having not yet finished work, she whisked away the secretary. Upon arriving at the Liu residence, Jia Sudong entered carrying a burlap sack, coincidentally finding the senior leader present. You two truly make a splendid pair. It's quite enviable. Jia Sudong boldly took a seat opposite them, unabashedly gulping from his teacup. Xiaodong, I heard from Brother Baichuan that you have some good news. I was just about to visit the factory. Now, tell me, what is the matter? Indeed, it is splendid news, monumentally even. By the way, Lao Su, how have you fared with the matter I entrusted you with? Last time, utilizing the decomposition function, I extracted 304 stainless steel and 316 stainless steel. I've sent them for a protection application. Ah, you sly one, waiting for results before taking action. The senior leader laughed, pointing at Jia Sudong. Ha! I learned it from you. The senior leader turned and tossed several folders over. Here they are. We have everything from the nation. As for international matters, we are currently unable to manage those, so do not dwell on them. Haha, our esteemed leader indeed lives up to the title. Here, allow me to offer you some tea. He filled the leader's cup with a small measure. My surprise lies here. My factory has produced products. He placed the bag on the table, creating a clattering sound. Brother Zhao, what is this? The cacophony of metal clashing nearly startled the battle-hardened leader. Oh, do not fear. Esteemed leader, these are merely trifles. Did I not clarify when you made your application? He then pulled out dishes of varying sizes, gleaming in the light. Upon seeing the shimmering color, one could not help but be enamored by it. This was indeed the natural hue of steel. What is this? Liu Baichuan picked up a plate and gave it a light tap. Clang, clang, clang. The quality of this plate is remarkable. Western nations are currently embroiled in controversies over such items. All for the sake of these dining plates? Precisely, but mine is made from completely food-safe stainless steel. Even surpassing their standards, Jia Sudong elaborated, providing a comparative analysis to elucidate why foreign stainless steel was deemed subpar and released toxins, while his 304 stainless steel exceeded their benchmarks. The senior leader grew increasingly animated as he listened, radiating excitement akin to the factory workers. And one could almost envision him lifting Jia Sudong into the air. Xiaodong, you have done excellently. This is truly remarkable. Should this news reach abroad, I wonder how they will perceive our new nation. Haha, the leader paced excitedly, and in a moment of joy, he laughed heartily. He gave Jia Sudong a hearty pat on the shoulder. Xiaodong, your invention receives my full support. Speak plainly. What do you wish to accomplish here? Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to let us know. With such assurance from the leader, I feel at ease. Thus, Jia Sudong began to articulate his desire to host a product exhibition, which required the official connections of the senior leader as well as the commercial network of Liu Baichuan. Liu Baichuan, a man of stoic demeanor, showed interest upon learning of the request. A product exhibition? That is indeed a novel term. Please, tell me how we can proceed. I shall assist in any way possible. I require connections within your business circle. The more, the better. This product exhibition will serve as a product launch. However, due to the variety of items, we cannot present each one individually. Thus, we must conduct it in the form of an exhibition. As Jia Sudong explained further, Liu Baichuan's interest deepened. Oh, you mean to find agents regionally? That is the crux of it? Yes, that is roughly the idea. In the future, merchants from each province will procure goods from him and distribute them to small vendors, eventually reaching the consumers. This approach will inadvertently elevate the cost of goods. Currently, no one in the country has adopted this business philosophy. Yet, once this concept matures, future sales will indeed be a matter of little concern. Liu Baichuan astutely grasped his vision, demonstrating the wisdom of ancient sages. Excellent. I shall see to it that this proposal is fulfilled. I can rally friends from the business community in the 3 eastern provinces and along the coast. I also have connections in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. I will gather them all. My only concern is whether your supply will suffice. Haha. Uncle Liu, rest assured, while we are just beginning, you know their production speed. Do you not? Liu Baichuan felt a twinge of surprise at this. Oh, do enlighten me. With 30 workers, they can produce at least 300 items in an hour. With over 30 production lines operating simultaneously, each of the 30 products sees over 300 units produced every hour. Would you not agree that is remarkably swift? In this age, we lack major highways, let alone large trucks. We can only rely on boats or small trucks and tractors to transport goods. Therefore, when I mention that we can produce at least 300 plates an hour, it indeed reflects rapid production. A production line? Is it the kind promoted by Western nations? Indeed, it is that type. However, my production line boasts superior management and stricter standards. I refer to this as an assembly line. The esteemed leader clutched a sizable stainless steel platter, examining it from left to right, utterly enamored. Xiaodong, I truly cannot fathom how your mind conceived such a creation, he remarked, playfully tapping his own head as he expressed his bewilderment. Huh. Well, leave the venue arrangements to me, and let Baichuan handle hiring. However, you must ensure that this product launch is executed with utmost elegance. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Hongqing steel mill. I shall report back, determined to honor your teachings and uphold the dignity of the people, he replied. Ha! You young lad have a bright future ahead. My instincts about you were indeed correct. Chapter 44. A decade of crafting a sword unknown. One morning, it shatters the world. The conversation continued until 8 in the evening, when Jia Sudong departed amidst the warm farewells of the two elders. Lu Shaoyi followed him outside, her expression tinged with sorrow as she lamented. You promised to come to my home to see my father. Yet upon his arrival, he seemed oblivious to her presence, leaving her feeling despondent. However, a flicker of relief crossed her mind, grateful that their affair had not yet come to her father's attention. Otherwise, she could scarcely imagine how to face him. The thoughts of a young girl are often inscrutable. Jia Sudong noticed her as well, winking playfully before turning away with nonchalance. Across the ocean, in a nation that had been colonizing for half a century, the Kingdom of Infants, a significant event unfolded, the advent of stainless steel utensils. The gleaming knives and forks captivated the attention of the upper echelons of society. In this social stratum, one was scarcely deemed worthy unless they possessed a few exquisite stainless steel pieces. However, the stainless steel poisoning incident sent shockwaves through the Western world, resulting in the inexplicable deaths of several elite individuals, nearly leading to the bankruptcy of the Brel Group. The allure of such beautiful utensils evoked a love-hate relationship. They were cherished yet deemed too perilous to use. The Brel Group was tirelessly striving to develop a non-toxic stainless steel, investing hundreds of millions of dollars. Yet their efforts yielded no results. Research in this field was akin to a game of chance. One could achieve results with a mere $100,000 if fortune favored them, or invest billions without success. The Brel Group's funds could only sustain operations for 3 more months. Failure to produce results would spell disaster for the factory. The more glorious their past, the more dire their current predicament. In his frustration, Brel stumbled upon a news article. The new nation successfully develops food-grade stainless steel. In the eyes of Westerners, the new nation represented poverty and backwardness. How could it possibly afford research and development? It seemed merely sensationalist journalism designed to attract attention. He picked up the phone and dialed the newspaper office. As a major client, his call was quickly answered by the editor. He unleashed a tirade, questioning the intelligence of the editorial staff for publishing such drivel. Once he finished, the editor calmly replied, "This information was gathered by operatives from Japan, and it has been corroborated. It's authentic." "What? Japanese operatives?" Brel exclaimed, his heart racing with hope and visions of a brighter future. He paced his office, and after a moment of resolve, he picked up the landline. Similar events unfolded in other nations. Brel Group's success illuminated the path to opportunity for them. Food-grade stainless steel technology, if acquired, could easily replicate the Brel Group's triumph. That night, the Western world was abuzz with excitement. The telephone lines at the new nation's embassy were inundated with calls from major corporations and financial groups eager to visit. Having only recently been established, the new nation had never before experienced such treatment, even prompting a presidential request for a state visit from one nation. This stirred the upper echelons of the new nation, with their intentions revolving around stainless steel. After an hour of review, Jia Sudong's name surfaced among the elite. Jia Sudong, a student from Peking University, had recently exchanged a cutting-edge steel technology for a 48 stake in the Hongqing steel mill and was now serving as its director. He had initiated a series of actions aimed at developing stainless steel. Every detail of Jia Sudong's life, down to the color of his undergarments, was laid bare before the nation's leaders. In just a matter of days, he had transformed a near-bankrupt factory into a thriving enterprise, raising questions about how his innovations had leaked abroad. The Minister of Security lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke that slightly eased his furrowed brow. It was discovered that the leak originated from Japanese operatives. Hearing this, a smile gradually emerged on the minister's lips. These relentless operatives were indeed a never-ending source of trouble. Ha, what a remarkable young man. In a quaint villa district, the leader, Su Jian, who was about to retire for the night, was startled by the ringing of his phone. Upon answering, the caller's identity left him nearly speechless. Minister of Security. It signified that the watchful eyes from above were now focused on him. Reporting in, I am Su Jian, the retired commander of the 13th Troop of the 877 Brigade. Ready to follow orders. When he learned that the uproar in the Western world stemmed from Jia Sudong's invention of stainless steel, he nearly dropped the receiver. How could this be? Is it merely a small stainless steel plate? How could it wield such tremendous power and allure? Nevertheless, Su Jian slowly relayed all that he knew about Jia Sudong. In summary, Jia Sudong was a person of commendable ideals, despite previously living a mundane existence. He had diligently pursued knowledge. A decade of crafting a sword unknown. One morning, it shatters the world. His motto was clear: to change one's destiny through knowledge. If current knowledge fails to alter fate, it is simply insufficient. Upon hearing these words, the Minister of Security was profoundly moved. If current knowledge cannot change today's destiny, it is because your knowledge is lacking. To change the nation's fate through knowledge. What a powerful sentiment. Well said. A decade of honing a blade in obscurity, suddenly to unleash it upon the world. He has achieved this. Our nation desperately needs more talents like him. The hand of the minister trembled slightly as he held the cigarette, but in this era, few earned his praise, yet here was another. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances filled with astonishment. The New Nation Daily worked through the night to produce a headline. Hongqing Steel Mill invents new stainless steel, drawing global attention. Emblazoned in bold type at the top of the front page, reminiscent of the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty's international acclaim. This headline exuded an aura of power and prestige, a moment of triumph. Upon learning that Jia Sudong was organizing a product exhibition, they swiftly released the information, an initiative explicitly approved by the Minister of Security. Chapter 45. Yang Weiman blocks the way. Good fortune must be nurtured, especially with the impending arrival of foreign delegations in a few days, making the exhibition venue even more essential. The following day, Deputy Director Yang, as was his custom, purchased the latest newspaper, understanding that it was vital for factory leadership to remain informed about current events. Holding his breakfast, he returned to the office. Attempting to compose his thoughts, news had emerged from a new factory director regarding the production of stainless steel, and it was rumored that the wage distribution for the workers had been altered. This was sheer folly. If the goods remained unsold and the workers found themselves idle, it would inevitably lead to financial ruin for many. However, matters on that front were beyond his jurisdiction. Whispers of a stainless steel brigade had surfaced, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, as if they were gearing up for a charge in a battle. Observing their demeanor, he doubted they could endure even 3 days. Should the workers find themselves without income, an uproar would surely ensue. He casually picked up the freshly acquired newspaper, eager to read it from cover to cover, a daily ritual he never neglected. The headline proclaimed, Hongqing Steel Mill invents a new type of stainless steel, attracting global attention. What an astonishing feat for the Hongqing Steel Mill to have achieved such an invention. Upon reading this, Yang Weiman was momentarily stunned. Hongqing Steel Mill. Stainless steel. Good heavens. The news shocked him so profoundly that he leapt to his feet, disregarding the tea he had just brewed as it spilled. He grabbed the newspaper once more, scrutinizing it to ensure there were no errors. How could this be possible? He fervently wished to deny the reality of the situation. With a sense of urgency, he continued reading. The name Jia Sudong appeared. Why had it garnered international interest? It turned out to be a leak from Japanese spies. This revelation felt surreal, prompting Yang Weiman to slap himself twice in an attempt to rouse from what he believed to be a dream. I must wake up, he thought. With a sharp clap to his face, he felt a burning sensation, yet the pain failed to awaken him. Jia Sudong had slept until 9 o'clock, groggily emerging from beside Qin Huairu. Over the past few days, she had sensed something amiss. Spending time together made it easy to become attuned to one another's scents. Jia Sudong's recent late returns were accompanied by unfamiliar fragrances, reminiscent of a woman's perfume. Though uncertain, she was filled with apprehension, fearing that he might stray and indulge in infidelity. That evening, Qin Huairu voiced her concerns, questioning Jia Sudong, worried that their happiness might be fleeting. With a smile, Jia Sudong replied, My dear, how could I possibly become worse? From the moment you met me, I was already the worst, destined to tease you for a lifetime. What followed was quite a spectacle, as Qin Huairu unleashed her myriad of martial skills, relentlessly attacking Jia Sudong until, in the end, she resorted to using her mouth. She left him battered and bruised, tears of frustration filling his eyes. Her rationale was simple: exhaust his energy so he would lack the strength to stray. Life, much like this encounter, may be painful, but it is also filled with joy. Upon finally seeing Jia Sudong awake, Qin Huairu chuckled, her hands still animated in the air, muttering, This is truly no job for humans. Jia Sudong approached with a grin, suggesting, Shall we continue our activities tonight? In your dreams, she retorted. Seeing you annoys me. A kiss would surely remedy that, he teased, his charm ever present. Enough of your flattery. Hurry to work. Your secretary just called. And she's a woman, Qin Huairu threatened. Forming a playful scissor gesture with her fingers, her irritation palpable. Her expression was so endearing that Jia Sudong almost considered skipping work. She is the daughter of the third largest shareholder from the Liu family, sent to collaborate with me. Cease your suspicions. In my position, any mischief outside would lead to dire consequences. You should stay at home and wait for our child. We can have as many as we desire in this day and age. Do you take me for a pig? You expect me to have so many? Qin Huairu exclaimed in frustration, tossing a pillow at him. Jia Sudong laughed heartily as he made his escape. Upon returning to the factory, he spotted Yang Weimin waiting at the entrance. He approached, halting Jia Sudong's vehicle. You need to explain the situation from the newspaper. Why was the news leaked abroad? I have serious suspicions about you. You might be an insider working for foreign interests. Yang Weimin brandished the newspaper, standing defiantly in front of the Jeep. The Japanese spy is clearly advertising for you. Do you have connections with him? You must know who the spy is. Yang Weimin, are you really trying to provoke me this early in the morning? You have no injuries yet. Shall I assist you with that? Yang Weimin's early arrival at the factory to confront him indicated something significant was amiss. However, Jia Sudong was not one to indulge those who constantly created trouble for him. He pressed the accelerator, the Jeep roaring to life, startling Yang Weimin, who stumbled back and fell to the ground as the vehicle loomed forward. Jia Sudong leaned out, calling out, Yang Weimin, are you injured? If you hit the front of the car, you could apply for workers' compensation. Yang Weimin found himself nearly half under the vehicle, retreating in fright, nearly terrified to death. Jia Sudong jumped out and helped him up. Old Yang, what is the point of this? Confronting me at the factory entrance so early? I know you're displeased about your transfer from factory director to deputy director, but do you realize how embarrassing this is? As a representative of the state, Yang Weimin was a special commissioner, and most public-private partnerships were managed by state-appointed individuals. Now, he found himself merely following Jia Sudong's lead. And if his old friends learned of this, there would undoubtedly be gossip. Jia Sudong understood his sentiments, but felt that confronting him so early was excessive. Oof. You dare to point fingers at me? Look at the chaos you've caused. It's now known worldwide. Yang Weimin tossed the newspaper into Jia Sudong's hands. Jia Sudong took a glance at the paper, his expression unchanged, embodying the demeanor expected of someone in a position of authority. When faced with significant events, one should maintain composure, avoiding any overt displays of shock. It had spread so quickly domestically. Surely, those in higher positions would be pleased. It was akin to a young worker in a factory who, once overlooked, suddenly finds himself the center of attention, prompting everyone to seek his favor. The thrill of such a transformation must be exhilarating. He surmised that this was likely the case. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made the front page, inadvertently advertising his product showcase. Having reconciled everything in his mind, Jia Sudong felt a sense of relief, knowing that this would significantly reduce advertising expenses. Furthermore, with Liu Baichuan's assistance, the process of hiring would be considerably easier. Chapter 46. The honored find peace, the mediocre remain busy. Yet, he knew he must seek out the higher-ups again, to secure a more prominent position. Otherwise, too many people could lead to a disastrous outcome. Are you dumbstruck? Why so silent? Are you hiding something? Yang Weimin scrutinized every expression on Jia Sudong's face, convinced he had unearthed some incriminating evidence. Old Yang, are you foolish or just dim-witted? This is obvious. If the higher-ups had suspicions about me, they would send the police, not make our factory's news the headline, and help us with some advertising. Isn't it clear they want to assist us? Have you truly sunk to such depths after serving as factory director for over a decade? Jia Sudong's voice boomed, filled with indignation. With a cold huff, he turned on his heel and departed in his vehicle, leaving behind a bewildered security team, who exchanged glances, stunned by the unfolding drama. Moments earlier, they had witnessed a near altercation between the two directors, uncertain of how to intervene. However, after hearing Jia Sudong's remarks, they finally grasped the reality. Their factory had made headlines, gaining notoriety. Their disdainful gazes turned towards Yang Weimin, perceiving him as a nuisance, akin to a meddlesome bystander. Upon returning to the office, Jia Sudong encountered two individuals. One was Liu Shaoyi, and the other a stunning woman exuding a mature, intellectual allure. Her beauty spoke of experience, suggesting she was either married or had been in a significant relationship. Brother Jia, this is the classmate I mentioned, Yi Lanting, Liu Shaoyi said, her expression hopeful as she turned to Jia Sudong. Yi Lanting stood politely, offering a gentle smile that felt like a breath of fresh spring air. With Liu Shaoyi introducing her, She refrained from further speech, embodying grace and decorum. Very well, you possess an admirable appearance. Please read us a piece of news. Jia Sudong instructed, tossing a newspaper towards her, which he had just seized from Yang Weiman. Yi Lanting accepted the paper, her face inscrutable, and cleared her throat before beginning to read. The Hongqing Steel Mill has invented a new type of stainless steel, attracting attention from around the globe. Her voice rang clear, melodious, and powerful, resonating with a magnetic quality that was pleasing to the ear. As Yi Lanting continued, Liu Shaoyi began to sense something amiss. Wait, how is it possible that Director Jia's name appears in the newspaper? Hongqing Steel Mill? Stainless steel? Liu Shaoyi, not one to follow current events closely, was taken aback, realizing the significance only now. Jia Sudong waved his hand dismissively. That's enough for today. You may commence work. First, read this article over the loudspeaker and conclude with your personal insights. Make it vivid. Every worker must know that Hongqing Steel Mill is in the spotlight. Yes, Director, she replied, eager to exit. Not so fast, Sister Lanting. Brother Jia, what is the meaning of this news? Liu Shaoyi asked, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Jia Sudong. The literal interpretation is that a Japanese spy has leaked our information, and now our factory is renowned worldwide. Upon receiving confirmation, Liu Shaoyi leaped for joy, throwing herself into Yi Lanting's embrace. Lanting, our factory is famous. Hooray! The sight of the two women in a jubilant embrace left Jia Sudong momentarily speechless. Ahem, Lanting, you will need to issue a statement regarding the infiltration of a Japanese spy into our steel mill. Workers must be vigilant and report any suspicious activity. A reward of 100 yuan will be given for each spy reported. Brother Jia, do spies carry firearms? Liu Shaoyi asked, suddenly fearful and hiding behind Yi Lanting. The security team will ensure no weapons enter the premises. Notify them to cooperate fully in the expulsion of this internal traitor. Liu Shaoyi led Yi Lanting out, but soon returned alone. Brother Jia, is it true that our factory is truly famous? It feels surreal. She gazed intently at Jia Sudong, anxious for affirmation. Come here and give me a kiss, and I shall tell you, Jia Sudong teased, pointing to his cheek. You scoundrel. Liu Shaoyi pecked him quickly on the cheek. Cough is indeed real. It has made the papers. Do you still doubt? Jia Sudong tapped her forehead gently. Oh, it just feels a bit unreal. How do we make it to the news? Has our technology been compromised? This was her foremost concern. If our technology had been compromised, would they still seek us out? They would surely claim our innovations as their own. Oh, that reasoning is quite complex. I shall go see Sister Lanting now. Liu Xiaoyi exclaimed, joyfully exiting. Just as she reached the door, she spotted Zhu Yuantao, who had returned after several days, accompanied by 4 others. Secretary Shaoyi, I must speak with Director Jia. Zhu Yuantao burst into the office, brimming with excitement. Ah, it's you. Liu Shaoyi turned back into the office. Brother Jia, Zhu Yuantao is here. Should I let him in? Yes, yes. Quickly admit him. Jia Sudong exclaimed, rushing to greet him at the door. Xiao Tao, you've returned. Who are these individuals? Jia Sudong welcomed Zhu Yuantao warmly, patting his shoulder, showing the respect due to a prodigy. Director Jia, I will not disappoint your expectations. I have brought my teacher and 3 senior colleagues with me. Allow me to introduce them. This is my teacher, Professor Wang Fong, and my senior brother Zhao Yang. Wang Gang and Lin Yuan. Jia Sudong shook hands with each, his face alight with enthusiasm. Professor Wang, it is a privilege to meet you. Truly, a distinguished mentor has cultivated remarkable talents. Please, come in and let us converse. Professor Wang, with a touch of gray in his hair, finally spoke as they settled down. You do have some decorum, still recognizing the importance of respecting elders. Is this a show for me? However, he understood that a professor must carry an air of authority, and Jia Sudong held no objection to that. I have always held those with greater knowledge and broader perspectives in high esteem. Should there be a day when I surpass your knowledge, I may not extend you the same respect, Jia Sudong replied, asserting his own standards for respect. You have spirit. I appreciate capable young individuals. If one day my knowledge were to fall short of yours, I would gladly call you teacher. Professor Wang chuckled, clearly someone easy to get along with. The ensuing conversation flowed seamlessly, with the group captivated by Zhu Yuantao's discussions on digital storage technology, eager to delve deeply into the subject matter. In no time, the contract was signed, and the 5 scholars became employees of the Hongqing Steel Mill. Upon receiving the microprocessor technology documentation, Professor Wang became so engrossed, he disregarded everything else. His attention fixated on the material. As he scanned through the algorithms, he clapped and praised, exclaiming how ingenious and exceptional it was. So that is how it works. What a brilliant perspective. Director Jia is truly remarkable. The five scholars entered the research room, completely absorbed in the microprocessor technology, lost in their work and reluctant to emerge. Outside, a retired soldier stood guard, unperturbed by the potential for mischief. Unconcerned with the eccentricities of these mathematical enthusiasts, Jia Sudong had many tasks to attend to. As per his routine, he ventured to the smelting workshop to gather insights. As he approached, he could hear Yi Lanting's gentle voice broadcasting the news. Upon entering the smelting workshop, he was met with a cacophony of jubilant cheers. "Ha ha, Captain, we are famous. We made the news." The workers, brimming with excitement, surged towards Liu Haizhong, celebrating and shouting in unison. Liu Haizhong, loyal to Jia Sudong, gradually transformed his character, becoming less calculative and striving to win the hearts of the workers. If he lacked competence and couldn't adapt his demeanor, Jia Sudong would never have appointed him as the captain of the stainless steel team. Well, since we have made the news, it signifies that our products will sell well. We should focus on our work. Our daily wages have increased by 50% compared to before. Once the salaries are dispersed, our lives will improve. Those without wives should hurry to find a partner. Ha! The workers erupted in laughter. Director Jia is coming. The entire workshop buzzed with excitement. Over 300 individuals gathered before Jia Sudong. He raised his hand to quell their advance. "I understand your joy and excitement, but this is just the beginning. Comrades, we must work even harder." As Captain Liu Haizhong suggested, "Let's aim to find a wife this year." The enthusiasm of the workers overwhelmed Jia Sudong, who quickly gathered over 5,000 units of latent energy and had to discreetly slip away. He drove off with Liu Shaoyi to meet with the higher-ups. Earlier in the morning, a senior leader had called, requesting a discussion about the venue. Since Liu Shaoyi answered the phone, it was imperative to visit that morning. Additionally, the venue arrangements had not yet been finalized, causing Jia Sudong some concern about timing. Upon seeing Jia Sudong, the senior leader's demeanor was noticeably warmer than the previous day. "Ah, Brother Jia, you truly are a busy person. Finding you is quite a challenge." The senior leader had been agitated all night and had called the factory early in the morning, only to find Jia Sudong missing, nearly causing him to lose his temper. Fortunately, he managed to contain his frustration. "Haha, dear leader, you've misspoken. I just returned from seeing you last night. Why am I hard to find? You summoned me so early. Has there been any progress regarding the venue?" Jia Sudong approached with a grin, deliberately avoiding giving him any leverage. "Yes, indeed. On the east side of 49 City, in Shanghai City, there's a stadium. It boasts a football field with ample space, accommodating up to 100,000 people. Excellent, splendid. Let us settle on that location. You truly have worked hard, dear leader. As long as you agree, would you like us to come by for a look? If there is anything you need arranged, just let me know. We'll assist in any way we can." The senior leader chuckled as he playfully draped his arm over Jia Sudong's shoulder. "Brother Jia, this exhibition must be executed beautifully. We cannot afford to tarnish our nation's reputation. Since you insist, I shall devote myself entirely to the project. This is crucial for the revival of our Hongqing steel factory. We cannot afford to fail. However, you must ensure tight security. It will be best to involve military personnel. Otherwise, I will have reservations." The group boarded a jeep and set off towards Shanghai City. Shanghai City is 10 kilometers away from 49 City, marking Jia Sudong's first venture beyond the confines of the courtyard. "Brother Jia, is one battalion sufficient?" the senior leader inquired as they conversed in the vehicle. "At least 300 personnel, fewer than that, and I fear chaos might ensue. Just look at our factory. Even with constant vigilance from the security department, Japanese spies managed to infiltrate. I sense potential trouble at this product exhibition, so please remain vigilant." Upon arriving in Shanghai City, it was evident that it surpassed 49 City in both size and amenities. The football field, constructed 2 years prior with the intent of forming a national team, had remained unused due to delays caused by the situation in Korea. Now, it would serve as the venue for the Hongqing Steel Factory's first event. When a senior leader's secretary, Chun, unlocked the rusted gate, they were greeted by overgrown grass reaching half a meter in height. Surrounding the pitch was an 8-lane running track, with a total area of 50,000 square meters. The seating could accommodate 300,000 spectators, though it would not be utilized for the exhibition. "The space is ample. I need to arrange for a substantial advertisement. Trim the grass to leave it 1 centimeter high, and be careful not to damage the soil," Jia Sudong instructed, detailing his requirements one by one as Chun diligently recorded them. The senior leader was accompanied by 2 guards and a secretary. Chun, clad in army green, bore the unmistakable demeanor of a soldier. However, he was meticulous in his work, taking notes on everything Jia Sudong mentioned and offering valuable suggestions. Thus, They deliberated and refined their plans until the afternoon, when they returned to the factory. There were preparations that Jia Sudong needed to undertake. Unexpectedly, Li Hao rushed over, having heard of Jia Sudong's return. Today, another electric furnace had completed its construction, and Li Hao was eager for Jia Sudong to witness the steel pouring ceremony. The furnace, filled with molten steel, began to release its contents, and a crimson steel sheet emerged on the conveyor belt. This electric furnace was specifically designed for producing 316 stainless steel, which possesses superior high-temperature resistance compared to 304 stainless steel, signaling the commencement of stainless steel cookware production. The processing characteristics and toughness of 316 stainless steel are not as high as 304, necessitating hot forming. Upon entering the production workshop, they observed large, glowing stainless steel vessels taking shape before being cooled. A stainless steel pot, 40 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters high, re-entered the conveyor belt. Workers placed rivets on the machine, resulting in the production of a cylindrical stainless steel pot. In Chapter 48, a song. In the frigid winter, the workers labored tirelessly, drenched in sweat. Yet they found joy in their work. Life had taken on a hopeful outlook, and their efforts became much more diligent. Such stainless steel pots were indispensable for large-scale cooking and production teams. Li Hao approached, caressing the gleaming stainless steel, unable to contain his admiration. Technically, these pots could be made from food-grade 304 stainless steel, but international standards dictate that the safer the product, the more popular it becomes. Hence, I opted for 316 stainless steel. To establish our brand, we must prioritize quality and not afford any negligence. He continued, moreover, we shouldn't produce too many of these large cookware items initially, as they consume a significant amount of 316 stainless steel, which is costly. I'm concerned that the public may not afford them. Let's produce a few hundred to test the market. If they sell well, we can ramp up production. Jia Sudong spoke earnestly, methodically outlining his instructions. Yes. Li Hao nodded vigorously, fully submitting to Jia Sudong's authority. All right, I entrust you with this matter. Ensure the quality is impeccable. Jia Sudong's tone turned serious. Li Hao's expression shifted, and he stood tall. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. With Liu Shaoyi in tow, they proceeded to their next destination, the entertainment room. Last he heard, Yu Haitang had gone there. He wondered how she was faring now. Su Damao, holding a bouquet of flowers, wore a grin as bright as a chrysanthemum, seemingly waiting for a young lady to finish her shift. Su Damao, you sly one. Have your sights set on that girl? Holding flowers? Are you planning to confess your feelings? Ah, Director Jia, what brings you here? Su Damao stammered, caught off guard. With Jia Sudong, now the factory director, Su Damao felt a twinge of pressure in his presence. The bruise on his face lingered, a reminder of their last encounter, and he was taken aback by the prospect of Jia Sudong finding a wife. Su Damao differs from Shaju in that he takes the initiative and remains indifferent to the opinions of others, which ensures that he is never short of female companionship. Such a man finds success easily when he walks the righteous path, yet his downfall is equally swift should he stray into vice. In contrast, Shaju is reticent and shy, overly concerned with the perceptions of those around him. He even requires assistance in finding a wife, hesitating and fumbling through the process. It is not that he lacks opportunities. Working in a cafeteria inherently provides ample chances for marriage. In fact, at a certain university cafeteria, even a lad who has not completed middle school can marry a beautiful PhD. Su Damao, you are healed. Recalling that night with Shaju brings an inexplicable smile to Jia Sudong's face. Oh, Director Jia, do not dwell on that. It is all in the past, he replied. When Shaju returns, you shall see how I deal with him. Ambitieux. I have high hopes for you, Jia Sudong encouraged, patting his shoulder. Director Jia, may I follow you from now on? I can lend a hand, Su Damao said, embodying his forthright nature, speaking his thoughts without reservation. He never suppresses his feelings, leaving the discomfort of such revelations to others. Very well, he exclaimed, noting Su Damao's loyalty had reached 80 points. Suddenly, his loyalty leapt to 85 points. But what can you contribute? I did not accept the inept. I am useful. My contributions could be significant. I can help you manage the human resources department, for instance. The cafeteria. I assure you I can manage it well. Haha, you rascal. You still remember Shaju, don't you? He should be out in a couple of days. Are you trying to usurp his position? Even reluctant to screen films? Director Jia, you're astute. You see right through my little schemes. I am impressed. Do not flatter. Such words will not earn you the position of cafeteria director. Think carefully about what you can actually do before seeking me out. With that, Jia Sudong turned to enter the cultural and recreational room, home to a troop responsible for educating and entertaining the workers. Just then, he saw Yu Haitang emerging, tugged along by two women. "A 1T go. I refuse to endure such humiliation," she declared, but upon catching sight of Jia Sudong, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly averted her gaze, scurrying away. Jia Sudong feigned ignorance and entered the room, where he soon heard a voice from outside. "Haitang, I like you, marry me." Although Su Damao could not secure a job from Jia Sudong, he did not allow his disappointment to deter him from his priorities. "Who cares if you like me?" Yu Haitang glanced back toward the direction where Jia Sudong had vanished, seizing the flowers from Su Damao. "Let us leave. Stop embarrassing yourself here. I invited you to my home to propose, not to humiliate us both here." "Haitang, does that mean you agree?" Su Damao stepped forward, lifting Yu Haitang and spinning her around in the air. Jia Sudong found Yi Jinhua in the cultural room. He was an elderly artist renowned for his Peking opera singing. "Director Jia, what an honor. Please come in, have a seat." Yi Jinhua, in his 50s, spoke with a resonant yet slightly hoarse voice that was truly pleasant to hear. "You flatter me. I could never presume to have you welcome me, lest your disciples seek retribution." After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. "What brings you to me, Director Jia?" "Ah, I come bearing good news. Come, let's compose some music together." Jia Sudong sought to shine, believing that with so many positive songs available, neglecting them would be folly. Upon arriving in Yi Jinhua's office, Jia Sudong presented a score inscribed with the title New Nation. Yi Jinhua hummed a few notes from the score, but felt it was slightly off-key. "This score has issues. Can you sing it for me?" Jia Sudong had indeed forgotten the melody. To write the score, he had perused several introductory books on music composition, managing to complete it satisfactorily. "All right, I will sing it. You can adjust the pitch accordingly. The winds and rains of 5,000 years conceal countless dreams. Yellow faces and black eyes, yet the smiles remain unchanged. 8,000 miles of mountains and rivers resemble a song." Jia Sudong's voice, enriched by the elixir of life, rang clear and resonant, imbued with the huskiness of a mature man. Yi Jinhua was increasingly astonished and delighted as he listened. The song was grand and majestic, capturing the fervent spirit of a child of Huaxia. When the performance concluded, silence enveloped the room for a while. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. This is a splendid song. With beautiful lyrics," Yi Jinhua exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, pacing the office at a loss for words to express his admiration. "Astounding. It ignites passion in the heart." Finally, Yi Jinhua clapped his hands together, the office settling into silence once more. "Director Jia, did you compose this song? Your composition has left me utterly astounded. I feel as though this old man, who has devoted his life to the power of sound, has fallen out of touch with the times." Yi Jinhua felt slightly disheartened, his voice tinged with frustration. "Do not speak of yourself that way, Li Hao. You have sung countless tales of heroism. How could I, a mere novice, compare to you?" Jia Sudong placed a reassuring hand on Yi Jinhua's shoulder, his gaze sincere. "In those days, you led the singing troupe alongside the military, and I could never presume to boast before you. Li Hao, I sincerely wish for you to complete the orchestration of this piece. I will ensure your name is credited, so the entire new nation remembers your contributions. Who says performers cannot contribute to the nation? I believe their contributions are significant." Yi Jinhua indeed harbored a tragic sentiment for performers, often feeling unfulfilled. Jia Sudong's words resonated with him, illuminating a glimmer of hope. "Very well, let us rework the composition. If we are to sing, let us sing with clarity and vigor, celebrating national unity." Yi Jinhua's enthusiasm surged, almost prompting him to embrace Jia Sudong in excitement. Both were musically inclined, making it easy to collaborate on revisions. By the afternoon's end, they had successfully refined the piece. Upon hearing the song again, Jia Sudong felt a surge of exhilaration. He intended to perform it at the opening ceremony of the upcoming exhibition, confident that it would soon resonate throughout the world, allowing all citizens of the new nation to hear it. That evening, upon arriving home, Jia Sudong found Qin Huairu reprimanding Bongging. Armed with a whip, Qin Huairu intimidated Bongging, who stood beside Xiao Dang, making her hesitant to strike due to her fear of harming the door. "Oomph. Do you think I will refrain from punishing you just because you have Xiao Dang with you? If you do not complete your homework today, tomorrow's assignment will be doubled. Aunt, I really need to go to the restroom. I'm desperate. Oomph. You dare mention your urgency? The last time you went, you lingered for 4 hours. If I were not worried about damaging the bathroom door, I would have kicked it open long ago. You think you can escape again? There is no way out this time." With a crack, the whip landed on the table, causing Bongging to flinch, trembling as he picked up his pen, determined to write. "Daddy, you're back. Daddy, Daddy." Xiao Dang rushed into Jia Sudong's arms, eager to report on her aunt's behavior. "Daddy, let me tell you, Aunt is so naughty. She even makes my brother do his homework, and she hits him. Be good, shouting, let's go. Daddy will help you vent your frustrations. Before he even approached, Qin Jingru's eyes were already brimming with tears, instinctively lifting her hips. Brother-in-law, the little rascal is being so unruly. It's all my fault. Please, go ahead and punish me. Smack. Look, Xiaodang, Daddy has already avenged you. Are you happy? Yes, Xiaodang is very happy. Daddy loves shouting the most. Qin Jingru shuddered, her body going weak as she collapsed into Jia Sudong's embrace. At 11 o'clock that night, in the restroom, she warned, if you don't come, humph. With that, Qin Jingru playfully pinched the soft flesh at Jia Sudong's waist. During the day, Qin Huairu would circle around the garden, claiming it was her prenatal exercise. In the evenings, she typically ate and then went to bed shortly after, unless Jia Sudong returned early. Thus, the entire household was essentially overseen by Qin Jingru. Smack. Humph. Threatening me? Just wait. I'll deal with you soon. I'm waiting. If you dare, bring it on. Qin Jingru was unwavering. Daddy, well done. The little rascal lifted his head, observing the impending argument, nearly ready to applaud. Well done. Last time you said something about Mount Tai and excrement, and I haven't settled that score with you yet. Just wait. That was Mount Tai collapsing without a sound. Jia Sudong interjected. It was amusing to recall how Qin Jingru had sought out teacher Ran Shuyue at school over that remark. Teacher Ran was in the middle of a lesson when Qin Jingru approached during the break, and as a result, the little rascal became notorious throughout the school. Someone even gave him a charming nickname, No Excrement. Yes, that S the one. It caused it to be teased by Teacher Ran for an entire day. Qin Jingru twisted his ear, causing the little rascal to cry out for his mother. That's what you get for being mischievous. You deceived even your aunt when you were little, and now you've grown up and still do it. I allowed you to trick me. I allowed you to be disobedient. It hurts. It hurts. Aunt, let go. I'm gonna break. Help. That night, the little rascal faced Qin Jingru's wrath once more, as she transformed into a formidable figure. Terms like ungrateful wretch and little trickster were all swiftly subdued under her reign. It was yet another delightful evening. The next day, Jia Sudong returned to the factory feeling invigorated. The entire security department consisted of over 500 personnel, from which more than 300 were selected and 10 large trucks were dispatched to transport them to the sports stadium in Shanghai City. There were already hundreds there preparing the turf, while Secretary Chun managed the arrangements. Jia Sudong paid them no mind. His intention for bringing the security personnel was not for them to act as guards, but to serve as on-site presenters. They were divided into groups of 10, each responsible for a specific product, seated before tables laden with manuals. Jia Sudong's purpose was to train them to become competent salespeople. The reason for not employing women as sales representatives was twofold. First, in this era, it was still considered rather avant-garde for women to be in the spotlight. Secondly, Jia Sudong feared that the locals might not accept it. Better to have the security personnel handle it for safety's sake. He picked up a stainless steel plate, a common item in later generations, but an exquisite artifact in this time. As he began his presentation on how to market the products, Jia Sudong, though lacking formal training, had absorbed countless online motivational snippets from the future, enough to captivate the security personnel thoroughly. He spoke until the afternoon, managing to convey most of the essential information. This was merely a preliminary rehearsal. The true test would be their improvisation on the day of the event. The exhibition would last for several days. It was no trivial matter, and only those with a strong mental fortitude would endure. The image and conduct of the sales personnel were crucial to the factory's reputation. As veterans, they were accustomed to being direct and reliable, instilling confidence in others. With everything explained, Jia Sudong was uncertain how well they would perform. Chapter 50, The Signal Capturer. In a couple of days, the exhibition would commence, and with time running short, there was no opportunity to seek out more suitable sales personnel. Jia Sudong could only make do with what he had on hand. As for translation, they were overthinking it. In the new nation, everyone spoke Mandarin. If they wished to understand Mandarin, they would have to bring their own translators. By 4 o'clock, he returned home early. There was little to do at the factory, and it seemed wiser to return home for some quiet contemplation. He began to examine the system. For the success of this exhibition, he was determined to utilize every resource available. Dark energy, 23,600. Health points, 180. Checking his backpack, he realized it was cluttered with a myriad of items, making it impossible to organize. Zhu Yuantao and Professor Wang arrived. It was time to put the signal capturer to use. However, retrieving the machine required process. It couldn't all be taken out at once. On the 3rd floor of the villa, he found an empty room and unloaded the contents of his system backpack. There were jade powder, silicon, and various electronic components. The room was filled yet neatly arranged, resembling a workshop of a renowned inventor from a future generation. With this room, any future inventions would not be dismissed as mere figments of imagination. That night was another sleepless one. Qin Jingru's presence made Jia Sudong increasingly wish to return home. She always brought him unexpected joy, alleviating the loneliness he felt in this unfamiliar world, making each night a blissful escape. The next day at work, he carried the signal capturer from a vehicle. The machine was the size of a computer chassis, equipped with a small LED display. A 9:16 color ratio was remarkably advanced for this era. Although television sets had emerged, in the Milli Nation, LED technology wouldn't be developed until 1962. To achieve color display technology, it would not be until the 1980s, rendering this innovation decades ahead of its time. Currently, Jia Sudong possessed a complete set of LED display technology, including vacuum deposition technology. When Professor Wong saw the square box, he initially mistook it for the latest color television. Professor Wong, this is not a color television. It is a signal capturer. I suspect we have Japanese spies infiltrating our factory. So I specifically assembled this machine to monitor all radio signals within 100 kilometers. As Jia Sudong explained the principles behind it, Professor Wong began to grasp the device's potential. In wartime, it would be considered a divine artifact. Even in this era, it was a formidable adversary for spies. Director Jia, I recommend handing this machine over to the military. With it, our nation's military strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Professor Wong, I am aware of the urgency of the situation. However, I need this for the exhibition. Once the exhibition concludes, I shall present the machine to the military. In this era, Jia Sudong felt powerless. The nation was too weak. Only when it grew strong would he truly have the opportunity to realize his ambitions. Professor Wong, intrigued, inquired, so what is your plan this time? I wish to have someone monitor this machine around the clock. Additionally, I would like you to explore the technology behind this LED color display. How does it compare? It certainly surpasses the aesthetics of current television screens. Professor Wong is currently dedicating all his attention to the digital system. He understands that no matter how advanced other technologies may be, they cannot divert his focus. He is well aware of the adage that one cannot overreach without consequence. At present, the manpower for this project is woefully insufficient, and the computational demands are overwhelming. Professor Wong lamented, "All right, enough of your complaints. Shall I go find someone? It seems I have sought the wrong person. One cannot delegate all responsibilities to a single individual." The shortage of personnel is indeed alarming. Once the stainless steel project begins to generate profit, I will certainly recruit talent from universities. Jia Sudong is currently reluctant to surrender the signal receiver. He merely intends to submit the list obtained from Jing Chuanqiu. This list indicates that someone will arrive at 3 o'clock this afternoon with satellite communication equipment to send this information back to Japan. Upon acquiring these names, Jia Sudong's thoughts immediately turned to the impending storm of years to come. The purpose of submitting these names remains uncertain. It will undoubtedly inflict considerable harm upon foreign agents. However, it is imperative to inform the higher-ups. They must send personnel to oversee the situation. Otherwise, even if the signal is intercepted, we would, in all likelihood, be unable to decrypt it. Time is of the essence, and Jia Sudong can no longer afford to wait. Every moment counts. Even if the signal receiver is discovered and the demand for its return arises, it matters not. We must at least ensure that this information is captured. Hello, Lao Su. I have recently devised a little gadget. The higher authorities are quite invested in this matter, dispatching over a dozen individuals an hour later. They are a group of young men and women, exhibiting remarkable efficiency as they swiftly peruse the instruction manual. Once the signal receiver is connected to power, the screen begins to search for signals. Before long, a series of signals appear on the screen. After filtering out signals from several television and radio stations, the screen ceases to display any further signals. This device will only reveal information when others transmit data. Suddenly, the screen flickers and numerous messages appear simultaneously. Xiao Tao, hurry and decode this. Xiao Feng, lend a hand. The young individuals sprang into action, and Jia Sudong recognized that the theme of the moment had arrived. As the encryption was deciphered, lines of text emerged, coherent and integrated, culminating in thousands of words of information. This was the list sent by Japanese agents, detailing the identities of key individuals who simultaneously hoped for Japan's assistance in alleviating their concerns. This endeavor aimed to disrupt national security, an audacious and reckless act, as these individuals conspired to undermine the very foundation of the nation. Such revelations incited profound indignation, rendering patience unbearable. The leader of the young group abruptly stood. gesturing for several others to surround Jia Sudong, effectively pushing him out of the intelligence room. Matters of national secrecy rendered Jia Sudong indifferent. He raised his hands and departed, recognizing that his involvement had reached its conclusion. At the football field in Shanhaking, the work had already been delegated, and people proceeded in an orderly fashion, requiring no further guidance from Jia Sudong. Glancing at the time, he noted it was past 5 o'clock, signaling the impending end of the workday. Upon returning to the office, he found Liu Shaoyi engaged in conversation with Yi Lanting. Yi Lanting. Jia Sudong scrutinized her closely. Hey, Jia Sudong, why are you staring at my Lanting? I must warn you, do not harbor any intentions towards her. Liu Shaoyi protectively shielded Yi Lanting behind her. Chapter 51, Persuading Liu Baichuan. Clearing his throat, Jia Sudong remarked. Seeing her reminds me of someone. Lanting, my dear, I perceive your exceptional aura. I have a song in mind that may suit your voice. He withdrew his gaze, a radiant expression gracing his features. Oh, certainly. My Lanting was a renowned singer back in school. Liu Shaoyi puffed her chest out proudly. Very well. I shall perform a verse a cappella. Jia Sudong took a breath and cleared his throat. The Bay of Penghu, the Bay of Penghu, my grandmother's Penghu Bay, holds many of my childhood fantasies. Sunshine, sand, waves, cacti, and an old captain. The exhibition would undoubtedly feature more than one performance. Numerous acts such as lion dances and dragon dances needed to be organized, tasks already delegated to Secretary Chun. Melodious songs could bring joy to the heart. One cannot solely listen to adrenaline-pumping anthems. Yi Lanting stood, her voice ringing out sweetly, a delight to the ears. All right, you're the one. Jia Sudong clapped his hands, returning to his desk to fervently compose the score. You were born to sing. Being a communications officer is beneath your talents, he exclaimed in admiration, estimating her vocal capabilities to be a remarkable 9 out of 10. Is that so? Liu Shaoyi shot him a disapproving glance. The rascal, Jia Sudong, already having a wife at home, was now attempting to charm her best friend. Infuriated, Liu Shaoyi could hardly contain her irritation. Had her friend not been present, she might have twisted his ear. Oh, Shaoyi, your voice is splendid as well. When you have the time, I shall compose a beautiful song for you to sing. Jia Sudong continued without looking up, oblivious to the ire he was inciting. Just wait, you will see, Liu Shaoyi huffed indignantly. Jia Sudong dismissed her concerns. Understanding a woman's thoughts too well could be a burden, and conquering her defiance was the only goal. As the workday drew to a close, he finished the song, eager to return home. Following collaboration with Yi Jinhua to refine the composition, Jia Sudong's musical talents flourished remarkably. Crafting a bright melody was effortless for him. In 10 minutes, the score was completed, and he tossed it to Yi Lanting. Make sure to practice this evening. You will be performing at the exhibition in a couple of days. Observing the two women huddled together, examining the sheet music, Yi Lanting began to hum a few lines. Well, time is of the essence. If you wish to review it, do so at home. Let us depart. I shall drive you both back. Jia Ge, when did you become a songwriter? Liu Shaoyi approached Jia Sudong, reaching out, but hesitating midway. Haha, I possess numerous talents. Jia Sudong appraised her figure, clicking his tongue. If you find the time, practice your vocal cords as well. When I compose a song for you, you shall gain fame as a singer. Who cares? Besides, my father Wu Ti allow me to be in the limelight. Jia Sudong was taken aback by her words. Given the timing, Liu Shaoyi would soon be arranged for marriage by her father, and she seemed not to object. This indicated that her father was beginning to confide in her about family matters. Thus, she would soon wed. I must seek out Liu Baichuan for a discussion about life, or else I may be unaware of when his daughter marries. Liu Shaoyi, such a beautiful young lady, must not be squandered by Su Damao. Jia Sudong tentatively inquired, Shaoyi, has your father spoken to you about your family matters? Jia Ge, how did you know? She replied, her cheeks flushing. It seemed she had something to convey to Jia Sudong, but with others present, she hesitated to voice it. Silly girl, he ruffled her hair. I will visit your home shortly to discuss a few matters with your father. Do not go, brother Jia, exclaimed Liu Xiao, startled to the point of nearly losing her composure. If her father were to discover that she was cavorting with a married man, she would find it unbearable to continue living. Haha, I am merely discussing some business matters with your father. Nothing to obstruct anything, replied Jia Sudong. First, let us escort Yi Lanting back home, and then we shall proceed to the Liu residence. The arrival of my esteemed nephew truly brings radiance to my household. Liu Baichuan welcomed Jia Sudong into his home with a broad smile. Brother Chuan, you are being overly courteous. As the saying goes, a mountain does not need to be lofty. It is the presence of an immortal that makes it sacred. With your esteemed presence, I find myself wishing to visit your abode daily. Jia Sudong laughed heartily. Very well, dear nephew. If you wish to visit my home every day, it will be my pleasure, Lu Baichuan replied, chuckling. But take heed, for you have made this promise, and I shall bring my children along to devour your resources. Jia Sudong's expression turned serious as he spoke earnestly. Haha, I fear you may not gather the courage to come. I have yet to see what your children look like. Do bring them over for uncle to meet, Lu Baichuan jested. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Esteemed nephew, what brings you to me this time? Lu Baichuan inquired. Brother Chuan, you are aware of the current tense situation within the country, are you not? Jia Sudong lowered his voice, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Lu Baichuan's countenance shifted, and he too lowered his voice, saying, Let us retire to the study. Once in the study, they settled down. What did you mean by your earlier statement, esteemed nephew? Lu Baichuan asked, not believing Jia Sudong possessed any means to alter the precarious situation. The literal interpretation is that even if you are not involved, you may still be scrutinized amidst the turmoil. Upon hearing Jia Sudong's words, Lu Baichuan's eyes widened in shock. From where do you draw such conclusions? Lu Baichuan felt a jolt of alarm, realizing that his family could hardly withstand an investigation. Any scrutiny would certainly lead to trouble. His ancestral estate was here, and he had no desire to leave. Marrying off his daughter was merely a temporary measure. If matters worsened, he would be taken to Hong Kong. Moreover, despite the domestic tensions, it had not yet escalated to a life-or-death scenario. If only one or two individuals were found to be problematic, it would not be a significant issue. But what if a large number were implicated? Jia Sudong maintained a calm demeanor. Lu Baichuan's heart raced, sensing the gravity of the situation, yet it felt as elusive as a dream. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, beneath a collapsed nest, there are no intact eggs. Have you considered the previous campaigns against landlords? If a significant number of intellectuals are implicated, do you believe you will escape unscathed? Lu Baichuan was suddenly enlightened, comprehending the very concerns that had been weighing upon him. Yes, if a multitude of intellectuals were ensnared, the populace would perceive all intellectuals as culpable. They would recall the campaigns against landlords and seek to dismantle all intellectuals, regardless of their involvement. The winter of November enveloped Lu Baichuan, and he felt a cold sweat break out in an instant. Jia Sudong had struck a nerve. This was his last bastion of hope and his final stand. Chapter 52, For the Peace of All Ages. He too held a patriotic heart. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated marrying off his daughter. Yet now, all his anxieties had been laid bare by Jia Sudong. There was no longer any glimmer of hope. It was either to flee or to remain. What would remaining entail, if not a path to demise? He was on the verge of solidifying his decision, though the conclusion was hardly difficult to imagine. Just then, Jia Sudong spoke again. This is precisely why I have longed for you to join us. What if you were to transition from an intellectual to a technological researcher? What if you ceased to be an intellectual? Jia Sudong spoke passionately, seemingly oblivious to the myriad expressions flitting across Lu Baichuan's face. What our nation urgently requires is innovation. Currently, we face challenges both domestic and foreign. The policies are seeking a means of survival, a path for us to thrive. Why not align ourselves with these policies and follow their lead? When the nation is in distress, we must lend our assistance. We ought to develop what the country needs. As long as we are surrounded by a group of like-minded individuals, relentlessly pursuing research for the benefit of our nation, the country will take note, and the people will remember our contributions. Even in the fiercest storms, we shall remain unscathed. The fervor in Jia Sudong's voice grew as he continued. As children of the Huaxia, why should we hide? We must stand tall and proud. When a nation faces adversity, every citizen bears responsibility. Our generation must rise to the occasion, echoing the famous words of the Song Dynasty scholar Zhang Zai, to establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish life for the people, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to open a path for peace for all ages. Jia Sudong spoke at length, his throat dry yet his heart yearning for Lu Baichuan to acquiesce. If you do not agree soon, I shall be at a loss for words. Lu Baichuan, too, was moved by Jia Sudong's rhetoric, feeling as though the clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky. In that moment, he resolutely abandoned the notion of fleeing to Hong Kong. What a noble sentiment, to establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish life for the people, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to open a path for peace for all ages. Director Jia, I am willing to join your ranks. Pray tell, what would you have this old man do for you? Excellent. Huh. At that moment, Jia Sudong too smiled, a smile filled with joy. He had finally secured Lu Baichuan's allegiance, and with the Lu family on his side, he would draw closer to the Ma family, along with many other affluent clans. In the future, As the state vigorously sought investments and economic growth, it was precisely to attract the wealthy to invest. With financial backing, no undertaking would be insurmountable. They conversed until 10 o'clock that evening, having finalized all matters. Liu Baichuan's capabilities were commendable. Otherwise, he would not have established himself so firmly at the inception of the new nation. Thus, Jia Sudong entrusted him with the task of overseeing the LED color display technology, directing him to negotiate with the local government. Whether through public-private partnerships or state enterprise investments, the objective was to actualize this project. Once completed, the nation would possess its own LED LCD television manufacturing plant. With LED LCD screens in the country, a plethora of advancements could unfold. For instance, computers, and numerous household appliances requiring screens, as well as mobile devices and digital products. The day after tomorrow, he would unveil the invention of the LED LCD television at the exhibition. At that time, Jia Sudong would orchestrate a nationwide bidding process. As for where the factory would be built and how, that would require governmental approval. In the heart of the city, expansion was simply not feasible. This was the inner city, and any new factory would have to be relocated within a few years. The term 49 cities referred to the area surrounding the imperial palace. The 4 denoted the 4 gates of the imperial city, where the Manchu people resided, while the 9 represented the 9 gates of the inner city, where they also dwelled. Before the new nation was founded, officials and nobles would boast of their residences in the 49 cities, claiming to live beneath the emperor's feet. In reality, it was merely a term of scope. The Red Star Steel plant's establishment here could be deemed both fortuitous and unfortunate. As long as the circular road did not encroach upon this area, it could serve as a headquarters. However, the factory must eventually relocate. For now, it was merely a transitional arrangement. Upon returning home, everyone was fast asleep. As he bathed, his mind wandered to various matters. The exhibition's opening ceremony was set for the day after tomorrow. The arrangements for the performance had yet to be coordinated with the higher-ups. In the labyrinth of his thoughts, myriad matters remained unarranged, and he perpetually sensed a deficiency of time. Knock, knock, knock. The bathroom door echoed thrice. Upon opening it, he beheld Qin Huairu standing outside her nightwear, her gaze fixed intently upon Jia Sudong. Once again, this night promised to be sleepless. With the recent reports from a New Nation News, the Red Star Steel plant had indeed gained national notoriety. Numerous factories sought collaboration, eager to acquire the technology for stainless steel. Vice Director Yang's spirits had plummeted these past few days as many large enterprises came to him for partnership. Previously, these factories had made his life difficult, either compressing prices to the bare minimum or expressing dissatisfaction with the quality of the products manufactured by Red Star Steel plant. Now, however, the tables had turned. Everyone was relying upon him, which brought him both a sense of vindication and immense frustration. For he was no longer the chief director. He wielded little power. Although he held the position of vice director, his authority was scarcely greater than that of a workshop manager. He had also heard whispers among the comrades of Workshop 8, disparaging Jia Sudong. Initially, he dismissed these rumors, considering them trifling. However, since the news regarding stainless steel broke, the atmosphere within the plant had shifted dramatically. No longer did anyone foresee the demise of Red Star Steel plant. There was a unanimous belief that under Jia Sudong's leadership, it would ascend to glory. Some began to speculate that the former director was incompetent and stagnant. Recently, several individuals had approached him to apologize, including his former comrades from Workshop 8. Even the subordinate who had initially urged him to isolate Jia Sudong had come to seek forgiveness. Old Yang, perhaps we misjudged. Our vision did not keep pace with the times. Oh, Ding Quan, you were the one who insisted I isolate Jia Sudong. And now you ask me to apologize to him. You are utterly insufferable. Yang Weimin found himself in a quandary. The wager he had made with Jia Sudong had been resolute and unforgiving. Now, he regretted it deeply, his insides twisting with remorse. Just days prior, he had attempted to intercept Jia Sudong at the factory entrance, and now he felt utterly humiliated, as if the entire plant was ostracizing him, compelling him to leave. Old Yang, the counselor was right. One must acknowledge their mistakes. We cannot persist in error for a lifetime. Yang Weimin slammed his hand down. Ding Quan, you have gone too far. Do you comprehend the cost of my apology to him? Chapter 53. Shaju's release from prison. I must call him grandfather. Yes, grandfather. Come on. Try calling me grandfather and see if you can manage it. Just imagine if I were to address this brash young man as grandfather. Where would that leave my dignity? Ding Quan stood frozen, bewildered, gazing at his former superior. Brother, you've gone too far. How am I supposed to respond? This conversation is utterly unmanageable. I must take my leave. Cough, cough. Old Yang, I just remember my dog is giving birth. I must return to check on her. We can talk later. Yang Weiman rose abruptly. Ding Quan, stop right there. Today, you shall clarify this matter for me. You are not leaving until you do. As Jia Sudong returned to the factory, workers greeted him with warm smiles and friendly salutations. Young girls would dash toward him, their cheeks flushed, sweetly calling out, "Good day." Director Jia, a tour of the factory lifted his spirits immensely. It was no wonder that many aspired to ascend to high positions. The experience of being in such a role was genuinely uplifting, even beyond the allure of monetary gain. Ah, our Director Jia has returned from his factory inspection. Lu Xiaoyi felt a surge of displeasure. The previous evening, Jia Sudong had visited her home, engaging only with her father and ignoring her entirely, as if she were invisible, leaving her feeling despondent. She had found a commendable man, yet could not boast about him to her father. Now, he had allied with her father in disregarding her, which filled her with a sense of grievance that she could share with no one. What nonsense! A handsome man should be out and about. Wherever he goes, he brings joy to others. Today, my presence alone has brought smiles to the workers. Their happiness enhances their sense of well-being, he remarked, gazing at her. See, doesn't my presence elicit similar feelings in you? Jia Sudong lifted Lu Xiaoyi's chin, gently blowing on her face. Ugh, Lu Xiaoyi feigned disgust, making a theatrical show of wanting to retch. The sight of you makes me want to vomit. Can you not feign charm? Oh dear, Xiaoyi, are you perhaps pregnant? They say that newly pregnant women feel nauseous at the sight of the man who got them that way. Uft, you are the one who is pregnant. Your entire family is, she retorted, fuming. I shall ignore you. Hush, someone is coming, Jia Sudong cautioned, covering her mouth with his hand. She bit down hard, causing him to cry out in pain. After adjusting his clothes and returning to his seat, Lu Xiaoyi shot him a fierce glare. Moments later, a knock echoed from outside, and Yi Lanting entered. With her intellectual elegance and beauty, it was evident she hailed from a prominent family. Little Ting, come here for a hug, Lu Xiaoyi exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her. The two women shared a beautiful moment as they embraced. Xiaoyi, I came to see Director Jia about something. I've practiced the song thoroughly. That is splendid. Sing it for me now. I'd love to hear it, Lu Xiaoyi urged, pulling Yi Lanting onto the sofa. Yi Lanting took out her guitar, gently strumming, her hair flowing gracefully as she opened her mouth to sing a melodious tune. As the evening breeze caresses Penghu Bay, white waves lap against the shore. With no palm trees adorning the slanting sun, just a vast expanse of blue sea. Lu Xiaoyi was entranced by the enchanting melody, utterly captivated. Jia Sudong listened, tapping his fingers in rhythm on the table, the music evoking memories of his time at Huaxing Group. He recalled a particular evening at a Huaxing gala when the daughter of Director Run had sung the same song, captivating him and solidifying his resolve to stay at Huaxing, vowing to win her heart. Yet, those days were irretrievable. He would let the past remain in the past. As he opened his eyes, he gently applauded. Wonderful. That's the essence of it. You'll be performing tomorrow. Do you have something striking to wear? Lu Xiaoyi snapped back to reality, joining in the applause. Ido, I have a wedding dress I've been reluctant to wear. You would look stunning in a wedding gown, like a fairy. Jia Sudong replied, showing no objection. Very well. Wear the wedding dress for your performance tomorrow. Enter with confidence. Don't be nervous. Yi Lanting began to express her thoughts, but was swiftly overruled by Jia Sudong and Lu Xiaoyi's quick decisions, leaving her with no room for dissent. In the afternoon, it was the day Shaju was to be released from the police station. Jia Sudong drove to the station, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyi, waiting outside. Shaju had spent 9 days in detention, and during that time, his sister, He Yushui, had not visited him even once. Conversely, Su Damao had come frequently to mock him, eventually even bringing him snacks to alleviate his boredom. This experience opened Shaju's eyes to the world's indifference, leaving him heartbroken. Those who genuinely harbor animosity towards you may not truly despise you. Those who irk you the most might not be as odious as they seem. Those who profess unwavering concern for your well-being may, in truth, have never held a place for you in their hearts. As he emerged from the police station, weary and fatigued, the sunlight did little to elevate his spirits. Names spun through his mind: Su Damao, He Yushui, Yi Daqing, Jia Sudong, the deaf old woman. It was perhaps the deaf old woman who truly needed him, and Su Damao who cared for him the most. The individuals he once loathed the most had transformed into his greatest sources of concern, leaving him feeling utterly ashamed. It was as if he had been transported back to his childhood, running joyfully with a loaf of bread, foolishly carefree. Perhaps I am indeed quite foolish, he mused. Why can't I think on my feet like Su Damao, who can engage joyfully with every girl he meets? lost in his thoughts. He was suddenly jolted by the sound of honking. A jeep outside blared its horn, and he glanced over to see Jia Sudong waving at him. Another visit from Jia Sudong. Not a single person whom he cared about had come, and yet now he was overwhelmed with emotion. Could it be that my life has been a series of missteps? His mind was in a whirl. Hey, Shaju, what are you daydreaming about? Come on over. I'll take you home, Jia Sudong called out boisterously. Shaju felt genuinely touched. What a wonderful person he was. This was true affection. Brother Jia, Shaju rushed to the vehicle, eager to express his gratitude. Jia Sudong opened the back door and urged him, enough with the pleasantries. Hop in. I've arranged everything for you. Chapter 54. Shaju becomes Jia Sudong's junior. Jia Sudong had come to recruit Shaju to showcase his culinary skills at the trade fair. If it became known that dishes prepared in stainless steel cookware tasted superior, people would be led to believe in the reliability of stainless steel pots, fostering an illusion of deliciousness associated with them. Thus, Jia Sudong had thought of Shaju. He brought Shaju back to the courtyard. Upon seeing Shaju, the deaf old woman joyfully requested him to carry her around the yard several times. However, upon returning home, Shaju was disheartened to find the entrance cloaked in cobwebs, and the bed and furniture shrouded in dust. Entering He Yushue's room, he discovered it was spotless, with several cigarettes but scattered on the floor. He Yushue had brought a man home. In that moment, Shaju felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. With his father gone, now his sister had found a man, rendering her older brother obsolete. Shaju, hurry up. Go take a shower. We're leaving soon. Oh, and you'll need to pack a few clothes. You might be staying there for a few days. Jia Sudong entered and, noticing Shaju's forlorn expression, surmised the situation. He patted Shaju's shoulder with a sigh. Everyone has their own aspirations. Just work hard and live better than them. They regret not having you in their lives later. Jia Sudong, unsure how to console him further, left the room. Time would help Shaju understand everything. Men did not require consolation. Arriving once more at the Shanghai City Sports Center, he found it had undergone a remarkable transformation. Entering through the grand entrance, a large five-pointed star in red and blue greeted him, exuding a sense of technological advancement. The grass was meticulously manicured, and the ground was scrubbed clean, devoid of any dirt. The atmosphere was pristine and orderly, providing an immensely comfortable visual experience. Military green figures moved about, arranging tables as per Jia Sudong's prior instructions. Security personnel engaged in discussions on how to attract attention to their products, brainstorming ways to present their offerings as sophisticated and appealing. Jia Sudong led Shaju to a fully stainless steel kitchen setup. It was equipped with everything one could need, and an array of vegetables was beautifully displayed. Shaju, showcase your skills here. Whether the Red Star Steel Factory can be revitalized depends on you. Brother Dong, this. Shaju was momentarily stunned by the gleaming silver kitchen. Having been a chef for so many years, he had never encountered such a clean and orderly kitchen. Shaju rubbed his hands together, his heart racing with anticipation. He longed for a kitchen like this, yet his nature prevented him from voicing that desire. Jia Sudong urged him, "Stop dawdling. Get your skills out here. We're all hungry." Moments later, an array of dishes was served on the table. Jia Sudong delicately speared a piece with a stainless steel fork and sampled it. Delicious. The flavors are rich. Haha, not bad at all. Shaju, your culinary skills have not waned. Of course, while I may not compare to others in many aspects, when it comes to cooking, my master once prepared meals for the Empress. Shaju beamed with pride. Jia Sudong gave him a thumbs up, his chopsticks never pausing. Shaju's cooking was indeed remarkable, surpassing even that of renowned five-star chefs. Jia Sudong savored every bite, showing none of the decorum expected of a factory manager. Lu Xiao initially tried to maintain her eating etiquette, but upon witnessing Jia Sudong's voracious appetite, she disregarded her demure image and began to compete for food with him. Jia Sudong, accustomed to consuming life's essence daily, had a greater appetite than most. After feeling stuffed, Lu Xiao conceded defeat. Haha, Shaju, your cooking is simply exquisite. Join me, and I'll find you a wife. What do you say? Jia Sudong was indeed reluctant to lose such talent. In an era devoid of entertainment, only food and women could bring him joy. Wife. Shaju's eyes lit up. Brother Jia. Oh no, Brother Dong, are you serious? You'll really find me a wife? Of course. While I, Jia Sudong, may not be able to assign you a wife, I can host a matchmaking event, bringing together several unmarried young men and women from the factory. By the end, you'll have a wife in no time. Shaju's mouth nearly watered at the thought. Cut it out, man. Can't you have a cleaner mindset? Lu Xiao shot a disdainful glance at them. Shaju, upon catching sight of Lu Xiao's Huairu's stunning beauty. Lowered his head, too shy to look further, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, Xiao. You have no idea how much a man who has been single for over 20 years yearns for a woman. Such virtue, Lu Xiao exclaimed, dramatically pinching a piece of braised meat and taking a hearty bite, even flashing Jia Sudong a peace sign. Her cuteness was undeniable, utterly charming. If not for the public setting, Jia Sudong might have taken immediate action. Coughing, he turned back to Shaju, only to notice a loyalty bar above his head. Name, He Yuzhu. Health, 93. Loyalty, 68. Seems he has completely placed his trust in me. However, to attain absolute trust and loyalty from Shaju, the journey is still long and fraught with challenges. Shaju, if you follow my lead and work diligently, a wife and children will surely come your way. Jia Sudong stepped closer, draping an arm around Shaju's shoulder and guiding him aside. Brother Dong, were your words genuine? Shaju had longed for a wife, trying every means possible, yet had found none. The thought of marriage had become a source of anxiety for him, as both his psychological and physical needs urged him to seek a partner. The solitude of spending the night alone can be unbearable, especially when even the little sister of 5 fingers has become numb to his antics. Of course, I speak the truth. When have I, Dong Gu, ever deceive anyone? I merely seek a wife to accompany me. Follow me, work diligently, and one day you shall be grateful for the decision you made today. Dong Yi. This is a promise. Do not waver. Silly Zhu is not entirely foolish. Having been deceived numerous times, he has developed a sense of caution. If you do not believe me, then fine. Just reflect on when I have ever led anyone astray. No, Dong Gu, please do not be angry. I will admit my faults if that suffices. Silly Zhu spoke in a subdued tone. Observing his loyalty, it had risen to 76. This is more like it. Follow me and think of nothing else. I know you possess a modicum of cleverness, but sometimes it is this very cleverness that can lead to your downfall. There are times when one must feign ignorance, and at other times, one must display intelligence. This is what it means to be wisely muddled. Silly Zhu found himself perplexed. Having been deceived since childhood, he struggled to grasp this principle. What does it mean to be wisely muddled? Must one pretend to be oblivious even after being deceived? Chapter 55, Chaos. The intricacies of this matter are profound, and I cannot elucidate them all at once. Just know that working for me is the right choice. Why ponder so deeply? Devote yourself entirely to my cause. You know who I am, and you are aware that I would not lead you astray. Reflect on this seriously. Jia Sudong spoke earnestly, reiterating that he was willing to assist Silly Zhu out of neighborly goodwill. Otherwise, he could easily find anyone on the street willing to curry favor with him for a fee. Yes, from now on, I am Dong Ji's man. If Dong Gu instructs me to go west, I will certainly not chase chickens. Looking again at Silly Zhu's loyalty, it remained fixed at 76, showing no further fluctuation. It appeared he had fully placed his trust in me, though he had yet to commit wholeheartedly to following me. Trust and loyalty require process. Jia Sudong began to understand that loyalty equates to trust. It is not merely a fleeting belief, but a deep-seated trust cultivated through prolonged association, leading to an unconditional faith. Like Jack Ma and his 18 disciples, regardless of the challenges Jack Ma faces, they would unwaveringly support him. This trust necessitates long-term persuasion, bridging the gap between illusion and reality, allowing others to believe in his sincerity through tangible actions. Just like Silly Zhu now, unless he experiences some sweet rewards. No amount of persuasion from Jia Sudong will deepen his loyalty. Silly Zhu was introduced to the security staff responsible for that group, ensuring they collaborated effectively. Jia Sudong then met with Secretary Chun to finalize the program list, finding it satisfactory with no revisions necessary. Now it all hinges on Lu Baichuan. The extent to which he can invite domestic businessmen will determine the success of the trade fair. After escorting Lu Xiaoyi home, where only a housekeeper named Sister Lian awaited, Lu Xiaoyi mentioned that Lu Baichuan had gone out to entertain an old friend and had yet to return. How inconsiderate of Lu Baichuan. He doesn't even think to introduce me to his old friends, fearing I might steal them away. By the way, Sister Lian, do you know how many people Baichuan has invited this time? Well, I heard from the master that it seems to be over 500, but I'm not entirely sure. Sister Lian could not provide further clarity. 500? Jia Sudong's spirits lifted at the thought. With these 500 small business owners attending, along with international guests, it far exceeded his expectations. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiaoyi and returning home, he longed to spend time with Qin Huairu. Women require companionship. No matter how grand the business outside may be, or how glorious it appears, returning home to a warm smile is the true measure of a man's success. Although this son is not his by blood, imparting wisdom to him brings joy. Husband. Qin Huairu gently nestled against Jia Sudong, brushing her damp hair from her forehead. The child is becoming more active. It feels like the time is near. What are you thinking? It's only been 8 months. We still have 2 months until the due date. Jia Sudong playfully pinched her little nose. So, tell me, would you prefer this child to be a boy or a girl? I will be delighted either way. A pregnant woman should not overthink, as excessive thoughts may affect the child's intellect. I'm not overthinking. I'm merely curious. Once Qin Huairu fell asleep, Li Hao shed Jia Sudong's skin and set out once more. Soon, he arrived at the Qizhou City Market's Autumn Rain clothing store, where he encountered Jing Chuan Qiuyu again, now exuding a matured beauty, radiating the aura of a noble woman. This encounter offered Li Hao a distinctly different experience. Li Hao had come to glean insights into the movements of international spies and any significant operations in progress. Jing Chuan Qiuyu looked at Li Hao with sultry eyes, inviting him closer. Darling, come kiss me, and I shall divulge the information. Be serious, I need to know tonight. Suddenly, Li Hao heard Jing Chuan Qiuyu's inner thoughts. Brother Hao, you must be Jia Sudong, possessing such a powerful identity. How I adore you. Li Hao was taken aback. She had discerned his masquerade as Jia Sudong. Truly, she was the head of the Japanese operatives, able to deduce his identity from mere hints. Jing Chuan Qiuyu remarked, I am quite serious. You are my husband, so asking for a kiss should not be a problem. Haha, if you misbehave, I may have to deal with you first. An hour later, Jing Chuan Qiuyu finally revealed the truth. There were indeed operatives from other nations plotting to steal technology. The next morning, around 7, they arrived at the Shanghai City Sports Center. The venue was already teeming with people, and as their vehicle arrived, they were greeted immediately. The high-ranking officials led the way, followed by a throng of others. Xiaodong, you finally made it. Had you delayed any longer, chaos would have ensued. Old Su, what is happening? Why the rush? No time for explanations. We must head to the entrance. The high-ranking official pulled Jia Sudong along to the entrance of the sports center, where a massive crowd had gathered. Blocking entry. 2 factions faced off at the entrance. The Lion Dance Team and the Dragon Dance Team, both vying to enter the sports center first, yet unwilling to yield to one another. The high-ranking official lamented, we paid a fortune to bring them back from Hong Kong, only to discover they harbored grievances against each other. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red, and a fight is inevitable. What should we do, Xiaodong? Jia Sudong's expression remained impassive, though anger simmered within him. Blocking the entrance and preventing people from entering the sports center, creating a sea of bodies outside, was clearly an attempt to stir trouble. How could this high-ranking official claim to lead? Glancing back at the official, he commanded, tell them to disperse. If they refuse, have them all arrested. Jia Sudong's fury ignited, and disregarding the official, he pushed through the crowd, determined to intervene. At such a critical moment, this chaos could not derail the trade fair, meticulously planned over 5 days. Decisive action was required. Xiaodong, they are international guests. We cannot use force. Come back. The high-ranking official shouted in desperation behind him. Yet Jia Sudong's strength was formidable. He swiftly parted the crowd and reached the center of the confrontation, where he beheld 2 individuals, one adorned with a dragon tattoo, the other with a lion. 2 individuals pointed their fingers at each other's noses, incessantly exchanging barbs in Cantonese. I won't back down. What can you say to me? I'll insult your mother. I'll take down your whole family. The air was thick with the unrefined vernacular characteristic of Hong Kong. Behind them trailed dozens of burly men clad in black suits and dark sunglasses, exuding the unmistakable aura of underworld thugs. Chapter 56, Swift and Decisive. Tension crackled in the air, both parties on the brink of a violent confrontation. As they were international allies, the military dared not resort to excessive force, especially not in public. Without hesitation, Jia Sudong stepped forward and, with a swift motion, delivered 2 sharp slaps to the faces of the 2 leading antagonists. The impact rendered them momentarily unconscious, causing everyone present to stare in disbelief. Their underlings were stunned, as were the high-ranking officials who had just arrived. How dare you? One of the henchmen, witnessing his boss being struck, raised his fists and charged toward Jia Sudong with a furious cry. What rank of martial arts did Jia Sudong possess? In terms of strength and reflexes, he surpassed even a 9th-degree black belt, Jing Chuan Qiuyu. With each slap he delivered, the thugs fell like leaves in autumn, effortlessly subdued. These men were mere street ruffians who had never truly practiced martial arts. They had only learned the choreography of dragon and lion dances. Their physical prowess just slightly above average. Against Jia Sudong, they were but mere novices. In mere moments, a multitude of thugs lay sprawled at the entrance of the gymnasium, while a few others trembled in fear, too intimidated to advance. Jia Sudong shrugged and spat disdainfully. Such scum, they dare to disrupt my event? He beckoned to the senior official. These individuals are spies sent by enemy nations to sow discord amongst us. Apprehend them all. The senior official, momentarily taken aback, pondered the absurdity of the accusation. Spies? But they are clearly. Could it be? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression transformed. He bellowed, "Guards, arrest all these spies immediately." A commanding aura emanated from him. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of guards surged forward, subduing the thugs in black suits and dark glasses, escorting them away from the scene one by one. The guards began to restore order, allowing the crowd to enter the venue in an organized manner. Xiao Dong, your clarity of thought has saved us. Otherwise, this entrance would have been blocked by these ruffians. The senior official remarked, a sheen of sweat on his brow. This chaos, instigated by our international allies, could have jeopardized our mission. If foreign merchants arrived to find the exhibition in disarray, it would undoubtedly tarnish the new nation's reputation. Most critically, it would impact the international image of the newly established country. If foreign journalists witnessed the disorder, they would surely broadcast the incident, severely damaging the nation's standing. This is just the beginning. Ensure your men remain vigilant. Should any disturbances arise, you must suppress them with force, Jia Sudong replied with a cold snort, expressing his dissatisfaction with the senior official's handling of the situation. If you cannot quell the unrest, do not hesitate to use firearms. Do not fear scaring the populace. The people wish to see a strong nation. If you cannot manage such minor upheavals, it will leave an impression of incompetence in the minds of the public. The senior official was taken aback. He had never considered such a perspective. The new nation, having just been established and embraced by the public, was focused on how to repay the people's support, ensuring their well-being and prosperity. They feared alarming the populace, yet overlooked that the people also had their own expectations. Awakening to this realization, the senior official, having once been a leader himself, understood the truth without needing Jia Sudong's admonition. Treat comrades with the warmth of spring. Be ruthless as winter with foes. Jia Sudong, I appreciate your reminder. I assure you, I shall not repeat this error. Haha, Lao Su, it's good that you understand. There is no need to be so serious. Look at these individuals. They are our most beloved and diligent citizens. If you maintain such a stern demeanor, they may become anxious as well. Jia Sudong chuckled. All right, no more seriousness, the senior official conceded. Observing the orderly entry of the crowd, Jia Sudong felt a lingering tension within him, uncertain of what further disruptions might arise. As the clock struck 9, nearly everyone had entered. At that moment, a few buses appeared in the distance, moving slowly, trailing white steam behind them. This was a bus powered by burning charcoal, a result of the fuel embargo against the country, leading to a severe shortage of gasoline. At this juncture, the buses relied on charcoal for power, and with that supply dwindling, they were now resorting to burning briquettes, essentially transforming into wood-burning vehicles. Lao Baichuan was the first to leave from bus, greeting his merchant friends with enthusiasm. Brother Baichuan has arrived. Let's go and see. The senior official attempted to usher Jia Sudong along. No, Brother Baichuan places immense value on his friends. My presence may cause him displeasure. I shall refrain from joining. With that, he waved his hand and turned toward the gymnasium. The senior official, momentarily at a loss, glanced around before ultimately following Jia Sudong. Xiaodong, why do you say that about Brother Baichuan? I merely expressed concern that he might be upset. We need to enter anyway. Let them come find me later, Jia Sudong replied, hands behind his back as he strode into the gymnasium. He recalled the previous night, when Lao Baichuan's friends had arrived without notifying him. A simple meet and greet would have sufficed. It was clear that Lao Baichuan had his own motives. It was perhaps best not to intrude. However, seeing all the attendees, it seemed impolite not to at least extend a greeting. There is no need for buts. If you wish to go, then go. I shall enter first, Jia Sudong asserted. The guards, recognizing him, did not impede his passage. Upon entering the venue, he was met with a sea of humanity, at least 50,000 strong. The crowd gathered around small booths, marveling at the gleaming stainless steel tableware. The security personnel commenced their demonstration. Behold, this stainless steel bowl, crafted from 304 food-grade stainless steel. Tested by scientists, it far exceeds food safety standards, truly safe for use. This is a genuine iron rice bowl. Possessing this bowl brings a sense of superiority during festive meals. One of the security personnel proclaimed. Typically, our clay bowls feel scalding when filled with hot water, but observe this steel bowl. Even when filled with boiling water, it remains comfortable to hold. As he spoke, a young security staff member poured scalding water from a coal stove into the bowl. If you don't believe it, come and touch it, We feel no heat whatsoever. A curious onlooker approached and instinctively recoiled upon contact with the stainless steel bowl. However, realizing it wasn't hot, he extended his hand again. It really doesn't feel hot. Amazing. Is it real? Truly remarkable. A middle-aged gentleman picked up a stainless steel insulated bowl and inquired, "How much for each?" "Our market price is 3 dimes. Wholesale is 2.5 dimes, with a minimum order of 100. Chapter 57. To develop. One requires a strong backing. The middle-aged gentleman's eyes lit up. "So, selling each stainless steel bowl nets me a 5-cent profit. This is a tremendous business opportunity." Those who arrived early were clearly there for the chance to profit. Only small traders would rise at such an hour for monetary gain. Their faces radiated sheer ecstasy, teetering on the brink of jubilation. In that moment, their hearts were stirred. They flocked forward to inquire about wholesale opportunities. Meanwhile, Li Hao, accompanied by a dozen literate office staff and Secretary Chun, ceaselessly processed a stream of small orders. Each order, though modest, contributed significantly to the overall tally. One must never underestimate the value of even the smallest transactions. Here, they merely formalized the orders. The actual goods would still need to be collected from the Hongqing steel mill. Jia Sudong observed the scene, nodding as he walked past. This was merely a preliminary rehearsal. The true spectacle would commence at 10 o'clock. Due to the time difference, foreign merchants would not arrive until that hour, coinciding with the national welcoming ceremony. A senior leader discreetly approached Jia Sudong, warning him to prepare for the arrival of prominent figures. Let them come as they please, he thought, bemused by the implication that he was inexperienced. The leader cautioned, just be mindful of your words. Do not act impulsively as you did earlier at the entrance. Understood. I appreciate your concern. I have always been prudent in my speech and actions, Jia replied, finding humor in the leader's excessive worry. With his hands clasped behind his back, he resumed wandering through the exhibition. The array of novel tableware and furniture dazzled the onlookers. Approaching the stage, he noticed staff adjusting lighting, sound equipment, and recording devices. Yi Jinhua and his dance troupe were backstage, preparing for their performance. Director Jia, we are missing the lion and dragon dance segments, which are crucial for our interactive experience. Yi Jinhua lamented, his advanced age evident as he regarded Jia Sudong as a beacon of hope. Let be Jia mused, suddenly reminded of a song and recalling the martial arts performance listed in the program. Yi, how many performers do we have for the martial arts segment? There should be over 50, Yi replied, gesturing toward a small group clad in military uniforms, their heads adorned with red cloth. These were all military personnel. In this era, martial arts were intentionally suppressed, making it difficult for civilians to learn. Of course, this did not apply to the military. Let's go and take a look. Director Jia, greetings. The young soldiers approached Jia Sudong, having witnessed his earlier display of prowess against several adversaries at the entrance. Comrades, he greeted them warmly. After a brief exchange, he instructed them to form a line and collectively demonstrate a set of military exercises. The display was vigorous and imposing. For the final act, you shall all perform together. Executing the military routine, I shall accompany it with a song, thus creating a grand spectacle. The soldiers looked at him with gratitude, many of them having initially come to serve as substitutes, now unexpectedly granted a chance to perform. Jia Sudong composed a musical score on-site and handed it to Yi Jinhua, instructing his troupe to practice diligently for the upcoming performance. After leaving the stage, he wandered over to Li Hao, who was busy managing the influx of small vendors placing orders. Upon inquiry, he learned that in just half an hour, they had received over 30,000 orders, with deposits exceeding 1,000 yuan. However, with such a volume, the profit margin would barely reach 1,000 yuan, falling short of Jia's ultimate expectations. Observing the relentless stream of merchants placing orders, he realized that achieving a sales target of 1 million units today was entirely feasible. The factory could produce over 100,000 items daily, and their inventory already exceeded 500,000 units. If they signed contracts with distributors, the goods produced within 3 months would have no trouble finding buyers. Noticing that everyone was occupied with their tasks, Jia Sudong found himself idly waiting. He spotted a flashlight, the kind powered by 2 size D batteries, seemingly abandoned. Curious, he picked it up and began to disassemble it. In an instant, the flashlight was dismantled. Ding! Disassembly successful. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained graphene and a plethora of methods for producing high-purity graphene, along with the complete technology and theory for graphene supercapacitors. Jia Sudong was taken aback. This was the very graphene battery that even the Huaxing Group had struggled to develop in later years, and he now possessed the knowledge of supercapacitors. Supercapacitors, often dubbed capacitor batteries, were immensely popular in the future. They charged at incredible speeds, often fully recharging in mere seconds. With a lengthy lifespan, exceptional current discharge capabilities, high energy conversion efficiency, and a significant safety margin, they required no maintenance for prolonged use. Their production, utilization, storage, and disassembly processes were entirely pollution-free, making them an ideal green energy source. Most importantly, their capacity far surpassed that of lithium batteries. Oh yes, Jia Sudong exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. With advancements in display screens, chip technology, communication, and now battery technology, he was only lacking in talent, funding, and government support. The latter was crucial. If he could persuade the state, within 3 years, their new technologies could surpass those of the United States by over a decade. However, the nation was currently in turmoil. Having just returned victorious from a confrontation with South Korea, yet still struggling to develop the mushroom bomb, the country was beset by internal and external challenges, feeling utterly neglected. It was only due to the enthusiastic visit from foreign merchants that the state felt compelled to make such efforts in hosting them. Jia Sudong found himself overwhelmed, unsure of where to begin, as every action bore implications for national security. With the predatory tendencies of Western nations, a single misstep could provoke military aggression, potentially even involving mushroom bombs. These scenarios were not what Jia wished to contemplate. The priority was to assist the state in developing the mushroom bomb. Yet how could he, a mere factory director, access such sensitive information without a strong backing? Even possessing advanced technology, he would be hesitant to reveal too much without adequate support. How vexing. Where's my flashlight? Jia Sudong wondered aloud. Liu Shaoyi, taking a brief respite, approached searching for a missing item. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Jia feigned ignorance. I saw it here just a moment ago. As soon as you sat down, it vanished. If you didn't take it, who else could have? She pressed, forming a scissored gesture with her fingers and advancing toward him with an air of authority. Just calm down. It might be in my pocket. Feel free to check. He suggested, feigning innocence. If I knew it was you. You little sneak, she retorted, her hand reaching to pat his pocket, but finding nothing. Suddenly, her hand froze, and her face flushed crimson at the impropriety of her actions. How shameless. You just wanted to help you search. With that, she playfully pinched a sensitive area of Jia's waist, eliciting a surprised reaction. Huh, you initiated that. You've hurt me, and I haven't even called you out for your behavior. He laughed. Disregarding you now, and regarding the flashlight, you must return it to Ah Fu. His residence is somewhat distant from mine, and I rely on this torch to navigate my way home at night. Liu Shaoyi swayed her enchanting silhouette as she trotted back to resume her duties. As the clock approached 10, Liu Baichuan finally ushered his friends into the venue. The entrance of 500 individuals did not elicit any notable reaction from those inside, as the atmosphere remained as lively as that of a bustling sports arena. However, upon their arrival, these 500 were taken aback by the dazzling array of small commodities, their gleaming appearances overwhelming the senses. As the clock struck 10, foreign guests began to arrive, including a prime minister from the land down under, prompting the national anthem to resonate throughout the arena. A procession of honor guards marched with dignity, exuding an air of solemnity. The street vendors instinctively parted to the sides, leaving a path adorned with a red carpet. Su Jian entered the arena accompanied by a group from the National Dragon Department. Leading the way was Long San, a figure frequently seen in the newspapers. He is a man of extreme tolerance towards the populace, yet merciless towards wrongdoers. It was unexpected for him to attend, indicating the significance of this reception. Generally, such formal state visits are handled by deputy-level officials. So the presence of Long San at a ministerial level must have brought considerable pride to the prime minister from Kangaroo Country, making him feel respected and elated. Observing the cadre of merchants, the disparity became evident. Let us see what you can possibly use to contend with me this time. Lifting his chin, he gazed with smug satisfaction at the other entrepreneurs. Even towards the distant figure of Jia Sudong, he felt a sense of ease, convinced that he could easily compel him to yield his patent. Jia Sudong, too, sensed the scrutiny from Mo's son, yet remained indifferent. Such is the nature of Westerners. If you show them respect, they perceive you as sycophantic, looking down upon you with scornful derision. Conversely, if you disregard them and treat them with indifference, they label you as petty, lacking magnanimity and etiquette. Jia Sudong shook his head, gathering his thoughts, for the time had come to take the stage. Once everyone was seated, the music began to play. Jia Sudong confidently assumed the role of host, also taking on the mantle of vocalist. He was the first to step onto the stage, microphone in hand, standing with poise. The winds and rains of 5,000 years conceal countless dreams. Upon the conclusion of the song, a profound silence enveloped the audience, as they pondered the meaning behind the lyrics. Even Yi Jinhua, who was overseeing the music backstage, was rendered speechless. Though he had heard it once before, its impact remained astounding. After a prolonged silence, Jia Sudong finally cleared his throat. This song is titled New Guoren. I wish to convey our existence to the world, to let them know who we are, where we come from, and where we are headed. It is also a reflection of my dreams, a guiding light for my heart. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Now, the main event was at hand. The purpose of their presence here was not simply to listen to music. He commenced with a discourse in Mandarin regarding the history of the Hongqing steel mill, emphasizing the determination forged through hardship and perseverance. Finally, he concluded with a brief statement in English. Welcome, foreign friends. The following segments will be conducted in Mandarin. If you wish to comprehend, please bring your own translators. I cannot afford to waste everyone's time merely to accommodate you. This proclamation sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. Even Long San nodded in approval, recognizing the firmness of his words. The gaze of the audience shifted towards the Western merchants, where a few stood in indignation, only to be swiftly subdued by their compatriots, evidently reluctant to cause a scene. Jia Sudong observed this with a mere smile, paying it no mind. He then began to elaborate on the superior qualities of 304 and 316 stainless steel, the crux of the matter that the merchants and foreign guests were most eager to hear. After cooling, it can be reprocessed into shape, something other steels cannot achieve. Yet 304 stainless steel possesses this remarkable property. Meanwhile, 316 stainless steel can function under temperatures of 1,200 to 1,300 degrees, exhibiting even greater corrosion resistance than 304. In the crowd, Brel stood up excitedly. This was the material he had longed for. Determined, he resolved to acquire this technology at any cost. The Prime Minister from Kangaroo Country turned to Long San, whispering in hushed tones. Long San furrowed his brow and glanced towards Jia Sudong on stage, whose demeanor remained composed and unruffled. As the introduction of stainless steel drew to a close, Jia Sudong announced the next segment. Now, let us welcome our Yalan Ting, who will grace us with a performance of Peng Hu Bei, dressed in a flowing white gown. Yalan Ting ascended the stage gracefully, exuding the elegance of a celestial being. As she opened her mouth, her melodious voice filled the air, singing the song Jia Sudong had penned for her. The enchanting melody, coupled with its poignant imagery, vividly conveyed the longing of a wanderer yearning for home, captivating the audience with its accessibility. Once more, applause surged through the crowd, and even the foreigners became entranced, fervently clapping in appreciation. As the applause subsided, it was Long San's turn to take the stage. He began by welcoming the international guests, then recounted the history of New Guo, from its humble beginnings to its current achievements, casting a hopeful gaze towards the future. The atmosphere of the exhibition reached a crescendo, stirring Jia Sudong's spirit with fervor. The subsequent showcase featured a martial arts display, as several soldiers donned in military green took the stage, executing their routines with vigor. Next, Yi Jinhua and others appeared to perform Peking opera, with the seasoned actors showcasing their skills to resounding applause from the audience. As the program neared its conclusion, a planned lion and dragon dance faced a logistical hiccup, compelling the soldiers to return to the stage for another martial arts performance, this time as a collective display. Jia Sudong re-emerged, delivering a powerful rendition of A Man Should Strive for Strength, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. With pride, let us laugh at the crashing waves. With fervor, let us shine like the crimson sun, with courage forged as iron and bone as steel. Of course, some lyrics had been modified to further accentuate the military spirit. Once all performances concluded, the welcoming ceremony came to an end, and the pleasantries exchanged, it was time to address the substantive matters at hand. Brel was the first to approach Jia Sudong, initiating the conversation with an offer of 10 million meters of currency. Director Jia, I offer you 10 million meters of currency for the transfer of the patents for these two stainless steel technologies. Brel exclaimed, gripping Jia Sudong's shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation for a favorable response. 10 million meters of currency, considering that the entire New Guo had only over 40 million meters of foreign exchange. This sum was indeed substantial. Soon, a dozen more Western merchants surged forward, surrounding Jia Sudong in hopes of acquiring the stainless steel technology. I'll offer 30 million meters, declared a merchant from the Milli nation, whose wealth had soared into the billions. For him, 30 million was merely a trifling sum. I'll offer 50 million. Su Ziang, standing aside, along with the others, was astonished. 50 million meters was an astronomical figure for a newly established nation that is severely lacking in foreign exchange. This sum represents a fortune, capable of purchasing a multitude of necessities, including food and weaponry. Even Long San was moved. After all, capitalists are indeed generous and extravagant in their dealings. I shall offer 80 million, declared Davidson, the head of the Lock Consortium, asserting his dominance and silencing any opposition. He is a formidable titan of finance, with the consortium's wealth surpassing that of most nations worldwide. Even smaller countries find themselves looking up to them in awe. Before Jia Sudong could voice his thoughts, the price had already been decided. All eyes turned to him, as it was expected that he would acquiesce to this transaction. However, to the disappointment of all present, Jia Sudong stood resolute. The others immediately began discussing patents, as if they were taking advantage of the new nation's unfamiliarity with their machinations. Even if he were to consider licensing, Jia Sudong was unwilling. Once the patents were authorized, he would need to secure their payment. He had yet to obtain the international patents for stainless steel, and if foreigners registered them first, it would amount to a futile endeavor. Jia Sudong had long since seen through such underhanded tactics. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "I beg your pardon, but I am not selling the technology patents." "Why?" "I do not wish to converse in English. If you understand, then listen. If not, then do not. I have resolved to submit the technology patents to the state. So those seeking to purchase the patents need not bother negotiating with me." Jia Sudong was not foolish enough to sell the technology patents to foreigners. Surviving was already a challenge. Selling the technology would merely place the nation in a vulnerable position, making him a historical pariah, a target of public scorn. He was not so naive. A mere few tens of millions was insignificant, for if he desired, within a year and a half, he could amass that much wealth. Taking center stage once more, he cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have decided to submit the patents for 304 and 316 stainless steel to the state. If you wish to acquire the technology, you may negotiate with the government. Today's exhibition is solely for the sale of goods, not technology." "Thank you." The Western merchants were incensed, cursing Jia Sudong for indicating that he would not sell at any price. Were they to negotiate with the state? What a preposterous notion, let alone finding someone willing to engage in discussions with them. The United States was currently exerting economic pressure on the new nation. And if the United States discovered that they had engaged in private transactions with a new nation, would they ever return? When inquiries about technology licensing arose, they were met with Jia Sudong's firm refusal. This disheartening news cast a pall over the Western merchants. Among those present, the most delighted was Prime Minister Morrison of Kangaroo Country, who, on a state visit, found it easy to meet with the new nation's leaders. Moreover, as a subordinate of Baby Country, overseen by the Baby Country's empress, he was not beholden to the United States. After the welcoming ceremony concluded, Prime Minister Morrison and his entourage were whisked away in a special vehicle. However, many foreign merchants remained behind, perusing the stainless steel merchandise on display, occasionally expressing their admiration. Su Jian approached Jia Sudong hesitantly and whispered, "Ahem, Xiao Dong, did you truly mean it when you said you would submit the technology to the state? This is not a matter to be taken lightly. If the factory faces difficulties, the state can assist you, but you must think carefully about the submission of the technology." "Old Su, you speak too modestly. The state nurtures and protects me, providing an environment conducive to diligent research. To share the technology with the state is my honor. There is no need for further contemplation." Jia Sudong produced a small notebook from his pocket. "These are the formulas and production methods for 5 types of stainless steel. Please submit this on my behalf." "No, Xiao Dong, this is not in accordance with protocol. I cannot circumvent the rules." Su Jian smiled as he refused. However, he recognized Jia Sudong's firm resolve to submit the technology. His heart swelled with satisfaction, feeling that he had not misjudged him. What nonsense about circumventing the rules. Submitting technology is a trivial matter. Do I really need to make a trip for that? This is protocol. I cannot make exceptions. Su Jian understood that Jia Sudong did not intend to diminish the importance of the rules, but remained patient as he explained the implications. Su Jian was a man of principles. Right was right and wrong was wrong. Even with those close to him, he would unflinchingly point out their mistakes without regard for feelings. In ancient times, he would have been akin to a just official like Bao Qing Tian. It was precisely because of this adherence to principles that he earned Jia Sudong's trust. Even if he helped facilitate the technology submission, he would not take advantage of it. "If you desire the technology, you will have to wait for the experts to come to the Hongqing Steel Factory to seek me out. I do not have the time to engage with any relevant departments. If you want it, come find me. It may take some time, but are you not concerned that those foreign merchants may lose patience?" Jia Sudong jested. "Haha, as you said, they need us now. They will wait for as long as necessary. However, if you truly intend to submit the technology, I suspect someone will arrive at the Hongqing factory for inspection tomorrow. So you should prepare accordingly. Su Jian patted Jia Sudong on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Very well, I will return shortly and make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 60. The spring of Fu Zhu has arrived. Be careful, they may resort to unscrupulous methods. Su Jian hurried to catch up with the departing group. Jia Sudong was well aware of the nature of those capitalists. If all else failed, they would employ countless underhanded tactics to acquire the stainless steel technology. He had also received news from Jingchuan Qiuyu that 2 waves of spies had already arrived in the capital. Preparations were necessary, as relying solely on the security department would be insufficient. The Hongqing steel factory was close enough to the capital to remain relatively safe. Moreover, the factory security department was armed, discouraging spies from brazenly appearing on the premises. As the opening ceremony concluded, the time had slipped into the afternoon. The exhibition was surrounded by numerous food stalls offering various buns. These vendors had been summoned by the officials of Shanghai City, and the exhibition would draw crowds, channeling wealth into the city. As long as the officials of Shanghai City were not foolish, they would seize this opportunity. Jia Sudong approached Lu Xiaoyi, holding 2 buns. Xiaoyi, are you hungry? Let's go find Fu Zhu. He could prepare something delicious for us. I can't. There's still so many people here, and they are all waiting in line, Lu Xiaoyi replied, her face contorting into a pained expression as she waved her hand to indicate she would not eat. Indeed, the line of individuals waiting to sign orders was excessively long, with over 100 people still queuing and more arriving to place orders. Jia Sudong found himself at a loss, realizing that she was a workaholic, pushing herself to the limit. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. There's so many people, why not give each of them a number? When they finish eating, they can return and line up according to that number. This way, they will have no objections. The queue erupted in gratitude towards Jia Sudong. They were indeed hungry, but stepping away from the line was not an option. Now, with Jia Sudong's simple suggestion, their awkward predicament was resolved. Yes, we are hungry too. Secretary, let us follow Director Jia's suggestion. The waiting merchants voiced their agreement, expressing goodwill. When Jia Sudong escorted Lu Xiaoyi to Shazhu, they were taken aback to find a throng of Western women surrounding him, effectively barring all new nationals from approaching. The new nationals, well-versed in propriety and honor, would not rush forth to gawk at the beauties. The famished foreign women, however, exhibited no such reservations. Upon spotting delectable food, they cast aside all semblance of decorum. After devouring what was in their hands, they eagerly awaited Shazhu's culinary offerings, employing various charms to entice him. Nearly collapsing into his embrace, they urged him to sit quickly, and upon realizing that he was a bashful man, they found it all the more amusing, frequently reaching out to take liberties with him. Shazhu, unaccustomed to such attention, was left blushing profusely, feeling lightheaded and uncertain about how to proceed. The scantily clad foreign women ignited a tempest within him, as if he were struggling to contain an overwhelming force. One woman pretended to lean into his arms, revealing a breathtaking expanse of skin, causing him to bleed from his nose. Lu Xiaoyi, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed, "Shameless man," and scorned the woman for seducing an honest man. Jia Sudong, equally astonished, marveled at how this ordinarily simple-minded Shazhu had suddenly become the object of affection for foreign women. Director Jia, help! Shazhu looked towards Jia Sudong as if he were a savior. He feared that if he did not distance himself soon, he would be humiliated. Observing Shazhu's loyalty rating above his head, it astonishingly stood at 91. Name, Hiyuzhu. Health, 93. Loyalty, 91. Had he brought him here to work as a chef merely to witness the allure of beautiful women and bask in their adoration, thus rekindling his loyalty? Shazhu, what are you doing? Jia Sudong interjected sternly. Ladies, what is your intention? If you have business, direct it towards me, not to Shazhu. He is still a child. Lu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes at this, pulling Jia Sudong behind her, embodying a protective hen shielding her rooster. Uft, Director Jia is here. This is no longer amusing. What a pity for such an innocent young man. Little man, I'll be waiting for you tonight, one of the foreign women teased, causing Shazhu to shiver, every pore on his body standing on end. The foreign women voiced their dissatisfaction, lamenting the loss of a plaything. Oh, little chef, hurry up and cook, we're starving. One woman, with golden hair and alabaster skin, dressed in a fashionable and sexy outfit, particularly captivated Shazhu. I'll cook, just give me a moment. Heh. With no women accosting him, he swiftly began to stir-fry, yet his face bore an expression of sheer exhilaration, a silly grin plastered across his features. In no time, he had prepared over a dozen dishes, delighting the foreign women who relished every bite. Inviting Shazhu to cook was meant for people to sample flavors, not to cater exclusively to anyone, Yet now these Western women treated the place as a dining hall. Lu Xiaoyi grew increasingly irate, unable to tolerate the foreign women's flirtations. Stepping in front of Xia Zhu to compete for food, she would snatch morsels and toss the excess back to Jia Sudong. Jia Sudong, equally frustrated, pondered how a man as handsome as he could fail to attract the attention of these Western women. Surely, their taste was flawed, he reassured himself. Not wishing to linger in this awkward situation any longer, he decided to let them be and left after filling his stomach, cherishing Lu Xiaoyi's endearing presence, which remained steadfast and delightful. Upon returning to the signing area, no one had arrived yet, so Lu Xiaoyi took the opportunity to tally the data. The total number of orders had astonishingly reached 800,000, all within a single morning, and the advance payments exceeded 20,000. These were all small orders, with larger ones yet to materialize. It seemed people were merely testing the waters. If the product sold well, they would purchase more next time. Until a product's value was firmly established, they dared not stockpile excessively. Jia Sudong wandered around the area, noting that there was little to do here, and it was likely someone had gone to collect goods from the factory. The faster they moved, the sooner they could acquire stock and seize market opportunities. Most merchants understood this well. He instructed Secretary Chan to stay behind, and, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyi and Yi Lanting, he drove back to the factory. All the while, Lu Xiaoyi chattered excitedly, her enthusiasm palpable. With the 30,000 deposit, the factory would be revitalized, and last month's wages for the employees could also be dispersed. Chapter 61. When in poverty, one must work overtime. Yi Lanting's mood was equally buoyant, unable to quell her excitement. She could hardly believe that the song she had sung was so exquisitely beautiful, leaving a lingering impression on all who heard it, including Long San. What a remarkable achievement. Her heart raced at the thought. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jia Sudong. Everything that had transpired that day was a gift from this man, and the more she observed him, the more enigmatic he appeared. A simple song penned for her had evoked such profound emotions. Upon returning to the factory, they were greeted by 2 buses transporting charcoal, confirming that many clever individuals were indeed present in the world. Driven by self-interest, they could manifest their utmost ingenuity. As these small merchants arrived at the factory, they were delighted to see Jia Sudong and Lu Xiaoyi, rushing forward to greet them. Director Jia, Secretary Xiaoyi. Jia Sudong responded with a warm smile. Welcome to the Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill. Please come in. He enthusiastically ushered a merchant inside, recognizing that these individuals would become his patrons and must be well taken care of. Hey, you mentioned at the expo that there are some products available. We wanted to come and pick up some stock to test the market. Is it possible to do so now? Indeed, Director Jia. We're all looking to take a few items to gauge the market. If it's promising, we will order more next time. We have plenty of stock. We can produce over 100,000 items daily. Even if we don't have it today, we can supply you tomorrow or the day after. Jia Sudong declared with grandiosity as he led the merchants toward the warehouse. In the Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill warehouse, over 100 couriers were on standby. Previously, they had merely relayed messages, but with the restructuring of the dispatch room, they had found themselves idle. Now, they were repurposed to handle bookkeeping and order matching. These energetic young men, under the watchful eye of their director, worked with vigor. As batches of merchants departed, by 5 o'clock, the dispatch goods had totaled 400,000, with received payments reaching 160,000, an impressive sum in that era. Upon hearing this news, everyone erupted in cheers. After the workday concluded, the couriers rushed to spread the joyous tidings. People were astounded by Director Jia's foresight. In just a week, he had transformed a nearly defunct factory into a profitable venture. Before the end of the workday, Secretary Chun delivered the afternoon's received orders, another 400,000. The total number of orders amounts to 1,200,000, while the quantity of goods in stock barely exceeds 500,000, which is woefully insufficient. Even with today's production, we only reach 680,000, merely half of the orders, leaving us short by over 500,000 items. We'll need to request overtime from the workers. However, since they have adopted a piece rate system, it remains uncertain whether they would be willing to extend their hours. Night Lan Ting has summoned the 5 workshop directors, along with the stainless steel team leader, Lu Haizhong. You can all see the current state of the factory. The situation is quite pressing. Many merchants will arrive tomorrow, and I fear we may not be ready. The purpose of gathering you here is to inquire if the factory can accommodate overtime. Given that you are all on a piece rate basis, I can offer overtime pay at 2 dimes per hour. Overtime? The group exchanged glances of surprise. The notion of overtime was foreign to them. They typically left work at 4 in the afternoon to return home to their families. The sudden suggestion of working extra hours left them in a state of bewilderment. Lu Haizhong quickly grasped Jia Sudong's intent and responded positively. Director Jia, I believe it is feasible. Since the employees are on a piece rate system, they are generally reluctant to leave their posts early. Perhaps we should try one night of overtime to gauge their response? Excellent. Let's proceed with that plan. But do not compel the employees. Their willingness to work overtime should be entirely voluntary. Jia Sudong does not wish for the workers to harbor resentment towards him, labeling him as a heartless factory manager. In the event of significant upheaval in the years to come, Li Hao hopes to rely on the factory employees to counter external criticism, for the strength of the populace is formidable. Should he earn their support, even if someone seeks to undermine him, he would have over 10,000 employees to speak on his behalf. This is also a key reason why Jia Sudong aspires to be the factory manager. With over 10,000 employees, a single voice could silence opposition. Without their backing, he would face ruin even before any reckoning occurs. The directive for overtime quickly disseminated among the employees, who overwhelmingly supported the initiative. The earnings for a single day of overtime could equate to what they previously earned over several days. Anyone with sense would recognize the advantageous choice. Ultimately, only a small number of employees opted out of overtime, and this additional shift could increase daily production by at least 1/3. That evening, Jia Sudong shed his guise. Transforming into Li Hao, he arrived at the Qiu clothing store in the 4th 9 City Market, only to find the doors locked. Li Hao leapt down from the rooftop. Inside, Jing Chuan Qiu lay weak, an iron nail piercing her chest. Upon seeing Li Hao, her initial joy quickly morphed into concern. "My lord," she gasped, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Words failed her, and Li Hao heard her thoughts urging him to flee, to abandon his role as factory manager. For a formidable foe had arrived. "What is wrong?" Li Hao approached, supporting her as she sat up. She managed only a single word before blood poured forth uncontrollably. "Ugh." A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth, yet she felt somewhat relieved. "I'm fading fast. You must leave now, or it will be too late." That person has mastered their martial arts. Jing Chuan Qiu's complexion turned pale, her breath grew shallow, and no more blood flowed from her lips. Li Hao stepped forward, producing 3 grams of life essence and placing it in her mouth. "You will not perish. You must remain by my side." Her lips curled into a faint smile. "My lord, I truly feel I am at my end. My strength wanes. Soon I may be unable to speak. My injuries are internal, and I have lost too much blood. Medicine will be of little help." Li Hao lifted her gently and laid her on the bed. Observing her beautiful yet pale visage, a pang of reluctance swelling in his heart. Even a dog, over time, can evoke affection. How much more so for her, his beautiful companion. "My lord, will you remember me?" she asked, fear creeping in that she might be forgotten. "Do not fear, you will not die. You will be with me for a long time to come." Chapter 62. Young Women's Contratak. "You are truly wonderful," she said, reaching out to caress Jia Sudong's cheek. Her eyes filled with a bittersweet longing as she took in his familiar face. After a long moment, the previously lifeless Jing Chuan Qiu suddenly sprang into Li Hao's embrace. "My lord, I cannot bear to leave you." "Wait, I can sit up. I feel no pain. What is happening?" She stood and joyfully hopped a few steps. Despite having been impaled by a nail, she should have been beyond recovery. Now her internal injuries seemed to have healed completely. How could she not rejoice? "My lord, was it the medicine you gave me that has restored me? I adore you." Upon checking Jing Chuan Qiu's loyalty level, it read, Health, 92. Loyalty, 102. Her loyalty had increased once more. Previously at 101, it had now risen to 102. What does exceeding a loyalty threshold imply? The system merely indicated that upon reaching 100, she would never betray me. It offered no explanation of what occurs beyond that point. Jing Chuan Qiu, overwhelmed with emotion, devoted her efforts to pleasing Li Hao. "I've registered my whereabouts with the organization. I am ostensibly active in the Yinchuan province. I have dealt with 10 operatives for you. But I must leave 4th 9 City by tomorrow. I cannot remain here, or the organization will attribute these matters to me." She tenderly caressed Li Hao's cheek, her eyes brimming with reluctance. From Jing Chuan Qiu, Li Hao learned that the formidable opponent was a national from Meili, named Hansen, who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. His prowess surpassed even that of a 10th degree black belt in Taekwondo, achieving the status of a master. In less than 10 moves, he had severely injured Jing Chuan Qiu, illustrating the extent of his martial arts mastery. Currently, Li Hao doubted his ability to subdue Jing Chuan Qiu in less than 10 moves without inflicting serious harm. "Go, and be cautious on your journey. I will report Hansen's arrival. Do not forget that I have a nation backing me. You need not worry for my safety. Even if I cannot defeat him, I can still escape." This friendship event had stretched on for quite some time. Jing Chuanqiu, he was preparing to depart, wishing to complete all beneficial activities for the coming months before leaving. It was not until 10 o'clock that evening that Li Hao reverted to Jia Sudong's guise, dragging his weary body home. Upon returning to the factory, Jia Sudong was met with a scene of chaos. The entrance was nearly blocked by throngs of small merchants, a gathering of tens of thousands obstructing the workers' normal operations. It had been agreed that Lu Xiaoyi and Night Lan Ting would oversee the exhibition, leaving Jia Sudong to manage the factory. Faced with such a multitude, Jia Sudong felt overwhelmed, uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, he spotted someone in the crowd, Su Damao. This crafty individual had come to watch the spectacle, seizing the opportunity presented by the large gathering. Su Damao, come here. Director Jia. I was just caught up in excitement and didn't see you. Here, have a cigarette. What brings you here? Jia Sudong accepted the cigarette, and Su Damao struck a match to light it for him. I simply saw a crowd and thought I might come and see if I could lend a hand. He would never admit to want to take it easy and merely observe the spectacle. In your opinion, how should one handle such a multitude? Jia Sudong conveyed the intentions of these merchants to Su Damao. As Su Damao was about to articulate a lengthy discourse, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Employees of the Hongqing steel rolling mill, return to your posts. I shall handle this. Yang Weimin spoke with an air of authority, flanked by dozens of individuals approaching with purpose. Their imposing presence swiftly brought them to the factory's entrance. Jia Sudong recognized them as workers from Workshop 8, the very same group that had previously mocked him and Lu Xiaoyi, an incident that remained vividly etched in his memory. Greetings, I am Yang Weimin, the deputy director of the Hongqing steel rolling mill. Feel free to relay your request to me. I shall assist to the best of my ability, Yang Weimin declared grandly, gesturing expansively. However, he found himself increasingly marginalized within the factory due to his opposition to the stainless steel project. Feeling reluctant to interfere with the operations of the stainless steel team, the success of the stainless steel initiative was becoming evident, a model poised to sweep through the entire Hongqing steel rolling mill. Though he was ostensibly a representative of the state, failing to deliver could result in being labeled inept. The moment had come for him to retaliate. If he did not, he would likely find himself unwelcome even in Workshop 8, with dire consequences awaiting him. Upon learning that he was the deputy director, the small merchants showed little regard for his predicament, as long as he held sway within the Hongqing steel rolling mill and they could procure their goods. Director Yang, here are my documents. I am here to collect my order. I arrived first, and hope you will prioritize my request. No, I arrived before you, having disembarked from the bus first. I should be served first. Such trivial disputes nearly erupted into chaos. Yang Weimin felt overwhelmed, questioning the awareness of these individuals and their inability to allow him to manage them effectively. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. If you wish to collect your goods, kindly form an orderly line, he shouted, and as if by magic, order began to take shape among the crowd, while some still bickered over arrival times. It was merely a minor distraction. Yang Weimin proceeded to lead the merchants into the factory. Jia Sudong remained at a distance, observing quietly as Director Yang attempted to assert himself. He dared not intervene in Yang Weimin's actions, as he was a representative of the state. Overt involvement might lead others to believe Jia Sudong sought to undermine Yang, a charge he could not afford to bear. Thus, he chose to let Yang do as he pleased. Upon reaching the warehouse, hundreds of errand boys recognized Yang Weimin, but treated him with indifference, a slight that stung deeply. Yang, we cannot distribute goods without an order from Director Jia. We cannot take responsibility if something goes awry. Is Director Jia the only one you acknowledge? Yang Weimin shouted in frustration, feeling utterly dismissed. You speak of Jia, as if he is the only one who matters. He was enraged by the constant references to Jia Sudong, which diminished his sense of importance. That is not our intention, Deputy Director Yang. It's just that Director Jia has always managed this matter, and we are unsure how to proceed, one of the errand boys explained, provoking Yang's ire. Although Yang had once harbored ambitions and ideals, his fall from grace had drastically altered his mindset. A heavy suspicion and jealousy now clouded his thoughts, and he found himself calculating every move, lacking the foresight he once possessed. Witnessing Jia Sudong's current prominence only deepened his discontent. With a heavy hand, Yang slammed the table. I said to distribute the goods. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Do you think this factory cannot operate without Jia Sudong? Faced with Yang's fury, the errand boys had no choice but to comply. Yet another obstacle arose. Distribution required 2 sets of documents to cross-reference, and without the second set, distribution was impossible. Yang Weimin found himself ensnared in a web of difficulties, despite his aggressive stance. The psychological turmoil of recent days, compounded by today's outburst, left him in a state of confusion. He did not suspect any foul play with the documents, which bore the factory's official seal. Surely they would not dare to forge them. His anger reached a boiling point as he pounded the table again. Distribute the goods without cross-referencing. I will guarantee it. He was intent on proving to the workers that the Hongqing steel rolling mill could function just as well without Jia Sudong. His voice was loud enough for some merchants to overhear, and their eyes began to dart around, plotting their next move. Jia Sudong and Su Damao observed from distance, choosing not to intervene. Yang Weiman's self-destructive tendencies were his own affair. Pointing them out would be a thankless endeavor. Moreover, Jia Sudong had no desire to contest with Yang, preferring instead to watch him build his own downfall. I sense Yang Weiman is bound to encounter trouble soon, Su Damao remarked with a smirk, relishing the impending chaos. Aren't you going to intervene, Brother Jia? Su Damao, perceptive as he was, assessed the situation with remarkable clarity. Well, what do you think? Should I intervene? Jia Sudong regarded Su Damao with newfound respect. Su Damao's keen intellect, if applied in the right direction, could yield significant achievements. In the original narrative, Liu Baichuan had married his daughter to Su Damao. Surely, he had some merit to catch Liu Baichuan's eye. Yet, in the original story, Su Damao squandered his cleverness on nefarious pursuits, ultimately leading to his downfall. Haha, Brother Jia, you overestimate me. You, akin to a celestial being, are beyond my comprehension. Su Damao realized he had perhaps revealed too much. Do not speak of deities. I am but a man of reason. Be cautious of your words, lest they lead to your own misfortune. By the way, Brother Jia, what do you think of what I discussed with you last time? What do you mean? What talents do you possess that I am unaware of? I possess the talent of keen observation. I can discern a person's character and intentions merely by observing their expressions and gestures, Su Damao asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Jia Sudong recognized an opportunity. His mind racing to a currently vacant yet crucial position, sales director. Su Damao was precisely the type of individual suited for this role. In the original narrative, he had managed to charm Qin Huairu after just 2 encounters. Such talent was rare. Placing him in a position of sales would be ideal, and with a little guidance, his less savory traits could be channeled productively. Ah, such an ability is indeed a remarkable skill, but these talents are merely your assertions. Let's put it this way. You should devise a plan for when Yang Weiman encounters difficulties, you will step in to handle the situation effectively. Truly, Brother Jia, are you genuinely willing to place your trust in me? Su Damao's face, brimming with excitement, radiated joy. That man did not aspire for a promotion. Rather, Su Damao simply did not exhibit the same eagerness as ere day. Furthermore, in just over an hour, Yang Weiman had seen off hundreds of people, with several passenger and freight vehicles departing. Yang Weiman, his face aglow, had regained the imposing presence he once held as a factory director. At that moment, a small businessman was attempting to arrange shipments, and the errand runner, upon reviewing the order, was astonished to find it exceeded 30,000. They had never encountered such a substantial order and hurried to consult Yang Weiman. Enthusiastic and in high spirits, Yang Weiman dismissed their concerns with a grand wave of his hand, declaring that as long as the order was stamped correctly, they should proceed with the shipments. By noon, Liu Shaoyi returned with the documents she had gathered from the trade fair. Upon reaching the warehouse, she noticed that Yang Weiman was present, but Jia Sudong was conspicuously absent, stirring a sense of foreboding within her. Just then, an errand runner approached Liu Shaoyi, reporting on the day's strange occurrences. A 30,000 order? How could that be? We haven't received even a single 5,000 order since yesterday. Liu Shaoyi's voice, though not loud, struck like a thunderclap, silencing the busy errand runners instantly. All eyes turned towards Yang Weiman, who was still basking in the flattery of the small businessman, his smile unwavering and his demeanor commanding. Sensing something amiss, Yang Weiman turned to see Liu Shaoyi, which caused his heart to skip a beat, and he noticed the peculiar gazes of everyone around him. A sense of unease washed over him. Liu Shaoyi, what do you mean by this? Don't disrupt the workers. If you have something to say, direct it at me. Yang Weiman, you truly are something. I once regarded you as a person of integrity, someone who operated with transparency and wit. I never imagined you would descend to such depths, becoming a fool who gives away the factory's goods for free. Tears welled in the corners of Liu Shaoyi's eyes. For the factory's current success was the result of her and Brother Jia's relentless efforts. Yet, here was Yang Weiman, a blundering fool, jeopardizing their hard-won progress. Chapter 64. Su Damao's debut. In that moment, Liu Shaoyi truly wept, her tears born from frustration, far greater than any grievance suffered in the 8th workshop. Nevertheless, she was a resilient woman, swiftly wiping her tears and immediately ordering a verification of the documents. Be clear in your words. You may call me a fool, but do not pin the blame of giving away the factory's goods on me. A chill began to settle in Yang Weiman's heart as he finally grasped the gravity of the day's events. The largest order we received at the trade fair was for 4,800. Yet here you present an order for 30,000. How much have you given away? Lu Xiaoyi, truly distraught, cried as she spoke. Yang Weiman stood frozen in place, dazed and bewildered. It was over. He realized that everything had come crashing down. The 30,000 in goods held little value. He could purchase them himself. However, what mattered most to the higher-ups was not his wealth, but his ability to execute tasks. This time, driven by impulsivity, he had recklessly intervened in the stainless steel project. His motives were questionable, and now he had bungled the entire affair. Yang Weiman's head throbbed. He could scarcely believe the unfolding reality. But the deed was done, and there was no turning back. Moreover, several hours had passed, and the small businessman had vanished, leaving him to ponder where he might search for him. Even involving the police would prove futile, as the trade fair only scrutinized orders and not personal information. Thus, there was no way to trace the matter. The errand runners quickly verified the data, and within moments, the results emerged. It was not just one order that was erroneous. Rather, a dozen orders had been miscalculated, exceeding the actual total by over 80,000. Upon discovering this, Yang Weiman slumped helplessly to the ground. One mistake could be attributed to a mere oversight, but with so many errors, how could he possibly justify it? How could he retrieve the goods? Even the employees from the 8th workshop who had accompanied him instinctively distanced themselves from him. Jia Sudong and Su Damao slowly emerged from an unnoticed corner, gently applauding. Deputy Factory Director Yang, your performance is lacking. You cannot even manage this simple task. No wonder the steel mill has been perpetually in the red. Jia Sudong, you have been watching from the sidelines. Haven to you? You knew there were mistakes, but chose not to point them out. This was all your scheme, wasn't it? Yang Weiman, having lost his composure, lashed out. Xiaoyi, call your father and old Su. Report everything that has transpired here accurately, and let us deal with the factory's losses as necessary. Lu Xiaoyi, witnessing Jia Sudong's emergence, was filled with tears of excitement, akin to a child who had been lost for days, finally reuniting with family. Yes, I will report truthfully. I will not wrong an innocent person. With that, she squinted at Yang Weiman, a slight smile playing on her lips. Jia Sudong, I'm asking you a question. What does your silence mean? Why won't you respond? Are you feeling guilty about your deceitful schemes? I will ensure you are reported to the higher-ups, and you'll be left with nothing. Jia Sudong merely chuckled, shaking his head, choosing not to engage with him. Yang Weiman, now akin to a rabid dog, lashed out at anyone in his path without care. He turned to Su Damao. I hereby appoint Su Damao to oversee operations here. Yang Weiman is to be temporarily confined by the security department. He cannot leave the factory for now. Did you hear that? You cannot leave the factory. Su Damao assumed a stern demeanor and admonished Yang Weiman, relishing the feeling of authority. This was once the factory director, now chastised by him, yet not daring to retaliate. It felt immensely gratifying. Jia Sudong, who do you think you are? What gave you the right to command me? Do you even know who I am? Do you understand my background? Yang Weiman erupted in rage. Not only did he refuse to answer, but he also ordered Yang to be monitored, which shattered his composure. Who was he? He was the former factory director, and during his tenure, individuals like Jia Sudong and Su Damao had not even merited his attention. He had only recently stepped down, and the world had seemingly turned on its head. Now, these two young men dared to elevate themselves above him, and he could no longer endure it. Grabbing Su Damao by the collar, he shouted, I will make you pay for your insolence. He raised his fist, poised to strike Su Damao, but ultimately he restrained himself. He turned to observe the employees from the 8th workshop. They were his most loyal subordinates, now all keeping their distance. Come on, let us fight. If you don't, you're nothing but cowards. Su Damao, too, had his own connections and was not without temperament. With Jia Sudong as his backing, he felt an unshakable confidence. His demeanor had grown bolder, and he strode with newfound authority. You, Yang Weiman huffed, shaking his hand as he retreated to his office, his silhouette solitary and forlorn. He has suffered a loss, a staggering 80,000 worth of goods. Even at internal pricing, it would still require over 10,000 to cover the deficit. Where will he find the funds to fill this gaping hole? Jia Sudong originally intended to have him call him grandfather, but upon reflection, he deemed such an act as malicious and potentially damaging to his reputation, so he refrained. It is not a matter of retaliating when bitten by a dog. His character dictates that if a dog bites him, he would buy the entire creature and slaughter it for a dog meat stew. Su Damao took the stage and began his performance. He first announced that any orders with alterations made by the counterpart would not be prepped for shipment, nor would the deposit be refunded. This was a punitive measure aimed at those shrewd little merchants who had unilaterally modified their order quantities. Upon hearing this, several small merchants turned pale, their faces betraying regret. Clearly, they had already altered the quantities on their orders and were now queuing for their shipments. Although the deposit was not substantial, it would certainly cause them some discomfort. Having concluded his reprimand, Su Damao was now poised to extend a gesture of goodwill. A balance of benevolence and severity is the key to long-term success. He then unveiled a new integrity system. Any merchant completing a transaction, provided they agree to register their information, would be credited with a degree of integrity. Once their integrity reached 100 points, they would be upgraded to premium customers. What constitutes a premium customer? It means that in the future, when you come to the factory for purchases, you can procure goods at cost price. Whenever the factory has new products, premium customers will be given priority consideration. Jia Sudong observed Su Damao speak with eloquence, deftly turning the situation around in just a few words, even better than he had anticipated. Moreover, Su held the stage confidently, with no signs of hesitation or awkwardness. His thoughts flowed with remarkable clarity. Notably, Su Damao's integrity score had now reached 95 points. Chapter 65, Setting Conditions. To Jia Sudong's surprise, Su Damao proved to possess considerable talent and capability. He truly was a gem. Jia Sudong felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He departed with Lu Xiao, knowing that the factory's model was now established and no longer required his intervention. Yet, he understood this was not a sustainable strategy. Only by solidifying partnerships with distributors could there be long-term stability. On their way back to the office, Jia Sudong inquired, "Xiao, what's going on with your father? His friends have come, yet he hasn't returned my message. This is rather unreasonable, isn't it?" "Brother Jia, it's not like that. My father has friends say there may be some political unrest domestically, so they are hesitant to invest heavily and are mostly in a wait-and-see state." "And what does your father mean by that?" "My father is also observing, but he is quite invested in the LED color display technology. He is currently making personnel connections. Yet the relevant departments do not seem to trust him. Let us go see my father-in-law." "Huh, who is your father-in-law?" "Calling others by such titles without shame." "Huh, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it is others who should feel shy." They hopped into a jeep, heading straight for the small villa district. Upon entering the villa, Jia Sudong's gaze swept the hall, where a dozen individuals were seated. As soon as Liu Baichuan spotted Jia Sudong, his expression brightened, and he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. "Brother Jia, you have come. I was just about to look for you." "Humph, would you come and find me? In my opinion, if I hadn't sought you out, you would never have come to me of your own accord. My sincere apologies, it was my oversight." Liu Baichuan gestured for Jia Sudong to take a seat. "Allow me to introduce you all. This is the brother Jia I mentioned, the director of Hongqing Steel Mill." The merchants also brightened up and approached to offer their greetings. Seeing the principal figure present, even if the business deal fell through, they could at least gain a new acquaintance. "Now, regarding my matters, I trust Baichuan has briefed you. Before we discuss anything else, I wish to ask, are you interested in the distributor arrangement?" Jia Sudong cut straight to the point, leaving them no room to respond. The merchants hesitated. After a considerable pause, one finally stood up. "Director Jia, I still do not quite understand the implications of being a distributor. Could you elaborate on the operations involved?" "Excellent. May I ask your name?" "Director Jia, I am He Qing, from the Sanshui region in the south." "Thank you, He Qing. At least I know there is one willing to collaborate with me. A distributor is our partner at Hongqing Steel Mill. We grow together, sharing profits." He Qing's base of operations was along the coastal regions of Guangxin, where he imported goods from Hong Kong to sell in the mainland. He possessed a keen understanding of the external market, recognizing that such tableware would undoubtedly sell well in the Western market. Upon hearing Jia Sudong's explanation, he felt a surge of excitement. A distributor. If he succeeded, he could engage in profitable trade on both ends. He could sell goods from Hongqing Steel Mill in Hong Kong and vice versa, ensuring his shipments would never return empty. With a clap of his hands, He Qing stood up enthusiastically. "Director Jia, I will take on this distributor role." The contract was swiftly signed, and Jia Sudong received a deposit of 10,000 yuan. He Qing could accept 500,000 worth of goods per month, which, given the factory's daily output of over 100,000, would be manageable. Jia Sudong then turned to the other merchants. "Ladies and gentlemen, are there any others who wish to sign a contract? This time, I am only charging a deposit of 10,000 yuan out of respect for Brother Baichuan. This opportunity is singular. Should you come to me in the future, the deposit will be significantly higher. I would also like to participate." Two others stepped forward, one from Fuzhou named Lian and the other from Ningzhou, Huazhou. They were both engaged in wholesale trade, yet had never been distributors before, so they approached the required deposit with caution. Engaging in business is akin to feeling one's way across a river of stones, fearing that a single misstep could lead to total ruin. Together, their monthly orders amounted to 1 million. The combined orders of the three distributors totaled 150,000, allowing the monthly production to be nearly consumed, with only a reasonable amount of inventory remaining. Observing the remaining merchants, none were willing to venture into this murky water. Jia Sudong gathered the three partners and Liu Baichuan into the study. Upon their exit, Liu Baichuan held a patent application document in hand, while the three partners wore expressions of delight, looking down upon the other merchants with a sense of superiority. The next day, upon returning to the factory, they received a notification that an inspection of the stainless steel patent technology was imminent. Jia Sudong, accompanied by Su Damao, Liu Xiaoa, and Yang Weiman, prepared to welcome them. Expecting to host a lavish banquet, they were instead met with the swift efficiency characteristic of the times. Upon arrival at the factory, the delegation immediately requested to verify the technology. Su Jian also arrived, and after confirming the identities of the visitors, Jia Sudong surrendered the entire set of technology. After a thorough examination, the lead inspector, an elderly man with graying hair and spectacles, radiated brilliance from his eyes. His name was Gui Yuan, the director of the Academy of Sciences, a ministerial-level official. With trembling hands, he produced a small red flag, a notepad, 1,000 yuan, and a few meat coupons. Upon seeing these, Jia Sudong felt a stir of emotion. The pure, domestic brand, a familiar formula and processing method brought tears to his eyes. Now that the rewards had been distributed, the crux of the matter was about to unfold. Why was the technology being handed over? It was all for this very moment. Jia Sudong stepped forward, firmly grasping the hand of the elderly man with white hair, Guo Lao. I am preparing to develop a high-performance stainless steel, a material with exceptional wear resistance. It can be utilized in the manufacturing of machine gun barrels, sniper rifles, and tank cannons. Gui Yuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is that truly the case? Do you have a lead now? Gui Yuan's hand clasped Jia Sudong's in return, his excitement palpable. You see, the two types of steel I have developed are of remarkable quality. I possess both the capability and the confidence to bring this to fruition, but I have one condition. Speak. What condition do you require? The nation has already devised plans for the 49 city, correct? High-pollution industries like the Hongqing steel mill need to relocate away from 49 city. Therefore, I am contemplating moving the Hongqing steel mill back to my hometown. I wish to secure a parcel of land there. I wonder if the state would acquiesce to this request. Relocating a factory? Why would we move a perfectly functional mill? Planning? I haven't heard of any such thing, but your request I can certainly report to the higher-ups. If it is approved, I shall provide you with a response. By the way, you mentioned wear-resistant stainless steel. How is that connected to relocating the factory? The elder gazed at Jia Sudong with skepticism. Chapter 66, The Ailing Deaf Old Lady. Guo Lao. The idea of moving the factory is merely a fledgling thought of mine. I aspire to establish a research headquarters here, while the production facilities would shift to my hometown. It also harbors a hint of personal sentiment. The village chief of Jiajiagu is my adoptive father, and his greatest wish is for the people of Jiajiagu to lead prosperous lives. What a good child! A commendable lad who does not forget his roots even as he rises, Gui Yuan exclaimed, his weathered hand thumping on Jia Sudong's shoulder. Very well. In light of your filial sentiment, I shall assist you in this endeavor. Draft a formal request for me, and upon our return, I shall have them review it. Thank you, Guo Lao. Jia Sudong promptly penned a request and handed it over. Thus, 10 busy and fulfilling days passed, culminating in the conclusion of the trade fair. The orders amassed during this span exceeded 9 million. Initially, a mere 6 million was deemed an extraordinary achievement. Unexpectedly, the small merchants who had taken initial stock due to the hot sales returned to place additional orders, igniting the fervor of the trade fair. With the conclusion of the fair, future orders could only be placed at the Hongqing steel mill. The hot-selling products prompted the factory to expand its production lines, achieving a daily output of 500,000. For Hongqing steel mill, orders totaling over 9 million were but a trifling matter. No amount of incoming orders would daunt them. With Su Damao overseeing sales, operations ran with remarkable efficiency. He truly excelled in diplomacy. Previously, allowing him to screen films was a waste of his talents. Production was overseen by the two elders, each focusing on distinct aspects, one on details and the other on broader direction, earning the unwavering trust of the workers. The most arduous lot were the employees of Workshop 8, still engaged with orders from the supply and marketing cooperative, laboring on tasks such as hoes and shovels, which yielded little profit. The workers lacked motivation, and their lives were filled with hardship. The director of Workshop 8 bore the brunt of the discontent. He had previously instigated Yang Weimin to compete with Jia Sudong and had led the ridicule when Jia Sudong and Liu Shaoyi arrived at Workshop 8, thereby incurring Jia Sudong's ire. Now, with Yang Weimin dismissed from his position, though he remained in the same workshop, he had been relegated to the status of a mere worker, as the higher-up stated he would start anew as a factory worker. The director of Workshop 8 faced a dismal reality. The former leader was now beneath him. The weight of guilt was enough to shatter him. Each day, he trudged back to Workshop 8, where none of his subordinates heeded his commands, and they subjected him to various humiliations, hurling the most disparaging remarks. Conversely, Yang Weimin received numerous visitors expressing concern for him, offering warmth and support, with no intent to kick him while he was down. For Jia Sudong, these past 10 days have been a time of great triumph, yet he conducted himself with increasing modesty. Apart from spending time with Qin Jingru and Liu Shaoyi, he often accompanied Qin Huairu for conversation. Qin Huairu's belly continued to swell, now more than 8 months along. Aside from soaking in the sun and taking brief walks, she could engage in little else, and any notion of vigorous exercise was utterly out of the question. Upon returning to the factory, Jia Sudong primarily immersed himself in the research room, collaborating with Zhu Yuantao, Professor Wang Fong, and others in an all-out effort to develop microprocessing chip technology. With Jia Sudong's involvement, the technology was thoroughly understood, and they were now poised to create the first microchip. If successful, it would be a groundbreaking invention. Dressed in a white lab coat, Jia Sudong stood with Professor Wang Fong and others, gathered around an extensive circuit diagram, pointing and discussing. Xiao Zhu, perform the activation treatment at this position. We need it to operate more fluidly. That won't do. The final product is exceedingly intricate. Even with a magnifying glass, one must proceed with utmost caution. A single misstep could necessitate a complete redo. Nevertheless, it must be done. Scientific endeavors demand rigor. There is no room for negligence. Professor Wang admonished sternly. Teacher, then I shall redo it. Zhu Yuantao attempted to argue, but upon seeing Professor Wang's stern expression, he retreated. Old Wang, once this position is perfected, we will reach a stage in our research where we can commence testing. Have you considered where to publish our paper? Jia Sudong spoke earnestly, aware that this was a matter of utmost concern for researchers. A paper? Professor Wang set aside his work, turning to Jia Sudong, his face betraying no emotion, though his heart was restless. In my view, scientific papers should be published in our country's Hongxi magazine. Why is that? Jia Sudong inquired with curiosity, wondering why researchers with significant discoveries would not prioritize foreign journals. Good things should first be seen by our own people. Why should we seek validation from foreigners for technology that we have invented? Professor Wang declared, removing his gloves with an air of pride. With our current technology, we could easily construct the most advanced computer in the world, liberating our nation from dependence on the West, and even surpassing them. Jia Sudong clapped his hands gently, offering a light applause. Ha, Professor Wang, your grand vision is truly admirable, a model for our generation. However, this technology is not my design. I am merely a participant without decision-making power. Very well, let it be published in Hongxi magazine. You write the paper, just credit me as a corresponding author. With the authorship and design attributed to you, Jia Sudong stated, waving off Professor Wang's impending refusal. I cannot seek the limelight at this time. I must adopt a more low-profile approach for a while. You are one of my subordinates. From now on, you shall be the leader of our research group. Granting you some recognition will also aid in your management, he added. Professor Wang's face finally lit up with excitement. Director Jia, this is an opportunity to be remembered in history. How could I dare to monopolize such a significant name? No, if others find out, I shall be ridiculed. Though he verbally refused, his expression radiated delight. This old fellow, feigning modesty while clearly reveling in the opportunity, Jia Sudong thought, smirking. Old Wang, if it proves too burdensome, you can include Zhu Yuantao and the others. They have also contributed significantly and would benefit from the addition to their resumes. As he pondered this, the door to the research room swung open, and Liu Shaoyi dashed in. Jiagu, Shaju just came by to say that the deaf old lady is gravely ill. She wishes to see you for the last time. Shaju, the deaf old lady? Why does she wish to see me one last time? He had already moved away from the courtyard and did not wish to involve himself in these matters any longer. However, the elderly deaf woman had always treated him kindly, and her character was commendable. Moreover, she still relied on the simple-minded Jew. Thus, it was only fitting to pay her a visit. Transporting Lu Xiao and the simple-minded Zhu to the hospital, they found the elderly woman struggling to breathe, her emotions in turmoil. Xiao Jia, you were a good child. I did not misjudge you back then. In this entire courtyard, you were the only one I can turn to. She coughed as she spoke. Chapter 67. Purifying the medicine. I assure you, I will do everything I can for you. Please, try to calm down. You will recover. All ailments shall pass, he reassured her. I can't go on cough, cough, cough. I know my own condition too well. Your comfort is futile. I hope you will take good care of the simple-minded Zhu in the future. I've watched him grow up. The elderly woman's words, reminiscent of a final testament, weighed heavily on Jia Sudong's heart. This is but a minor matter. We grew up in the same courtyard, and I will certainly assist you. If he dares to misbehave, I shall give him a good thrashing. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Elderly lady, you will recover. You are still so young. How could you even consider giving up? Alas, I am too old and frail now. The elderly woman continued to struggle with her breath, speaking with great difficulty. I wish to see the simple-minded Zhu more, but my health is declining. Please, do not try to comfort me. I know my situation. The doctor entered, revealing herself to be Lu Xiao's mother, who was now responsible for the elderly woman. The elderly lady's emotional state is too agitated. She should not speak too much. Jia Sudong stepped outside and inquired why the elderly woman had fallen ill. Logically, she should not be nearing the end of her life. Although the television series had not specified her death, it was unlikely to occur at this moment. The locust flowers had yet to bloom, suggesting she could live for another 7 or 8 years. It was then that the simple-minded Zhu lowered his head, blushing, and confessed the reason. That was me. I brought 2 foreign women back to stay. The elderly lady saw me and fainted. Brought 2 foreign women back. Jia Sudong's expression turned peculiar. He had heard rumors about the simple-minded Zhu's entanglements with foreign women at the trade fair. Yet, he could not comprehend why the elderly woman would be upset. Recalling various scenes from the series, he remembered the elderly woman locking the simple-minded Zhu and Lu Xiao in a room together, allowing them to engage in intimate moments. Suddenly, he scrutinized the simple-minded Zhu, who felt utterly embarrassed. Jia Sudong endeavored to dismiss the thoughts swirling in his mind. No way. That can't be. Yet another idea surfaced, one that was quite audacious, to rescue the elderly woman and confine her with the simple-minded Zhu in a room. Though this notion was perilous, its emergence provoked a mischievous urge within him. What could save the elderly lady? A genetic potion. The last time I decomposed the life essence, I obtained a method for producing the genetic potion. The genetic potion is essentially a concoction of several herbal ingredients, meticulously blended and purified through alchemical techniques. Its primary function is to rejuvenate human cells. However, using alchemy with the current technology is beyond reach to create a genuine genetic potion. Yet, a purified potion is achievable. Although it may not yield immediate effects like the genetic potion, it can still benefit an aging body. Jia Sudong sought out Su Qingqing, Lu Xiao's mother. In my youth, I stumbled upon a traditional Chinese herbal formula. It may save her life. At over 40, Su Qingqing retained a hint of her youthful beauty. Yet her expression was skeptical as she regarded Jia Sudong. What herbal remedy could it be? It isn't some quack's concoction, is it? How could that be? Do I strike you as one who speaks without thought? As a factory director, I wouldn't utter such nonsense, Jia Sudong replied sternly, embodying the authority of his position. I have tested this formula. It can awaken the body's latent potential and restore health. Furthermore, it offers unique benefits for men as well, he elaborated, causing Su Qingqing to blush profusely at the implications. Convinced, she agreed to help Jia Sudong procure the necessary herbs, which he intended to brew on-site at the hospital. After boiling dozens of herbs, they produced a small cup of light red liquid. This potion had undergone 3 rounds of purification, yet it had not reached its final refined state. Nevertheless, it should have some effect. Jia Sudong could not afford to be overly certain. He could only await the results. Su Qingqing gently supported the elderly woman's back and administered the potion. If the traditional medicine were effective, reactions would manifest within 3 to 5 hours. If not, they might have to wait 2 to 5 days. 3 hours later, the elderly woman's body began to radiate heat, her temperature soaring to a peak of 42 degrees Celsius. At this point, her lips turned pale, while her body flushed, perspiration pouring from her skin, soaking the sheets within moments. Logically, a person of such advanced age, nearing death, should not experience such a high fever. Jia Sudong, Director Jia, what is this medicine? If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable. Su Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Although this young man shared a good rapport with her elderly father, The gravity of life and death loomed large. If a patient were to perish due to his prescribed remedy, she vowed not to let him escape unscathed. Fear not, this is a normal occurrence. Prepare some glucose water and administer it via 4 to replenish her fluids. At this moment, Jia Sudong felt uncertain. He had studied the theory and understood the process. But theory remained abstract. The elderly woman was a dying individual. Consuming the purified potion could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Should anything go awry, his responsibility would be considerable. Su Qingqing cast him a fierce glance before fetching several bottles of glucose water to administer to the elderly woman. Having boarded this perilous vessel, there was no turning back. The worst-case scenario would simply be the elderly woman's demise. Every doctor prepared themselves mentally for such eventualities. As the elderly woman continued to sweat profusely, a layer of grime formed upon her skin, emitting a foul odor. The persistent high fever did not trigger any adverse effects, providing Jia Sudong with a modicum of relief. All right, the worst is likely past. Once her perspiration has subsided, her condition should improve. Su Qingqing noted that the patient was merely sweating profusely without any apparent deterioration, allowing her to breathe easier as well. Sometimes a beneficial fever can yield unexpectedly positive results for a patient's illness, stimulating the immune system to combat disease. This explains why the body often develops a fever during a cold. What is the principle behind this medicine? Why is there no record of it in any medical texts? This is traditional Chinese medicine. It emphasizes the balance of qi. In winter, cold air enters the body and accumulates. When summer heat follows, the clash of cold and heat can easily lead to illness. My formula is designed based on the martial principle of winter training during the dog days. Summer training during the coldest days, aimed at expelling both cold and heat from the body. Su Qingqing picked up a small notebook she had kept pressed against her chest, beginning to record the information. This was a valuable medical theory. I never imagined you possessed such knowledge of medicine. Su Qingqing exclaimed in awe. One cannot allow oneself to languish in boredom. Thus I find myself intrigued by a myriad of subjects, particularly the intricacies of human physiology. How improper. Su Qingqing like these. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. Chapter 68. The Recovery of the Deaf Old Lady. She contemplated preparing a concoction for her husband, Lu Baichuan, that evening, curious if it might restore his vigor. However, she lacked a proper prescription, only knowing which herbs to utilize, without understanding how to combine them. Lacking a legitimate reason, she felt hesitant to broach the subject with this young man, who was akin in age to her daughter. The thought of him discovering that her request for a prescription was related to her husband's predicament filled her with embarrassment. As such, Su Qingqing's face was awash with shame, her eyes downcast, unable to meet Jia Sudong's gaze. The deaf old lady's fever gradually subsided, yet her body remained encrusted with a layer of foul grime. Upon opening her eyes, she felt a churn in her stomach, an urgent call to the lavatory. The deaf old lady rose from her bed, her movements lithe as she jogged into the hospital restroom. Her gait was robust, and her demeanor brimming with vitality, entirely uncharacteristic of a woman on the brink of death. Everyone was taken aback, particularly Shaju, whose jaw dropped in astonishment. He harbored immense guilt for having brought 2 foreign women home, which had incited the old lady's illness. In an effort to stabilize her condition, Shaju had publicly severed ties with the 2 Western women, vowing never to associate with them again. Witnessing the old lady's recovery, Shaju paced joyfully in the hospital corridor, his heart tumultuous with emotion. After a considerable while, the deaf old lady emerged from the restroom, transformed as if she were an entirely different person. Her hair had turned a deep black, and she appeared to have shed decades from her age, although her skin bore a pallor. It was the kind that suggested excessive perspiration and dehydration. Shaju, the deaf old lady rushed over, embracing him tightly. Her speech was somewhat airy due to several missing teeth, yet it resonated with the clarity and sweetness reminiscent of a songbird. Shaju, equally exhilarated, reciprocated the embrace, feeling a complex mix of emotions as he savored the softness against his chest. Jia Sudong, harboring his own thoughts, could no longer bear the scene before him and chose to depart. Meanwhile, Lu Baichuan's patent had been successfully applied for, leaving all television manufacturers in the country utterly astonished. In an era where the populace struggled to escape the clutches of poverty, the emergence of LED color display technology shone like a beacon, capable of piercing through the darkness. During the 1960s, the entire new nation was under economic blockade by Western powers. This advanced technology signified a potential breakthrough, indicating that the people might finally enjoy sustenance and warmth. Newspapers across the nation published extensive reports, and amidst the collective hustle for survival, the news spread like wildfire, reaching even foreign shores, though international media remained skeptical, lacking the inclination to report on it. Some individuals who had come to negotiate stainless steel technology were still present, equally astonished by the fervor of the new nation's citizens rather than the technology itself. A television the size of a door panel? Is that not a scene from a film? What is there to be so astonished about? They mused, incredulous that the new nation's populace had likely never encountered such marvels. In a relatively lavish state guest house, a group of capitalists convened for a banquet, engaging in jovial discussions. Bill, did you attend the negotiations today? What negotiations? They demanded we lift the economic blockade, or else the technology is off the table. Huh. It's truly gratifying to witness the new nation's people struggle to make ends meet. Yes, our president is indeed sagacious, achieving victory without battle. Yet they lamented, without this technology, production would remain stifled. The glimmering silver plate before them was utterly captivating. Breyer, this is our agreement. Should we acquire the technology, we shall share it. If not, the young white man clenches fists. Hansen has been in the capital for several days without any action. He is utterly useless. Do you think he is here to pilfer your cabbage? I cannot fathom why Hansen's arrival has stirred the martial community of the new nation. Several masters have come to the capital, and even those at the Red Star Steel factory are formidable. Even Hansen would think twice before acting rashly. Spare me the excuses. If you lack the capability, admit it. I detest excuses, Breyer retorted passionately. He is a citizen of the new nation. Why should he be bound by the decrees of the Marillion nation? I have repeatedly inquired with my sovereign, but all I receive is to wait. This embargo frustrated him immensely, as his corporation teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet he was expected to comply with such ridiculous mandates. He had engaged in negotiations with the new nation government that day, having agreed to several conditions, now awaiting their response. Food is in abundance there. They have more than enough, much of which they feed to cattle. With careful maneuvering, we could secretly transport some without anyone noticing. At this juncture, the local capitalists remained oblivious to the advanced nature of the LED color display technology, still fixated on acquiring stainless steel technology. By the time they realized their oversight, it would be too late. Upon returning to the villa, Jia Sudong encountered a tall woman awaiting him. Her name was Hong Yen. While her appearance was unremarkable, she possessed an undeniable presence that commanded respect. She had been sent to safeguard his family, her martial prowess surpassing his own. Yet, the extent of her abilities remained a mystery to him, as he often found himself bested in their sparring matches. Officially, she was a mere servant, while Qin Huairu fulfilled the true role of caretaker, tending to the family by day and discreetly attending to young Jia Sudong by night. Though Qin Huairu toiled, she found joy in her endeavors. Why are you home so early today? Qin Huairu inquired, seated before the television. Jia Sudong tossed his clothes into her arms. Adjusting his tie, I visited the hospital. The deaf old lady was ill, so I returned early. How is she? I hope there is no serious issue. Illness can be perilous at her age. Not to worry, she has recovered. There is nothing for you to fret about. By the way, has the baby been kicking today? His hand rested on her belly, eager for a connection with their unborn child. Oh, don't be shy. The baby can feel it. They are all watching. He chuckled, unperturbed by the presence of others. Qin Huairu, feeling resigned, allowed him to proceed. Chapter 69, An Invitation. As Qin Huairu hung clothes for Jia Sudong, she glanced back to witness the tender exchange, inadvertently touching her own belly. Having come here so many times, will I ever conceive? Am I capable of bearing his child? She gazed at her flat abdomen, a pang of sorrow washing over her. How wonderful it would be to have his child. Then we could be together openly. No longer shall I evade, entwined with my cousin, basking in the warmth of his presence. How blissful that sensation is. Qin Huairu gazed with longing and anticipation, dreaming fervently of the day when they could be together. She silently resolved that during their next encounter, she must strive earnestly to make it happen. Like someone once said, the beautiful life one desires cannot simply be awaited. That evening, after dinner, Jia Sudong descended alone into the underground laboratory, a sanctuary accessible only to him, a realm of utmost privacy. Tonight, he aimed to meticulously craft a brushless motor, now that the graphene battery technology had been developed. The time to promote electric vehicles could not be postponed any longer. Moreover, with Western nations imposing an embargo on new national fuel, and the domestic exploration of new oil fields still lagging, Jia Sudong felt increasingly compelled to advocate for electric vehicles. They are green and environmentally friendly, causing no pollution to the natural world. recalling the smog-laden skies of the future new capital, where people dared not venture outside. Jia Sudong was determined to prevent such a scenario. Promoting electric vehicles was essential. The proliferation of fuel-powered vehicles must be curtailed, which fueled his urgency. He understood the principles behind brushless motors, but they required a touch of craftsmanship. As Jia Sudong pressed the final coil into place, the motor was fully assembled. Upon connecting it to the power source, the motor emitted a soft whirring sound and began to spin rapidly. The brushless motor had been successfully constructed. Why opt for a brushless motor? Because it ensures greater safety and longevity, alleviating concerns about demagnetization or the need for carbon brush replacements. Now, only the graphene battery remained. Yet he lacked the conditions to produce it, and he dared not unveil it. The advent of graphene batteries would disrupt Western petroleum hegemony, entangling countless interests. Without a formidable backing, how could he safeguard such a treasure, even if the nation could protect it? Revealing the technology now would preclude the new nation from applying for international patents, making it vulnerable to foreign appropriation, a fate he dreaded. The Western nation's penchant for appropriation was notoriously formidable. They would seize any unregistered international patents. Such predatory behavior had numerous precedents in the annals of history. Should they succeed in securing the patent first, Jia Sudong would find no solace for his despair. Everything hinges upon the strength of the nation. If the nation falters, even the most extraordinary technology will yield no benefit to him. The following day, upon returning to the factory, old Guo arrived, bringing with him a delightful surprise. Xiaojia, your project has been approved by the higher-ups. Guo handed him the approval document bearing a red seal. The authorities have allocated 10 square kilometers of mountainous terrain in your hometown for you to relocate the Red Star Steel Mill. Just as you suggested, such a high-pollution industry ought to be moved away from new capital. I've already taken care of everything you need, he continued, speaking rapidly and without allowing Jia Sudong the opportunity to respond. Jia Sudong felt a rush of joy. He had not anticipated such generosity from the state. 10 square kilometers, what a vast expanse. Although land held little value in this era, it was evident that the government held high hopes for him. Olgua, I have developed this type of steel. Jia Sudong retrieved a steel pipe from behind his desk. It was a gun barrel, intricately engraved with spiral grooves. Guo received the barrel with an expression of delight, yet curiosity danced in his eyes as he regarded Jia Sudong. Old Guo, you must be puzzled. First and foremost, I am an 8th-level machinist. Only afterward am I a factory director. Guo gave Jia Sudong a thumbs up, praising the beauty of the steel pipe. What are its properties? It boasts exceptional hardness and quality, with outstanding tensile strength and wear resistance, surpassing all commercially available weapon-grade steels. And I must take it back for testing. After all, this concerns national security, and we cannot afford any carelessness. Very well, as you wish. Since the state has been so generous to me, I shall reciprocate. He presented 3 steel formulas. One for tank-grade steel, high-hardness alloy steel with excellent toughness. Another for ship hull steel, boasting high strength, corrosion resistance, and superior weldability, far exceeding all contemporary marine steels. With the foundation laid by the previous invention of super steel for aircraft carriers, Jia Sudong felt emboldened and unafraid of scrutiny. You are truly a prodigy, Xiaojia. In such a short time, not only have you completed your project, but you have also effortlessly developed several others. It seems I, as the president of the Academy of Sciences, am merely a figurehead. The rightful person for this position is you, Guo remarked, taking the 3 technical documents in hand. Old Guo, please. I merely wish to conduct research in a more conducive environment. I do not desire to face an endless array of tasks daily. Comrade Jia, with your youthful brilliance, I genuinely wish for you to join the Academy of Sciences and assist me. The nation is in its darkest hour. The threats from the Mealy country loom large, and national security is at risk. We desperately need a powerful weapon to deter Xiao Xiao. Previously, we could collaborate with the Arctic Bear, but now they are reluctant to see our military might grow too strong and have ceased their cooperation before we could finish. Jia Sudong had already grasped the essence of his proposal. The mushroom bomb, although unspoken, the implication was clear. Old Guo wished to recruit him for the research. Uranium? Jia Sudong cautiously probed. Guo nodded affirmatively, confirming Jia's suspicions. Allow me to ponder this. Jia Sudong paced restlessly, his mind in turmoil. Entering the department would signify a near impossibility of exiting. Conversely, should he remain outside, the standard development pace for the new nation's mushroom bomb would not yield results until at least 1964, with January of 1961 upon them, and the Lunar New Year approaching. Waiting until 1964 meant over 3 years, a duration Jia Sudong could not afford. Chapter 70, Disk operating system. Was there a way to expedite assistance without entering that department? Old Gua, my factory is currently devoted to developing a microcomputer that, once completed, will operate at incredible speeds. Additionally, I can produce a centrifuge for uranium purification using 316 stainless steel, which is entirely suitable for such a purpose. Jia Sudong proposed two alternatives, hoping fervently to avoid selection by that department. Comrade Jia, if you join us, I would gladly hand over the presidency of the Academy of Sciences to you. Gua laid out various conditions, even offering his position. No, Old Gua, I understand your intentions. I believe I can assist you from outside. For instance, are you suggesting that we outsource such a confidential project? Indeed, how could such sensitive research be entrusted to outsiders? It was a foolish assumption on my part. Jia Sudong fell silent. These confidential matters, aside from Old Gua acknowledging him and discussing them, were not divulged in casual conversation. The state would never outsource such technologies. If rapid domestic development were to be achieved, the optimal path was to enter that department and accelerate their research. With a firm resolve, Jia Sudong clenched his teeth and made his decision in that fleeting moment. Very well, Old Gua, I applied to join that department. However, could you possibly grant me a 2-day extension to finalize my microcomputer? I would like to present it when I enter. Splendid. I knew I was right about you. I shall await your arrival for 2 days, and then you shall assume the role of my dean. No, Mr. Gua. I only intend to enter as your assistant. You will remain the one in charge. Personally, I prefer research and am not particularly fond of managing trivial matters. Jia Sudong immediately declined, joking that becoming the president of the Academy of Sciences would equate to a position of ministerial rank, and he would no longer have the chance to indulge in a harem. Very well, do as you please, as long as you can join. You may undertake whatever you desire. Gui Yuan excitedly grasped Jia Sudong's shoulders. I shall return and submit your application. I am confident that, given your abilities and contributions, passing the security review will be swift. Gui Yuan departed without looking back, his gait radiating joy. Jia Sudong also turned to enter the factory's research laboratory. Director Jia, after testing, the chip operates flawlessly, exclaimed Professor Wang Fong, eagerly approaching Jia Sudong. Satisfied, Jia Sudong nodded, having thoroughly briefed them on all steps involved in chip production. If they still could not produce it, then their prospects were indeed bleak. Excellent. We cannot afford to waste time now. I have received a national directive that our computer will be needed in 2 days. Now, Jia Sudong surveyed the room, locking eyes with everyone. He commanded, we must devote ourselves to overcoming the challenges of the LED color display. We must assemble a true computer at the fastest possible pace. Let us contribute to our nation and serve the people. Let us contribute to our nation and serve the people. Professor Wang Fong murmured, his hands tightly clasped, trembling with excitement as he gazed at Jia Sudong. Is what you say truly so? It felt akin to a child's toy being acknowledged by an adult. Of course it is true. We have no time to waste. Let us commence at once. Zhu Yuantao, you shall procure the materials. The entire technology of the LED color display resided within Jia Sudong's mind. The required materials were crystal clear. Each step and each material was delegated for procurement. As the research lab operated with remarkable efficiency, the first colorful diode was produced. Everyone in the lab transformed into a multitude of hands, precisely executing their tasks under Jia Sudong's guidance. Within a day, a screen measuring the size of 2 cabinet doors was assembled. Upon connecting it to a power source and antenna, black and white images began to flicker on the screen. Presently, television stations broadcast solely in black and white, limiting them to monochrome displays. The entire lab erupted in cheers upon witnessing the illumination of such a substantial screen. Enough of the celebrations for now. We must proceed to the next step, the keyboard. Jia Sudong, who had previously participated in the development of the domestic Chinese language system at Huashan Group, found the task of creating a keyboard to be a mere trifle. Soon, a Chinese radical and numeric keyboard was born. The keyboard was as large as a 32-inch screen, and due to limited resources, many keys were fashioned from wood, each engraved with a radical. The memory disk resembled a large plate, yet boasted 500 megabytes, complemented by a disk of similar size. As the screen connected to a host computer the size of a desk, Jia Sudong pressed the power button. The screen illuminated. Only a blinking cursor appeared, and the lab erupted once more in jubilation. The computer currently lacked a system software. It required a compatible operating system to function. This was the most challenging and crucial step. Jia Sudong seated himself before the keyboard and began programming the disk operating system, akin to the newly developed DOS system in the United States. A computer must possess a compatible disk operating system to access the disk. Only by entering the disk can one edit the operating system and truly create software in a desktop. Otherwise, it would merely be an empty shell. The current disk operating system was entirely programmed using Chinese radicals. Jia Sudong's fingers danced swiftly over the keys, and as each character was input, the system framework gradually took shape. By midnight, Jia Sudong pressed the enter key, prompting the entire computer to restart. The screen displayed a prominent Red Star logo, initiating the boot sequence. The startup completed, and a blue screen emerged, littered with disorganized text, including my computer, recycle bin, encoder, calculator, reset key, and others. The icons had yet to be designed. Only text remained. Professor Wang Fong and Zhu Yuantao observed Jia Sudong's operations, entirely beyond their comprehension, unable to grasp the underlying principles. They could only sense that Jia Sudong's actions appeared remarkably sophisticated and technologically advanced. Director Jia, is this system complete? Zhu Yuantao inquired uncertainly. It is complete, however. I must take a brief respite, for my mind is teetering on the brink of exhaustion. No sooner had Jia Sudong finished speaking than he collapsed onto the table, falling into a deep slumber. The others exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to do. They could only summon Lu Shaoyi to assist in carrying him to his small bed in the office. Jia Sudong slept soundly until the following morning, when he groggily opened his eyes to find Lu Shaoyi before him. Shaoyi, how did you end up here? Even now, Jia Sudong's mind felt foggy after prolonged mental exertion. It was as if his brain were rusting. Chapter 71. The successful assembly of the first computer. Why shouldn't I be here? Lu Shaoyi had just returned to work and had come in to check on Jia Sudong, unexpectedly waking him. Come here. You have some foam at the corner of your mouth. Let me wipe it away. Oh, you only wish to take advantage of me. I shan't fall for your tricks. Truly, it's right here at the corner of your mouth. As she spoke, she reached out and pulled him into her embrace. Look, it's still not clean. Allow me to help you. And with that, he leaned in to kiss her. How inappropriate. This is an office. Someone might come in. Lu Shaoyi protested, half-heartedly resisting. At 9 o'clock, Jia Sudong returned to the research lab. In front of the computer, Professor Wang Fong and his students were intently examining the encoder. The encoder serves as a tool to teach others programming and software development, much like the C language. Oh Wang, how's the learning progressing? Upon seeing Jia Sudong, Professor Wang Fong leapt to his feet in excitement. Director Jia, this encoder is truly exquisite. It is remarkable how data, represented by zeros and ones, can manifest in this manner. Who would have thought that the chip could be transformed into a computer capable of such calculations and programming? Professor Wang Fong grasped Jia Sudong's hand, fervently expressing his admiration, nearly bowing in gratitude. You have yet to fathom the extent of what is possible. As long as you continue to learn, you will uncover the entire world before you, devoid of any secrets. All right, calm down. If you wish to continue your studies, you must construct another one yourselves. I will be taking this one tomorrow morning. Today, my primary focus is to teach you how to program the disk operating system. Zhu Yuantao and his fellow students recalled last night, envisioning Jia Sudong's hands flying over the keyboard, typing code. The thought of one day emulating his actions filled them with inexplicable excitement. Understood. Acknowledged. Jia Sudong dedicated the entire morning to composing a programming primer, explaining key points as he wrote. By the time lunch arrived, he had nearly covered everything. They were all intellectually gifted individuals, and a glance at the book would suffice for comprehension. After lunch, he took Lu Shaoyi aside to discuss certain matters. Upon entering that place, the duration remained uncertain, necessitating careful prior planning and clear directives. The jeep was driven up to a distant hillside, allowing Lu Shaoyi to experience the true meaning of vehicular intimacy. Upon returning home in the afternoon, I devoted quality time to my family, ensuring a fulfilling day together. The following day, I summoned Uncle Air and Su Damao to the factory, where I delegated all responsibilities. Uncle Air was tasked with production, Su Damao with sales, and Lu Shaoyi was to oversee coordination. As for Professor Wang Fong and his colleagues, they were assigned to delve deeper into optimizing the Hongxing system, encouraged to experiment with preparations for mass-producing chips and computers. On the other hand, the LED color display factory under Liu Baichuan had already secured a partner and was in the process of establishment. The technical support would come from Professor Wang and his disciples. Shortly after all instructions were given, Gui Yuan arrived at the Hongxing factory with a military truck. Personnel were organized to load the sizable desktop computers onto the vehicle, and before farewells could be exchanged, the military truck vanished from sight. After 3 hours of travel, the truck halted in a large red courtyard, teeming with soldiers who guarded it meticulously, making it nearly impossible for even a sparrow to enter. Under Jia Sudong's arrangement, the computers were carried into the courtyard, where hundreds of scholars clad in Zhongshan suits looked on with curiosity. It was a leisurely break time, filled with tea and conversation. When they saw someone bringing in a large door panel, they initially thought it was a blackboard and gathered around in intrigue. Observing Jia Sudong connecting wires and powering it on, they were bewildered. Why would a blackboard need electricity? What could a power blackboard possibly do? As Jia Sudong pressed the power button, a pentagram adorned with countless red gears illuminated the screen, exuding a futuristic aura. The sight startled the scholars, evoking reactions akin to watching a movie. Director Jia, is this the computer you mentioned? What purpose does it serve? Gui Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing the significance of this device. Olgua, its future applications are immense. With this, we can reduce our time calculations by at least half. Oh, is it truly that remarkable? Gui Yuan's spirits lifted as he grasped the implications of Jia Sudong's statement, examining the machine with unbridled curiosity. Is this what the Western world refers to as an electronic computer? Jia Sudong nodded, then shook his head. Not merely a computer, it surpasses conventional computers. Known as a computer, capable of performing myriad tasks. With the computer successfully powered on, Jia Sudong ceased explanations, his hands dancing over the keyboard. To create a digital model for this research and development, he needed to utilize various tools essential for digital modeling, which he was in the process of perfecting. Although he struggled to recall the code, the framework remained imprinted in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered his system space and a smartphone he had brought with him when he traversed into the Courtyard's timeline. Perfecting the digital model would require at least half a month, but time was a luxury he desperately lacked. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to deconstruct the smartphone. Ding! Congratulations, Master! The deconstruction was successful. This process consumed 50 points of dark energy. Congratulations on acquiring a 100T solid-state drive, along with solid-state storage technology. Congratulations on obtaining the Huaxing semi-intelligent system, including all codes from the Huaxing XX system. There were several other technologies acquired, encompassing communication methods from 2G to 5G, among various other components. The latter were of secondary importance. The key takeaway was that today, fortune favored him, and he had achieved his aspirations. Gazing at the entirety of the Huaxing smartphone system's codes in his mind, Jia Sudong did not hesitate to opt for utilization. Buzz! He felt a whirlwind of knowledge flooding his mind, bordering on overload. The onlookers witnessed Jia Sudong's hands pausing over the keyboard for several moments, seemingly in contemplation, before they resumed their rapid dance. Lines of code flashed across the screen as numbers began to coalesce. 5 hours later, Jia Sudong pressed the enter key. The digital model was complete, and a three-dimensional animation materialized on the screen. Olgua, please bring me all the current data. Without lifting his head, Jia Sudong utilized this brief respite to allow his mind to recover. This mental exertion had catalyzed the development in his cognitive abilities, significantly enhancing his memory. Now, his memory had reached an astonishingly formidable level, enabling him to process information swiftly, akin to scanning, and rendering it difficult to forget. Chapter 72, The Mushroom Cloud. Upon receiving all the data sheets, Jia Sudong scanned them rapidly, inputting the information into the computer without pause. As the model data was processed, the screen transformed, revealing countless spheres, red, yellow, blue, beginning to collide with one another. This data's error margin does not meet requirements. The temperature is insufficient. It fails to qualify. This one is overly complex and lacks coherence. Jia Sudong discarded page after page of data, retaining only what was useful. As the data accumulated, the collisions of the spheres intensified. Eventually, with all present data fully inputted, the computer began to autonomously calculate any missing data. Ultimately, a mushroom cloud rose across the entire screen. The young scholars in the courtyard gaped in astonishment at the mushroom cloud, their eyes reflecting a yearning. This was the ultimate weapon and their current objective. All right, the calculations are complete. Everyone, record the correct fission equations. A correct set of data flashed on the screen. Next was the calculation of the uranium purification process, seeking faster and more precise methods to guide the staff away from unnecessary detours. Time seemed to fly by, and a month and a half had passed in the blink of an eye. Since entering this courtyard, Jia Sudong was either busy or on his way to being busy, scarcely finding time for meals or sleep. With the eve of the new year approaching, Jia Sudong found himself unable to make even a single phone call. Everyone merely enjoyed a meal of braised pork before diving back into their tasks. Now that the rotation speed has been reached, let us commence, Jia Sudong commanded. Standing before centrifuge, Gui Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the speed finally surpassing 20,000 revolutions per minute. Brother Gua, This computer you brought has proven invaluable. Otherwise, we would have been lost in trial and error for an indefinite period. Let's not dwell on that. I just want to finish quickly and return home to embrace my wife for a good night of sleep. Ah, you young folks have it easy. My wife is about to give birth. As the purification device reached the required speed, 238 was purified to over 90 concentration. Good. Let's commence assembly. Everything is ready. Jia Sudong could hardly contain his anticipation, having anticipated every step. Even the calculations for the rocket to launch were concurrently devised. With 10 tons of thrust sufficient to propel this mushroom bomb 3,000 kilometers away. Now, only the warhead remained. Gazing at the purified uranium-238, boasting a concentration exceeding 90%, Jia Sudong felt a surge of his decomposition addiction once more. He approached the unweighed section and commanded the system to decompose 1 kilogram. Ding! Decomposition successful. This process consumed 1,000 dark energy, and congratulations, Master, you have acquired 100,000 points of dark energy. Furthermore, congratulations on obtaining nuclear fission technology and nuclear fusion technology. 100,000 points of dark energy. Jia Sudong was momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard, and glanced at the system. Indeed, the system had originally contained 150,000 points of dark energy, and with the recent addition, it now totaled 250,000 points. How could decomposing uranium yield such an abundance of dark energy? Jia Sudong recalled the tens of millions of degrees of extreme heat produced by a mushroom cloud explosion. If dark energy could be extracted from fire, it was only logical to extract it from uranium as well. Most importantly were the two newly acquired technologies, nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. Both encompassed controllable and uncontrollable technologies, rendering them exceptionally comprehensive and considerate. Controllable nuclear fission technology served as the foundational technology for the nuclear power plants currently under construction in the West. While controllable nuclear fusion required no further elaboration, it was universally understood. Jia Sudong was elated. It seemed prudent to decompose peculiar items in the future. A mere handful of uranium yielded 2 epoch-making technologies, filling him with immense satisfaction. Assembling a warhead would not take long. A week later, in the desolate northwest desert, a rocket stood erect on the launch pad. With the ignition command, the rocket belched forth thick white smoke and ascended slowly. The target was a test site 100 kilometers away. Without satellite-guided navigation, the rocket's trajectory relied solely on computer simulations, and once launched, it could not be further controlled. In the control room, Jia Sudong and his colleagues rushed out, eager to witness this exhilarating moment. As the rocket soared several thousand meters into the sky, it began its descent. Jia Sudong gripped tightly, while Gui Yuan and the others removed their glasses, gazing expectantly into the distance. Boom! With a thunderous explosion that shook the earth, everyone erupted in cheers, tossing their hats into the air and embracing one another tightly. A smile crept across Jia Sudong's lips. Success on the first attempt, perfection. As the mushroom cloud rose in the distance, Gui Yuan approached and embraced Jia Sudong fervently. Ha, we did it! Little Jia, did you see? We succeeded. Gui Yuan's smile was unrestrained, his pearly white teeth glimmering in the sunlight. Indeed, we succeeded, Jia Sudong exclaimed, his hands resting on Gui Yuan's shoulders, trembling with excitement. A dozen young men surged forward, lifting Jia Sudong into the air. The young men glanced at Gui Yuan, causing him to stumble back in surprise and land on the ground. Laughter erupted among the crowd, wild and uninhibited. From this moment onward, the new nation would no longer endure oppression from Western countries. From this moment forth, the new nation truly stood tall, speaking with newfound confidence. Gui Yuan, now exhilarated, scrambled to his feet and shouted, "Operator, quickly bring me the phone. I must report this news immediately." The revelry continued unabated for an entire day. In the evening, a lavish feast was laid out. Braised pork, chicken legs, all meat dishes. Toasts were raised, and Jia Sudong welcomed each one with open arms. Another half-month passed, during which time, the people produced 30 mushroom bombs. With these 30 bombs, the nation finally possessed ample confidence to engage in dialogue with Western countries. The news could not be contained, having already spread like wildfire in the outside world. The Western nations were in a frenzy, as the threat of a mushroom cloud from the east became a hot topic once more. The West began to regard this eastern giant with newfound seriousness. In a certain white building, the newly appointed young president raged, "Oppress them. We must suppress them thoroughly, starve their people, strip them of clothing." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to others, Trucks laden with grain and cotton entered the new nation along its borders. Today, the Brel Group also announced good news, having successfully developed 304-grade stainless steel. Yet, this news paled in comparison to the mushroom cloud rising in the new nation. Chapter 73. Red Star Computer. After the Qingming Festival, Jia Sudong was finally granted permission to return home. However, he turned in the first computer he had received. Additionally, the Red Star Steel Factory was approved to commence computer production. Thus, the Red Star computer was born, a true model of public-private partnership. Jia Sudong held a 60% stake, while the state contributed 1 million, holding 40%. What delighted Jia Sudong most was that many of the scholars who had succeeded and retired from this secret project also joined the Red Star computer, enriching its core team. Today, after a 4-month absence, Jia Sudong, alongside the core members of Red Star Computer, stepped off a bus. Upon seeing the gates of the Red Star Steel Factory once more, Jia Sudong could hardly hold back his tears. It had been too long. The staff of the security department, witnessing the long-missing Jia Sudong, were momentarily at a loss for recognition. The head of security approached, incredulous. Director Jia? Lu Jintang, even your director is unrecognizable now? Jia Sudong displayed his badge, which read, Name, Jia Sudong. Position, Director. Wow. Director Jia, you have finally returned. We've missed you so much. Lu Jintang exclaimed, nearly leaping to embrace him. Director Jia, your return means everything. All will be well. What do you mean? Did something significant happen at the factory? Nothing major, just minor issues. Minor issues? If it's just minor issues, why the excitement? You startled me. Quickly, tell me, what on earth has happened? Thus, Lu Jintang, the head of the security department, recounted the events in detail. It turned out that the workers in Workshop 8 had been petitioning daily at the office, hoping to join in the production of stainless steel. However, the second uncle, Lu Haizhong, was well aware of the troubles in Workshop 8 and had steadfastly refused to agree. Even when Lu Xiao sought to intercede, it proved futile. The response was that the current production line was adequately staffed, and adding more personnel would dilute wages and diminish their motivation. For months, the workers in Workshop 8 received merely a meager 10 to 20 yuan monthly, the lowest wage in the factory. Witnessing their counterparts in other workshops, who without overtime earned 50 to 60 yuan, and with overtime could earn 70 to 80 yuan, stirred envy and discontent among them. What era were they in? The 60s? 70 or 80 yuan could buy so much. Now, Workshop 8 had fallen to the status of the poorest workshop, a stark contrast to their former position as the highest paid. They could no longer hold their heads high. This morning, those who had gone to the office had refused to leave, sitting right in front of the office door. The security department was powerless. The workers were merely protesting and had committed no wrongdoing. Workshop 8 had little work to do, and their sitting there did not violate any factory regulations, leaving the security department unable to intervene. Jia Sudong sneered. Where were they when I was gone? Now that I'm back, they think they can act tough, do they? Jia Sudong, filled with fury, rolled up his sleeves and marched towards the office. However, upon reaching the doorway, his anger dissipated. He was met with the sight of the employees from Workshop 8, all seated quietly outside the office, their demeanor subdued. Above them hung a banner that read, Workers from Workshop 8 come to acknowledge their mistakes. With such an earnest display of contrition, how could Jia Sudong possibly unleash his wrath upon them? It was not out of compassion that he refrained, but rather an inability to act harshly. In these trying times, everyone was struggling, and there was no need to add to anyone's burdens. Director Jia has returned. A voice pierced the silence, and all eyes turned towards him. Director Jia, please grant us another chance. Echoed another plea. Yang Weiman, unexpectedly pushed to the forefront, stood there, his face flushed with embarrassment. Faced once more with Jia Sudong, the courage he had mustered seemed to retreat. He had indeed spoken too harshly in the past, leaving no room for leniency. Empathizing, he found it difficult to forgive himself. Ahem, I don't fully grasp the particulars of your situation. Brother Yang, since you have been chosen to speak on behalf of everyone, please share your account. With no other choice, Yang Weiman steeled himself and recounted the events. Jia Sudong listened impassively, nodding as he absorbed the information. I see. I will call Lu Haizhong into the office to ascertain the details. If what you say is true, I shall ensure that Lu Haizhong faces serious consequences. With that, Jia Sudong strode into the office building. Professor Wang Fong and his disciples, having heard of Jia's return, followed suit. Inside the office, Lu Xiaoyi was organizing documents on Jia Sudong's desk, exuding both intelligence and vigor. Truly a formidable woman. Upon seeing Jia Sudong again, she nearly leapt into his arms. but had to restrain herself upon noticing Professor Wang and the others trailing behind. "Brother Jia, you have finally returned," Lu Xiaoyi exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she grasped his hand, chattering animatedly about recent events. "Ahem, Secretary Xiaoyi, I still have some questions for Director Jia. May I have a few moments?" Professor Wang interjected bluntly, oblivious to the intimacy in Lu's demeanor. "Very well." Lu Xiaoyi, visibly displeased, motioned for Jia Sudong to resume his seat while she stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. "Director Jia," Professor Wang began, delving straight into inquiries. As he posed question after question, Jia Sudong's mouth grew dry from the effort of responding. "Ahem, Professor Wang, let's pause for now. I will introduce you to several colleagues shortly. Allow me to first clarify the recent happenings at the factory, if you please." Professor Wang reluctantly led his disciples out of the office. Lu Xiaoyi quickly locked the door behind them and flung herself into Jia Sudong's embrace. "You naughty man. Why did you take so long on this trip? Did you not know someone was waiting for you?" She chided, her complaints flowing freely until she gradually sank onto the bed. "There are matters I cannot disclose. You will understand in due time. I didn't expect you to have grown so much in these few months. Have you been touching it often?" Jia Sudong playfully slapped her, eliciting a pained look and an eye roll in return. "Really? I thought I just gained weight, but it seems I have grown in other areas," she mused, her fingers tracing circles in the air as a blush lingered on her face. "You rascal, you always make it hard for me to get down to business." "Huh, that simply indicates my growing strength. By the way, Xiaoyi, what has transpired in the factory over the past few months?" Chapter 74. The current state of Workshop 8. While there were no major incidents, numerous minor issues had arisen, the most encouraging being that our factory had turned a profit. Lu Xiaoyi's excitement was palpable as she looked at Jia Sudong. "We made a profit of 1.8 million in the first quarter. Your enthusiasm is noted. But it is merely 1.8 million. What can we accomplish with that? Hardly anything. Thus we must aim for greater ambitions." Jia Sudong pinched her nose playfully, earning a glare in return. "Have we paid our taxes? That is of utmost importance. To grow and strengthen the enterprise, we must not leave any blemishes on our record." "Yes, I followed your advice and applied a 10% progressive tax rate. Our total tax payment is 5.05 million. This tax is non-negotiable. Failure to pay could lead to the factory's collapse." Lu Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled as she spoke of these matters. 1.8 million after taxes leaves us with 1.295 million. In this era, over a million is akin to billions in the future. The production of stainless steel utensils has only begun in the first quarter, yielding a net profit of 1.295 million. As production increases, our income will surely rise. An hour later, Jia Sudong had grasped the majority of the factory's affairs, save for a few minor details. He brought Lu Haizhong to the office entrance, where over 300 workers from Workshop 8 awaited his resolution. Wasting several hours was not his intention, but the employees had endured for days. A few more hours should be manageable. The intent of bringing Lu Haizhong was to have him apologize to the workers. Lu Haizhong, an ambitious man, exuded an aura that commanded attention. As he stood before the workers, the crowd quieted. He began with a heartfelt apology, explaining that the current orders were limited and that it was genuinely impossible to increase the workforce. His humble demeanor and rational explanations helped the workers understand the factory's difficulties. He then sincerely acknowledged his shortcomings, promising to improve and strive harder, a litany of assurances that left many misty-eyed, feeling sympathy for the beleaguered captain of stainless steel. Then, Jia Sudong took the stage. He first affirmed Lu Haizhong's efforts, but then reproached his ineffectiveness and lack of capability. Flattering words are easy to utter, but Lu Haizhong, loyal to his own, would never allow those devoted to him to feel disheartened. "Now that I have returned, I will surely work towards expanding our market, and when the time comes for hiring, you will be prioritized." His words stirred the crowd, resonating deeply. Presently, the entire Hongqing steel rolling factory had undergone a series of rectifications, yet the workers from Workshop 8 remained without work. It was glaringly obvious that they were being sidelined. How many workers were in Workshop 8? Only 300. Assigning tasks for 300 individuals was trivial for a factory with over 10,000 employees. However, Jia Sudong intended to keep them waiting a bit longer, allowing their spirits to settle before assigning them work. The workers of Workshop 8 had long relied on their connections, often looking down upon their colleagues throughout the factory. It was imperative to instill a sense of humility in them. They needed to learn that the world could be unforgiving. Jia Sudong, naturally gifted in oration, captivated the workers with his speech, swiftly lifting their spirits. One by one, they conscientiously shouldered their hoes and picked up their shovels to return home. "Director Jia, Are you truly going to let them off so easily? Upon returning to the office, Liu Haizhong transformed into a sycophant, displaying a sense of urgency that surpassed even that of Jia Sudong, his words tinged with a hint of unresolved frustration. What good would it do to not let them off? Continuing this ruckus would only paint us as petty. We must relent, but it is imperative to find a method to do so, is it not? Jia Sudong discreetly chided him. Liu Haizhong's eyes brightened. Today, I will gather a few compliant ones. Tomorrow, a few obedient ones. It will take months to collect all 300 individuals. I will start with the compliant ones. Then feign the acceptance of a gift. He chuckled to himself. But no, you must not accept any gifts. Doing so would place you at their mercy. Be cautious. I cannot guarantee your safety. Jia Sudong immediately corrected, emphasizing that fostering such corrupt practices must not be tolerated. Yes, your guidance is invaluable. Liu Haizhong nodded eagerly. Once the trivial matters of the factory were settled, he drove his jeep back to the villa in the evening. Upon reaching the doorstep, he noticed a signal, which Jia Sudong approached and discreetly erased. The enigmatic Jing Chuan Chuyu had returned to the city, and the mere thought of her flawless figure filled his heart with uncontainable joy. This life, where beautiful women sought his comfort no matter the location, captivated him. His heart began to truly immerse itself in this era. Here lies my paradise, the stage upon which I can truly showcase my talents. Here I am needed, and I have found a sense of belonging. Gone are the days of toiling away in a job that demanded my daily presence. No longer will I be beholden to the whims of others. With clarity on certain pivotal thoughts, his mind resonated with a jolt. With a shift in mindset and a surge of momentum, the entire world appeared transformed. He could subtly grasp some of the energies that flowed through the universe. Empowered by this sensation, he unleashed a punch that reverberated through the air with a thunderous crack. His martial prowess had ascended to the realm of momentum. A single punch that could provoke such explosive sound in the atmosphere was indicative of this state of being. Momentum signifies an assault propelled by the forces of nature, akin to striking a mountain or cleaving the void. When martial arts reach their zenith, one becomes acutely aware of the constraints imposed by the cosmos. Harnessing one's fist to evoke momentum is the first step in breaking free from these cosmic bindings. With each advancement in martial arts, Jia Sudong felt a surge of elation, joyfully executing a kicking motion as he swayed towards home. Upon entering, he was met by the cold, piercing gaze of his bodyguard, Han Yen, who showed no sign of joy after their months apart, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Feeling the chill of her eyes, Jia Sudong momentarily stiffened. "Wow, brother-in-law!" Qin Huairu exclaimed, dashing towards him and leaping into his embrace, her form deliberately accentuating her voluptuousness. Daddy. Little Dang also hurried over, tightly wrapping his arms around his legs. It's been a few months, and you've grown a bit taller. Jia Sudong affectionately ruffled her hair, eliciting a delightful smile from her. "Come here, little Dang." Qin Huairu reluctantly descended from Jia Sudong's embrace, whispering something in his ear as she departed. Chapter 75. The Birth of Little Huaihua. The little banging also cheerfully approached. "Daddy, you're finally back. Mama has been mentioning you every day. Is that so? And little banging has grown a bit too." Jia Sudong tousled his hair playfully. "Yes, Mama misses you dearly. She even went to the river to fetch me a sister named Huaihua." Little Dang joyfully shook Jia Sudong's hand. Jia Sudong bent down, lifting her petite form and playfully pinching her nose. "Such a good girl. Let's go see Mama and your sister." Qin Huairu was confined to her bed during her confinement. Tended by Qin Jingru, who Wu Ti let her step down. Upon entering, a pillow flew through the air, striking him in the face. "You heartless man, off gallivanting with other women while your wife is giving birth." Qin Huairu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Did I not inform you? I had to attend to some matters for the factory, which could take a few months or at most a year and a half." He sat beside her, taking her hand. "How are you?" "What do you mean, how am I? You've been out with other women, and now you don't even want to come back." She pouted, tears brimming in her eyes. Jia Sudong remained unaffected by her petty grievances, turning instead to amuse little Huaihua. "Why the name Huaihua?" "I bet you saw the Huaihua flowers, didn't you? This season is precisely when they bloom. There's a tall, grand Huaihua tree behind the hospital that blossoms with white flowers every April." "You're only just realizing this now. When I had just given birth, a nurse opened the window and a petal fell onto my face. That's when I decided to name the child Huaihua." Qin Huairu beamed proudly, eager for his praise. It is often said that women become foolish during pregnancy. Newly postpartum, Qin Huairu had completely transformed into a delicate woman, losing her former sharpness. "My dear, you are truly remarkable. Your naming is so refined. I am in awe." I have always possessed refinement. No need for your admiration. Now, honestly, what did you do for the past 4 months? That is a matter of national secrecy. I cannot disclose it to you, but in time, you will naturally learn. Another matter of national secrecy. He spoke as if he were a high-ranking official, yet I have seen no evidence of such authority. All right, do not be angry. I've heard that being upset during confinement can affect your figure. Really? Upon hearing that anger could affect her figure, Qin Huairu immediately straightened up, obediently falling silent. As he settled beside her, a wave of maternal fragrance enveloped him, deeply stirring his heart. It is often said that a woman's true beauty lies not in her appearance or her body as scent, but in the fragrance of motherhood, which holds an irresistible allure for men. A woman in the nursing phase is at her most beautiful, and those who understand this appreciate it fully. At that moment, little Huaihua let out a wail, prompting Qin Jingru to rush in like a whirlwind, expertly cradling the infant and initiating her nurturing routine. Don't cry, little Huaihua. Your Annie is here to spoil you, she cooed, rocking the child gently as she exited. Such a sight. Jia Sudong stood transfixed, glancing back at Qin Huairu. She smiled and remarked, I too am at a loss. She seems to care for little Huaihua even more than I do as her mother. Isn't that a good thing? It allows you some time to rest. The child only comes back to me when she is asleep or nursing. During other times, I can't even see her. It feels as if I didn't give birth at all. It's unsettling. Jia Sudong understood Qin Jingru's implication. She too desired a child, seeking to maintain this bond through a shared offspring. When a woman's heart is devoted to someone, she can accomplish remarkable feats, especially when that someone is as exceptional as Jia Sudong. Later that evening, to satisfy Qin Jingru, Jia Sudong stealthily slipped into the restroom. The facilities were remarkably luxurious, with a seated toilet and a sizable marble table suitable for a person to lie on. Most importantly, the soundproofing was exceptional. He had tested it before, and unless one was making a cacophony, the outside world could hardly discern the true sounds within. 2 hours later, Jia Sudong emerged from the restroom. Now past 1 in the morning. Recalling the signal from Jing Chuan Chuyu outside the main gate, he swiftly vanished into the villa. Leaping across the rooftops, he navigated through the interconnected homes of the city, a vast expanse before him. As I leapt through the air, I discovered that ahead lay a traditional courtyard. Just as I was about to spring again upon the rooftops, I noticed the foolish Zhu stealthily exiting his home, only to re-enter the room of the deaf old woman. What could compel Zhu to visit her at such a late hour? Curiosity piqued, Jia Sudong cautiously shifted a tile, and there, to his astonishment, he beheld Zhu embracing and kissing a woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Feng, I yearn for you, he exclaimed. I yearn for you as well, she replied, and the two fervently embraced. The woman's visage seemed hauntingly familiar, stirring a sense of recognition within Jia Sudong. Who was this woman named Feng? And why did she reside in the deaf old woman's chamber? Where had the old woman herself vanished? Could it be that the one below was indeed the old woman, rejuvenated by the genetic elixir? Minutes later, the two bare figures fell into a serene stillness. Feng, how is it that you have regained your youth? Did you consume the herbal concoctions prepared by Director Jia at the hospital? Zhu queried, skepticism etched on his face. That seems implausible, for the hospital has confirmed that those herbs lack rejuvenating properties. How then did you achieve this transformation? Zhu pressed on, undeterred. How should I know? You've asked that same question 100 times, yet you remain uncertain of your true feelings for me, she retorted playfully. All right, I shall cease, he acquiesced. Moments latte. Zhu asked again, you mentioned your mother was once a palace maid to the Empress Dowager? Is that how we came to possess this courtyard? Indeed, she affirmed, her pride evident. Though my mother held the esteemed position of a palace maid, she amassed considerable wealth. After being dismissed by the emperor, she married my father, a scholar who had contributed financially to the state and earned the respect of our community. During times of turmoil, it was the affection and protection of our fellow townsfolk that preserved this courtyard for us. As she recounted her parents' history, her face radiated with pride. Could it be that some treasure from the palace had been bestowed upon her by her mother, granting her this newfound youth? The conversation confirmed to Jia Sudong that this woman was indeed the deaf old lady. The old woman had never married, yet her ability to survive in such tumultuous times suggested a significant background. It was surprising to discover such lineage. In those chaotic years, anyone who assisted the revolutionary cause was treated with kindness. Chapter 76. The Monkey Steals the Peach. Despite her mother's origins as a palace maid, her proximity to the Empress Dowager endowed her daughter with discernment and cunning. Previously, Jia Sudong had believed the old lady's affection for Zhu was merely a familial fondness. He was taken aback to witness their youthful dalliance, It appeared they were truly in love, a scandalous pair, unashamed of their age difference. Choosing to disregard the amorous escapades below, he deftly soared away, transforming back into Li Hao's form. Upon reaching the Qiu clothing store, he entered discreetly, ensuring not to alert anyone. Descending into the basement, he found Jing Chuan Qiu still awake, vigorously practicing her punches as if testing her limits. Dressed in a white headscarf, she exuded an aura of vitality. Suddenly, she unleashed a powerful punch, causing a crackle in the air. With another strike, the sound was merely a whisper of wind and fabric, signifying her nearing a breakthrough. Li Hao charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at her face. Startled, Jing Chuan Qiu attempted to block, but her movements were flawed. Li Hao intensified his assault, his fist generating a sonic boom that compressed the air. Alarmed, Jing Chuan Qiu retaliated with her own force. The clash of speed against speed ensued. Soon, her heavy breathing steadied, marking her complete breakthrough. "Who dares approach?" she called out, having failed to discern her assailant's identity amidst the chaos. "It's me, your husband," she exclaimed as she plunged into Li Hao's embrace. Drenched in sweat and radiating energy. "I missed you terribly." "How much?" he inquired. "So much," she replied, tugging at his hand. "See, here and there, I long for you." With her gentle pull, Li Hao's heart raced, and he swiftly pinned her to the carpet. An hour later, having released all pin-up energy, he felt a profound sense of relief. "What brings you back to New Capital? Have you received a new assignment?" "I missed you," she reiterated. "Now, speak of serious matters. I have heard rumors of someone regaining their youth. They wanted to capture her alive. The deaf old lady? Li Hao Gaspard realization downing. Are they intending to dissect her for research? I cannot say for certain. I merely received orders without further details." The news left Li Hao astounded. The idea of rejuvenation and immortality was a tantalizing prospect. Who wouldn't desire it? The wealthy capitalists, once they attained riches, would inevitably seek to prolong their lives. It was akin to emperors desiring eternal life, an enticing temptation that could incite global conflict. Li Hao felt a pang of regret for having prematurely exposed such technology. "I suspect this matter is far more complex than it appears. Indeed, it is complicated. Agents from a dozen countries are involved, including Japan's foremost ninja, Tang Chuantai. Even if I were to defeat Hansen in 10 moves, I would not dare confront him directly," Jing Chuan Qiu warned, her voice laced with trepidation. Later that night, as Li Hao emerged from her room, he encountered a tall figure at the door. The individual, a Caucasian with a prominent nose and blonde hair, emanated an aura of intimidation merely by standing there. His piercing gaze fixed on Li Hao, sending shivers down his spine. "Hansen? Clever." He replied, "Yes." "Waiting for me?" "Yes." "What is it?" "Yes." "Speak." "Li Hao challenge. If you don't, I shall make you regret it. Was it not you who ambushed me last time, slaying dozens of my men? Today, you shall not escape." Before he could finish, a flurry of steel needles whistled through the air, blocking all avenues of retreat for Li Hao. With a swift motion, he unleashed his fist, creating a sonic boom that scattered the needles in all directions. "Boastful words are easy to utter," he retorted, charging forward and snatching 2 of the needles to hurl back at Hansen. The formidable figure reacted swiftly, sidestepping and closing the distance between them in an instant. As he deflected 2 needles, Li Hao's fist descended toward his face. Hansen executed a perfect bridge, evading the blow. But just as he was about to rise, Li Hao's fist transformed into a devastating strike aimed at his abdomen. The force was tremendous. If it connected, it would cause severe injury, if not death. With each skirmish, Li Hao's martial arts repertoire expanded, sharpening his perception to read his opponent's body language with precision. Hansen rolled away, creating distance, and rose with a nonchalant flick of his hand. "You possess some skill. However, I shall now get serious." He extended his arm, and the fabric of his sleeve disintegrated into tatters, revealing rippling muscles beneath. With both hands wide open, he launched an assault towards Li Hao, each punch carrying tremendous force, causing the air to crackle with explosive sounds. Suddenly, he threw a deceptive punch into the empty space to his right. Li Hao thought he had lost his mind, attacking an invisible target. In an instant, he felt as though he were struck by a speeding freight truck, his back propelled towards Hansen's fist. Striking from afar, caught off guard, he had unwittingly fallen for Hansen's trick. This technique, impressive in name, merely compressed air to attack an opponent from a distance. For a master like Li Hao, it bore little lethal power. Sensing danger, he intended to imitate Hansen's earlier lazy donkey roll to evade. But an inexplicable jolt surged within him. Without a moment's thought, his body instinctively reacted, launching him into the air with a push from his foot. Turning midair, he glanced down and saw Hansen's foot sweeping over the ground where he had just been. Had he executed the lazy donkey roll, he would have certainly been struck by Hansen's fierce kick. Li Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Another intricate sequence, and he relished the opportunity to pilfer another's martial arts techniques. The great Sun Buddha palm. He spun in the air, palm facing downward, summoning the forces of heaven and earth to bear down upon Hansen. Oomph! Such trivial skills dare to be displayed. A cold snort reverberated, scattering the momentum Li Hao had summoned. With a powerful leap, Hansen shot upward, intent on seizing Li Hao, ready to perform a counterattack. Dragonfly touching water, Li Hao deftly evaded by leaping aside, surprised by how quickly Hansen could redirect his momentum after just having unleashed it. Not bad. You have a deep understanding of momentum, he remarked casually, world's third. As those words escaped him, the air erupted with a thunderous roar. A tremendous force struck Hansen's back, propelling him towards Li Hao. Employing a technique he had just witnessed, Li Hao shouted, "Monkey stealing peach," and extended his hands while lowering his body. Hansen instinctively raised his hands to protect his lower region, but Li Hao had already discerned his body language. He spun and crouched, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Hansen's lower body. This was yet another technique Hansen had previously employed, and now it was Li Hao's turn to use it, successfully landing a hit. Li Hao's kick swept through Hansen's legs, lifting him off the ground, before he swiftly turned again, landing a kick to Hansen's chest. However, the strike merely slid off, redirecting its force aside, leaving only enough power to push Hansen a distance away. Boom! Hansen's body collided with a wooden pillar in the market center, the pillar too sturdy to break, causing him to rebound back. Impossible! How'd you learn so quickly? Hansen exclaimed, his newly acquired Mandarin lacking fluency and peppered with foreign words. His fists clenched, his muscles tensed with rage, clearly infuriated by the quick succession of setbacks. With a powerful stomp, he charged towards Li Hao like a lion, gathering force for a devastating blow that would surely inflict grave injury. Li Hao furrowed his brow, his expression grave. The great rock spreads its wings, he declared, leaping into the air, covering vast distance as he ascended. Only in mid-air could he perform more complex maneuvers, for on the ground, Li Hao, still a novice in martial arts, could hardly contend with Hansen's sophisticated techniques. In the air, however, Hansen would be compelled to exhibit more body language to coordinate his movements. On the ground, one could never anticipate when he might maneuver behind them. The essence of martial arts lies in a few fundamental techniques: how to generate power, how to deliver it most effectively. Each martial art possesses its own set of deceptive techniques, practiced in conjunction with several combat patterns. When a martial artist reaches a certain level, every move becomes imbued with cunning stratagems. For Li Hao, while he had transcended to a state of momentum, his combat awareness remained woefully inadequate. He could only bully the likes of Aikawa Akiyuki. Against a seasoned tactician like Hansen, he was at a distinct disadvantage. As Hansen charged forward, he too leaped into the air, while Li Hao sidestepped to evade. But, boom! Hansen's fist landed squarely in Li Hao's abdomen. Too. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he was sent flying dozens of meters away, his body gravely injured and near death. Yet, in a final act of defiance, Li Hao's fist also struck Hansen's face, knocking out several of his front teeth. Damn! Hansen spat out the bloodied teeth, gazing at Li Hao with a grin as he approached slowly. Li Hao felt a numbing sensation engulfing his body, his lower half devoid of feeling. The pain. It was an excruciating agony, unparalleled in intensity, causing him to bend over, gasping for breath. Yet his mind remained clear. He knew that once Hansen reached him, he would waste no words before striking decisively. Time was of the essence. With a thought, he summoned the last 150 grams of life essence from the system space and swallowed it. While excessive consumption of the life essence no longer augmented his physical prowess, it could still aid in recovery. With another thought, he decomposed all the iron in the system space, expending 50,000 dark energy to forge a massive super steel shield weighing several tons. The decomposition process formed a cube. If given a specific shape command during decomposition, the iron would transform accordingly. This super steel shield, hollowed in the center with a diameter of 3 meters and a thickness of 1 meter, would withstand even a missile strike. Encasing himself within the shield was his final gambit for survival. Just as he prepared to deploy it, he noticed a woman silently appearing behind Hansen. Aikawa Akiyuki. Though she had donned makeup, Li Hao recognized her by her shoes. Aikawa held a katana aimed at Hansen's back. Still reeling from Li Hao's earlier punch, Hansen, with his ears ringing, had not anticipated the presence of a Japanese ninja behind him. Aikawa glanced at Li Hao, playfully winked, and then thrust the blade with force. Thrust! The katana pierced through, emerging from his front. You! Hansen roared in fury, sweeping his hand back as his body rolled away. The blade left a deep gash across his chest, but he had already vaulted onto the rooftop. A martial artist can control their muscles. Thus, the blood Hansen lost was minimal. Clutching his wound, he bellowed, "Get lost! Who are you?" "I am Hanako Seiki, assassin from the Sour Immortal Tower. If you have the guts, come find me for revenge." Hanako Seiki. I will remember that, he retorted before leaping away, disappearing over the rooftop. "My love, are you all right?" Aikawa exclaimed. "Too." Li Hao coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had no time to chastise Aikawa for her earlier thrust. Why had she not aimed for Hansen's heart? Pain surged through him relentlessly, and before he could savor the moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The next day, when he awoke, the first sight that greeted him was Aikawa Akiyuki's stunning face, drool pooling as she slept beside his bed. Stirring his body, the numbness had dissipated, yet he found himself unable to exert any strength. Any effort brought a sharp pain to his chest. As his hand brushed against his abdomen, he discovered several broken ribs. "My husband, you're awake," wailed Jing Chuanxiu, clutching his hand against her delicate face, tears shimmering in her eyes. How long had it been? Just one night, and oh, my husband, you terrified me last night. I thought if you were gone, I would follow you into the void. With her face resembling a weeping pear blossom, her words held a weight of sincerity that could very well lead her to act upon them. "Ah, so obedient." "See, I'm fine now," Li Hao replied, his hand caressing her lovely face, wiping away her tears. "It's all over now. My husband, eat this first. It's the strongest wound medicine from our ninja clan. I fed you a few pills by mouth last night," Jing Chuanxiu said, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Before them lay a beautifully crafted pill, embossed with the label NO 1006. "What kind of pill is this?" "This is the culmination of a century of alchemical mastery from the Jing Chuan family. As long as one is not dead, it can sustain their life. The medicine is exceedingly precious. My family spent vast fortunes and 100 years to produce merely 3,000 pills. Ah, is this the remedy that healed my injuries? That should be the case." Jing Chuanxiu replied uncertainly, knowing only that after administering a few pills to Li Hao, his breathing had calmed. "Very well, fetch me some water to swallow it." Chapter 78, The Rascally Kongjiao. Jing Chuanxiu obediently rose to retrieve water. Li Hao, without a second thought, activated the disassembly function on the pill. It wasn't that he doubted Jing Chuanxiu. Rather, he trusted her too much. He yearned for the formula used by the Jing Chuan family to see if he could summon a stroke of fortune. "Ding! Congratulations, Master! Disassembly successful." This disassembly consumed 10 points of dark energy. "Congratulations, Master! You have obtained 10 grams of life liquid and the method to concoct Tianshan, snow lotus liquid." Extracting 10 grams of life liquid from a single pill underscored the rarity of its ingredients. Upon reviewing the annotation for the Tianshan, snow lotus liquid, Li Hao realized that this method held little value for him, as it paled in comparison to the life liquid. The life liquid could be obtained from decomposing trees, whereas crafting this medicinal fluid required the precious Tianshan snow lotus, a herb fart too costly for him to afford. Mobilizing the muscles within his body, he aligned the broken ribs and then ingested the 10 grams of life liquid he had just acquired. Consuming the life liquid would heal injuries if present. If not, it would enhance his physique. However, having consumed too much life liquid previously, he could only remedy his wounds and not strengthen his body further. The ribs soon knitted together, causing pain only when exerted with excessive force. With more life liquid, he could achieve complete healing, but now it was all gone, and he had to relinquish the thought. Exiting the room, he realized he was in Shanghai City, the very same place where the trade fair had been held, donning the skin of an unknown deceased individual. Li Hao strolled through the streets alongside Jing Chuanxiu. "My husband, you are too good to me. I'm so happy to be shopping with you," she exclaimed. "What do you mean by your man? I only like to hear it in a refined manner," she teased. "How adorable." Liu Shukulat. They were staying at an inn, and stepping outside brought them to a bustling street filled with vendors calling out their wares. Stainless steel plates for sale. Only 50 cents each, discounts for bulk purchases. Li Hao observed an elderly man hawking a load of plates, with a crowd forming around him. "How beautiful. I want to buy one, but it's too expensive. 50 cents is enough for my entire family to have a meat meal." The old man glared. "What do you know, lady? Look at this plate. It will never rust. It can last a lifetime, even through your son, grandson, and great-grandson's generations. Is your meat meal worth that?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, at 50 cents, it was not expensive. This was a family heirloom, capable of lasting for dozens of generations without rusting. The sheen, the texture, smooth and utterly delightful. Amidst a chorus of praises, people gritted their teeth and pulled out their money to buy. The small vendors' plates were soon snatched up by eager customers. Li Hao had considered intervening to prevent the vendors from raising prices, but reflecting on it, he realized they were not breaking any rules. Vendors served as the channels for factory products. It was unwise to offend them. He was more concerned about the potential damage to their reputations, as well as the fact that current economic conditions did not support such high consumer prices. As the products flew off the shelves, there was no issue. Once the excitement faded, consumer desires would return to normal, and excessively high prices would make it difficult to sell. If products did not sell, factories would struggle to operate, a risky practice for them. Never mind. I'll find time to chat with Su Damao later. There's no need for drastic measures right now. Wandering the streets with Jing Chuanqiu, who wore a white floral dress, she floated like a fairy, capturing the attention of many men. Soon, a group of ill-intentioned individuals set their sights on Li Hao and Qiu, primarily drawn by her beauty. A noodle shop. They ordered 2 bowls of spicy soup and settled into a corner when several burly men sat down across from them. Hey, little beauty, enjoying your spicy soup? Want a hot dog? Some of the thugs, noticing Li Hao's frail appearance, poked him in the back, suggesting he vacate his seat. Scram, is that so? You dare to resist? The group of thugs lifted their shirts to reveal muscles and tattoos. To an ordinary person, this sight would be enough to send them fleeing. But Li Hao was unfazed. I'll say it again, Scram. Oh, you must not know who we are. If you're wise, you'll clear out quickly, or you'll regret it. Hey, boss. 10 bowls of spicy soup and 10 deep-fried dough sticks. The thugs moved to surround the shop owner, who could only comply. All other patrons in the small shop fled in fear. Each thug held a bowl of spicy soup, fixating their gaze on Li Hao without moving or speaking, simply staring him down, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Beautiful lady, eating spicy soup alone is dull. Look, I ordered meat buns for you. The leader of the thugs, Kong Jiao, tall and lean with dyed blonde hair, approached Jing Chuanqiu, eager to curry favor. Li Hao could hardly contain his urge to strike him down. Witnessing Kong Jiao's sycophantic demeanor, Kong Jiao regarded Li Hao with provocative eyes, as if to say, "You poor fool, have you ever seen a meat bun?" With a smug look, he lifted a bun and took a generous bite. Oh, the taste is exquisite. Just like this, beautiful lady, come eat meat buns with me. The thugs watched, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. However, Jing Chuanqiu remained unmoved, scrunching her nose in disgust at the unsavory group. Behold the group of ruffians gathered here, devoid of any intention to strike first. Despite their close proximity, which is rather irksome, their inaction renders it inappropriate for Li Hao to initiate trouble. Casting a glance aside, he notices a nearby roast duck shop. The renowned Jinjing roast duck is indeed a delicacy of authenticity. Hey, proprietor of the roast duck establishment across the way, bring me all the roast ducks you have. Li Hao commanded, his voice firm yet not raised, clearly reaching the ears of the shopkeeper. Upon hearing the call, the roast duck vendor, perplexed by the voice without a visible source, stepped outside to scan the vicinity, only to find a figure beckoning him from across the street. How curious, he mused, that such a voice could travel so far. The shopkeeper hurried over. Good sir, are you in need of roast duck? Indeed. How many do you have left? Bring them all to me. Li Hao gestured grandly, revealing a few tinyuan bills. The shopkeeper hesitated, glancing nervously at the group of thugs, clearly there to create trouble for the young man. Pay them no mind. Simply fetch the ducks, Li Hao insisted. Why, yes, of course, the shopkeeper stammered, steeling himself as he dashed back to his shop. Moments later, he returned, placing 5 roast ducks upon Li Hao's table. My dear, let's indulge in hot and spicy soup with roast duck. Jing Chuanqiu smiled enticingly at Li Hao. Thank you, my love, she exclaimed, planting a quick kiss upon his cheek, inciting the thugs across the way to seethe with barely contained rage. In this era, they dared not act violently in front of the public eye. Li Hao tore off a duck leg, dipping it in sauce and offering it to Jing Chuanqiu, who delicately bit into it, juice spilling from the corners of her mouth. The rich aroma of roast duck wafted through the air, causing the thugs to swallow greedily. In no time, the couple had devoured an entire duck, leaving the onlookers drooling enviously. Ah, to have money is truly delightful. Eating roast duck in this manner is a life of indulgence. Li Hao boasted, reveling in his fortune. Kong Jiao, realizing he had encountered a man of wealth, contemplated his own power, but wealth meant little in his territory. He could still eliminate threats with ease. His thoughts darkened, as they were mere thugs, closely monitored by the militia, surviving through petty thievery. The prospect of robbing a rich man was tantalizing. Perhaps fortune had smiled upon him today. Kong Jiao clenched his jaw, glaring enviously at Li Hao, who remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, engrossed in the sumptuous roast duck. "Wipe your mouth, dear. This skinnier piece is for you. And I shall take the fattier one," he jested. "Thank you, my husband," she chirped, leaving a greasy kiss on his cheek. Meanwhile, Kong Jio's ire ignited as he surveyed the bustling street, filled with pedestrians, too numerous for him to act upon his simmering rage. "My dear, this duck neck is divine. You must try it." As Li Hao and Jing Chuanshuyu savored their feast, the thugs, having discarded their spicy soup, could only watch in longing, salivating at the sight of the roast duck before them. Lacking the means to indulge themselves, they could only fantasize about the taste. Yet, daring to snatch it from the crowd was unthinkable. A single shout from the young man would summon the militia post-haste. They could only lick their lips, yearning for a taste. Li Hao seized a duck neck, declaring, "Delicious, yet too many bones," before tossing aside the remnants after tearing off a thin layer of skin. By unfortunate chance, the bone landed before a scraggly thug, who eagerly caught it, feeling the weight of many eyes upon him. Without hesitation, he bit into it, marking it with his saliva as he devoured it hungrily. The thugs glared at the scraggly one, their stomachs growling, their eyes returning to Li Hao, hoping for another morsel to be thrown their way. Li Hao, ever the generous soul, obliged, tossing a sizable duck breastbone into the fray. Several quick-witted thugs lunged for the prize, tearing it into portions. Their eyes gleamed with hunger as they watched Li Hao, momentarily forgetting their intentions of retaliation. Fixated solely on tasting the roast duck, Kong Jio, witnessing his men scramble for scraps, was incensed. How could they, as thugs, lower themselves to fighting over leftovers? Have you never tasted roast duck before? Is it so delightful to steal from others? He bellowed, his fury boiling over as he lashed out at his subordinates, who cowered in fear. "Don't you dare let a few bones dictate your pride." Kong Jio fumed, casting a furious glance at Li Hao. "We shall see about this." "My husband, what does he mean? I cannot comprehend," Jing Chuanshuyu exclaimed, her voice laced with mock fear, tossing a piece of roast duck meat into the fray, igniting a frenzy among the thugs. Kong Jio, realizing his men had fallen under the spell of the roast duck, stormed off, only to discover a few stragglers lagging behind. "Do you have no ambition? He is toying with us, and you still scavenge for his scraps." He scolded, but the thugs merely shrugged. "Boss, it's just too delicious. I want more. All you do is eat. Can you not refrain for a moment?" Kong Jiu seethed, leading his men away, while a few lingered, glancing back longingly, further aggravating Kong Jio's temper. With laughter erupting from Jing Chuanshuyu, Li Hao smiled, unperturbed by the thugs, for he was no longer the vulnerable figure he once was, free from the fear of retribution. As they strolled through the streets, they entered a dim alley, only to be surrounded by a gang of thugs wielding knives. Kong Jio emerged from the shadows, his gaze icy, no longer wishing to engage in idle threats. The most effective method was to eliminate Li Hao entirely. "Kill him. Make it count," he commanded, as the gang surged forward with their blades raised, Kong Jiu mimicking the motion of drawing a gun from his waist. Yet, Li Hao had no intention of wasting time on them. With a swift movement, he weaved through the crowd, leaving the thugs sprawled on the ground. Coming to a halt, he stood before Kong Jio, smoothly snatching the gun from his grasp. "A master indeed. Spare me, spare me. I am but 30 years old, with an aged mother to care for." Kong Jio stammered, quivering at the proximity of death. The skill displayed was unparalleled. He could not even comprehend the speed at which his men had fallen. A man of the underworld knows that recognizing the times is a mark of true intelligence. Faced with Li Hao's formidable prowess, he realized that submission was the only path to survival. "Why should I spare your life? Just moments ago, you sought to end mine. I acknowledge your authority, and you are now the leader of North Street in Shanghai City. I command 50 loyal subordinates. I possess value and can assist you in gathering intelligence. Ding. A declaration of loyalty from a human has been received. Do you wish to accept?" Click. What is this? Upon swearing allegiance, one will willingly submit and never betray. Such a remarkable benefit of absolute loyalty is too good to refuse. Thus, I shall accept. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have bound a common human. You have acquired your first subject. At this moment, I received the thoughts of Kong Jio, along with access to fragments of his memories. Upon examining Kong Jio's personal status, I noted, human, Kong Jio. Health, 86. Abilities, none. What could abilities entail? Is it possible that my subjects might evolve unique skills? The system's function of acquiring subjects is astonishing. With a mere oath, one can be bound forever in loyalty. In the future, if I witness an enemy defeating him, compelling him to kneel and sing their praises, would it not mean I could gather as many subjects as I desire? Li Hao pondered, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. System, what are you precisely? Why do you refer to me as master? And what are these seemingly omnipotent capabilities? Yet, answers elude me. The disassembly system only remarked upon the first binding that the timeline was incorrect. Since then, it has never spoken again nor contacted me of its own accord. This uncertainty is what troubles Li Hao most, pondering the true nature of the system. Is it a parasite within me, or has it wholly recognized me as its master? Or is there someone orchestrating all of this from the shadows? Li Hao gazed skyward, feeling no fear within, regardless of the system's essence. I must seize enough benefits to ensure your departure. Yet, the nuances revealed during the disassembly process suggest that this is not the work of a puppet master. It appears rather as if something has gone awry, leaving critical elements absent, rendering it a mere artificial intelligence. Jing Chuanxiu approached and said, "My dear, shall I demonstrate a lethal move?" Upon hearing this, Kong Jiu looked up at Jing Chuanxiu, his face contorted with rage. Deep down, Kong Jiu merely wished to ally himself with this formidable individual. But having declared his allegiance, he could not discern whether it was voluntary or coerced. Subconsciously, he had resolved never to betray Li Hao. However, since this woman was the leader's companion, loyalty to the leader forbade him from acting against her. His face a portrait of anguish. Yet, Li Hao's subsequent words dispelled his fury. Let her remain for now. She possesses unique qualities that may yet prove useful. Oh, and what of them? Boss, they're my brothers in life and death. I implore you, do not harm them. They will undoubtedly heed my commands. Kong Jiu bowed deeply, half kneeling before Li Hao in supplication. Very well, summon them forth and have them swear their loyalty to me. Kong Jiu fetched a bucket of water and poured it over the unconscious subordinates. He then led them back to the headquarters on North Street, where a multitude of small-time ruffians gathered. Kong Jiu understood his role, exuding the authority of a leader, compelling the gang members to kneel before Li Hao. Their oaths of loyalty granted Li Hao 53 subjects utterly devoted to him. These subjects were undeniably faithful, willing to take their own lives if necessary. Li Hao began to establish rules for them, mandating their reformation. Those who fell here must rise again. Their tarnished reputations must be redeemed, requiring them to engage in virtuous acts, cleaning the streets, performing good deeds, and aiding the elderly across the road. It was imperative to rehabilitate their public image, otherwise, he could not trust them. That evening, the two stayed at the North Street headquarters. After a tender exchange with Jing Chuanxiu, Li Hao finally broached the subject of the previous day's incident. Why did your katana fail to pierce Hansen's heart? This matter had lingered in Li Hao's mind. He could not rest easy until it was clarified. My dear, the heart is the most sensitive organ. We ninjas have conducted tests. If a blade is aimed directly at someone's heart, even an ordinary person will feel a chill. I had to suppress my murderous intent to prevent him from sensing danger. Otherwise, I could not have guaranteed success. Her explanation brought him a sense of relief. If even this woman, who had sworn absolute loyalty, harbored doubts, it would render the system unreliable, a far graver concern. Now, however, it seemed the system was indeed dependable. Yet, Li Hao still wished to test the system. Kneel and swear your loyalty to me. Without a moment's hesitation, Jing Chuanxiu knelt and began her oath. Li Hao awaited the system's prompt, anticipating confirmation. However, after a prolonged silence, no notifications emerged. Jing Chuanxiu's words mirrored those she had just spoken. Her gestures and expressions were meticulously performed. Hadn't the previous acquisition of 53 ruffians prompted an alert? What could be the reason for this failure to meet the criteria? Was the system malfunctioning? Could it only bind ruffians, or was there another explanation? After a day of traversing Shanghai City, he dismantled several hundred trees, accumulating 3 kilograms of life essence. The following day, each ruffian received 10 grams of life essence, while Jing Chuanxiu was bestowed with 50 grams, watching them consume it. He left her behind to manage and train them in martial arts. He did not expect them to learn much, only hoping they might grasp some combative techniques. Each one consumed 10 grams of life essence, granting them a minimum strength of over 100 kilograms. With even a modicum of martial skills, they might prove useful in the future. After a day's absence, it was time to return. With a flicker of motion, he became a fleeting shadow, leaping across the rooftops. Shanghai City lay a mere 10 kilometers from 49 City, yet Li Hao returned in half an hour, donning Jia Sudong-esque guise. He stealthily entered his private laboratory from the rooftop and subsequently exited. Typically, he would retreat into his lab for research, making a one-day disappearance seem entirely plausible. Just as he emerged, a delicate white hand seized him. Onyan, Jia Sudong was taken aback, This woman usually paid him no heed, yet now. Someone is looking for you. Follow me. He was pulled into her room, which was simple. Just a bed, a table, and a telephone. Jia Sudong picked up the phone, where Long San's voice resonated. Xiaodong apologized for the intrusion, but... Chapter 81. Why do stones weather? Upon arriving at the Long Group headquarters, after passing through layers of security, Jia Sudong entered a vast underground facility. Here, soldiers clad in military uniforms tested their weaponry. The scene resembled a serious rendition of a spy film, devoid of absurd comedic elements. This was a genuine weapons testing ground. One soldier wielded a pen-like device that emitted a powerful beam of light, igniting a piece of paper several meters away. This was a laser pen, undoubtedly powered by an exceptionally potent micro-battery. A soldier tugged at the button on his chest, producing a sharp sound that caused the glass before him to shatter. Several soldiers were testing the power of various rifles, with an array of weapons being examined and studied from every conceivable angle. Leading the way was Hong Yan, her expression inscrutable, eliciting a sense of trepidation in the soldiers who gazed upon her. Upon arriving at a conference room, they found Long San seated at the head of a large conference table, surrounded by a dozen elderly men. As soon as they spotted Jia Sudong entering, all eyes turned towards him. Xiaodong, you have finally arrived. Come, sit beside me, Long San exclaimed, his face lighting up with warmth as he welcomed Jia Sudong. Thank you, leader, Jia Sudong replied. Thank you for what? From now on, consider this your home. If you wish to come, just let me know. But, no buts. We all share a common ideal. If you stand apart, you will no longer be a comrade with the same goal. I wouldn't he dare. Jia Sudong quickly assured him. Haha, that's the spirit. Allow me to introduce you to these comrades. This is Zhang Wei, a master of traditional Chinese medicine. And here, we have a gathering of medical experts. Pleasure to meet you, Zhang Wei said as he stepped forward. Xiaodong, let us skip the pleasantries. Please begin. We can hardly wait. Zhang Wei, an elderly man with a radiant complexion, regarded Jia Sudong with kind eyes. Jia Sudong wasted no time, moving to the blackboard to list all the herbs required for his discourse. What is medicine? The art of healing emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Observation entails assessing a person's complexion, while listening involves attuning to their breath and heartbeat, skills I trust you all possess. I shall proceed with deeper insights. What is qi? The treatise on febrile diseases mentions cold and heat energies that can harm the body. But what exactly is qi? To unravel this enigma, I scoured countless medical texts, classical records, and an abundance of Taoist scriptures. Jia Sudong spoke for several minutes, articulating his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine with clarity. He paused, looking at the assembled medical experts. It was only upon discovering a weathered stone that I began to form some hypotheses. What hypotheses? Indeed, what is this hypothesis? The masters of traditional medicine scratched their heads in confusion. Why does a stone weather? What causes the wind to erode a stone? I found it perplexing. Here is a stone that is impervious to the wind, yet over time, the wind can erode it. This led me to seek answers. From Taoist texts, I learned that practitioners liken the human body to a field of qi, which they cultivate. Drawing on the principle that wind can weather stone, I proposed that the human body might resemble that stone, while the wind represents cold and damp energies. If such energies invade the body without being refined, they will gradually corrode the human qi field. Jia Sudong, parched from his explanation, snatched the cup from Hong Yan's hands, disregarding any residue, and took a hearty gulp, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. The masters of traditional medicine, invigorated by his words, eagerly awaited his continuation. Certain Taoist texts describe how practitioners prefer to cultivate at dawn, when the yang energy rises and the cold dissipates, creating a spiritual essence in the atmosphere that they absorb for their practice. Unfortunately, the methods for harnessing this celestial energy have been lost to time. It is upon this principle that I devised this formula, Jia Sudong articulated, detailing each step of the formula's preparation and the corresponding pharmacological effects with precision. When he concluded, the masters of traditional medicine remained in a daze, momentarily speechless. That is all for now. I hope to collaborate with you all in exploring the path of traditional medicine and uncovering more beneficial formulas for the human body. I will hint at my current research direction. If a formula can extend a person's lifespan, could it also enhance their physical constitution? Snapping back to reality, the audience erupted in applause. Marvelous. Absolutely splendid, Zhang Wei exclaimed, patting Jia Sudong on the shoulder. After exchanging pleasantries with the esteemed medical experts, they moved on to the phase of concocting the remedy. With the principles clarified and the thought processes aligned, these experts were no novices. They possessed a profound foundation in medical knowledge. The The medicinal liquid was swiftly prepared, and as they gazed at the steaming bowl of concoction, each exchanged glances laden with anticipation. "Allow me to test the medicine first," Zhang Wei declared, stepping forward. "As a man in his 90s with little time left, should this succeed, I could extend my life by decades. If it fails, I have little to lose." "Zan Lao," someone cautioned, attempting to intervene. But Zhang Wei raised a hand and downed the medicine. Moments later, he began to exhibit signs of a high fever, an encouraging first step. The crowd was filled with excitement. This was a promising beginning. At that moment, Jia Sudong found himself in another office with Long San. "Xiao Dong, the nation owes you a debt. We have witnessed your contributions. Tell me, what do you desire? What are your requests?" "Leader, I am a man of humble means, free from worries about clothing and food, and with the nation's protection ensuring my safety. What more could I desire? Let us not speak of debts owed to me. The nation has bestowed upon me far more." Jia Sudong firmly corrected Long San's words, asserting that to make demands of the state would be beneath him. "Since childhood, I have inherited genuine traditional medicine from my adoptive father. This formula arose from insights gleaned from a Taoist text, which I then synthesized with traditional medical theories, complemented by a stroke of luck. I cannot claim it as a contribution." He elaborated on the origins of the formula, emphasizing that to create a remedy capable of rejuvenating one's youth without guidance would be sheer fantasy. Chapter 82, Borrowing Opportunities. Long San listened intently, then spoke with a solemn expression. "Xiao Dong, we have always believed that traditional medicine holds the key to longevity, yet we have struggled to uncover it. Historical records tell of Li Qingyuan, a traditional healer from the Qin dynasty, who reportedly lived to 256 years, and Zhang Sanfeng, who reached 218 years. As Long San cited these examples, Jia Sudong grew increasingly serious, realizing that the tradition of longevity in Chinese medicine had persisted through the ages. "Your contribution of this formula is not an act of selfishness. Rather, it is a gift to society. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your impact? This formula could usher humanity into a new era of civilization, a monumental leap forward, the dawn of a great age. Imagine if everyone were to consume this medicine, significantly extending their lifespans, especially our elder scientists, who could continue to contribute immensely to society." The more Long San spoke, the more animated he became, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he envisioned a new nation rising to prominence in their generation, standing tall at the pinnacle of the world. Indeed, a scientist's journey from birth to education, to becoming a capable contributor, typically spans over 20 years. Should they pursue further studies, reaching the doctorate level, it can take until their 30s before they genuinely engage in scientific research and societal development. If we grant these individuals additional decades of life, the contributions they could make to society would be immeasurable. The leader remarked, "I did not contemplate this deeply. Previously, I was unaware that this prescription could reverse aging. It was merely an enhancement I made while preparing medication for the deaf elderly woman that yielded such miraculous effects. This occurrence was largely a matter of fortune. Do not elevate my status so excessively." "All right, Xiao Dong, refrain from further comments. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. Should you refrain from making demands, we shall record your contribution as a first-class merit. As a member of the system, your rank could be elevated several levels, perhaps to a ministerial position." Upon hearing the prospect of a ministerial promotion, Jia Sudong's expression soured. He had recently pushed for a directorship at the Academy of Sciences from Weiyuan, and now the prospect of a ministerial rank seemed overwhelming. "Leader, I do have demands. Is it not permissible for me to voice my requests?" "No, do not make demands. A talent such as yours should not be wasted in a factory director role. Let me ponder what position would be suitable for you." "Please, leader, allow me to speak. I aspire to construct a highway from Xinjiang to my hometown. I have hesitated to present this proposal to the state, but since you have spoken so favorably, I shall bring it forth," Jia Sudong said timidly. "What highway? What purpose would constructing a highway serve? My adoptive father frequently stated to prosper, one must first prepare the roads. Only when the roads are accessible can people genuinely attain wealth." "Ah, how astute. However, Xiao Dong, given the current financial constraints of the nation, your request may prove to be quite challenging." "No, leader, I am here to seek investment. I am aware of the nation's hardships and would never dream of making such an unreasonable request. I can approach the public for funding." Jia Sudong elaborated on the concept of soliciting private investments for the highway, suggesting enlisting wealthy individuals to finance its construction, with tolls on the highway serving as returns for the investors. "My reasoning for seeking investment is founded on my knowledge that certain capitalists in our nation are currently restless, sitting on their wealth with no clear avenue for expenditure. This initiative would draw them into our fold, guiding them on how to wisely spend their resources, thus utilizing their funds for societal development. Borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. We would only need to offer them a modest quarterly profit share. Consider this, leader, by pooling the funds of affluent individuals and channeling their investments into national development. We can not only bind these capitalists to the state, but also encourage them to become responsible citizens. Moreover, the construction of a highway would generate numerous employment opportunities and support countless families. In time, the state could establish a construction department, ensuring the safety of these capitalists, thus encouraging them to participate in our social development. Long San, his eyes bulging, glared at Jia Sudong and retorted angrily, "This is utter nonsense. This resembles the capitalist approach, and it is unacceptable. Leader, we are indeed in dire need of funds, are we not? Let us consider this an opportunity to borrow money from them. During the Revolutionary War, we borrowed from affluent locals. Now that we have been liberated, we ought not shy away from such actions. We must amass wealth to strengthen ourselves. Without finances, we are powerless. Though these methods may bear capitalist traits, they present a viable pathway out of our predicament." After speaking fervently for several minutes, his throat dry, Jia Sudong finally persuaded Long San to approve the proposal. Thus, the matter progressed, and Jia Sudong's request for a ministerial appointment was set aside. Upon exiting, he found Zhang Wei had recovered from her fever, her skin wrinkled from excessive perspiration. "Xiao Dong, we have succeeded. I have completely regained my youthful vitality," Zhang Wei exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. She had already begun to feel changes within her body, particularly in an area that had long remained dormant for 30 years. Now stirring with vitality, which was the true source of her exhilaration. The successful development of the drug left the medical team in the Dragon Group in an afternoon of jubilation and excitement. Jia Sudong, unaware of how much alcohol he had consumed, was drunkenly assisted into his jeep by Hong Yin. Upon arriving home, Jia Sudong was inebriated to the point of unconsciousness, leading Hong Yin to carry him inside. As she embraced him in the warmth of her arms, Jia Sudong's hands began to wander, one behind her and one in front, finding their way to the most sensitive parts of her body. Hong Yin felt as though struck by lightning, her body stiffening instantly. Having maintained her purity for over 20 years without any intimate contact, she was now violated. Just as she contemplated throwing this scoundrel out, she heard the voice of Qin Huairu. "Brother-in-law, wow, you have finally returned. Did you go on a date with Sister Hong Yin?" "We did not," Hong Yin managed to retort, struggling to suppress her embarrassment. "You say you didn't? Yet here you are, in an embrace. Boo-hoo, smelly brother-in-law. You went on a date without me." Hong Yan's expression turned cold as she carried Jia Sudong past Qin Huairu and into his room. Just as she bent down to set him down, Jia Sudong's hand seized her face, and his lips crashed onto hers unexpectedly. Caught off guard, her lips were assaulted, leaving Hong Yan's body rigid and her mind blank. Chapter 83. The Arrival of the National Television Station. Qin Huairu, who followed them in, exclaimed in shock, "Wow, you two are secretly kissing. I will tell my sister." Hong Yin snapped back to reality, instinctively knowing that this matter must not be revealed to anyone else. "Stop." She turned and grabbed Qin Huairu. After several frantic minutes, Hong Yin hurriedly escaped from the room. The mere thought of Qin Huairu filled her with inexplicable dread, alongside the realization that she had unwittingly agreed to several unreasonable conditions. Regretting the loss of her first kiss and the fact that she now owed others, Hong Yin felt an overwhelming urge to find a block of tofu to end her life. The following day, Jia Sudong awoke to find himself completely unclothed, a familiar scent lingering in the air, unmistakably from the previous night. Qin Huairu has become increasingly lazy, employing such underhanded tactics. "At the very least, I should be dressed," Jia Sudong grumbled, feeling that his discipline of her was insufficient. He resolved to administer more punishment in due time. In the courtyard, practicing martial arts, Hong Yin spotted Jia Sudong, and her face flushed instantly. She hastily turned away, unable to face the man who had violated her. Xiaong, what is the matter today?" Blushing and shy, how unprecedented, Jia Sudong joked, accustomed to his brazen demeanor at home, having conditioned everyone to accept his way of speaking. One could only conclude that habit is indeed a powerful ally, often yielding numerous benefits. Why do you care? Aren't you off duty today? Go on, give me a ride. I still have the scent of alcohol lingering. I won't. You'll have to walk. Don't. I would rather sit in a beautiful woman's car pretending to be drunk than walk alone, trying to appear sober. You were pretending to be drunk last night. Hong Yan's face turned crimson, her anger directed at Jia Sudong. This scoundrel, already married, still dared to assault her. She felt an urge to eliminate him. The thought of the protective mission and the man's significance loomed large in her mind. Consider a peck on a dog. Thankfully, only 3 people know of this. Otherwise, I would truly be unable to face anyone. What do you mean? Who was pretending to be drunk? Oh, did you take advantage of me while I was inebriated? Jia Sudong patted and examined his own body, checking whether any parts were missing, resembling a victim of an overzealous female warrior. The moment these words escaped his lips, Hong Yan's previously quelled murderous intent surged once more. Jia Sudong, you shall perish, she exclaimed, seizing a practice stick from the ground and charging at him, prompting him to flee in terror. If it's not there, then it's not. Why get so worked up? I never claimed you definitely had it. Even if you did, I would mind. Jia Sudong, this is far from over. Upon returning to the factory, he encountered Li Hao, clad in a sharp office outfit, busily pacing around her workspace. Her poised demeanor exuded the essence of a formidable career woman. Brother Jia, you're back, she exclaimed with excitement, drawing close and opening a folder beside him. The subtle fragrance emanating from Li Hao captivated Jia Sudong's senses. Brother Jia, look. This is the arrangement record for the over 80 scientific workers. Excellent. You've handled this remarkably well. Acknowledging that I lacked the time to manage it, you took the initiative to see it through. Your organizational skills are truly impressive, he commended, patting her shoulder in approval. Now, let us gather them together for a meeting. We need to discuss their work arrangements. With a swift motion, he pulled Li Hao closer, lifting her as they made their way inside. We can work later. The fragrance you carry is rather enticing. Was that intentional? An hour later, in the conference room, he introduced Professor Wang Fong and Zhu Yuantao to the group, facilitating their acquaintance. Subsequently, the focus shifted to work arrangements. Firstly, the research laboratory required a dedicated computer for scientific calculations. Additionally, preparations for the pre-production phase were essential, specifically the assembly of the production line. Professor Wang Fong had already constructed a computer mainframe, though progress on the programming system was sluggish, with some terminologies proving incomprehensible. Jia Sudong decided to elucidate the structure of computer systems once more, detailing how to program a system. His explanation was thorough, lasting an entire day. The following day, they commenced discussions on system architecture, optimizing it for peak performance. By the 3rd day, the system architecture was completed and programming began, with Zhu Yuantao at the helm. His fingers danced across the keyboard, a sensation akin to flight. On the 4th day, the system underwent reinstallation. After a triumphant jingle, a fresh interface greeted them. Indeed, the new system had successfully integrated audio and video capabilities, along with a preliminary video editing function. Jia Sudong had acquired all the codes for the Huashing semi-intelligent system, often providing subtle guidance that saved them from countless detours, which explained the rapid emergence of these features. On the 5th day, he intended to tackle software for document file management when unexpectedly, Liu Baichuan arrived, accompanied by a dozen individuals, leaders from the national television station. With the advent of LED color televisions, the limitations of black and white broadcasts could no longer satisfy societal demands, compelling them to seek Jia Sudong's assistance. Professor Wang Fong informed him that Liu Baichuan had established an LED color LCD panel factory in Wuling City. A 24-inch panel production line had already been set up, employing over 300 workers, mostly high school graduates. The factory, named Skylight, derived its name from the resemblance of the assembled panels to windows. As a national key technology project, the factory was under 24-hour military protection. Wuling City, situated 50 kilometers from Suzhou City, lay beyond the economic sphere of New Beijing. Perhaps the higher-ups had heeded Jia Sudong's counsel, as the large factory was intentionally distanced from the capital. After a warm reception, Jia Sudong guided the group on a tour of the computer science research lab. The sight of precision instruments elicited expressions of curiosity and admiration from the visitors. The television station's director, Tang Long, a man in his 50s clad in a floral tang suit, followed Jia Sudong as he led the way, introducing his products. Behold this computer. We are currently finalizing the software. Once completed, most of our tasks will be effortlessly accomplished at the computer, making your station's broadcasting significantly easier. No longer will you need to conduct live broadcasts on-site. Simply prepare and edit your videos for airing. This would surely grant you more leisure in your work. Chapter 84. A perfect match of talents and beauty. Jia Sudong extolled the virtues of his computer, settling at the desk and grasping the mouse. See, with just a gentle click, the desired information appears, including your recorded videos, which can be edited on the computer. However, we currently lack the technology to convert videos into memory. This era had no photochemical film cameras, All programming and television shows were live broadcasts. For instance, in the first drama by the New Nation, One Bite of Cake, if viewers wished to rewatch it, actors had to perform live at the station again. Jia Sudong understood their predicament, hence his suggestion. Look at the talent assembled here. We can resolve this within a week. With storage technology, nothing would be unattainable. There would be no need for film cameras. They could simply employ digital cameras, storing the recorded videos directly onto storage disks, allowing for seamless editing. Filmmaking and television production would be entirely feasible. In this era, Jia Sudong boldly asserted that such technologies had yet to be developed in Mealy country. He recommended a complete suite of technologies, including digital cameras and computers, promising to send personnel to guide them on usage. When it came time to negotiate costs, Jia Sudong proposed that the national television station provide him with 3 years of free advertising. He would deliver the videos ready for broadcast, requiring them to air just 60 minutes of Red Star advertisements daily. Once he received their agreement, all machinery and subsequent maintenance will be contracted to Red Star. Upon hearing this, the station director immediately acquiesced. As the television station's funding was entirely state-supported, with no profits generated yet, they were unable to allocate any funds. Why not take advantage of such favorable terms? Upon finalizing the contract, Jia Sudong swiftly ordered the initiation of solid-state storage technology. Lacking successors for other disk storage technologies, he decided to proceed with solid-state storage. Currently, the laboratory's computers relied on disk technology, with the next generation being layered mechanical hard drives. It was unclear how much manpower and resources would be required for the evolution of disk technology to mechanical hard drives. Given the availability of superior solid-state storage technology, why not utilize it? Once the theory was distributed, researchers needed only to comprehend the technologies at hand. With a surge of personnel, they could tackle challenges collectively, pooling their strengths. After 3 days of dedicated effort by over 80 individuals, the first 8 GB solid-state drive was produced. The entire device was the size of a shoebox, as only limited precision equipment could yield such a compact form. Leaving behind this fervent assembly of scientific minds, Jia Sudong escaped the research lab, having nearly lost his sanity after spending over 10 days amidst their fervor. Standing outside the Grand Gate, gazing at the cerulean sky, one cannot help but revel in the purity of an unpolluted atmosphere. Within the confines of the laboratory, the acquisition of an 8 GB solid-state drive has rendered further intervention from Jia Sudong unnecessary. The technology has meticulously organized their tasks, overcoming all formidable challenges. Should they still falter, one must question the capabilities of this group. Presently, the entire world is astir with astonishment at the mushroom cloud that has arisen in the northwest of the new nation, fueling a burgeoning narrative of its perceived threats, while clandestine operations among spies swirl in the shadows. Furthermore, whispers of a remarkable phenomenon, a rejuvenated individual, have emerged from the new nation. A man transformed from the visage of an octogenarian to that of a 20-year-old overnight. This intriguing tidbit circulates only among high-ranking officials and capitalists, remaining absent from the media. Yet it ignites a frenzy among the latter, who hastily dispatch covert operatives to the new nation. This presents a remarkably tangible and living subject for research, in stark contrast to the dubious claims surrounding figures like Li Qingyuan from the Qin dynasty, as the authenticity of this elder's birth date can indeed be verified. The allure of eternal youth and the prospect of reliving one's life are irresistible to these capitalists. In their eyes, the significance of this news surpasses even that of the mushroom cloud. Jia Sudong first ventured to the market, procuring an abundance of vegetables, before heading to the Siyuan to seek out Shaju, hoping to bring him back for a sumptuous meal. Today marks the 40th day of Qin Huairu's confinement, signifying the completion of her month-long recovery. Upon arriving at the Siyuan, he sensed several pairs of eyes scrutinizing him, yet upon searching, he found nothing amiss. It appears that this Siyuan is indeed extraordinary, concealing an unknown number of masters within its walls. Previously, he had not attained the realm of perception that would enable him to sense such presences. Now, empowered by this newfound perception, he distinctly feels the existence of no fewer than 10 skilled individuals. It is no wonder that the rumors of the deaf old lady's rejuvenation have persisted for so long, allowing her to live in peace. As he entered the Siyuan, the voice of third uncle Yan Shuzhai reached his ears. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Shaju was entangled with the deaf old lady. The outcry of the old lady had been quite resounding. Yan Shuzhai's proclamation drew a chorus of laughter from the residents of the Siyuan, their gazes laden with incredulity as they regarded Shaju and the deaf old lady. Who are you calling an old lady, you blind man? Can't you see I'm a young woman? Dare you label me as such? I shall not let this go. The deaf old lady brandished a broom, pursuing Yin Shuzhai with fervor. But I did see you with Shaju, and you were making those sounds. You speak without proof. How dare you besmirch my reputation? I shall report you to the police. The deaf old lady cast aside her broom, glaring fiercely at Yin Shuzhai. Indeed, Teacher Yin, you lack any credible evidence. Such accusations against Kong Yufeng could lead to criminal charges, interjected first uncle Yi Zhonghai, delivering a crucial statement of fairness. Yin Shuzhai found himself at a loss for words. Presently, Liu Haizhong and Yi Zhonghai had risen to prominence, each serving as the chief and deputy captain of the stainless steel brigade at the Red Star Steel plant, receiving respectful treatment from the workers. Jia Sudong stepped forward, his voice resonating. What do you mean you, old Yin, cannot bear to see others thrive, can you? What business is it of yours if Shaju and Kong Yufeng are together? One is unmarried, and the other is yet to wed. They are a perfect match. Who are you to object? They can do as they please. There is no law against cohabitation for the unmarried. Chapter 85. A Twist of Fate. Jia Sudong pointed at Yin Shuzhai's face, vehemently rebuking him. This old man, with his cunning mind and miserly demeanor, is the type who cannot tolerate the happiness of others, even sacrificing his own sons, ultimately leading to the disintegration of his family. Director Jia. Upon noticing Jia Sudong's presence, Su Damao and others rally behind him, ready to support him at a moment's notice. You, Jia Sudong, did you not move out of the Sihiyuan? Why does it concern you? Yin Shuzhai, flustered by Jia Sudong's arrival, stammered. Oh, it is not my concern. I merely speak the truth. I have come to find Shaju. Shaju, come help me with the cooking. The revelation of Shaju's affair, exposed by Yin Shuzhai, left him feeling utterly humiliated. He had always been an impulsive and shy man. And now, amidst the unfolding drama of the Sihiyuan, his character had yet to mature. A man becomes responsible and matures only when he has someone to protect. You. If it does not concern you, why do you speak? Yin Shuzhai, intimidated by Jia Sudong's formidable presence, found himself momentarily disoriented. Because I simply wish to express my thoughts. Indeed, we all wish to express our thoughts. What can you do about it? Second Uncle Liu Haizhong voiced his agreement, aligning with Jia Sudong's sentiments. Woe is me. You all are bullying me. Yin Shuzhai lamented. If you're not afraid, then what does it matter? Su Damao chimed in to bolster the support. Old Yin, do you see? The entire courtyard does not welcome you. Perhaps it is time for you to leave. Kong Yufeng interjected, blocking Yin Shuzhai's path. The deaf old lady, known as Kong Yufeng, hailed from a family of scholars, but in this generation, she was the sole representative. Thus, she harbored hopes of establishing a connection with Shaju, seeking to continue the legacy of her family. We will not leave. What can you do? Yin Shuzhai's wife, clad in a light red cotton jacket adorned with floral patterns, stepped forward, shielding him. What of it if my husband claims you are having an affair? If you're innocent, why do you feel guilty? In ancient times, such acts would warrant severe punishment, yet you act with such audacity. As a woman, do you not feel any shame? Kong Yufeng, a skilled practitioner in her own right, bristled at the accusation. Oh, a fierce tigress emerges to defend your spineless husband. And what of your affair with Hidacheng? How do you explain that? With her transformation back to youth, Kong Yufeng appeared as a charming beauty, her youthful exuberance eliciting some amusement despite her missing teeth, which lent a comical tone to her words. You, stop speaking nonsense. I have done no such thing. Wife, you truly are involved with Hidacheng. Yin Shuzhai, agitated, rushed to confront his wife. Slap. You worthless, spineless coward. You believe the words of others so easily. Yin Shuzhai's face bore the marks of several red handprints as he glared at his wife, his eyes filled with fury and hurt. Overcome with emotion, he abruptly turned and fled from the scene, tears streaming down his cheeks. Alas, Jia Sudong sighed, reflecting on the appropriateness of his current position as factory director, confronting a mere elementary school teacher. Perhaps he had overstepped. Shaju, first uncle, second uncle, let us go enjoy a fine meal. Very well, Shaju replied, feeling touched, as if he had found his place among comrades, his loyalty surging to an impressive 99 points. Name, Shaju. Health, 93. Loyalty, 99. Shaju, accompanied by Kong Yufeng, and followed by first uncle with his wife, second uncle with his family, and Su Damao, all squeezed into the jeep. In the open courtyard, Bonging and Xiaodang beamed with joy upon spotting familiar faces from the Sihiyuan. Beef, pork, and other delectable dishes were elegantly arranged on the table, causing mouths to water in anticipation. For a factory manager, acquiring meat tickets was not an insurmountable task. Sha Zhu's culinary skills were nothing short of extraordinary, and soon the intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Qin Huairu had meticulously adorned herself and stepped outside. The atmosphere at the table was lively, filled with clinking glasses and hearty laughter. Qin Huairu sat to the right of Jia Sudong, while the bodyguard Hong Yin, seemingly oblivious to the situation, found herself squeezed onto Jia Sudong's other side. Jia Sudong was indifferent to this turn of events, but Hong Yin felt the sting of embarrassment. Her palms tightly clenched together. She occasionally stole glances at Jia Sudong, only to shyly turn her head away when their eyes met. Qin Jingru was busy assisting Sha Zhu in serving the dishes and glanced at Hong Yin from time to time, a subtle smile playing on her lips as if reveling in a clever scheme. Seated beside Jia Sudong, Hong Yin was soon inundated with drinks from the crowd. Jia Sudong, aware of her martial prowess and resilience, assumed she could handle her liquor and paid it little mind. Gradually, Hong Yin succumbed to intoxication, and when she was barely conscious, Qin Jingru helped her into a room. Jia Sudong, too, had indulged, and he managed to get several of his subordinates equally inebriated, leaving their aftermaths to be tended by their wives, sparing him any worry. Qin Huairu attended to Jia Sudong, ensuring he was clean and comfortable, and in his haze, he found himself in her bed. As the clock struck 10, Qin Jingru entered, cradling a baby and claiming she needed to nurse. Jia Sudong had no choice but to leave for his own room, with Qin Jingru following suit. The next morning, Jia Sudong was jolted awake by a chilling sensation on his face. He found Hong Yin gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, a dagger pressed against his throat. What has happened? He noticed that he was in bed with both Qin Jingru and Hong Yin, and a faint trace of blood marred the sheets. Everything fell into place. He felt an urge to kick Qin Jingru out of bed, lamenting the entanglement with yet another woman and the tarnishing of her reputation. This woman was sent by superiors, who knew what kind of background she had. Jia Sudong's head throbbed. He had resolved to steer clear of Hong Yin when she first arrived. Yet he had not anticipated Qin Jingru's meddling. Xiao Hong, I too am a victim in this affair. Do you believe me? Hong Yan merely sobed silently, tears streaming down her delicate face and falling onto Jia Sudong. Xiao Hong, please, let's not act impulsively. All can be negotiated. If you are willing, I shall take responsibility. As these words left Jia Sudong's lips, Hong Yan's hand trembled, the dagger grazing his skin and drawing a thin line of blood. Very well, I shall cease my words. Let's first clarify our thoughts, shall we? First and foremost, I find you to be exceedingly beautiful, and I harbor no ill feelings towards you. Sensing the dagger loosening its grip, Jia Sudong felt a surge of hope. You are indeed a striking young woman, and I have secretly admired you. The dagger fully departed from his throat, leaving Jia Sudong elated. I am but a humble admirer, feeling unworthy of such nobility and beauty as yours, destined only to care for you from afar. In my eyes, you are a celestial being, to be worshipped from a distance, never to be sullied with unworthy thoughts. Jia Sudong portrayed himself as a lovesick fool, smitten to the point of agony. But you are married. I want you dead. Hong Yin finally spoke, the dagger pressing down once more. Indeed, too many words had brought her back to clarity. Wait, I cannot die. Have you forgotten your mission? I am the one you are tasked to protect. Should you spare my life, I will cherish you like a precious gem, like a princess, taking you to gaze upon the stars and the moon. You could lay your head in my embrace, and in the silvery moonlight, beneath a clear, starry sky, you would find happiness and never wish to part from me. You would see all that is beautiful before you, like the stars in the heavens, eternally spinning in the depths of the universe. In his desperate bid for survival, Jia Sudong shed all pretense and became a sycophant, spinning tales as fanciful as he could muster, determined not to allow her to awaken fully from her reverie. Hong Yan's expression softened considerably. Is it true? You would treat me as a treasure, as a princess, and I would rest in your embrace. Hong Yan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing at his words. Indeed, I swear to the heavens, should I betray this oath, may lightning strike me. Please, I do not want you to die. Hong Yan's face turned crimson, and after a moment of hesitation, she softly uttered, if you wish for me to spare your life, you must keep our affair secret. Should I discover you have spoken of it? She pressed the dagger menacingly against his vital points. You too are skilled in martial arts. Let me reveal my capabilities. I am at the 5th level of martial prowess, and I possess the power to take your life at any moment. Very well. I swear I shall never speak of it, even if others were to hold a knife to my throat, cutting away at my flesh. Even in death, I shall remain silent. A small hand pressed against his mouth. You must not utter such ominous words. Jia Sudong felt a rush of joy. Could there be hope for him yet? Indeed, a disoriented woman was often the gentlest. However, he knew better than to provoke her further. Any additional stimulus might jolt her back to reality. After a lengthy silence, Hong Yin stood, adjusted her attire, and composed her expression, adopting a demeanor of cold indifference. She cast a final, frosty glance at Jia Sudong before exiting the room. Jia Sudong collapsed onto the bed, feeling as though he were floating. He glanced at the slumbering Qin Jingru, struck her lightly, but she remained unresponsive. I must thank you for allowing me to woo such a stunning beauty. Anger surged within him as he recalled the humiliation he had just endured. He raised his hand once more, striking her again, yet still she did not stir. What was happening? A gentle probe confirmed her breathing was steady, noticing a red mark on the back of her neck. It became clear that Hong Yin had knocked her out. It served her right. She had dared to provoke Hong Yin without knowing the depths of her background. It was a miracle she had not been killed. The following day, upon returning to the factory, Jia Sudong sat down only to find a document on his desk. Picking it up, he was elated to the point of jumping for joy. Discussion on the feasibility of constructing a highway from New Jing to Baoding. What swiftness! Merely 2 days after submitting his report, he received a response. Indeed, being a person of societal value, suggestions to the higher-ups would always garner attention. Upon opening the document, he found it filled with extensive opinions. Some argued that there were still few motor vehicles, and that a secondary road would suffice. Others contended that such a project would be a drain on resources in these trying times, and that large-scale constructions should be avoided. Yet, there were those who deemed it a highly feasible suggestion, proposing a trial construction to gauge the reactions of domestic capitalists, a test run, if you will. With a myriad of concerns and suggestions laid before him, Jia Sudong felt overwhelmed. While they agreed to the proposal, they also granted approval. A highway leading to Baoding would undoubtedly enhance transportation and bolster national productivity. With Jia Sudong at the helm, many jobs could be created, leaving no reason for disapproval. Armed with the approval, attracting investment would be considerably easier for Jia Sudong. Once again, he would need to enlist Liu Baichuan, as his acquaintances were all local magnates. It would be a shame not to engage them in this endeavor. To Jia Sudong, they were merely a flock of affluent sheep. They must not be allowed to wander abroad. A strategy must be devised to entice them to join. At that moment, Liu Shaoyi entered, donned in professional attire. Upon seeing Jia Sudong grinning foolishly, she gestured playfully before him. "Brother Jia, are you all right?" "Ha, of course I am," he replied, taking her delicate hand, which felt so smooth and tender, utterly delightful. A faint blush spread across Liu Shaoyi's cheeks as she exclaimed, "Brother Jia, you are incorrigible, taking advantage of me again." She withdrew her hand, too shy to meet his gaze. "Shaoyi, what if I confess that my fondness for you grows ever deeper? Perhaps I should seek your father's blessing." Jia Sudong teased with a mischievous smile. "No, you mustn't. I am not ready." Liu Shaoyi stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Jia Sudong instinctively pulled her into his embrace, sensing her flustered demeanor, and an overwhelming affection surged within him. "Silly girl, of course not now. Once we expand and strengthen the company, I shall retire early and take you on adventures, living the life we dream of. And what of your wife? She shall join us. I see you wish to maintain a vibrant flag at home while having colorful banners fluttering outside. Not at all, I assure you. That thought never crossed my mind, upon my honor. I suspect your thoughts are far too numerous. It's often said that wealth corrupts men, and my trust in you is waning." As she spoke, she playfully twisted his waist with a firm grip. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. My dear wife, please do not twist so. I am at a loss as to how I can gain your trust. I shall inform you once I have devised a plan." An hour later, Jia Sudong brought Liu Shaoyi to her family home. Liu Baichuan was engaged in a game of chess with an elderly gentleman. Upon spotting Jia Sudong, Liu Baichuan excitedly approached him. "It's young Dong. A rare visitor indeed. I must treat you well today. Of course, hospitality is a must. If not, I shall simply linger here." Turning to regard the elderly man, he remarked, "Oh, Brother Baichuan, might you introduce me to your esteemed guest? Oh, my memory fails me. This is my family's longtime friend, Mr. Ma Buyen. Ma, this is the young Dong I often speak of. Greetings, Mr. Ma. It is an honor to meet you." Liu Shaoyi could no longer contain her laughter from behind. "Ahem, young Dong, how do you do? Shaoyi, what is so amusing? Did I not instruct you to maintain composure when addressing elders?" "Ahem, I merely choked on my saliva. I shall check the kitchen to see if assistance is needed." My daughter has grown and become increasingly unruly. Brother Baichuan, you are mistaken. Shaoyi is practically second in command at the factory, and her capabilities are truly impressive. Is that so? I often see her laughing and joking, lacking seriousness. Jia Sudong stifled a laugh, nearly blurting out that her duties were performed by a secretary, while idle moments were spent in levity. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally addressed the main topic at hand. Jia Sudong expressed his investment needs. Young Dong, are you here again for this matter? Indeed, this investment is substantial. I require the support of all your friends. The more, the merrier. We are on the verge of undertaking a significant endeavor for the benefit of the nation and its people. Regarding the stainless steel dealership, can they still receive discounts out of respect for me? Brother Baichuan, business is business, and personal favors are personal favors. Do not conflate the two. In business, one must adhere to principles. What is lost cannot be regained. Jia Sudong had heard Su Demao mention this issue before. Later, he discovered that, with stainless steel in high demand, others sought to become dealers. However, Su Demao made it clear that the previous discounts were no longer available, and to secure a dealership position, a deposit of 100,000 was now required, up from the initial 10,000. The merchants were reluctant to comply. This matter remained unresolved, and these merchants turned to Liu Baichuan, hoping he would intercede on their behalf. Ahem, I may have bent the rules, but no boots. If they wish to avoid future regret, let them come to me. This project represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Miss it, and they will live with regret. Mr. Ma Buiyuan grew increasingly impressed by this eloquent young man and inquired curiously, "Oh, young Dong, what is this project that is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" Jia Sudong produced a proposal and slid it across the table. Both men instinctively opened the document. Construct a highway? Over 150 kilometers in length? What does this mean? I am aware of highways. They are currently being built abroad, essentially a money-burning venture. Liu Baichuan appeared surprised. Young Dong, you claim that building a highway is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Surely there must be some hidden value? There is no hidden value, but it presents a legitimate chance to publicize one's assets. Once this opportunity passes, another will be hard to come by. Publicize assets? Mr. Ma's eyes narrowed. The mindset of every capitalist is to conceal their wealth as much as possible. They seek to hide their fortunes deep. How can assets be made public? Jia Sudong's words, cloaked in mystery, made it seem as though he were merely making grandiose claims. Surely, he jested. Young Dong, why do you assert this? Liu Baichuan was equally astonished, internally resisting the idea of revealing his wealth. Have you ever considered why the state remains vigilant against you? It is because you conceal your wealth, hoarding it without contributing to society. The state has established banks, yet you refuse to deposit your funds, furtively fearing exposure of your wealth. Over time, what will those in power think of you? Might they not view you as a restless lot, hoarding your riches with ulterior motives? Jia Sudong spoke at length, becoming parched, only to suddenly notice a glass of warm water before him. He found Liu Shaoyi standing beside him, her charming visage strikingly beautiful. Thank you, Secretary Shaoyi. Your awareness is commendable. Upon hearing the words awareness, Liu Shaoyi recalled certain images, and her face flushed crimson as she playfully pecked Jia Sudong on the cheek. Ahem. Jia Sudong took a sip of water, patiently awaiting their digestion of his earlier remarks. Young Dong, we do not harbor such intentions. We merely wish to act discreetly. Liu Baichuan now grasped why Jia Sudong urged them to reveal their finances. Indeed, we simply aspire to live our lives peacefully, without entanglement in conflicts. Is there wrongdoing in that? Mr. Ma Buiyuan began to regard this young man with newfound respect. He possessed grand vision and insight, and his words illuminated a perplexity that had long troubled him. It is akin to a family with several brothers. While some struggle and hardship, one brother earns a living and returns to lavish feasts and a comfortable life. Yet he faces ostracism and harsh words from his siblings. Even his father expresses discontent. The brothers might resent him for not sharing his wealth, for not inviting them to partake in his good fortune. I understand you do not harbor such thoughts. The state knows, everyone knows, no one is a fool. The nation is currently facing its most challenging times. The populace is suffering greatly, and the country's operations are fraught with difficulty. When a nation is cornered with no apparent way out, what actions might it take? Liu Shaoyi stood behind Jia Sudong, instinctively giving his shoulders a gentle massage, which he relished. So, Xiaodong, what should we do now? Have we truly run out of options? Indeed, Xiaodong. Is that so? Jia Sudong relaxedly crossed his legs, exuding an air of calm and composure. You could escape, flee overseas, and still live the life you desire. But, Xiaodong, they replied, we have contemplated that notion, yet leaving our homeland is a heart-wrenching decision we are reluctant to make. Then what can be done? If you do not wish to leave, join us instead. If you cannot defeat it, then align with it. Such a simple choice. Yet I never expected adults to ponder it so deeply. This was indeed a piercing insight. The straightforward principle of aligning with the stronger side had eluded them previously. Chapter 88. It turns out everyone has a background. I realize that 80% of you wish to leave, but I implore you not to do so. Surely, you have heard of the incidents of discrimination against our compatriots abroad. Your safety would be severely compromised. Moreover, our nation stands at a pivotal moment in history. I dare say that within 3 years, our economic strength will surpass that of the West, believe it or not. Liu Baichuan suddenly noticed his daughter affectionately massaging Jia Sudong's back, a privilege he himself had never experienced. Their closeness sparked a pang of jealousy within him, though he remained outwardly composed. A wise individual seldom exposes the truth before others. They prefer to use subtlety to gather useful evidence before delivering a decisive blow that leaves the opponent unable to recover. Xiao Dong, we must contemplate this matter thoroughly, as it pertains to our very lives. Liu Baichuan gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his emotions a tumultuous blend. In ancient times, marrying his daughter to Jia Sudong as a concubine might have been acceptable, yet in this modern world, such practices are no longer permitted. Indeed, Xiao Dong, we must reflect deeply. Yes, you certainly need to consider this carefully. This is the prospectus. Our plan is to first construct a highway, and then... Jia Sudong drew a map from behind him, marking a circle upon it. Next, we will create a coastal highway, ensuring every province is connected by road. This will be a monumental undertaking, impacting the livelihoods of tens of millions. A governmental department will be established for this purpose. If you invest, you will become shareholders, and this department will safeguard your rights and security. Before Jia Sudong could finish, the two stood up in excitement, but quickly sat back down, as if lost in thought. Jia Sudong understood their feelings. While businessmen are driven by profit, they are also the most fearful of peril and would never willingly place themselves in danger. He sipped from a glass of warm water, waiting patiently. After a brief moment, Ma Buyan stood up. Xiao Dong, now that our lives are assured, I have decided to join. His declaration was resolute, startling the hesitant Liu Baichuan. Brother Mayu, Baichuan, I have considered it. I cannot abandon my homeland. As Xiao Dong said, since we cannot leave, we shall contribute to our nation's development. Liu Baichuan was moved. Though he had facilitated the establishment of the LED color display factory, only a fraction of his wealth had been invested. It amounted to less than 1/10 of his true assets. Excellent. Brother Ma possesses great courage. We enjoy the safety of this nation while also needing to contribute to it. That is a noble aspiration. However, such a massive project requires more than just you. We need more individuals like you to join. I will hold a shareholders meeting where prominent figures from above will attend. Your actions will be observed and recorded. Ma Buyan felt reassured by these words and approached Jia Sudong, patting him on the shoulder. Xiao Dong, I entrust my life to you. By the way, is there a match for you now? Coughing slightly, Ma Buyan seemed unaware of the connection to future events, yet he was undoubtedly a decisive individual, ready to take bold risks once a decision was made. The shareholders' meeting would take place in 5 days at the Hongqing Steel Mill, featuring tours of the mill and dramatic performances. Jia Sudong had already arranged for these events. Knowing that to earn others' trust, one must first showcase their capabilities. Upon seeing Jia Sudong leave, Liu Shaoyi followed him outside and into the passenger seat of a jeep, causing Liu Baichuan to feel a twinge of discomfort. Ultimately, he too joined the project, reigniting the passion of his youth as he felt increasingly attached to this land. Yet, the closeness between his daughter and Jia Sudong weighed heavily upon him. Suddenly, he recalled his wife mentioning that Jia Sudong possessed a remedy capable of restoring youth and enhancing certain abilities. With this thought, he slapped his hand, regretting not pursuing Jia Sudong sooner. Brother Baichuan, what troubles you? Why the sudden excitement? Haha, Brother Ma, my exhilaration is immense. Allow me to share some fantastic news, truly monumental. 3 days later, news arrived from the research lab. The digital cameras were complete and the new computer version was ready. Today marked the handover to the national television station. Upon arriving at the factory, the station's director, Tang Long, did not seek out Jia Sudong first, but instead looked for Yi Lanting from the communications room. Ting Ting, I hope you will return to work at the station. Your father has agreed as well. When you had no use for me, you cast me aside. Now that you see me prospering, you wish for my return. Do you not grow weary of this? That role truly does not suit you. Your external image is that of a wealthy young lady, yet we require a Cinderella. Why did you initially insist on casting me as Xiao Bai? Do you know how many days and nights I dedicated to preparing for that role? Your dismissal has rendered my efforts futile. Tang Long found himself at a loss for words. He wished to clarify that it was Yi Xiong who had denied her, not him. However, he cannot voice it. I shall never return. Here, I have discovered the meaning of life. Well, You could at least return to sign your name. Perhaps you could perform your song on a television program, he suggested. I refuse. I do not wish to see you all again. Yi Lanting spoke with unwavering conviction. Jia Sudong, who had just arrived outside the communications room, overheard their exchange. The door was ajar, and he stepped in without hesitation. Ahem, Director Tang. You arrive, yet do not come to see me. Brother Jia, you came at just the right time. Please persuade Xiao Ting to return to the television station. Director Tang, I believe each person has their own aspirations. Why compel them? Everyone is free, and their choices are their own, with consequences that no one else will bear. His words momentarily stunned both parties. Brother Jia, do you know who her father is? She is. Tang Long was about to reveal a secret, but Yi Lanting interrupted him. Very well, I shall remain silent, but you must return. I refuse to go back, even in death. Yi Lanting stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, her expression adorably innocent, leaving Jia Sudong utterly mesmerized. It dawned on him that every individual possesses a background, a complexity, and an intricate web of relationships, each with their own subtle thoughts. With a deep sigh, Jia Sudong lamented, perhaps I'm the simplest-minded person in the world, fully aware of my own thoughts and intentions. Clear and straightforward, that is simply who I am. Chapter 89, recording the show. Ultimately, Yi Lanting did not return, but heeded Jia Sudong's advice to record a video to send back, allowing the television station to decide how to broadcast it in the future. Upon learning about the production of a video intended for national television, the seasoned actor Yi Jinhua was overwhelmed with excitement. Somehow, he had grasped the concept of filming and rushed into Jia Sudong's office, insisting on filming several of his signature performances for broadcast. Jia Sudong, of course, found it difficult to refuse this modest request, as Yi Jinhua's performances were undoubtedly infused with positive energy. That evening, at the Red Star Steel Factory's theater, the seats were filled with employees. Tang Long, carrying a digital camera, was busy with adjustments. Having grown accustomed to the operation, he felt a surge of enthusiasm and decided to take the helm in filming the program. On stage, a dozen or so dancers appeared, dressed in fresh, alluring outfits, twisting and turning their bodies. Among them was Yu Haitang, and he also spotted He Yushui. Yu Haitang was currently embroiled in a quarrel with Su Damao, leading to their estrangement. Meanwhile, He Yushui had spent 2 months at her boyfriend's family home, ultimately fleeing from their cold demeanor and joining the entertainment department at the Red Star Steel Factory as a performer. With the employee salaries on the rise, the audience numbers had also increased, leading to a boost in the entertainment department's wages. As the women danced, they parted to reveal Yi Lanting, who emerged from the center of the stage, microphone in hand, clad in a dazzling white evening gown that exuded charisma. Her rendition of Grandma's Dragon Lake Bay ignited the audience's fervor. Following her, Yi Jinhua took the stage with a troupe, performing his renowned Peking operas, including Mu King Takes Command, Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy, The Dragon Robe, and The Dragon Plays with the Phoenix, leaving the crowd exhilarated. Jia Sudong sat in the last row of the theater, and Lu Shaoi wondered why he insisted on sitting there. Soon, she discovered the thrill of the back row. After the opera concluded, it was Lu Shaoi's turn to perform. Blushing, she approached the stage, her movements unsteady and awkward. She was there to educate the audience on the use of stainless steel cutlery, beginning with an introduction of all the product from the Red Star Steel Factory, aiming to correct the public's misconceptions about stainless steel. Otherwise, people would hoard them like treasured heirlooms, treating them as antiques rather than utilizing them, which would defeat their purpose. A large plate could serve not only as a container, but also as a cooking vessel. She picked up a stainless steel plate and tapped on the table. This plate won't shatter if dropped, nor will it rust. Yet it is not infallible. A knife can still puncture it. With a gentle voice, Lu Shaoi, having spent several months with Jia Sudong, had blossomed into a poised young lady. She encouraged people not to hoard but to use them, as they could easily purchase replacements if they wore out. Her humorous tone elicited hearty laughter from the audience. When it was Jia Sudong's turn, he sang his 2 original songs, New Nationals and A Man Should Be Strong. All these performances were to be sent to the national television station, with Lu Shaoi's segment serving as an advertisement poised to air for 60 minutes each day. With daily exposure, her face would become familiar to at least a third of the population, making it nearly impossible for her not to gain fame. Upon returning home that night, Jia Sudong discovered some new additions to the household. An unsettling feeling lingered, though he could not pinpoint its source. As he settled onto the sofa, he noticed a 24-inch LED color LCD television mounted on the wall opposite him, but it was turned off, while Bang Gung and Xiao Dang were engrossed with the old television. Bang Gung, who sent this television? They said it was a gift for you, but I'm not sure how it got here. They installed it as soon as they entered the living room. Aunt Qingru remarked that it was too dark and not as useful as a glass mirror. A mirror? This is a television. Did the delivery people not clarify? No. They just set it up and left, looking quite flustered. Oh. He walked over and pressed the switch. The screen displayed a blue hue. Wow, Dad, what's going on? Why is the mirror blue? Haha, because it is a television. He approached, adjusted the antenna atop the television, and pressed the channel button. Soon, a black and white image appeared before them. Yang Naiwu and Little Cabbage, a live performance. Behind the television, a few individuals were likely memorizing their lines. As many shows were broadcast live without storage technology in the country. The 24-inch television illuminated the room, causing Xiao Dang to leap joyfully around the living room. Mom, come see. The black mirror is a television. Qin Huairu emerged, holding Xiao Huaihua, and even Qin Jingru rushed out from the kitchen, spatula in hand. Wow, it really is a television. I even thought it was a mirror. Qin Jingru exclaimed, plopping down between Xiao Dang and Jia Sudong. And Jingru, what are you doing? You're blocking me from talking to Dad. You can talk to me. Are you saying you don't want to chat with your aunt anymore? Do you dislike your aunt? No, I can see in your eyes. Xiao Dang's face paled with fear as he shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. Oh, then there isn't. But I still feel you might. Bang Gong, upon seeing Qin Jingru, shrank back like a mouse in the presence of a cat, afraid to speak. Bang Geng, come here. Don't you also not want to talk to your aunt? No, absolutely not. My aunt is the cutest and most beautiful. Now that's more like it, you pass. Qin Huairu shook her head at the exchange, while Jia Sudong remained speechless. These two children had been influenced by the Jia family, and having a little tyrant like Qin Jingru around wasn't so bad after all. Oh no, something's burning. Aunt, it seems like the dish you're frying is burnt. Bang Gong pointed out. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll clean it up later. Qin Jingru exclaimed, rushing into the kitchen. The following morning, Qin Huairu awakened feeling refreshed. Dear, why didn't Qin Jingru bring the baby in for feeding last night? How would I know? You should ask her. Why don't you check on the baby? What else could it be? But still, let's take a look in Qin Jingru's room. He found Xiao Huaihua gazing at him with wide, adorable eyes, quietly observing. Not a peep was heard. She was exceptionally calm. Upon seeing someone approach, her little hands waved adorably. Chapter 90, The Dragon Slayer. With a gentle hand, he pinched her cheek, eliciting a cascade of laughter from her lips. Qin Jingru, clad in her nightwear, revealed expanses of alabaster skin, causing the recently awakened Jia Sudong's nostrils to flare with warmth. He playfully patted her behind, urging the lazy creature to rise. No, I don't want to get up. She protested. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, Why didn't you come over last night? Qin Jingru threw off the covers and pointed at a white object. Look, she's here. And what about you? It's already 11 and you're still in bed. Brother-in-law. Woe is me. Am I barren? Why is this still happening? This woman, was she truly consumed by the desire for a child? The thought almost slipped from his lips. For Jia Sudong harbored reservations about her conceiving. With the current state of affairs in the country, should she become pregnant, the consequences were unfathomable. He casually remarked, When a woman is cold, it becomes quite difficult for her to conceive. Gaining weight also complicates matters. You must ensure to bathe in hot water. And even when washing dishes, always use hot water. You cannot allow yourself to feel cold, understand? Is that so? I never heard of such a thing. I often kick off my covers at night. Could that be related? Ah, that might indeed be the case. You must avoid kicking off the covers at night. Jia Sudong clapped his hands and sighed. You must change this habit. You cannot afford to be cold. Do you understand? Fine, but I feel a bit chilly. I can't let myself get cold. You should cook instead. Well, if I drop a stone on my foot, I might as well do it myself. It's been ages since I last cooked. Jia Sudong's culinary skills were not particularly impressive, leading to laughter from the entire family. Ah, if only Shaju were always available. Just then, Hong Yin entered, taking Jia Sudong's hand and pulling him outside. Hey, beautiful, what are you up to? We can't do that anymore. I'm a man of principles. It's inappropriate in broad daylight. Be quiet. Come with me. Someone wants to see you. Arriving at the courtyard, they were met with the sight of a dozen armed guards. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as members of the Dragon Group. What on earth was happening? As they walked in, no one stopped them. To his shock, both Shaju and the deaf old lady's quarters had collapsed. The courtyard was teeming with people, and Shaju and Kong Yufeng were surrounded by several guards, being interrogated. The scene suggested that agents had indeed visited last night, resulting in the destruction of the two rooms. It seemed the confrontation had been quite intense. At that moment, a guard cast a furtive glance at Jia Sudong and Hong Yin before darting into a room. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man strode out with the confidence of a tiger. Director Jia, greetings. My name is Long Yi, the head of the Dragon Group. I came here today on a mission and wanted to meet you upon learning you were nearby. Long Yi. Jia Sudong felt somewhat overwhelmed. This was a significant figure indeed, and he was being summoned. Greetings, I didn't know it was you, he stammered, unsure how to respond. Long Yi, often featured in newspapers as the god of death, was a living legend. During the anti-Japanese war, it was said he single-handedly annihilated an entire battalion of Japanese soldiers. With thousands under arms, none remained unscathed, and the retrieval team reportedly vomited for 3 days upon their return. He was known for his mercilessness towards enemies. Extending his hand, Jia Sudong noticed a tremor. Haha, don't be too nervous. I'm just a person. As for you, I've heard tales of your exploits. And today I finally meet the man himself. Truly, a promising youth, remarkably handsome. Long Yi embraced Jia Sudong heartily. Director, haha, I didn't recognize you. You've changed so much. Indeed, if I can regain my youth and mobility, it's thanks to your miraculous prescription. You, my dear Xiaodong, are my savior. Granted me a second lease on life. Oh, it's just a small matter. I'm unworthy of such praise. What is unworthy? Come, let us go inside and chat. Upon entering a room, after exchanging pleasantries, Long Yi got down to business. You want me to join the dragon group? Yes. I've heard you're training in martial arts. How is that going? I usually just practice according to martial arts books, haphazardly. That one do. I'll teach you from now on. I can't. Leader, you're exceedingly busy. I can't take up your time. Why not? I'll be staying here for a few days. It's not a big deal. Whenever you're free, just come by. Ah, leader, isn't that inappropriate? It's nothing. I killed a dozen foreign agents last night, and one managed to escape. I fear he might target important figures like you. His combat prowess is formidable, and even Hong Yen wouldn't be safe around him. Such power! Jia Sudong's mind recoiled at the thought, recalling his encounter with Hansen. Without Akiyama Chuyu's intervention, he might have truly met his end. Yes, exceedingly powerful, at least at the 7th level. Once you reach the realm of momentum, each breakthrough is worlds apart, with reaction time, calculation ability, and explosive power vastly superior to the previous level. Long Yi elaborated on the enemy's formidable nature, sharing insights into martial arts fundamentals. Could the one who escaped be Takagawa Taichi, the first ninja of Japan, as Akiyama Chuyu mentioned? If he couldn't best Long. Just how formidable is Long Yi? Disciple greets master. Haha, no need for formalities, just call me teacher. Long Yi stepped forward, helping Jia Sudong to his feet. His expression one of satisfaction. Thank you, master. Call me teacher. Oh, teacher. Then let us begin. We'll start with the fist techniques. Long Yi was a magnanimous and warm-hearted individual, unconcerned with trifles. He wasted no time, immediately imparting the essence of the fist techniques. As he struck towards Jia Sudong, he found himself at a loss for how to evade. He could only dodge in one direction as Long Yi's fist landed heavily on his chest, sending him stumbling back several paces. As they sparred, Long Yi elaborated on the strategies, explaining how to lure an opponent, interpreting their reactions, and discerning when they intended to flee. The two engaged in combat without regard for the passage of time, only realizing an entire afternoon had vanished when someone called them for dinner. After a strenuous afternoon, Jia Sudong's combat awareness had more than doubled. If he were to face Hansen now, he would at least not find himself in a similar predicament as before. Chapter 91. Spirit, Energy, and Momentum Refinement. Returning home that evening, he discovered everyone gathered around the television. Seeing the vibrant images on the screen, Jia Sudong felt a swell of joy. Had the national television station installed color video broadcasting technology? There he was, singing New Countryman with all his heart. Little Dong bounced on the sofa, exclaiming, Dad's on TV. Mom, which one is Dad? Dad's on TV. Yes, I see it too. Qin Huairu beamed, stroking her hair. Qin Jingru, cradling little Huaihua, wore a proud expression, as if to say, Isn't this the man I chose? As Hong Yan accompanied Jia Sudong back, the melody of the song invigorated her spirit. She turned to gaze at Jia Sudong, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. The following day, Jia Sudong returned to the courtyard, which was under strict surveillance, with the houses of Shaju and the deaf old woman undergoing reconstruction. The other residents of the courtyard dared not emerge to cause trouble. Upon spotting Jia Sudong, Yan Shuzhai swiftly retreated into his home, locking the door behind him. Moments later, muffled reprimands echoed from within, only to be followed by silence. Li Hao and others were well aware of Jia Sudong's purpose and merely nodded before heading off to work. Today, he resumed discussions on martial arts with Long Yi, realizing that martial prowess does not adhere to fixed forms or the cinematic notion of leaving openings. An individual practicing martial arts for an extended period gradually develops a unique style of attack, leading to the emergence of martial arts itself, which inherently contains vulnerabilities. The true flaw lies not in martial arts, but in the rigidity of one's practiced movements over time. However, seasoned practitioners rarely make such elementary errors. Only by transcending the confines of martial arts can one attain mastery. Vulnerabilities are left for those who cannot break free from the limitations of martial techniques and who overly focus on the intricacies of combat. A lack of established techniques and patterns, rendering one's intentions imperceptible, is the essence of true strategy. Like an assassin who approaches their target without revealing a hint of malice, that is the hallmark of a true master. After a day of practice, Jia Sudong learned from Long Yi that he had surpassed the realm of momentum and reached the next stage known as Qi. This is the legendary realm where one cultivates internal energy into true Qi. The progression of martial cultivation is divided into 5 realms: essence, spirit, Qi, momentum, and refinement. Among these, the cultivation of strength and Qi pertains to the foundational stages of martial training, enhancing physical capabilities. Attaining the realm of momentum signifies a breakthrough in one's physical limits. To surpass these limits is akin to an object in midair reaching a velocity that breaks the sound barrier, resulting in a thunderous explosion as it interacts with the atmosphere. At this juncture, the human body encounters mysterious gases, referred to as spiritual energy. By guiding these gases into the body and refining them, one can integrate this spiritual energy with their own aura, subsequently amplifying it to form a vortex, thus achieving the Qi realm. The spirit realm, presently non-existent on Blue Star, is documented in ancient texts. Descendants of the spirit realm occasionally awaken inexplicable abilities, akin to supernatural powers, such as clairvoyance. As for the essence realm, it pertains to legendary figures, beings who can traverse the heavens and earth, shrouded in myth rather than record. Long Yi's discourse grew increasingly fantastical, resembling a journey into a realm of immortal cultivation, which enthralled Jia Sudong. He marveled at the myriad secrets hidden within Blue Star, pondering why such revelations remained undiscovered in peaceful times. After 3 days of Long Yi's guidance, Jia Sudong finally sensed those elusive gases. However, he struggled to draw them into his body, let alone refine them. Dreaming if you think you can refine spiritual energy at the first level of momentum. The mere ability to sense it speaks to your extraordinary talent. Long Yi remarked before departing, having imparted all he had to teach, with no further reason to linger. Nonetheless, he expressed profound admiration for Shaju's culinary skills, reminiscing fondly about the dishes prepared by him. Teacher, do visit when you have a chance. Surely you're not on a mission every day. Haha, indeed. I shall have someone reserve a room for me, just outside the courtyard. I'll come by whenever I can, but you mustn't find me bothersome. Teacher, you've made this place your home, so feel free to enter without pretense. Do you expect us to greet you with garlands at the door? All right, then I shall consider it home. After days of martial training, Jia Sudong had not found time to return to the factory. Today marked the commencement of the investment conference, and he believed many of Liu Baichuan's acquaintances would be present. Upon returning to the factory, he found only a little over 150 attendees in the conference room. A stark contrast to the previous gathering of over 500. After all, who would willingly part with their wealth and possessions unless driven to desperation? Those present likely consisted of many merely curious about the situation, ready to turn away should it appear unfavorable. He glanced upwards, spotting Su Jian, Long San, and several elderly gentlemen observing him. Steeling himself, Jia Sudong ascended the platform. I trust Baichuan has conveyed the necessary information. I wish to address the significance of our existence. Is it for eternal renown, for wealth, or merely to lead a comfortable life, leaving a fortune for our descendants? Certainly, each individual harbors their own selfish desires. Few possess lofty ideals. Many simply seek to live their lives in peace. Yet I am among those with aspirations. I hope for a nation where every citizen is well-fed and warmly clothed, where the young are nurtured and the elderly cared for. I envision a prosperous and powerful country, standing tall on the world stage, commanding respect from all nations, including those that once invaded us, compelling them to kneel in acknowledgement of their transgressions, and having their women beseech our men for marriage. His words resonated with vigor and passion. Whenever I think of our kin trembling beneath the enemy's guns, pleading for mercy that never comes, I am engulfed in profound reflection. Our people are inherently kind, averse to conflict. We simply wish to live our lives well. Is that a crime? Is it wrong? No, we are not at fault. The true fault lies with this wretched world and those brigands who seek to rob us. But who will administer justice? No one, for no one shows compassion for the weak. When you are weak, scattered like loose sand, you cannot stand united, only inviting more to prey upon you. At this juncture, one might argue, but we possess nothing of value to them. No advanced technology, no abundant food or weaponry. So why do they still covet our possessions? My response is simple. It is because we are weak and robbing us incurs no cost. Like a band of mountain bandits, they will choose to plunder a village armed with sticks over one wielding guns. This hardly requires elaboration. As the great ones have stated, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Only through our own strength can we demand justice from the world. They will then recognize their error and must apologize to us, allowing us to attain justice. Building a powerful nation is a collective endeavor, requiring the participation of all. No individual, regardless of their prowess, can accomplish this alone. If everyone merely desires to live their own small lives, if everyone is fixated solely on guarding their own small patch of land, I dare say the aforementioned circumstances will repeat themselves. After speaking for several minutes, Jia Sudong pressed his lips together, feeling parched. Many understand these principles, yet few are willing to believe them. That concludes my address. Let the investment conference commence. Spreading out a large map, he indicated the route from New Beijing to the banks of Baoding River. This marks the first phase of the project. We are merely assessing the situation before deciding on a second phase, which will entail a coastal expressway. Jia Sudong circled an area on the map. The total length amounts to tens of thousands of kilometers, and there are still the third and fourth phases of the project to consider. After speaking for over an hour, the grand outline of the project was finally conveyed. Next came the share offering segment. A total of 10,000 shares were established, each priced at 10,000 yuan. Any individual holding more than 10 shares would receive protection from a special government department. Among the crowd of over 100, Jia Sudong noticed the most enthusiastic participants, the three earliest distributors, He Qing, Lian, and Hua Zhao. He Qing purchased 300 shares in one breath. Lian acquired 230 shares, while Hua Zhao took 180 shares. Under the leadership of these three, people eagerly joined the fray. And within a short time, over 3,000 shares were sold. At this moment, Ma Buiyuan stepped forward and boldly purchased 532 shares, a move that astonished everyone present. Liu Baichuan was not to be outdone, loudly declaring his intention to buy 460 shares, which plunged the entire venue into silence. These two individuals were undoubtedly wealthy and ostentatious tycoons. As a result, people followed suit, scrambling to purchase shares. Just like a stock that garners attention from numerous magnates, even a company on the brink of delisting can attract countless small investors. By the end of the morning, over 8,000 of the 10,000 shares have been sold, with the remaining individuals largely remaining cautious, even if they had funds at hand. As lunchtime arrived, the kitchen, overseen by Sha Zhu, presented a delightful array of dishes meticulously curated by him. The exquisite meals whetted the guests' appetites, prompting endless praise. There was no fixed seating. It was entirely a buffet-style affair, with gentlemen and ladies mingling about, indulging in the culinary delights. When afternoon came, after selling another 800 shares, the momentum faltered. Jia Sudong approached and, under the name of the Hongqing Steel Plant, secured the final shares. After sorting through the results, it quickly became clear that even the least active participant had purchased at least 50 shares, a commendable achievement. Long Sen made his entrance at last, meeting with everyone to provide them with reassurance. Under Long Sen's guidance, a pinnacle business association was established, with his secretary appointed as president, aiming to propel the nation's economy to global heights. The founding of this association would, in a decade, transform each member into a legend. Even the least qualified member of the Pinnacle Business Association would find themselves at the pinnacle of the world, leaving those merchants who did not partake in this share offering filled with regret. But that is a tale for another time. As the crowd dispersed, Long San and Jia Sudong gazed in awe at the 100 million yuan amassed, 100 million in tangible currency, equivalent to an entire year's GDP of the nation. They had not anticipated raising such an astounding sum in a single share offering. Long San's eyes sparkled with excitement. This share offering had opened a door to new possibilities, leading him to entertain the audacious idea of utilizing this method for future funding endeavors. Casting another glance at Jia Sudong, he recognized the young man's exceptional acumen. The success of this share offering brought immense joy to Jia Sudong, enabling him to proceed with the next phase of research and development, expanding into large-scale engineering projects. He envisioned excavators, bulldozers, and other construction machinery. While excavators were already in production in the West, they were still in a nascent stage of development. Given the sanctions imposed on the country by the West, importing excavators was out of the question. Thus, the only option was to pursue self-research. The technology for armored vehicle tracks already existed. It merely required replication. The only challenges remaining were the hydraulic systems and power issues. Manufacturing excavators did not entail significant technological complexity. With computers, once the mold parameters were designed, production could commence at any time. Seated before the computer, a flurry of keystrokes rendered a 3D model of an excavator before his eyes. Upon acquiring the data, he returned home that evening, disregarding all else, and retreated to his small room. After a series of tinkering sounds, a miniature excavator toy emerged before him. Although small, it contained all necessary components, albeit with a slightly crude engine. Nevertheless, this did not detract from its purpose, which was not for play. System, deconstruct for me. Ding. Deconstruction successful. This process consumed 10 points of dark energy. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired a premium mini excavator, along with the technology to manufacture all models of excavators. The mini excavator bore a striking resemblance to its later counterparts, featuring functions for digging, grabbing, cutting, grinding, and drilling. The engine's power was astonishing. The following day, upon returning to the factory, he sought out Li Hao and handed her a plethora of patent application documents, instructing her to initiate the patent applications domestically. He then approached the leader, Su Jian, and upon meeting, thrust a document into his hands, along with the mini excavator obtained from the deconstruction. Xiaodong, what is this? Old Su, I bring you a grand gift. This time, I hope to collaborate with your military factory to produce a construction machine akin to this mini excavator. Look, Jia Sudong placed the mini excavator on the ground, and with the press of a button, it whirred to life. Su Jian was left astonished, exclaiming over its remarkable craftsmanship. We can produce such machinery, and we have the power, but our military factory does not manufacture construction equipment. That is precisely why I approached you for collaboration. Have you heard of Western excavators? I intend to create one of those, but mine will be even more advanced. Hearing that it would surpass Western technology, Su Jian perked up, rising from his seat. Is it truly more powerful than the West? Of course it is. Just look at this excavator model. Isn't it visually striking? An excavator? It's a large machine, but it seems somewhat impractical. I assure you, I have my purposes. Otherwise, why would I seek your assistance? You merely need to manufacture it according to my blueprints. Jia Sudong retrieved a stack of design schematics from his briefcase. This is the thing. Your military factory's tanks have a quoted price of around 60 to 80,000 yuan each, right? I propose a price of 100,000 yuan per unit. You need only produce them as swiftly as possible. Our project is urgent, and we require them promptly. Su Jian picked up the blueprints, gazing at the scientifically aesthetic designs. Momentarily entranced. The tank's base featured a large hook. What could that possibly be? Su Jian muttered to himself. I fully accept the price and can expedite production. But have you reported this to the higher-ups? What is its intended purpose? You must register it with them. Oh, it's a machine for mountain excavation. Didn't I bid for a new expressway from Beijing to Baoding? This machine is essential for that. Just imagine, it can scoop up a truckload of soil in one go. And with the drill, it can penetrate through rocky mountains. The speed at which it could construct roads would be phenomenal, saving immense manpower and resources. Is this so-called excavator truly that miraculous? Of course, it requires reporting, but I am pressed for time and lack the connections. Could you assist me with the reporting? Additionally, I am gifting you these small technologies as a benefit to your military factory. Even if you don't utilize them, you can glean insights to replicate them. Xiao Dong, you are mistaken. What do you mean by imitation? We merely draw inspiration. Do you not understand? It is certainly not imitation. Su Jian glared with righteous indignation. Very well. You claim to be drawing inspiration, and you have your reasons. Jia Sudong, feeling helpless, recognized that Su Jian held firmly to this principle. Xiao Dong, I increasingly feel like a mere errand runner in your presence. Or shall I escape this fate? Haha, old Su. You are unaware of the tremendous assistance this endeavor can provide for the nation's development. Are you? I dare say that with this. We shall truly not fear Western technological sanctions. In due time, they may find themselves humbly beseeching us for technology transfers, just as with stainless steel technology. These words genuinely moved Su Jian, who smiled broadly and replied, Since you say so, I don't mind working a little harder, as long as it aids the country. I would gladly toil day and night in this role. Ahem. Such sentiments need not be repeated daily, he added. Now that you've made your promise, proceed with it. It will be wise to secure international patents before commencing production. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not delve deeper into this conversation. We can discuss it further another time. There truly is no suitable person in charge of this project. But the most fitting candidate is undoubtedly Li Hao. Although he may be a bit simple-minded, he possesses the ability to earn others' trust and manage the workers effectively. Sometimes, appointing leaders does not necessitate great intelligence or advanced degrees. It suffices to choose someone who can connect with the employees. The saying, "Fools have their blessings," rings true. Overly clever individuals often harbor too much suspicion, leading to a lack of trust in their subordinates, causing unease in their work. At times, clever individuals do not make for good leaders, thus rendering simplicity an advantage. However, Li Hao's culinary skills are exceptional. Without him around, I find myself at a loss when hosting dinners, unable to present anyone of note. The decomposed system can transfer knowledge from books to others. Jia Sudong thought of Qin Huairu. Let us see how this candidate fares. If no better option arises, he shall suffice. As evening fell, Jia Sudong swiftly exited, shedding his own skin to assume the appearance of Li Hao. He had spent so much time donning Jia Sudong's guise that he was nearly forgetting his own name. In the civilian district of North Street, Shanghai City, a group of ruffians had gathered. They typically engaged in petty crimes, yet recently, they seemed to have lost their minds, rising before dawn to help clean the streets. Upon completing their chores, they even demanded that people affix labels proclaiming them as good citizens. They were indeed a peculiar bunch, assisting elderly women across the street, escorting primary school students home, helping others find lost items, and delivering rice and food to the elderly. They greeted everyone with cheerful smiles that evoked warmth. In just a few days, they amassed a considerable reputation. A cluster of elderly women gathered around a large banyan tree, gossiping. "Oh my, these people used to be mere ruffians, doing nothing but causing fear whenever they passed by our doorstep, leaving us anxious about potential losses. Now, it is as if the prodigal has returned, and gold cannot compare," exclaimed one elderly woman, clapping her hands in admiration. "Indeed, just the other day, my husband twisted his ankle while walking. It was not serious, but they insisted on carrying him home, despite his weight of over 180 pounds. One young man carried him a full kilometer without resting, moving us both to tears. And today, my family's osmanthus cat went missing. When they caught wind of it, dozens of them rushed to search the entire street, finally locating her in a foul drainage ditch. Yes, they're truly a delightful group of young men. I wonder which young lady will be fortunate enough to marry one of them. They will surely live in comfort. By the way, to ho hot. ISNT, your little saying, are of age now. Don't even mention it. She merely received a poem from someone and has become infatuated, running off to stay at his home. Truly, a girl grows up too fast. It drives me mad. In this day and age, who still believes in poetry? Li Hao smiled gently at these remarks. It appears that this initiative to support the ruffians has proved quite successful. Upon entering the courtyard, he beheld over 50 individuals lined up in rows, practicing military-style routines. Jing Chuanqiu sat in a rattan chair above, with two young girls massaging her shoulders, embodying the essence of a matriarch of the Black Society. "My dear, you have returned," she exclaimed, as he caressed her exquisitely beautiful face. A spark ignited within his heart. "Indeed, I have longed for you, my dear Chiyu. You're what I yearn for day and night." As they conversed, a silent understanding passed between them, prompting him to dismiss his subordinates and send them outside to perform good deeds. Thus, the two of them retreated into the room, locking the door behind them.